Chapter 1. Traversing into the presence of the great antagonist Xianmo. Your life is truly remarkable. How could you possibly have survived that? Bai Yao struggled to open her eyes, only to behold a young girl clad in a leopard print miniskirt perched atop a robust brown bear, surveying her from a lofty vantage point. The girl, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion and striking features, bore an unmistakable expression of disdain. Bai Yao, I warn you. Her voice rang out once more. Keep your distance from Lai. He is about to become my partner. If I catch you entangling with him again, it won't be as simple as just pushing you into the water next time. It was only then that Bai Yao realized she was by the water's edge. What is happening? Where am I? Bai Yao looked around in bewilderment. Her initially blurry vision, gradually sharpening towering trees obscured the sky, and lush ferns loomed higher than a person. This was certainly not the mountainous research site she recalled. Yet her memories were still anchored in the moment of the landslide. Shouldn't I be? As a student from the agricultural university, they were supposed to be conducting research in a mountainous area. Seeing Bai Yao frozen in place, the girl frowned in displeasure. Useless, did you hear me? The brown bear suddenly rose on its hind legs, and with a series of jarring, bone-crunching sounds, it transformed into a muscular man nearly 2 meters tall. What? The sight before Bai Yao made her gasp, instinctively taking a step back. The man towered over her, his voice deep and resonant. Bai Yao, you should give up. Lai does not like you, he favors Miss Dora. Dora? Lai? These names struck a familiar chord within her. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, and an influx of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. She had truly traversed into another realm. She found herself within the pages of the beastly romance novel Beast World. All beasts love me, becoming the ill-fated antagonist who shared her name and was destined for a tragic end. According to the narrative, the antagonist would continually court disaster, ultimately facing a grim demise at the hands of Dora and her 6 formidable partners, the ultimate villainous ensemble of the story. The 6 names were etched vividly in her memory: the ruthless Snake King, the fallen Wolf Clan Scion, the tsunami-wielding Merfolk King. Though she had not finished reading the entire plot, she recalled how those characters had sent shivers down her spine as a reader. Now, she was experiencing the scene where the original character was pushed into the lake by Dora. Dora cast a disdainful glance at her, as if regarding something filthy. Pretending to be foolish is futile, remember this. She patted the bearman's shoulder, and he immediately bowed down to let her mount. Let's depart. Dora cast one last scornful look. You might as well stay here and pray that no ferocious beasts come to hunt tonight. Watching the duo fade into the distance, a chill enveloped Bai Yao. The rain fell heavier, drenching her animal hide attire, which clung to her body, cold and heavy. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to crawl ashore, but her foot suddenly slipped on something cold and slimy, causing her to stumble and fall. What is this? The words were caught in her throat as the sight before her nearly froze her blood. It was a massive python, which had appeared out of nowhere. Its glossy black scales glistened ominously in the rain, and its enormous body coiled in the shallows, with multiple scales shattered and gaping wounds exposing bone. Bai Yao staggered backward, her foot caught in the water plants, nearly toppling to the ground. Fortunately, her hand instinctively grasped a nearby branch, barely stabilizing her balance. She fixed her gaze on the coiled serpent, her pupils constricting in terror. Time seemed to freeze into silence. It remained motionless. Upon realizing this, Bai Yao's wildly racing heart found a semblance of rhythm. An absurd thought sprouted within her. Could this be the Snake King? In the original tale, the unpredictable Snake King who obliterated the Leopard Clan's main tribe was indeed depicted as a great python. Wasn't it named Xianmo? This cold-blooded monster was destined to tear her apart in the future, yet here it lay, barely clinging to life before her. It lay still, with only occasional involuntary twitches indicating its existence. Fear from her modern life seized Bai Yao in an instant, and she scrambled a few meters away, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. However, this was the largest snake she had ever encountered, and her greatest fear was serpents. Run! She had to leave this place immediately. But as the thought arose, a greater despair overwhelmed her. Where could she flee? Back to the clan that viewed her as an eyesore? Or should she venture into this perilous, primordial forest alone? Neither choice seemed optimal. With this realization, Bai Yao's gaze remained fixed on the injured python. A wild idea took root. If she could save this future antagonist, perhaps she could secure a sliver of hope for herself. Even if it meant courting danger, it was better than dying silently here. If she won this gamble, she might seize a chance to alter her grim fate. If she lost, it would merely result in her demise. Despair birthed a reckless courage. Bai Yao trembled as she crawled closer, desperately searching her memories for the appearance of hemostatic herbs. Finally, she recognized a few familiar plants by the water's edge, but lamented her lack of tools to crush them. In a moment of urgency, she tore off the beast tooth necklace that the original owner had never parted with, using its sharp edge to scrape the herbs. In a moment of loss of control, the beast tooth cut deeply into her palm, blood gushing forth and quickly soaking the ancient tooth. The excruciating pain caused her vision to blur. Gazing at the python's horrific wounds, a desperate prayer escaped her lips. If only I had some medicine to stop the bleeding. At that moment, the bloodied beast tooth suddenly became scalding hot. Then she distinctly felt a few drops of cool liquid seeping from her palm, clear and transparent, with a subtle fragrance, trickling onto the deepest wound of the python. A miracle occurred. Where the liquid from her palm touched, the bleeding that had been flowing just moments before visibly slowed, the protruding flesh even contracting slightly. Bai Yao stared in disbelief at her hand, her mind a blank canvas. In the distance, faint rustling sounds emerged, and Bai Yao felt as though countless eyes in the surrounding forest were fixated upon her. Fear gripped her, and she scrambled to hide behind the nearest tree, her heart racing. Cautiously, she peered out to catch one last glimpse of the serpent's condition. But the shore was empty. Only the trampled water plants and a pool of blood rapidly diluted by the rain testified to the presence of a colossal creature. The severely injured python, which had seemed nearly incapable of movement, had vanished into thin air within the seconds she had taken to hide. It just disappeared? Chapter 2. First, went over the wolf cub. Bai Yao fixed her gaze on the pool of blood diluted by the rain, a chill racing up her spine. How could such a massive python simply vanish? The icy raindrops pelted her face, clarifying her muddled thoughts somewhat. She could not linger here. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and if a beast arrived, she would be lucky to escape with her life. Gritting her teeth, she relied on the chaotic memories of the original owner to make her way towards the so-called home. When the dilapidated, low-roofed thatched hut appeared before her, swaying precariously in the wind and rain, Bai Yao's heart sank entirely. Can this truly be called a home? According to memory, the original owner's parents passed away early, leaving her without siblings, yet she did have a companion wolf cub her father had rescued in his youth, named Lin. Bai Yao's heart sank at the mention of Lin. That name seemed to have appeared in that notorious villain list. The original work had briefly mentioned that he was seemingly the young lord of a clan of wolves that had been exterminated, destined to what was it again? The memories were somewhat hazy, but certainly he was not a benign character. The original owner's temperament was irritable and lazy, rarely bathing, which resulted in no males pursuing her. Upon reaching adulthood, she audaciously exploited her father's past kindness, even resorting to drugging him to forcibly bind Lin in a mate contract. In the beast realm, once a pact is sealed, the male is bound for life and cannot betray. Should the female unilaterally dissolve the contract, the male would be deemed illegitimate, becoming a pariah scorned by all clans, left to wander the forests among wild beasts. Lin's endurance of such humiliation stemmed solely from his remembrance of her father's life-saving grace. At this thought, Bai Yao couldn't help but spit in disdain. The original owner was truly both foolish and malicious. Just as she prepared to push open the creaky wooden door, it was suddenly yanked open from within. A tall, robust woman blocked the entrance, clad in a simple hide skirt, her bare arms and chest emblazoned with various beast marks, signifying her multiple companions. This was the original owner's close friend, Tana, a female equally lazy and malicious, sharing a kindred spirit with the original owner. "Yao Yao, you're back?" Tana boomed, completely unfazed by Bai Yao's disheveled state, grabbing her damp arm with a familiar excitement. "Why did Dora call you out just now? Is it trouble again because of Lai?" Before Bai Yao could respond, Tana eagerly continued, "By the way, you asked us to teach Lin a lesson, and we've already taken care of it. He's been beaten to a pulp. Let's see if that useless wretch dares to run again." Bai Yao's lips twitched, cursing inwardly. This was precisely what she feared. Tana smirked cruelly. If you ask me, males like him who dare to escape should be dealt with fatally. No one would care if you were dead. You could just find another obedient one dead. Bai Yao's heart tightened, her voice rising an octave. That would not do. He was one of the major antagonists. She could no longer afford to pay attention to Tana, shoving her aside and rushing into the thatched hut. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, with rainwater leaking from the roof, pooling in muddy patches on the ground. Amidst this mire lay a frail figure curled up. Several tall, muscular male beastmen encircled him, as if observing livestock. Lin clutched his head tightly, his body smeared with wet mud and dark crimson blood, rendering his original skin tone nearly unrecognizable. His tattered hide clothing clung to him, outlining his pronounced rib cage, leaving him astonishingly gaunt. Compared to the surrounding burly males, he looked as fragile as a cub on the brink of being trampled. Damn, he's surprisingly tough. Even after being beaten like this, he doesn't make a sound. One burly beastman cursed, raising his foot to deliver a vicious kick to Lin's abdomen. Lin emitted a suppressed grunt, his body convulsing violently for a moment, yet he swallowed all his pain without begging for mercy. What a disgrace to all of us males. Another beastman spat contemptuously, following up with a kick. At that moment, Lin seemed to sense the commotion at the doorway, slowly lifting his head. Through his disheveled, bloodied black hair, a pair of eyes fixated on Bai Yao. What kind of eyes were they? In those gray-blue irises lay an amalgam of hatred, despair, anger, and a trace of barely perceptible fear, sending a visceral shudder down Bai Yao's spine. Simultaneously, she could discern Lin's face. A scar ran from his brow to his cheek despite being marred by blood. The straight bridge of his nose and defined jawline still crafted an extraordinarily handsome visage. Yet at this moment, that face was etched with humiliation and anguish. The beastmen parted to make way for Bai Yao, their expressions laced with anticipation, for they all understood her penchant for torment. Tana followed her in, stoking the flames. Yao Yao, this worthless coward who attempted to flee must not be spared. What do you say? Shall we kill him or toss him to the beasts? Bai Yao inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within. She knew that any sign of compassion at this moment would raise suspicion. She stepped forward quickly, unexpectedly opening her arms to shield Lin. You all. Her gaze swept over the males as she endeavored to mimic the original owner's domineering tone. Get out, all of you. The air in the room froze instantaneously. The beastmen exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Tana was equally taken aback, leaning closer in confusion. Yao Yao, what nonsense are you talking? Didn't you tell us to beat him to a pulp? He tried to escape. Bai Yao swiftly found an excuse, letting out a cold huff and deliberately adopting a cruel expression. Killing him outright would be too lenient, wouldn't it? Pausing to emphasize her words in accordance with the original character's persona, she declared, I want to personally torment him, to make him wish for life and dread death. You all are just in the way. Tana, though skeptical, recalled Bai Yao's notorious unpredictability and her myriad methods of torture, which lent her words some credence. She grimaced and waved her hand. All right, fine, have your fun. Let's go. She beckoned the other males, grumbling as they exited. As they reached the door, Tana turned back with a parting warning. Yao Yao, don't go easy on him, all right? The creaky wooden door closed behind them, leaving only Bai Yao and the barely conscious Lin within the dim, rain-soaked hut. An eerie silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the sound of dripping rainwater. Bai Yao regarded the battered figure on the ground, sighed, and slowly crouched down, reaching out a hand to assist him. Lin flinched violently, akin to a startled wild animal. Exerting all his strength to recoil, his gray eyes filled with wariness and disbelief, as if questioning, what trickery are you up to now? Bai Yao's hand froze midair, reluctantly retracting it, striving to keep her voice steady. You need to get up first. Lin continued to stare intently at her, his gaze complex. He attempted several times but was too injured to rise unaided. Bai Yao extended her hand once more, this time resolutely grasping his arm. Her fingertips brushed against his icy skin, making her wince. The instant she made contact, Lin's body stiffened as if turned to stone, an instinctive fear born from prolonged abuse. After considerable effort, she managed to help him to his feet. Glancing around, Despair washed over her as she realized that aside from a pile of moldy hay in the corner, there was no semblance of proper furniture. That heap of hay was likely the bed. With great difficulty, she supported the nearly immobile Lin step by step to the hay pile, helping him lie down slowly. Having completed this, she turned to seek water to cleanse his wounds. Watching her retreating figure, Lin, lying on the hay, struggled to open his eyes, his emerald gaze still laced with lingering hatred, yet inexplicably tinged with profound confusion and bewilderment. What on earth was happening today? Meanwhile, in a secluded cave far from the tribe, in the depths of darkness, a pair of cold, slit pupils slowly opened, gleaming with a dim golden light. A massive black python had just completed its latest molt. The newly formed scales shimmered with a metallic sheen in the night, and a powerful force surged within, even more formidable than before its injury. Xian Emo reminisced about that moment by the lakeside. At his most vulnerable juncture during the ascension, he found himself besieged by a pack of feral beasts. Although he ultimately turned the tide and vanquished them, he sustained grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. In the haze of consciousness, a female appeared. She seemed terrified, her hands trembling, yet she did not flee. Instead, she used a spring water, exuding a peculiar fragrance, to save him. Though he could not discern her features, as she staunched his wounds, he had already marked her with a unique scent through the formidable perception of his serpentine nature. She had saved him. In the brutal world of beasts, a female willing to aid a stranger, a perilous male, Xian Mo's vertical pupils constricted slightly, his forked tongue flicking rapidly, capturing the faint remnants of her essence lingering in the air. She must have feelings for me, he concluded with an air of certainty, as his typically icy heart experienced an unusual flutter, a blend of possessiveness and curiosity unfurling within him. That female was his destined mate. He required a brief respite to fully stabilize the power he had just acquired. Then, he would seek her out. Chapter 3. Linquan Space Bai Yao returned to the thatched cottage, cradling a bowl of clear water. Upon seeing the curled figure atop the haystack, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Lin remained in a state of heightened vigilance, resembling an injured cub, yet beneath the depths of his gaze, alongside the hatred, there seemed to linger a trace of confusion. What had befallen him? As Bai Yao observed the ghastly wounds, a powerful resolve surged within her. She must save him. This impulse stemmed not solely from sympathy, but rather from a sense of investment. In this world, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, securing the loyalty of a destined extraordinary heir of the Wolf clan, who owed her a life debt, would be her greatest assurance of survival. First, she needed to cleanse his wounds. Bai Yao crouched down, dipping a strip of clean cloth into the water, gently approaching the most severe injury on his back. As her fingertips brushed against the wound, Lin's body jolted violently, a suppressed whimper escaping his throat. Bai Yao's hand froze, a sharp pang of pain gripping her heart. How many times had he endured suffering to develop such a reflex? Do not be afraid, she softened her tone, almost as if soothing a child. I am merely cleaning the wound. Otherwise, it may become infected. Perhaps it was her previously unheard gentle tone that had an effect. Lin's taut muscles relaxed slightly. Yet he remained on guard. The process of cleaning was arduous, the blood and grime clinging stubbornly to the wound, each movement accompanied by Lin's muffled gasps. As she gazed at those gruesome injuries, a fervent thought surged again. If only there were a way to alleviate his pain immediately, just as she had done for that snake. With this thought, she concentrated, striving to recall the extraordinary sensation by the lake. In her mind, she chanted, "Water, healing water, come fort." Initially, there was no response, but just as she was on the brink of despair, a familiar coolness suddenly coursed through her palm. Moments latte. A few droplets of crystal-clear liquid, exuding a faint scent of flora, began to seep from her hand. Success. Bai Yao's heart soared with joy as she carefully placed her palm, imbued with the Linquan water, over Lin's deepest wound. His body tensed instantaneously, releasing a short gasp of surprise. The anticipated agony did not emerge. Instead, a sensation of indescribable coolness and comfort washed over him, soothing the searing pain. In disbelief, he glanced down, witnessing the blood flow visibly slow beneath her pale hand, the swelling diminishing significantly. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Bai Yao, his gray-blue eyes brimming with profound astonishment and incomprehension. What power is this? Seeing the shock in his eyes, Bai Yao felt a wave of relief wash over her as she softly explained, "It seems this can help you." She continued cleaning the other wounds with a cloth dipped in ordinary water, but whenever she encountered a particularly severe injury, she would discreetly cover it with her palm, channeling that miraculous spring water. As the pain from his wounds notably subsided, Lin's stiffness gradually lessened. Although he remained silent, the desperate sense of resistance began to wane. Bai Yao observed this, secretly pleased, thinking, "Good, the first step in bestowing kindness has been successful." Next, she needed to cultivate a favorable impression in him, for he would be a formidable ally capable of slaughtering half of the Beast King city for the protagonist's sake. Having treated most of the wounds, Bai Yao was drenched in sweat. She looked at Lin's cracked lips and said, "I will fetch more water. You should drink some." She needed a moment to collect herself and clean away the remnants of blood and mud that clung to her. The rain had ceased outside. There was a small stream near the tribe, and after ensuring no one was around, she quickly shed her soiled animal skin skirt and stepped into the cool water. The icy flow washed over her body, gradually clarifying her chaotic thoughts. As she looked down to cleanse the dirt from her arms, her gaze inadvertently swept across her reflection in the water, and she suddenly froze. Though disheveled, her reflection revealed delicate features. Her skin, somewhat rough and dull from neglect, still held potential. What caught her attention most was a dark blue mark beneath her collarbone, a clear wolf-like pattern. As she touched the mark, a memory surfaced. It was of the original owner forcing Lin to bond with her and tormenting him. Alas, the original owner had committed many transgressions. Once she had thoroughly cleaned herself, Bai Yao gazed at her reflection once more, astonished. The water revealed a fair and refined face, although slender. Her eyes sparkled with a certain vitality. To her surprise, she bore a resemblance to her former self. Bai Yao could not help but ponder the cruel fate that had entwined her so. After washing up, Bai Yao returned to the vicinity of the thatched cottage clad in a damp but significantly cleaner animal skin skirt. A few returning tribespeople caught sight of her, their faces betraying their astonishment. "Is that Bai Yao?" Someone murmured in disbelief. "How has she become so clean? She seems less disagreeable now," another female whispered. Even a young male beast man, captivated by her refined profile, appeared momentarily dazed. Bai Yao felt uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes and quickened her pace back to the cottage. Inside, Lin still leaned against the haystack. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his head. Upon seeing Bai Yao enter, his azure eyes widened in shock, his entire demeanor frozen. Cleaned of dirt, she resembled a different person entirely. Her fair skin and bright eyes conveyed an unprecedented sense of cleanliness and tranquility, no longer exuding the violent resentment that had once defined her. His lips moved as if he wished to speak, but ultimately he averted his gaze, concealing the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Bai Yao seized the opportunity to forge a bond with the wolf cub, for in this unfamiliar environment, he was her companion, and she relied on him for survival. "Do you have something to say?" she inquired, her tone imbued with concern. "Nothing." Upon witnessing Bai Yao's slightly disappointed expression, Lin awkwardly added, "I have no intention of escaping." After saying this, he turned away, lapsing into silence. Bai Yao stared at Lin's back, momentarily stunned, but quickly realized he was attempting to explain himself. It appeared that the restoration of their relationship was within reach. However, she understood that his animosity towards her would not dissipate overnight, so she knew patience was essential. With this thought, she shook her head, feeling a sense of release. She turned to survey the interior of the cottage, searching for a dry spot to rest. To her dismay, there were none. Glancing outside at the encroaching darkness and the ominous sounds that echoed, possibly the roars of wild beasts, she shivered. It seemed she would have to endure this night. Bai Yao lay down gently beside Lin, sensing a momentary stiffness in him. However, she remained oblivious to his subtle change. as she was currently immersed in the excitement of discovering another function of her golden finger. Earlier, while concentrating on the spring water by the stream, her consciousness seemed to brush against a small, misty space. At the center of this space was the spring, and beside it lay a patch of dark soil. An idea naturally emerged. This soil seemed suitable for planting. This discovery quickened her pulse. Could her golden finger be a combination of the spring water and cultivable land? If that were true, she could survive in this beastly world, perhaps even thrive. Bai Yao promptly decided to name it Lin Quan's space. Chapter 4. He must be fattened up. Lin lay on the haystack with his back to Bai Yao, every muscle in his body tense. In the darkness, his ears sharply detected every subtle sound behind him, the rustle of fabric against the hay and the steady rhythm of breathing. Even after confirming that Bai Yao had fallen into a deep sleep, he kept his eyes open, fixated on the mottled mud stains on the wall, lost in thought. Everything tonight felt exceedingly strange. According to Bai Yao's usual temperament, had she dared to flee, regardless of any explanations, she would have long been discarded in the wild to be devoured by beasts. Even if she managed to survive by some stroke of luck, she would undoubtedly have been beaten to a near-death state and left outside to be drenched in the rain. There was no possibility that she could now lie peacefully in a dry room, with a peculiar coolness lingering at her wound. Typically, irrespective of wind or rain, Bai Yao would never permit him to stay indoors. Was she intending to first heal him and then torment him gradually? It must be so. A cold mockery surged in Lin's eyes, his canine teeth unconsciously biting down on his lower lip. This had to be her new trick. Meanwhile, Bai Yao, already deep in slumber, remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts of the wolf cub beside her. In her dreams, she unconsciously smacked her lips, as if she were dreaming of something delightful. The night was profound, and Lin fell into a chaotic dream. Initially, he dreamt of a timid little white fox hiding behind its father, cautiously peeking out to look at him, timidly calling him brother, and softly requesting to be carried. His heart melted. Suddenly, the scene tore apart, and the little white fox transformed into a fierce-looking girl, her eyes filled with malice as she screamed, "You all look down on me. I will kill you." Startled, Lin awoke with a violent gasp, his chest heaving. It was just a dream. The faint light of dawn seeped through the thatched roof. Lin turned his head and saw Bai Yao's serene sleeping face. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he raised his hand, wanting to touch her exceptionally peaceful cheek. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, he froze abruptly. She would be angry. She would find him filthy. The thought struck him like a bucket of icy water, and he quickly withdrew his hand, clenching it into a tight fist. As the light of day grew brighter, Lin quietly rose, slipping out of the house and into the morning mist to embark on his daily hunt. In the morning, as sunlight filtered through the thatched roof and illuminated her face, Bai Yao groggily awoke. She reached out beside her, only to touch a cold mat. Where was the wolf cub? Had it escaped? Before she could ponder further, her stomach audibly protested. She got up, clinging to the last glimmer of hope as she surveyed the home. Under the sunlight, the sight within the house was utterly despairing. The floor was stained with deep brown blood from the previous night. In the corner lay decaying chunks of meat, unrecognizable, along with some pieces of wood. Surrounded by buzzing flies, the acrid stench assaulting her nostrils. Overcome with nausea, Bai Yao approached to investigate, only to rush outside, leaning against a tree trunk to retch. At that moment, a gray figure darted to the front of the house. Lin had returned. He approached her, a large piece of bloody beast meat clamped in his jaws. Upon seeing Bai Yao's vomit, Lin immediately transformed back into his human form, standing awkwardly in place, nervously wiping his blood-stained hands on his beast skin skirt. Bai Yao steadied her breath and looked up at him. The boy remained pitifully thin, with a prominent scar across his face. Yet those ghastly wounds had already begun to heal, forming fresh pink flesh. The healing ability of the beastmen was indeed astonishing, she thought to herself. Noticing Bai Yao's unwavering gaze upon him, Lin grew increasingly uneasy and asked in a soft voice, "What's wrong?" "Nothing at all." Bai Yao waved her hand, striving to divert her attention from the raw meat. "Did you hunt this? It's wonderful. We have food now. You are truly impressive." She attempted to make her praise sound as natural as possible. Bai Yao had not forgotten her intention to befriend the wolf cub. Lin was visibly taken aback, his ears subtly reddening. This was the first time he had heard such affirming words from her. Could you clear out that pile of garbage inside? Bai Yao pointed into the house. Just the thought of those things made her hesitate to even enter. Garbage? Lin found the term unfamiliar, his face displaying confusion. However, following Bai Yao's gesture, he gazed at the objects, his expression slightly unnatural, for those items had always been tools Bai Yao used to torment him. Yes, those filthy, foul-smelling things. Dispose of them all. What was happening? Was she planning to change her methods of tormenting him? Lin pondered this, and despite his confusion, he complied. Soon, he deftly cleared away the rotting meat, rags, and other debris, leaving the room feeling significantly more spacious. Only then did Bai Yao dare to take a deep breath. Although the air still carried an unpleasant odor, it was an improvement. She found a tree stump by the door to sit on, her stomach growling once more. How shall we handle lunch? How do we eat this meat? Lin appeared perplexed. Generally, most of it is eaten raw, or we borrow fire from the chief's house. Raw? Bai Yao felt another wave of nausea. As a modern soul, she simply could not accept this. Perhaps you could go borrow some fire? She tentatively suggested. It was not that she was unwilling to create fire by friction. It was just that it was difficult to perform such an act without the proper materials. And there wasn't even a decent stick to be found in the house. Lin nodded and immediately transformed into his wolf form, darting like an arrow towards the center of the tribe. Before long, he returned, carefully cradling a pitifully small flame in a hollow stone. Here, this is the communal fire of the tribe. It is essential for survival during the cold season and must not be extinguished. After use, it must be returned to the chief. Lin explained solemnly, placing the flickering spark on the ground before swiftly gathering dry twigs and a jagged stone slab. Bai Yao gazed at the flickering flame and primitive cooking tools, her heart sinking in lament. Was this truly the so-called hope of the entire village? You're not planning to just place the meat directly on the stone slab to cook it, are you? Lin nodded, his eyes pure and bewildered, clearly thinking this was the most natural course of action. Bai Yao observed the dancing flames, realizing that not only would the meat not cook if simply placed over the fire, but it likely wouldn't even get hot enough to cook through. She glanced down at the dripping raw meat and the gauntlet. A strong impulse surged within her. She had to fatten him up. In this unfamiliar beast world, she needed to survive first. Lacking any combat ability, the source of food was a pressing issue, so she had to take good care of this pitiful wolf cub. Subsequently, she would gradually tidy up this dilapidated home to make it somewhat presentable. But where should she begin? Chapter 5. Participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. Lin nodded. For in the days past with Bai Yao, consuming raw food had been the norm. This method of cooking over fire was something he had noted after observing other beastmen in the tribe. Today marked his first attempt, and he felt uncertain. Let me give it a try. Bai Yao rolled up her sleeves, her confidence as a former agricultural student returning. Skills for survival in the wild were essential lessons. She directed Lin to find 3 suitably sized stones, carefully measuring the shapes she needed. Lin executed her instructions with remarkable efficiency, soon returning with stones that met her requirements. Bai Yao skillfully stacked the stones into a simple stove, placing the largest and flattest stone atop it, instructing Lin to kindle the fire underneath. The flames gradually grew larger, warming the stone slab, exuding a gentle warmth. Cut the meat into small pieces about this size. Bai Yao gestured with her fingers and then placed the meat on the stone slab to cook, instructing him to turn it frequently until it changed color. Although Lin was puzzled, he complied. His sharp claws easily sliced the beast meat into even pieces, carefully laying them on the scorching stone slab. With a sizzling sound, the meat made contact with the heated stone, the enticing aroma filling the thatched house as the fat gradually rendered and sizzled. Bai Yao's stomach audibly protested. She cast a shy glance at Lin, only to find him intensely focused on the pieces of meat on the stone slab. Occasionally using a makeshift pair of chopsticks made from twigs to flip them, his expression so engrossed that it made her hesitant to interrupt. Just as she was internally lamenting this oblivious boy's lack of romantic understanding, Lin presented her with the first perfectly cooked piece of meat. As she gazed at Lin, whose hands were still smeared with soot, Bai Yao hesitated for a moment. However, upon meeting his expectant gaze, she accepted the offering. Taking a bite, the charred, fragrant exterior enveloped the tender meat within. Despite the absence of any seasoning, it was a divine delicacy to her ravenous stomach. You should eat too. She extended another piece of meat towards Lin's lips. Lin's body stiffened noticeably, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes, as if he were assessing whether this was yet another form of torment. It was then that Bai Yao realized her actions diverged greatly from those of the original host. Embarrassed, she set the meat down. I'm full. I'll roast the rest. As she reached for the chopsticks in his hand, Lin's expression grew even graver. Instinctively, he took a half step back, gripping the twig tighter, his gaze darting between her and the stone slab, as if guarding against some sudden harm. This small gesture tightened Bai Yao's heart. Silently, she withdrew her hand and retreated to the side, allowing him ample space. Only then did Lin relax slightly, continuing to roast the remaining pieces of meat, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed his lingering caution. Within the thatched hut, only the crackling of the fire and the increasingly rich aroma of meat filled the air. The last bite of roasted meat lingered on her lips, and Bai Yao contentedly let out a loud belch. This sound, so unlike her usual demeanor, made Lin's gaze turn complex. Where had she learned such behavior? Before she could ponder further, a sonorous and desolate horn echoed from the center of the tribe, piercing through the humble wooden dwelling. This was the ceremonial horn made from the giant horns of beasts, used whenever the tribe gathered for significant matters. Bai Yao turned her eyes towards the sound, confusion evident in her gaze. Did you forget this too? Lin's voice pulled her back to reality, seeing her still in a daze. He suppressed the surging doubts within him and explained, the tribe calls. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony for all adult females. Coming-of-age ceremony? Bai Yao mused internally. This sounds troublesome and has nothing to do with me, right? Noticing her still unmoving, Lin thought to himself that even if she had lost her memory, she couldn't possibly forget something like this. With that thought, his tone took on a hint of urgency. Aren't you going to prepare? Why should I prepare? Bai Yao blurted out. Lin stared intently at her, trying to discern any signs of disguise on her freshly cleaned and delicate face. Yet all he found were innocent and sincere eyes. This contradiction vexed him greatly. He paused before finally stating in a deep voice. Today is also your coming-of-age ceremony. As a female of the tribe, you must participate. Can I not go? Bai Yao had just arrived and was unfamiliar with everything. She did not wish to interact with so many beastmen right away. Just as her refusal escaped her lips, Lin countered with a firm statement. No, all adult females must participate. If you do not, you will be unable to receive the blessing of the beast god and will not be allowed to choose a mate or live within the tribe. Fine, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Bai Yao sighed in resignation. What preparations do I need to make? Lin paused before responding. You should adorn yourself. During the coming-of-age ceremony, you will also have the right to choose a mate. His gaze swept over her faded beast skirt and the empty room, the implication clear. At the coming-of-age ceremony, females would showcase themselves like blooming flowers to attract their desired males. Bai Yao glanced down at herself. Her beast skirt was tidy and covered her body adequately, which was satisfactory. She currently held no interest in courting and simply wished to get through the event quickly. Then let us go. Hearing the raucous commotion outside, she declared decisively. Lin was taken aback. You're just going like this? Is there a problem? Lin silently studied her for a moment before ultimately saying nothing. Transforming into a massive wolf, he silently lowered his body, and Bai Yao successfully mounted, immediately enveloped by a sensation of discomfort. Lin's gray wolf form was enormous. Yet malnutrition had left him with a gaunt frame, scars faintly visible beneath his fur. My backside really hurts, was Bai Yao's first thought. As Lin continued to run, the rushing wind whipped past her ears, and Bai Yao silently vowed to fatten this wolf cub, if only for the sake of her own comfort. In the center of the tribe's square, a massive bonfire blazed, the dancing flames illuminating the expectant or excited faces of the beastmen. As they arrived, several probing gazes immediately latched onto them, whispers filling Bai Yao's ears. Who is that? A female we've never seen before. It's Lin. He hasn't left? That female on his back. Isn't she Bai Yao? That vicious female's beast husband? Who is she really? Yesterday, I heard Lin had escaped. How is he still here? If he is not here, he must be a stray beast. It seemed that the world of beast men was no different from that of humans, as gossip followed them wherever they went. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Is that not Bai Yao? Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out from the other side of the square. Chapter 6. My beast husband is no less than any beast man. Bai Yao turned her gaze to see Duo La leap down from atop a leopard, flanked by several beast men of various forms. Bai Yao raised an eyebrow, realizing these must be Duo La's husbands. Like a proud peacock, Duo La sashayed toward her, surrounded by her husbands, her eyes raking over Bai Yao from head to toe. When her gaze landed on Bai Yao's freshly washed face, Duo La's pupils constricted slightly, her fingertips instinctively sinking into the arm of her husband beside her. Suppressing her jealousy, she curled her crimson lips into a mocking smile, her voice low yet audible enough for the surrounding beastmen to hear. Humph. Do you think that just by washing your face and changing your beast skin, you can catch Lai's eye? Bai Yao couldn't be bothered to lift her eyelids, treating it as nothing more than a fly buzzing in her ear. Oh, I don't. After saying this, she took Lin's hand, intending to find a corner to stay in. This disregard was more humiliating to Duo La than any rebuttal would have been. When had she ever been so ignored? Don't walk away. Duo La shouted sharply, stepping in front of Bai Yao. Lai has already promised me. After the ceremony, he will be with me. You'd better stop bothering him. Bai Yao continued to ignore her and move forward. Duo La trembled with rage, her usual tactics failing completely. Her mind raced, and her gaze fell upon Lin, a scheme forming. Hey, Bai Yao. Duo La's voice rose, drawing the attention of the crowd. Why don't you give me that useless slave beside you? Since you don't want him, he could serve as my footstool. The word slave struck Lin's heart like a heated brand, causing his tall frame to shudder slightly, his head, which had been bowed, sinking lower. Instantly, gazes from all directions were upon him, some filled with pity, others with mockery. Bai Yao, who had previously wished to ignore everything, suddenly halted in her tracks. She thought, why does this feel so different from what I expected? At that moment, she could distinctly sense the tension in Lin's arm, even catching sight of his tightly clenched fists and the nails digging into his palms. She could overlook Duo La's slanderous words aimed at her. But since she wished to befriend Lin and consider him her own, she could not allow him to suffer humiliation because of her. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Bai Yao slowly turned around, calmly meeting Duo La's gaze. First, Lin is my beast husband, the husband I acknowledge. He is not a slave. She continued, moreover. Her eyes deliberately swept over the beastman behind Duo La. I will never, like some people, abandon a partner who treats me sincerely as if they were mere rags. After a pause, she locked her gaze with Lin's shocked gray-blue eyes and stated emphatically, in my eyes, Bai Yao, Lin has never been worthless. He is no less than any beastman. In an instant, the square fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of the bonfire. The orcs exchanged glances, scarcely able to believe their ears. Was this steadfast defender of her mate, this logically astute female, truly the infamous Bai Yao, known for her cruelty and detestability? Lin stared blankly at Bai Yao's silhouette, illuminated by the firelight, his heart struck as if by the softest yet most powerful feather, causing some frozen aspect within him to emit a faint sound of shattering. He never imagined that Bai Yao would defend him in such a situation. Dora's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated Bai Yao's sharp retort, which cut directly to the core of her unsavory past. Frustration consumed her as she sputtered. What nonsense are you spouting? The ceremony commenced as the chieftain's deep voice resonated from the high platform, interrupting the conflict and providing a modicum of respite for Dora. With a venomous glare directed at Bai Yao, she begrudgingly retreated to her group of mates. In the center of the square, the ancient and colossal awakening stone stood silently, its carved mystical totems appearing almost alive under the flickering flames, exuding an awe-inspiring and timeless pressure. The mature females, filled with trepidation and anticipation, approached one by one, placing their palms upon the cold surface of the stone. The stone glowed in response, the totems illuminating layer by layer, accompanied by gasps of astonishment and sighs of disappointment from the crowd. Then came Dora, who confidently stepped forward, gently laying her hand on the stone. And soon the totem surged upward. Look, Miss Dora has received the ocean's blessing. My goodness, truly a once-in-a-century genius among our tribe. Amidst a chorus of admiration and envy, Dora descended from the platform like a true princess, her chin held high, her gaze sweeping over Bai Yao with unabashed superiority and provocation. Soon it was Bai Yao's turn. As her name was called, a momentary silence enveloped the square, quickly followed by a cacophony of even louder murmurs. Her? She truly dares to step forward? How could the beast god favor such a vile female? I wager she cannot even summon the faintest glimmer of tribal light. Lai, standing beside the chieftain, crossed his arms, his handsome face betraying unrestrained disdain and mockery, as if eagerly anticipating Bai Yao's imminent disgrace. Ignoring the opinions of the crowd, Bai Yao approached the stone, step by step. Countless curious, malicious, and gleeful gazes were cast upon her. Taking a deep breath, she dismissed all distractions and resolutely pressed her palm against the cold surface of the stone. Then, she closed her eyes. One breath, two breaths. The stone remained unresponsive, as silent as a slumbering giant. The audience erupted in unrestrained laughter. I told you she was worthless. However, in the next heartbeat, boom, a dazzling, intensely radiant beam of light erupted from the base of the stone, bursting skyward like a dawn that tears through eternal night. The brilliance instantly engulfed all the totems, its grandeur and sanctity rendering everything in the square dim by comparison. This light, like an unstoppable force, transcended rivers, traversed mountains, and submerged oceans, shattering all known hierarchical constraints, aiming directly for the legendary ultimate form of the sun totem. The entire square fell into a stunned silence, as if time had frozen at that moment. The old chieftain abruptly rose, his frail body trembling with excitement, causing the staff in his hand to clatter to the ground. Lai's mockery was utterly annihilated, replaced by incomprehensible shock. Dora's proud expression froze, her color draining away to be replaced by disbelief and terror. Lin gazed up at the slender figure enveloped in divine favor, and for the first time, the gray-blue hues of his wolf-like eyes reflected a brilliance more splendid than the stars, more radiant than the sun. What was happening? Bai Yao slowly opened her eyes, realizing that the expressions of those around her were strange. Chapter 7. It seems I am still a fortunate one. Bai Yao observed the reactions of the crowd, unsure of what had transpired. Instinctively, she glanced towards the familiar figure of Lin below. At that moment, Lin was also gazing up at her, his gray-blue eyes swirling with a complexity of emotions. Wow, is she really Bai Yao? A trembling male voice shattered the eerie stillness. My heavens, has she truly received the sun blessing from the beast god? The sun? Bai Yao belatedly raised her head to look at the awakening stone. Though the beam representing the blessing level had already dissipated, atop the stone, a blazing totem like the scorching sun emitted a faint glow. It seems I'm still a fortunate one. However, recalling her experiences, Bai Yao, a modern individual, could hardly believe such a thing. It resembled more a form of energy or constitution testing that she had yet to comprehend. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Dora's sharp, piercing voice erupted, her pale face pointing accusingly at Bai Yao. She must have employed some nefarious means we are unaware of. How could she be worthy of the sun? How could the sun, a blessing rare even in the great beast city, descend upon her? Several of Dora's followers joined in the chorus of skepticism. Yes, Dora is right. There must be something amiss. Indeed, if Dora could only receive the ocean's blessing, Bai Yao cannot possibly be the sun. Bai Yao must have deceived the beast god. Doubts began to spread among some of the orcs. After all, the sun level was far too distant and sacred for their remote tribe, and when it truly appeared, especially upon a female once reviled by all, it first incited skepticism and rejection. Just as the unrest was poised to escalate, silence. An ancient voice rang out. The curtain of a stone hut beside the altar was lifted, and an elderly figure clad in ancient beast robes, his face adorned with mystical five-colored totems, emerged, leaning on a staff entwined with serpent bones. The moment he appeared, all noise ceased. Even Dora, the most agitated, fell silent, instinctively lowering her head. The Grand Shaman, the highest authority within the tribe, regarded as a messenger who could commune with the beast god, his power surpassing that of the chieftain. The old shaman did not gaze at anyone. He wobbled towards the front of the altar, his murky yet piercing eyes sweeping over the crowd, ultimately facing the awakened stone. And, to everyone's astonishment, he slowly and solemnly knelt. "Thank you, most exalted beast god. Thank you for bestowing upon my tribe the glory of the sun. This is an unprecedented event for our tribe, a sign of our great prosperity." His aged voice trembled with excitement, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every orc. The chieftain was the first to react, promptly kneeling as well. Following suit, like a field of wheat bending to the wind, all orcs in the square, regardless of their inner thoughts, knelt in unison. Among them were Dora, whose face displayed unwillingness yet had no choice but to bow her head, and Lai, whose expression was complex as he clenched his fists. The only ones remaining standing were Bai Yao upon the platform and the old shaman approaching her. The shaman reached Bai Yao, scrutinizing her intently, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, glimmering with a strange radiance. He raised his frail hand and gently placed it atop Bai Yao's head, declaring in a chant-like tone, "Child, the favor of the beast god is upon you. From this day forth, you shall be the sun maiden of our tribe, a lucky star guiding us towards prosperity." These words, like a final judgment, solidified Bai Yao's astounding test results, utterly silencing all doubts from Dora and her cohorts. Dora knelt among the crowd, her nails digging deep into the earth, hatred coiling around her heart like a toxic vine, yet she dared not reveal a hint of it. The shaman withdrew his hand, gazing at Bai Yao, and in accordance with ancient tradition, announced, "According to our customs, the female who receives the highest blessing in this coming-of-age ceremony has the right to choose her mate first. Child, tell me, among all the unmarried male warriors present, whom do you choose to be your partner under your glory?" This question instantly ignited the tension within everyone in the crowd. Duola abruptly raised her head, her lips pale from biting them, fixating on Bai Yao with eyes brimming with panic. She was certain that Bai Yao would seize this opportunity to forcibly take Lai away. After all, it was well known throughout the tribe that Bai Yao had harbored feelings for Lai for several years. The others shared Duola's sentiments. As an adult male, Lai could not defy the ancestral laws and the will of the beast god. On the high platform, Lai's body tensed immediately. He met Bai Yao's gaze, his emotions a tumultuous mix. He feared being chosen, dreaded binding his life to a female he had once loathed, yet subconsciously, upon seeing the cleanse Bai Yao and her every gesture, a flicker of anticipation emerged within him, one that even he had not recognized. More significantly, his awe and curiosity toward the sun's glory birthed a subtle emotion in his heart, prompting him to instinctively straighten his back. Meanwhile, Lin, standing below, lowered his head silently the moment the shaman's voice fell. Indeed, she could not have only him as her mate. She was no longer the unwanted female. A profound sense of loss engulfed Lin, akin to being submerged in icy water. He had long known that the radiant version of her now could not possibly choose him. This useless one, perhaps the fleeting warmth of her recent defense of him, was already the greatest compassion the beast god could bestow upon him. Lin curled up in the shadows, bracing himself for the inevitable conclusion. Just when everyone assumed Bai Yao would unhesitatingly choose Lai, her gaze calmly swept across the crowd, lingering on the pale-faced Duola and the conflicted Lai. Ultimately, it settled upon the gray wolf beastman huddled in a corner, attempting to minimize his presence. "I do not wish to choose. I already have a mate." Bai Yao's eyes pierced through the throng, landing steadily on Lin. Lin, incredulous, lifted his gaze to the stage where Bai Yao stood, his ears subtly twitching. What was she saying? She had not chosen anyone else? Or had she chosen Lai? She had once been so fond of Lai. A whirlwind of complicated emotions surged within Lin's chest. Puzzlement, but more so, a glimmer of uncertain hope. Upon hearing this news, Duola's lips involuntarily curled upwards, while Lai's expression darkened. He had anticipated she would choose him and had prepared himself to be selected, albeit reluctantly. The sudden collapse of this certainty left him feeling unprecedentedly embarrassed. A flicker of surprise passed over the shaman's wrinkled face, having conducted numerous coming-of-age ceremonies. He had never witnessed a female refuse to choose a new mate. Other females would be eager to select from the array of eligible males present. However, he respected Bai Yao's decision, as honoring each tribe member's choice was a shaman's duty. Very well, the shaman said gently. Now, demonstrate the blessing you have received. Generally, those who are blessed possess the ability to bestow blessings. Bai Yao shook her head in confusion. She truly felt no special power within her and was at a loss as to what to do. The shaman placed his bony palm gently on her forehead, and moments later, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. He could not perceive Bai Yao's future or past. Everything was shrouded in chaos. After all, the sun's level of power existed only in legends, and even he could not fathom its specifics. Perhaps the blessing's power has yet to awaken, the shaman ultimately explained. But this outcome clearly failed to convince the crowd. Whispers erupted throughout the square. Duola did not conceal her glee, while other beastmen began to murmur among themselves. Yet, Bai Yao remained oblivious to it all. She cared only for one thing. Can I return now? In the shaman's complex gaze, she quickly approached the still-dazed Lin, unhesitatingly taking his rough hand and leading him towards home in full view of everyone. The gray wolf beastman, who had kept his head bowed, finally raised his eyes, his golden pupils reflecting her resolute figure. Chapter 8. Buyutana. After the ceremony concluded and they returned to the grass hut, night had fallen deeply. The cold moonlight seeped through the cracks in the walls, casting scattered, mottled patterns on the uneven ground. Lin retrieved a few sour wild fruit from the corner and offered them to Bai Yao. She paused, ultimately accepting them in silence. After all, it was late, and venturing out to find food was not appropriate. These fruits would constitute their dinner, as they lay amidst the rustling hay, which constantly pricked their skin. Bai Yao vowed in her heart, tomorrow they must create a proper bed. This home required countless improvements, such as basic furniture, repairs to the grass hut, food storage, and more. Otherwise, when the winds blew and the rains fell, the entire structure would be on the verge of collapse. Bai Yao observed that during the summer, beastmen typically hunted and foraged for food on the same day, with little to no means of storage. These were all problems she needed to solve one by one. Lin remained silent, resembling a stone statue since the ceremony ended. However, Bai Yao keenly sensed a slight difference when she had handed him the fruit. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his forearm. His top muscles only tensed slightly, unlike in the past when they would spring away abruptly. Progress. Gazing at the broad back of the wolf cub turned away from her, Bai Yao smiled, feeling a surge of confidence about their future life together. She turned over to lie down comfortably, finally having time to examine her golden finger. Just as before, she closed her eyes in concentration, silently reciting in her heart. In an instant, her consciousness was drawn into that peculiar space. The spring at the center continued to bubble and shimmer with a soft glow. This time, however, a small patch of ink-black earth had appeared beside the spring. Was this newly manifested? Bai Yao's consciousness crouched down to touch it. The soil felt moist and warm, exuding an indescribable vitality, starkly contrasting with the barren, hard ground outside. Could it have appeared after participating in the ceremony? Was this solar blessing not just a title, but could also enhance her space? What could have caused this? She had to explore it slowly. If the healing spring and the nurturing black soil were indeed as they seemed, she would gradually plant food in this land, thus securing a trump card for survival in this primitive beast world. Suppressing her excitement, she exited the space. By her side, Lin's breathing was long and even, seemingly fast asleep. Watching his peaceful face, Bai Yao lay down and closed her eyes. However, in the darkness, Lin slowly opened his eyes, his gray-blue wolf pupils sharp and clear in the night. He gently turned to his side, gazing at Bai Yao's sleeping profile. Was she truly just someone who had fallen into the water and lost her memory? Yet, from all his observations, It seemed too much to say she was a complete stranger. Could amnesia truly allow someone to undergo such a profound transformation from the depths of their soul? The Bai Yao he once knew would never have stood so resolutely for him in the square, nor could she have possessed such practical skills for living. Back then, she sought to torment him daily, wishing for his demise, and would never have chosen him even after gaining the sun's glory. "Who are you truly?" Lin whispered softly, gazing at Bai Yao, familiar yet seemingly strange. He felt warmth and protection from her that he had never dared to dream of. If this were a dream, he hoped never to wake. The next day, as the sun rose high, Bai Yao lazily awakened. Glancing at the empty space beside her, she realized Lin had long since gone out hunting. Stretching her limbs, she stepped outside, immediately feeling several probing gazes directed at her from afar. Those were the beast men from the neighboring grass hut, whispering to one another, their expressions mingling reverence and curiosity. It seemed that her title as the Daughter of the Sun had undoubtedly spread throughout the tribe overnight. Although it appeared to hold no immediate significance, it did save her from considerable trouble. In the future, those who seek to trouble her are likely to diminish. She recalled the bed and furniture she intended to create. Yet there were no tools within the dwelling suitable for her artistic endeavors. Thus, she could only pick up a twig and sketch in the open space before her abode. Lacking paper and pen, she relied solely on this rudimentary design. The skills she possessed were entirely attributed to her previous life's experiences during rural investigations, having resided in numerous farming households, making her quite familiar with such primitive carpentry. Yao Yao. Just as she immersed herself in her creative process, a joyful shout interrupted her. Her friend Tana rushed in like a gust of wind, enveloping her in a hearty embrace. "Goodness, the tribe is abuzz with news. Have you truly received the blessing of the sun?" Tana's cheeks flushed with excitement as she scrutinized her friend, seemingly searching for any sign of change. Tana, being older than Bai Yao, had completed her coming-of-age ceremony the previous year and had not participated in this year's rites. However, the shaman had proclaimed that any female who received the highest blessing would gain the ability to bestow blessings. "How is it possible that you?" Bai Yao offered a wry smile and raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "I honestly do not know. It appears I lack such abilities." "How can that be?" Tana's eyes widened, but her unrefined nature quickly allowed her to dismiss the concern. "Never mind. If you don't have it, you don't have it. That sun, which exists merely in legends, may not be real after all. By the way, you mentioned wanting to teach that disobedient wolf beast a lesson. How is that going?" She squinted playfully, as if this were the only source of amusement between the two. Indeed, they were two kindred spirits. Bai Yao rolled her eyes, already concocting a plan in her mind. In an instant, her expression transformed into one of piety mingled with trepidation as she lowered her voice. "Nana, I was just about to tell you. Last night, I dreamt of the beast god." "What?" Tana raised her voice. "The beast god informed me that Lin is under its protection and that I must treat him kindly, or else divine retribution will befall me." At this, Bai Yao shivered subtly, her acting convincing. Tana was indeed taken aback, her complexion paling as she hurriedly covered Bai Yao's mouth. "Sure, we must not speak of the beast god. I understand. You must treat him well from now on." A sigh of relief escaped Bai Yao. She seized the moment to point at her design on the ground. "This too was guided by the beast god in my dream. It is called a bed. The beast god taught you this as well?" Tana's eyes widened further, her envy of her friend's fortune palpable. Observing Tana's naive expression, Bai Yao decided to press further. She pulled Tana closer, lowering her voice even more. "Nana, there's another secret. After receiving the sun's blessing, it seems I have forgotten many things from my past." "What?" Tana's exclamation nearly pierced the heavens, her astonishment evident. "Sure." Bai Yao quickly held her back. "Thus, I am confused about many matters. You must assist me." Chapter 9. Lin's past as she gazed at Tana, who was eagerly promising to keep her secret. Bai Yao took a deep breath. Her immediate task was to swiftly comprehend and familiarize herself with this world, as well as the wolf beast man whose fate was intertwined with her own. Regarding Lin's past, she could not directly inquire about his gruesome scars. Instead, the simple-minded Tana served as the ideal conduit for information. "Did you truly swear by the beast god?" Bai Yao feigned a final hint of hesitation. Of course, Tana exclaimed, raising her hands to the heavens. The beast god is my witness. If I speak of it, let my beast husband return empty-handed from every hunt. For the beast men, this was a solemn oath. They seldom jest about the beast god, and upon hearing Tana's vow, Bai Yao appeared to finally relax. She promptly pulled Tana to sit beneath the shade of a tree. Can you tell me why Lin despises me so? She asked. Is it truly just because I have tormented him? At the last few words, Bai Yao's voice dropped, laden with difficulty. Tana's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as she fidgeted with her clothing. The wolf beast's hatred for you is actually due to your past treatment of him, not merely the beatings. Hearing this made Bai Yao's heart skip a beat, confirming her suspicions. The original owner had indeed committed more grievous acts, leading to Lin's intense animosity. Bai Yao earnestly inquired, what exactly did I do? I truly do not remember. Tana hesitated, but proceeded, confident that she bore no guilt. After all, she thought that a disobedient beast should be punished. Yet now, with the beast god instructing Bai Yao to treat the wolf beast kindly, things could not revert to the past. She replied seriously, you always enjoyed making him humiliate himself in public, like ordering him to howl like a lustful beast. You even forced him to kneel and declare himself a worthless outcast. Sometimes, in foul moods, you would treat him like a slave, mercilessly beating him. On several occasions, you even had me and my beast husband assist you. As Tana continued with her examples, Bai Yao felt her mind explode with realization. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The original owner was not only cruel, but reveled in trampling upon dignity, descending to the depths of wickedness. No wonder Lin sought to tear her apart. Then how did he become my beast husband? Bai Yao questioned, though she already suspected the answer. You administered the juice of the aphrodisiac fruit to him, Tana recounted casually. That night, during the tribe's festival, you forced yourself upon him. The juice was even borrowed from me. How loyal of me, right? At this point, Tana seemed a touch proud. Bai Yao internally rolled her eyes. No wonder Lin was unable to assert himself. But he could have refused, right? She pressed on stubbornly. Yao, you truly have lost your memory. Do you not understand that once a beast enters a contract, if it is broken, the beast will be cast away by the tribe, becoming a wandering beast, and those who lose control can even turn into wild beasts? Tana explained. Thus, the following day, according to custom, the chieftain assigned him to you. Bai Yao closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. The weight of her numerous atrocities, drugging, coercion, and psychological torment, rendered her incapable of defending the original owner. I once heard a beast man say that he was not born in this tribe. How did he come to be here? I truly do not know, Tana replied hastily. All I know is that several years ago, your father found him in the forest, covered in blood and unconscious. He even summoned the shaman to bestow blessings upon him. However, after reviving him, he claimed to remember nothing and had nowhere to go. Your father, feeling pity, allowed him to stay. Amnesia? So Lin's identity is essentially a mystery? A flicker of doubt crossed Bai Yao's mind. She understood that Lin was the heir of the wolf tribe, yet the specifics remained hazy, eluding her memory. Nevertheless, she had gleaned all the information she sought from Tana, and further inquiries would yield no more clarity. She strategically shifted the subject, her survival instincts prompting her to ask the most pressing question. Nana, how do we typically trade for goods? For instance, if I wish to exchange prey for fruit. Use this. Tana produced a small stone, roughly the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint white glow from her beast skin pouch. This is a beast tooth crystal, found only in the heads of first-tier magical beasts. A single piece can be exchanged for a hearty meal. She shook the crystal, lowering her voice with a hint of longing. I have heard that in the heads of powerful magical beasts, there are even more precious soul crystals that can be traded for greater quantities of food or rare treasures. There are even legends of divine blood crystals imbued with divine power, but those are merely tales. Bai Yao silently noted that this crystal served as currency in this realm. Tana, observing her, assumed Bai Yao sought to acquire crystals and sincerely advised, Yao, you are now the daughter of the sun. You should find more powerful beast husbands to obtain crystals. Only they can hunt for them. Bai Yao tentatively inquired, Is hunting the only way to acquire crystals? Are there no other options? Tana paused, contemplating. It seems trade is possible, but I'm not sure how it works specifically. Bai Yao's thoughts lingered on this phrase, which bore resemblance to her previous world, characterized by the interplay of demand and supply. However, Tana's simplistic mind could hardly fathom such complexities. Tana continued to persuade her, especially with the cold season approaching. Relying solely on Lin's hunting skills would undoubtedly prove inadequate, as his prowess in the tribe was not particularly formidable, potentially leading to starvation or freezing. The cold season? This indeed posed a survival crisis. Bai Yao felt a tightening in her chest, but once again resorted to the universal excuse. Nana, the beast god has revealed in my dreams that my partner must allow things to unfold naturally and not force them. A distant wolf howl interrupted the conversation, drawing closer. Lin had returned. His athletic figure leaped forth, gently placing the bloodied prey he had caught at Bai Yao's feet. In an instant, he transformed into his tall human form. Upon noticing Tana beside him, his gaze turned icy, his jaw clenched tightly. Bai Yao marveled at the sizable catch on the ground, exclaiming, "Lin, you are truly impressive." Yet, the anticipated response did not come. She looked up, only to find Lin standing rigidly, his head bowed, fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white, strands of hair obscuring his eyes, and his shoulders trembling slightly, betraying his fear and restraint at that moment. Did he suspect that Tana had come to discuss new ways to torment him? Sensing the situation spiraling, Tana quickly said, "Yao Yao, I should head home now." With that, she hastily departed, unwilling to provoke him, especially when even the beast god seemed to be urging Bai Yao to treat Lin better. Chapter 10. Foraging. Bai Yao feigned ignorance of Lin's momentary stiffness, casually nodding as she redirected the conversation to food. "Shall we have roasted meat today?" Lin seemed to understand her aversion to raw food, his gray-blue eyes questioning. Or perhaps fruit. He recalled her slight frown at the sight of fruit the previous night. Eating only roasted meat was indeed insufficient. Without vegetables and seasonings, her health would surely suffer. Bai Yao gazed out at the seemingly endless forest beyond the cave, a thought sparking in her mind. "Lin, may I accompany you into the woods? I promise I won't interfere with your hunting. I merely wish to explore." "You wish to enter the forest?" Lin's eyes widened with incredulity. After all, in his memory, Bai Yao had been notoriously lazy, scoffing at the collective foraging activities organized by the tribe's females in safe areas, preferring to starve while directing him rather than taking a single step herself. However, Lin quickly remembered her amnesia. Her current behavior seemed not entirely out of character. He stepped outside, looked up at the clear blue sky to confirm that no sudden rainstorms were imminent, and nodded in agreement. In the beast world, females possessed frail bodies, and falling ill from rain was an extremely perilous situation in a tribe lacking medical resources. "Excellent." Bai Yao's face instantly lit up with a sweet smile, prompting Lin to instinctively avert his gaze. Before departing, Bai Yao pointed to the rough sketch she had drawn in the dirt. "Look, this is called a bed. It will help us sleep off the damp ground and be more comfortable. We need to cut these shaped logs." Bai Yao enthusiastically explained the structure and the preliminary concept of mortise and tenon joints, and even though Lin was entirely unfamiliar with such knowledge, his wolf clan's innate spatial awareness allowed him to nod in understanding after a brief observation. "I can create it." Finally, they will be able to enjoy a good night's sleep. In high spirits, Bai Yao began searching for gear for their outing. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she realized their home was virtually barren, lacking even a decent container. She sighed and swiftly tied the corners of a piece of cloth together, improvising a makeshift bag. As she clambered onto Lin's back, he let out a low whimper, reminding her to hold on tightly. In the next moment, he darted into the forest like an arrow released from a bow. The wind howled past her ears, and as they plunged deeper into the woods, the light abruptly dimmed. The air filled with the earthy sense of soil, decaying leaves, and various exotic plants. A cacophony of unfamiliar bird calls and insect chirps enveloped them, and the sensation of weightlessness brought on by their speed prompted Bai Yao to instinctively clutch Lin's neck, burying her face in his scarred fur. This was the true forest of the beast world, beautiful yet treacherous. Lin ran swiftly and steadily, skillfully avoiding the gnarled roots and drooping vines. Soon, he brought her to a small clearing where sunlight finally penetrated, illuminating the ground dotted with wildflowers. A few straight trees stood nearby, and, even more delightfully, there was a patch of bamboo. Is it this? Lin transformed back into his human form, pointing at the trees. Yes. Bai Yao suppressed her excitement. You start chopping the trees, shaping them according to my drawing. I will look for edible items nearby. She had barely taken 2 confident steps when Lin suddenly stepped in front of her, his expression taut. Do not wander far. Danger lurks in the forest. Not only from wild beasts, but also from venomous snakes and insects, camouflage swamps, and even some bloodthirsty plants. We must return before dark. We cannot delay for a moment. His strength had yet to fully return, and with old wounds still present. He could not be certain of his ability to protect her if they encountered a formidable wild beast. He dared not let her stray from his sight. Lin's concern was evident in his eyes, warming Bai Yao's heart and making her realize her own recklessness. I promise. She raised her hand in an oath. I will stay close, never straying from your line of sight. Lin studied her for a moment before retreating to the center of the clearing to begin felling trees. With a swipe of his wolf claw, which shavings flew. Yet, even while working, his gaze frequently darted back to her. Bai Yao was cautious, picking up a sturdy stick to clear away grass in search of snakes while carefully scanning the area. However, everything she encountered was unfamiliar. Some leaves appeared frighteningly shaped, while others bore suspiciously bright colors. After a long search, she found nothing but a few tender shoots resembling ferns. Just as she was about to give up, a familiar, slightly spicy fragrance wafted through the air, tantalizing her senses. Ginger? She immediately held her breath, tracking the scent like a hound. Eventually, she discovered a cluster of long, upright green leaves beside the buttress roots of a giant tree. She crouched down, gently touching the leaves with her fingers to feel their unique texture, then leaned in closer to sniff, the spicy aroma growing more pronounced. Indeed, this was it. She had found it. Suppressing her excitement, she carefully used her stick to clear the soil, quickly revealing several thick, irregularly shaped, bright yellow rhizomes. Fresh ginger. Like a treasure hunter, she pulled them out, shaking off the soil before stowing them in her animal skin pouch. This discovery bolstered her confidence, turning her gaze toward the bamboo grove. She thought it would be even better if she could find some bamboo shoots. However, after meandering around the edge of the bamboo grove for quite some time, she found only elder bamboo, with no sign of tender shoots breaking through the ground. Disappointed, she used her stick to dig around the bamboo roots. But all she unearthed were a few overgrown shoots, their fibers coarse and inedible. Sighing, she brushed the dirt from her hands, feeling somewhat despondent. At that moment, Lin approached her, carrying the cut timber, and silently offered her several mud-covered tender shoots. Are you looking for this? In the tribe, young cubs have been curious enough to taste these, resulting in prolonged stomach aches, leading everyone to believe they were toxic. Bai Yao was initially taken aback, but quickly understood. They had eaten them raw. Unprocessed bamboo shoots contain high levels of oxalic acid and cyanogenic glycosides, which can indeed cause discomfort if consumed raw or improperly prepared, especially for the delicate stomachs of young cubs. These are bamboo shoots. They're not toxic, but they must be cooked. Bai Yao accepted the shoots, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Tonight, I will let you taste them. I promise they will be delicious. Lin observed the gleam in her eyes, swallowing back the words of caution that rose to his lips. He silently followed Bai Yao's lead, and with the keen sense of smell typical of beastmen, he quickly unearthed more tender shoots. When Bai Yao triumphantly presented the ginger chunks, Lin's brow furrowed again. The juice from this can sting if it gets on a wound. He had once accidentally come into contact with it while injured, finding it to be extremely irritating, causing a burning sensation on the skin. How can this be eaten? This is a seasoning called ginger. She held up a peculiar item in front of him, asserting that it was not suitable for sustenance, but rather to be added while cooking meat to enhance flavor and eliminate any foul odor. When feeling cold, boiling in water could serve as a remedy against chill. Ling gazed at these strange objects, then at her self-assured demeanor, and his initial skepticism gradually morphed into a faint sense of anticipation. Perhaps he ought to place his trust in her? As the sun dipped towards the west, Ling gathered the wood, bamboo, and Bai Yao's odd acquisitions, binding them securely with vines before strapping them onto his back. On the return journey, Bai Yao lay on the wolf's back, silently contemplating how to assemble their bed, how many baskets could be woven from the bamboo, and how to prepare tonight's bamboo shoots deliciously. The blueprint of their lives seemed to be gradually taking form in this primitive world of beasts, each stroke clearer than the last. However, this nascent hope for the future was abruptly halted upon their arrival at the grass hut, where two beastmen awaited them at the entrance. With arms crossed, they regarded Bai Yao, who had just dismounted from the wolf's back, clearly having waited for quite some time. Chapter 11. Completion of the bed from a distance. Bai Yao spotted Duo La and her beast husband standing like two imposing sentinels at the entrance of their grass hut. How could they allow a female to accompany them on a hunting expedition? Duo La's shrill voice reached them first. Ling, you truly are the most incompetent beast husband of our tribe. Here we go again. Bai Yao internally rolled her eyes. After Bai Yao was bestowed the title of Daughter of the Sun, Duo La, having been bested by her, refrained from directly provoking Bai Yao and instead turned her ire towards Ling like a rabid dog. She hastily approached, signaling Ling to set down the wood and game. Duo La's gaze swept over the wood, bamboo shoots, and ginger chunks on the ground, as if she had seized upon a monumental opportunity. With a voice raised to a pitch that could be heard by the entire tribe, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, Bai Yao, does your wolf beast husband intend to bring about your demise? Moving such hard lumps, bamboo shoots, and poisonous plants, ginger, home? Does he wish for you to perish sooner? These are not his finds. They are mine," Bai Yao interjected decisively, stepping in front of Ling to shield him from Duo La's malicious glare. Unwilling to engage further, she said, "If you have something to say, then speak. If not, please leave. We are quite busy." Ling, standing behind her, observed Bai Yao's not overly broad yet remarkably resolute back, silently swallowing his urge to explain and letting his hands fall. Duo La was momentarily taken aback, her face flashing with annoyance, but she quickly raised her chin, boasting, "La has officially agreed to be my beast husband. I have come to warn you. Do not entertain foolish fantasies." Bai Yao found herself both amused and enraged. Duo La must truly be out of her mind, for she had made her stance abundantly clear the day before. She reiterated, "I made it perfectly clear during the ceremony yesterday. I only want Ling as my male. Are you unable to comprehend, or are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Duo La shot her a fierce glare, her gaze once more flitting over the items on the ground before she scoffed, "You had best remember your words, and do not come crying to me if you meet your end." With that, she departed, taking her beast husband with her. Finally, peace returned to the air. Bai Yao turned to Ling and patted his arm, saying, "Ignore her. We need to get to work." Bai Yao meticulously broke down her design in her mind and conveyed it to Ling. He listened in silence, his gaze shifting between the wood and her fingers as she gestured. After a moment, he extended his wolf claw. A glint of cold light flashed, and the wood in his hands was cut with precision, shaped into a mortise and tenon structure. Bai Yao watched in awe, unable to suppress her admiration for the wolf cub's remarkable craftsmanship. She had merely described the concept, yet Ling seemed to grasp the essence, understanding the underlying principles. As he diligently refined the wood, the faint glimmer in his gray-blue pupils softened his usually rigid features. With a final click, the last plank fit perfectly into place, revealing a sturdy and rustic wooden bed before their eyes. "Wow, it really worked," Bai Yao exclaimed, nearly bouncing over in excitement to embrace Ling's arm. "Ling, you are incredible. You are nothing short of a genius." Bai Yao had not held high hopes for the bed's construction. She had anticipated merely a rough prototype. Who could have imagined it would turn out so flawlessly? Ling's body stiffened momentarily, a wave of unfamiliar warmth crashing against his heart. He watched as Bai Yao joyfully tested the bed, sitting and reclining upon it, her unadulterated delight rendering all his focus and effort worthwhile. Reflecting on her earlier embrace of his arm, he lowered his head, concealing his slightly flushed ears, and mumbled in response. However, the subsequent weaving task proved troublesome. Ling had already sliced the bamboo into thin strips as per her instructions. Bai Yao initially intended to demonstrate, explain, and then weave together with Ling. Yet the bamboo strips were as sharp as knives, and as soon as Bai Yao attempted to handle them, a cut appeared on her fingertip, and a bead of blood instantly surfaced. Ouch! She gasped, but before she could finish, Ling swiftly grasped her hand, looking somewhat at a loss. In the next moment, he unexpectedly lowered his head, enveloping her injured fingertip with his warm lips and tongue. A tingling sensation surged through her arm, and Bai Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. She attempted to retract her hand, but Ling gently held it in place. He sucked away the blood and carefully cleaned the wound with his saliva, the mild healing properties within alleviating the sting almost immediately. I'm fine now," Bai Yao murmured, her voice barely audible. Only then did Ling realize what he had done and instantly released her hand, his ears burning even more intensely, though his expression remained stoic. He seized all the bamboo strips from her grasp, his tone firm and unyielding. "You need not touch them again. Just tell me how to proceed, and I shall do it." Ling's fingers, far coarser than the bamboo strips, seemed impervious to those minor cuts. Bai Yao observed him, his clumsiness tinged with earnestness, and proceeded to explain the pattern of interweaving. She also described the desired shape she envisioned. Soon, Ling began to iterate through the weaving technique she had described, encountering failures at first, yet he persevered, beginning anew. His claws, accustomed to tearing apart prey, now engaged in a patient struggle with the pliable bamboo strips. As the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the door crack, a warm glow enveloped Ling's profile. Bai Yao propped her chin on her hand, watching the focused Ling, and a corner of her heart softened unexpectedly. The wolf cub, when earnest, indeed possessed a certain charm. When the first rough yet sturdy basket and back basket finally took shape, Bai Yao's delight was palpable. "Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Ling, you truly achieved it." However, she quickly noticed the myriad of small cuts adorning his hands, prompting her to insistently urge him to sit down, placing her palm over his. The familiar warm flow surged once more, and as a gentle green liquid emerged, all the wounds on Ling's hands healed completely. Ling stared at his hands, now restored to their original state, then turned his gaze towards Bai Yao, his expression complex. He yearned to inquire about the phenomenon, but found the words stuck in his throat. She did not speak, nor did he press her. He understood that if she wished to share, she would do so in her own time. "Are you curious about this?" Bai Yao flashed him a smile, waving the hand that had healed him. "This is a gift from the beast god, but it's a secret, so you must help me keep it." She cleverly spun a small lie to rationalize her newfound ability. Hadn't Tishi possessed this power before the ceremony? Ling regarded Bai Yao with a complicated expression, but ultimately nodded in agreement. With great enthusiasm, Bai Yao and Ling carried their new furniture into the hut. The small grass hut was instantly imbued with a tangible sense of home, transformed by the presence of a bed, a back basket, and several baskets. "All right." Bai Yao clapped her hands, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Next, it was time to indulge in culinary delights. "Let us prepare something delicious." She turned to Ling, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "By the way, where's our cooking pot?" Chapter 12. Bamboo shoot stewed with meat. Ling retrieved what was referred to as a pot from behind the grass hut. It was a large block of rough-hewn black stone, marred by years of grease and food residue, emanating a repugnant, sour odor. Bai Yao pinched her nose and retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Lin, keep your distance. Hurry and take it to the river to scrub it vigorously with sand and water. You are not allowed to return until it is spotless." Lin's eyes reflected confusion. Although they primarily consumed raw food, they occasionally cooked. In the tribe, cooking was always done in such a straightforward manner. However, he did not question further and hoisted the heavy stone pot, preparing to head towards the river. "Wait." Seeing Lin about to leave, Bai Yao called him back and handed over a newly woven basket filled with bamboo shoots and ginger. "Make sure to wash these as well." Observing Lin's silhouette as he carried the pot and basket, Bai Yao found the scene amusingly absurd. Indeed, a few heads peeked out from the neighboring thatched hut, pointing at Lin, but as soon as they met Bai Yao's gaze, they quickly retreated. It seemed that the former owner's social standing was quite poor. While Lin went to wash, Bai Yao contemplated their dinner plans. Ultimately, she settled on bamboo shoots stewed with meat. The pot and ingredients were perfect for the task. When Lin returned with the pot, its grayish-white surface revealed its true color. Although still cumbersome, it no longer emitted an unpleasant odor. Bai Yao leaned in for a closer inspection and touched it. The stone was too thick, likely resulting in slow heat conduction. Lin, could you thin out the bottom and walls of the pot a bit? Be careful not to crack it. Although Lin did not understand the reason, he obediently extended his claws. A cold glimmer flashed as stone powder fell away. He concentrated on the task, each claw movement precise and gentle, until beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Bai Yao held her breath, fearful that this soul-cooking vessel might meet an untimely end. Finally, a stone pot that appeared significantly lighter was polished to perfection. Excellent, just like that. Bai Yao generously offered her praise. Lin instinctively straightened his back, warmed by her joyful words, a strange sweetness blossoming in his heart. Next came the task of starting a fire. If they were to continue cooking in the future, relying on the chief's household for fire was not a sustainable solution. Thus, Bai Yao resolved to start a fire herself and teach Lin this vital skill, as he would be the primary cook moving forward. Lin, watch closely. I will teach you how to start a fire. Bai Yao gathered dry cork shavings from outside, placing them in a hollowed piece of hardwood, then found a straight, slender stick and began to rub it quickly between her hands. Lin squatted nearby, his gray-blue wolf eyes fixed on her, filled with doubt. Could she really start a fire? Did the beast god impart this skill to her because she was the daughter of the sun? Countless questions swirled in Lin's mind. He watched as Bai Yao's delicate hands continued to rub, wondering if she could truly create the spark that only the ancient shaman could cautiously preserve. Time passed slowly, and just as Bai Yao's wrists began to ache and she questioned the validity of her method in this beastly world, a thin wisp of blue smoke began to rise. It worked. Bai Yao carefully blew on it, and an orange flame flickered to life, greedily licking at the dry shavings. Lin's pupils constricted in shock as he beheld the dancing light. He held his breath, following Bai Yao's instructions, and gently transferred the spark to the fire pit, adding kindling. The flames thus ignited in their humble abode. Before Lin could fully grasp the situation, Bai Yao's voice rang out. Lin, chop the meat into pieces. Lin quietly listened to Bai Yao's directives. Before long, the stone pot was set up, and Bai Yao guided Lin to cut the beast meat into large chunks, placing them directly into the pot. As the fatty meat made contact with the mildly heated stone surface, the oils slowly seeped out, and the rich aroma of meat filled the entire thatched hut, dispelling any previous mustiness. Bai Yao's stomach audibly grumbled. She was truly hungry. She hastened her instructions. Lin, slice the ginger, and cut the bamboo shoots as well. Lin had now become adept at understanding these new terms, his claws swiftly preparing the ingredients. At this point, the pot had rendered a bright oil, and the meat had turned to golden brown. Bai Yao tossed in the ginger slices, and a richer, more exotic fragrance burst forth, mingling with a meaty aroma, creating a delightful chemical reaction. Lin's throat involuntarily swallowed. This scent was more enticing than any raw meat he had ever encountered. The bamboo slices were added to the pot and stir-fried for a moment. Bai Yao extended her hand, salt. Lin handed her a crystal block of salt, about the size of a dove's egg, with a murky hue. Bai Yao paused for a moment before laboriously scraping some salt granules off with a small stone knife and sprinkling them into the pot. Add water and let it simmer. Following this, they had only to wait. The two sat around the warm hearth, listening to the cheerful bubbling sounds from the pot, watching as steam lifted the lid, releasing an increasingly rich aroma. An unprecedented sense of tranquility and anticipation filled the small hut. Yao Yao, what delicious dish are you preparing? I can already smell the aroma from afar. Tana's voice arrived before her figure, and Bai Yao turned to see Tana entering with a new-faced beast husband, who sniffed the air like a small dog. This is my new beast husband. Tana casually introduced him, and Bai Yao nodded in acknowledgement. It's bamboo shoot stewed with meat. Please stay and join us. Bai Yao smiled invitingly. Upon seeing Tana, Lin stiffened momentarily, but, encouraged by Bai Yao's smiling face, silently turned to fetch bowls. When Lin returned with the clean stone bowls and lifted the pot lid, a cloud of white steam carrying an indescribable complex aroma rushed forth, causing everyone present to instinctively swallow. The broth bubbled enticingly, turning a tempting light golden hue, while the meat chunks appeared quiveringly tender, with the bamboo slices soaking in the rich flavors, looking especially succulent. Tana eagerly picked up a piece of meat, blowing on it before popping it into her mouth. Gasping at the heat, her eyes lighting up instantly. Heavens! Yao, what is this? It's absolutely delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Her beast husband beside her and Lin both silently quickened their eating pace. Tana leaned closer to Bai Yao, lowering her voice and asking mysteriously, "Is this also something taught by the beast god?" Bai Yao merely smiled in silence, nodding meaningfully. Tana immediately displayed a look of understanding, returning to her meal with fervor and muttering, "The beast god is truly kind to you." Lin remained silent, savoring the rich layers of flavor in his mouth. The meat tender and the bamboo shoots crisp, the broth salty with a hint of warmth from the ginger, completely overturning his previous perceptions of food. He gazed at Bai Yao's slightly flushed profile, illuminated by the firelight, the flames dancing in her eyes. Bai Yao had indeed changed. Could she gradually illuminate his previously dreary and cold world? Chapter 13. The wolf cub is too easily embarrassed. Bai Yao took a taste as well. Although the seasoning was simple and the method far from the refinement of modern society, the richness of the bubbling beast meat blended perfectly with the fresh sweetness of the bamboo shoots, surpassing her expectations in deliciousness due to the freshness of the ingredients. Yao, this soup is incredible. Tana had quickly finished a bowl, her eyes eagerly fixed on the pot. If I could have such a bowl of soup during the cold season, I would gladly forego having another beast husband. Her words made Bai Yao chuckle. Having finished, Tana immediately leaned over, grabbing Bai Yao's arm and shaking it. "Teach me. How did you do it?" Looking into Tana's eyes filled with longing, Bai Yao felt a pang of emotion. This girl's personality seemed to shift rapidly, as if all previous grievances had been cast aside. "Of course." Bai Yao smiled and pointed to the corner where the basket lay. "The main ingredient is that." Tana picked up a bamboo shoot, her face filled with disbelief. "This isn't this going to cause a stomach ache if eaten raw?" "It cannot be eaten raw," Bai Yao patiently explained. "It must be cooked, and when stewed with the bubbling meat, it becomes incredibly delicious." She then picked up a piece of yellow ginger, adding, "This will help eliminate any gamey smell and enhance the flavor." She recounted the simple cooking steps, and Tana immediately turned to her beast husband Kuan, commanding, "Did you take notes? Make this when we get back." Kuan nodded repeatedly, his throat involuntarily bobbing, clearly enticed by the lingering aroma. Yao, I am truly grateful to you, and I promise to repay your kindness in due time." After bidding farewell to the immensely grateful and assuring Tana, who vowed to bring back prey as a token of thanks, the thatched cottage finally returned to tranquility. Lin silently tidied up the aftermath, preparing to take the cookware to the river for cleaning, as it seemed Bai Yao had a distaste for the dark, grimy objects. When it came time to deal with the smoldering embers in the fire pit, Lin hesitated. In the beast world, embers represented warmth, safety, and cooked food, making them extremely valuable. Did he truly wish to extinguish them? Bai Yao noticed his uncertainty and simply stated, "Put it out. You already know how. We can rekindle it whenever we need." Gazing into her resolute eyes, Lin slowly covered the flames with soil. In that moment, his respect for Bai Yao surged once more. Perhaps due to her being the daughter of the sun? Having made his way to the river, Lin left Bai Yao alone in the cottage. She contentedly reclined on the new bed, the solid sensation beneath her replacing the prickly grass piles of the past. Observing the still humble, yet beginning to take shape of a home-thatched cottage, and listening to the distant echoes of tribal commotion, a flicker of happiness blossomed within her. This life finally seemed to hold promise. Before long, footsteps approached, and Lin returned. Upon entering, he found Bai Yao lazily sprawled on what could be called a bed. Her curves accentuated. Lin's ears flushed instantly, his gaze darting away, finding no place to settle. "Lin, come here," Bai Yao beckoned, patting the spot beside her to test its comfort. Lin's body stiffened momentarily, but ultimately relented, carefully lying down beside her. Every muscle tensed, as if he were resting on a pinprick. Are you so tense? Bai Yao mused inwardly, amused. Turning to face him, she noticed the scar on his face stood out vividly in the dim light. Choosing not to pry, she gazed at the thatched roof. Softly mapping out their future, we will gradually furnish our home, renovate, and with tables and stools, we shall no longer fear the wind and rain. By the way, can you make beast garments and shoes? It seems we only have this one outfit. Bai Yao realized that in the days she had been here, she had worn the same beast garment daily as had Lin. Surveying the cottage, she noted the absence of additional clothing. It dawned on her that they truly possessed only a single beast garment. Lin nodded and rose, dragging out a tanned yet still pungent hide from the corner. Wait, you aren't planning to use this directly, are you? Bai Yao exclaimed. Lin nodded earnestly. Bai Yao wrinkled her nose at the odor. You must take this to the river and wash it thoroughly. It must dry before use. Lin, puzzled since the tribe's method was customary, nevertheless complied, taking the hide to the riverbank. Upon returning with the damp hide to dry, he found Bai Yao measuring the remaining wood. What are you doing? Lin inquired, perplexed. I want to make some wooden bowls. Stone bowls are too heavy. She had realized during their meal that her hands had grown sore from the weight. With the leftover materials readily available, she eagerly described her plan of sawing the wood into segments and hollowing them out. Lin, now attuned to her intentions, swiftly understood, and with a flash of his claw, the wood transformed into neatly shaped blocks. However, carving the interior required a precision of strength far exceeding that of building the bed. With a crack, the first wooden blank shattered in his hands. Lin stood frozen, staring at the remnants, a rare flicker of confusion and guilt crossing his eyes. Bai Yao couldn't help but laugh, taking the carving knife and another piece of wood from him. It's all right. Let me give it a try. It's rare to find something you're not skilled at. She focused intently, chiseling and smoothing with a bone knife, beads of sweat forming at her temples. Lin quietly watched her diligent profile, listening to the gentle sound of its shavings falling, feeling the icy expanse of his heart gradually thawing, blooming into soft flowers through the warmth of this ordinary yet intimate moment. He suddenly spoke, his voice husky. Where did you learn this? Bai Yao paused, lifting her gaze to meet his complex and inquisitive expression. She set down the knife, revealing a mysterious yet sincere smile. Lin, do you believe? She pointed at herself and then toward the sky. The beast god taught me all of this. It has shown me many things in dreams, such as how to improve our lives and how to thrive here together. She grasped Lin's calloused hand, placing the rudimentary wooden bowl in his palm. Her eyes clear. Have you considered that perhaps this is the will of the beast god to enable us to live well together? Lin instinctively withdrew his hand, lowering his gaze awkwardly, yet Bai Yao noticed the subtle flush creeping up his ears. She thought to herself that given the prolonged injuries, it was unrealistic to expect Lin to change his attitude immediately. Noticing how easily he blushed, she recognized the need for patience. At least he no longer seemed as averse to her, did he? Chapter 14. Discovering new ingredients as the first rays of morning light crept through the thatched cottage's crevices. Bai Yao awoke. Lin had already risen, his back to her, as he carefully stacked the wooden bowls they had crafted the night before. His movements were gentle, as if afraid to disturb her slumber. The morning light outlined his upright silhouette and defined muscle contours, momentarily enchanting Bai Yao. As if this silent wolf was gradually shedding his initial wariness, becoming a touch more approachable. Awake? Lin sensed her stirring and turned, his voice still husky. MHM. Bai Yao sat up, rubbing her eyes. Are you setting out? MHM. Lin nodded, approaching the bedside. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. It will be a 2-day hunting trip for food. He glanced at the remaining meat in the corner of the room, which should suffice for 2 days. Don't venture too far. This clumsy concern warmed Bai Yao's heart. She looked up at him, teasingly asking, What? Worried about me? Lin's ears turned visibly red, and he quickly turned away, his tone stiff. The forest is dangerous. Seeing his contradiction, Bai Yao laughed and replied earnestly, All right, I'll heed your words. You must also be cautious and stay safe. I will await your return. The phrase "I will await your return" caused Lin to momentarily pause. He murmured a low acknowledgement without turning back, almost hurriedly striding out of the thatched cottage. Watching his figure disappear, Bai Yao felt an unexpected emptiness within her. Shaking her head, she immediately redirected her focus to the plan she had made the night before. She picked up the carefully preserved ginger pieces and a bamboo shoot with roots. She had recalled that bamboo shoots are tender sprouts of bamboo that cannot be planted directly. They must be propagated using viable bamboo, rhizomes, or roots. Fortunately, she had been wise enough to dig up a small section of bamboo with promising young shoots. With a thought, she entered the Ling Quan's space. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt the spring water seemed more abundant, and the circle of dark, fertile soil appeared to have expanded by a hand's breadth. Could it be that improving life or enhancing skills could cause the space to grow? This discovery filled Bai Yao with exhilaration. Without delay, she carefully planted the ginger chunks and bamboo shoot. As her fingers made contact with the rich black soil, she could distinctly feel the vibrant life force within, far more fertile than the outside land. She meticulously watered them with spring water, and the moment the clear water seeped into the soil, she could almost sense the buried roots rejoicing with a wave of excitement. "Grow quickly," she whispered with anticipation. If the space could truly accelerate growth, she would be able to completely eliminate her food crisis and even gain the means to establish herself in this world. A few days later, she stepped out of the space and reached out to caress the bee skin laid upon the bed. After being washed and dried, the pungent odor had significantly diminished, yet it still fell short of her envisioned goal. She needed to find some fragrant herbs to eliminate the remaining scent. As she pondered, the cheerful cries of Tana echoed from outside. "Yao Yao!" Tana leaped down from her new leopard beast husband Kuin's back, holding a large, exquisitely presented piece of meat, offering it like a treasure. "Here, this is high-quality gullah meat, far superior to what we had yesterday." Bai Yao felt a bit embarrassed, but Tana cheerfully insisted. "The bamboo shoots and meat dish you taught me has driven my beast husband wild. They said they must learn from you whenever there are new ingredients. This is a token of gratitude, and you must accept it." Seeing Tana's enthusiasm, Bai Yao no longer declined. After setting the meat aside, Tana affectionately linked her arm with Bai Yao's. "Yao Yao, do you have free time today? Come play by the river with me." Recalling that Lin had mentioned today was the tribe's hunting day, and realizing that being home alone would be quite inconvenient, she nodded in agreement. Upon arrival, the river's crystal-clear water shimmered under the sun, revealing smooth, rounded pebbles along the shore. This unpolluted, pristine river scene instantly uplifted Bai Yao's spirits. Tana instructed her beast husband to stand guard at a distance, while she pulled Bai Yao along, jubilantly diving into the refreshing water. As the waves rippled, Bai Yao quickly spotted several plump fish darting gracefully among the aquatic plants, their scales glimmering in the sunlight. "Tana, let us catch some fish," Bai Yao excitedly pointed out, certain they would be delicious. "Fish?" Tana followed her gaze, then scrunched her little face. "You mean the spiny beast? You can't eat that. It's very foul-smelling and has sharp spines that could choke you." There was a beast man who nearly died after eating one. Bai Yao then realized the disparity in their understanding of the beast world. She patiently explained, "That's because it was eaten raw and without proper cooking methods. I can prepare it in a way that makes it quite delectable. Trust me." Recalling her identity as a divine oracle, Tana hesitated, but ultimately called for her beast husband to assist. The three quickly became busy in the river. Kuin's agility allowed him to catch the slippery fish barehanded with precision, and Tana, tall and strong, was equally adept. In contrast, Bai Yao struggled for quite some time, splashing water everywhere while managing to touch only a few scales, inwardly lamenting, "The gap in our physical abilities is indeed vast." "Yao Yao here." Tana soon handed her several wriggling fish. Bai Yao accepted them and skillfully pulled some resilient long grass from the riverbank, threading it through the gills and out of the mouth to string them together. "Wow, you could do it this way?" Tana exclaimed, intrigued and immediately mimicking her actions. Just as Tana felt satisfied with their catch and prepared to return to shore, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A few uniquely serrated-leaved plants swayed, gently in the breeze from a crevice in the riverbank rocks. Is that hemostatic grass? Bai Yao's heart raced. She vividly recalled that the last snake she treated had relied on this very grass for a tenuous stop to its bleeding. She lamented yesterday in the space about not being able to keep a seedling of it, yet here it was, suppressing her excitement. She cautiously pried it up with a stone, fearful of causing any damage, and then carefully placed it in the inner pocket of her bee skin attire. If the black soil of the space could indeed accelerate growth, cultivating this hemostatic grass in bulk would be an unimaginable fortune. Yao Yao, is this enough? Tana raised her hands, heavy with several strings of fish, while Kuan had also gathered quite a pile at his feet. Yes, absolutely enough, Bai Yao quickly replied, her mind already calculating a grand fish feast for the evening. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tana's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a new toy. Suddenly, she dove towards a particularly lush area of water plants in the river center. Chapter 15. Lin is in grave danger. Tana resurfaced, triumphantly holding up a large, clawed creature. Yao Yao, look at this animal. It even pinches. Bai Yao focused her gaze, her heart leaping with joy. It was a plump crab. This is also edible, she exclaimed. Almost immediately, Kuan presented several translucent, lively shrimp. Now, they had all the ingredients for a river delicacy feast. As they made their way back, Bai Yao contemplated whether to roast or steam the food, given the limited resources at hand. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a commotion in front of the thatched hut. Why were these beastmen gathered at her doorstep? A sense of unease washed over her as she hastily set down the fish strings and approached. She saw several unfamiliar male beastmen standing at her door, their expressions evasive. One of them averted his gaze and gruffly said, Lin was gored by a saber-toothed wild boar during the hunt. The wound is severe, and the shaman cannot stop the bleeding. We were told to bring him back. Before he could finish, Bai Yao pushed past them, and the sight that met her eyes made her blood run cold. Lin lay on the ground, pale and motionless, with a deep, gaping wound on his left arm exposing bone, blood continuously seeping out and staining the earth beneath him a dark crimson. His gray-blue eyes were tightly shut, and his breath was so faint it seemed it might cease at any moment. How could someone who had been well in the morning end up like this? Didn't you give him any medicine? Bai Yao's voice instinctively sharpened. We did, but the wound is too deep. It's ineffective, another beastman replied softly, his gaze filled with pity and an indifferent acceptance of their circumstances. Hunting was inherently dangerous, and the process heavily relied on individual strength. The implication was that Lin was too weak, which led to his injury. Bai Yao felt a surge of anger rising within her, but managed to suppress it. This was not the time for disputes. The men exchanged glances, realizing their task was complete, and swiftly departed, eager to avoid any ill fortune. Tana and the others could only stand helplessly behind. Lin, Bai Yao knelt beside him, desperately pressing her hands against the terrible wound. Warmth from his blood quickly staining her palms. A wave of immense fears seized her, and tears flowed uncontrollably, dripping onto Lin's cold cheek. You cannot leave me. There must be a way. Lin was the first beastman she had encountered in this unfamiliar world, even if he played the role of the antagonist. However, through their time together, she had come to see him as a silent protector, always providing for her. If he were to leave like this, what would she do in the future? In a daze, she felt a faint movement at her fingertips. Lin had opened his eyes at some point. His gaze was unfocused yet strived to connect with her face. His cracked lips parted as he gasped, "Don't cry." He never expected to see her weeping for him. He thought it would bring him joy, yet he found it felt entirely different. Right? She had spring water, the water from the space. In her despair, Bai Yao suddenly recalled the miracle of healing the giant snake. She concentrated, gently placing her palm over the wound. A warm, soothing flow gradually emanated, seeping into Lin's flesh. Simultaneously, she turned to shield Tana and Kuan's view, using the pretense of wiping her tears to swiftly drop a few droplets of spring water into Lin's mouth. In no time, a miracle occurred. The torrent of blood that had been flowing so violently began to visibly slow. The edges of the torn flesh started to twitch and close. Lin's chest began to rise and fall more noticeably, and the vacant gaze in his eyes slowly regained a glimmer of life. There's hope. Bai Yao felt a rush of joy, but quickly became alert to the extraordinary speed of healing. If discovered, it would undoubtedly attract trouble. Thinking swiftly, she grabbed the hemostatic grass she had unearthed by the riverbank, chewed in her mouth, mixed it with her saliva, and carefully applied it to the wound. Then tore off a piece of her garment to bind it tightly. I used herbs to help him stop the bleeding. She feigned calmness as she explained to the astonished Tana and Kuin, both of whom were equally frightened, having never encountered such a scene before and unsure of how to assist. Wonderful. Yao Yao, you are truly remarkable. These herbs are so extraordinary, Tana sighed in relief, refraining from further inquiries, tacitly acknowledging that all of Bai Yao's skills were related to the beast god. Since it was the will of the beast god, it was the most powerful existence, rendering any action reasonable. She was rapidly becoming a devoted admirer of Bai Yao. Promptly, she enlisted Kuin's help, and the three of them carefully lifted Lin into the house, settling him on a wooden bed covered with animal skins. Not far away, two orcs, initially eager to observe the commotion, left in disappointment. Fortunately, they had only seen Bai Yao using the herbs and failed to notice the fleeting green glow. Lin lay on the bed, feeling the peculiar warmth within him healing his wounded body. The intense pain had transformed into a heavy fatigue and itchiness. He gazed at Bai Yao's busy silhouette, noticing her reddened eyes, as an unprecedented, burning emotion stirred within him, spreading throughout his being. Having settled Lin, Bai Yao felt some fatigue herself, possibly due to her recent use of spring water, indicating that there might be some side effects. She took a deep breath to suppress her tumultuous feelings. Now, Lin required nourishment, and fish soup would be most suitable. She deftly started a fire, set up a pot, and prepared to cook. Tana, observing her skilled movements, exclaimed, "Yao Yao, did you borrow fire from the village chief so quickly?" Bai Yao felt a jolt of alarm, but maintained her composure, replying, "Yes, I happen to have some ready." Fortunately, Tana, being rather carefree, did not press further. Bai Yao directed Kuin to clean the fat fish, carefully marinating it with ginger and precious salt, setting it aside. She first sautéed the meat to extract its fat, then placed the marinated fish into the sizzling beast oil. Instantly, a rich, fragrant aroma filled the room. Wow, how can the meat of the prickly beast smell so delightful? It was supposed to be foul, Tana exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, almost drooling. Bai Yao attentively flipped the fish until both sides were golden. Instead of consuming them immediately, she reserved a few of the finest specimens. She then crushed the remaining fish, added clean water, and began to simmer. "Yao Yao, what are you doing?" Tana inquired, puzzled. "Lin lost a lot of blood and needs to drink some fish soup to replenish his strength," Bai Yao softly explained, gently stirring the bubbling fish broth with a small wooden spoon. The milky liquid bubbling and exuding an exquisite aroma. She filled a newly crafted wooden bowl to the brim, carefully blowing to cool it down. She sat by Lin's bedside, gently propping him up, and when she offered the warm spoon to his lips, Lin obediently opened his mouth. The deliciousness of the fish soup melted in his mouth, but what warmed him even more were the eyes filled with concern and tenderness gazing at him. He lowered his gaze and, in a hushed tone barely audible to the two of them, murmured, "Thank you." Chapter 16. We are partners. Mutual care is natural. After ensuring Lin was well taken care of, Bai Yao, Tana, and Kuin shared the remaining fish. Tana finished the last spoonful of soup, regretfully commenting that the meat and broth of the prickly beast were both delightful, and she had learned another culinary skill today. "Yao Yao, you are amazing." Over the past few days, Tana had completely transformed into Bai Yao's devoted admirer, trusting her words and actions implicitly. Today, time is limited, and with Lin's situation, I haven't had the chance to deal with the crabs and shrimp. Next time I get the chance, I will teach you how to cook the leftovers. Tana expressed her understanding, prioritizing the patient. Watching Lin lying on the bed, Tana pulled Bai Yao aside and earnestly advised her, "I still maintain my point. You should consider finding another beast husband. Right now, you only have one. If you get injured, food could become an issue." Bai Yao understood that Tana had her best interests at heart. The beast world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest. It was indeed challenging to survive without sufficient strength. She only wanted to endure in this world. Several antagonists had yet to appear, and she was constantly on edge. She did not wish to complicate matters further, and, as a modern individual, accepting multiple beast husbands immediately required some time for adjustment. Nana, I know you mean well. I mentioned this before. It involves the will of the beast god. Tana immediately fell silent. She dared not defy the beast god. Before parting, she assured Bai Yao not to worry, as she would bring her food over the next few days. Bai Yao felt a bit incredulous. The Tana she had first met, who had only yelled and threatened, had completely changed. Yet, warmth filled her heart, knowing she could still have friends in this beast world. In reality, her days were consumed with field research with her mentor and endless studying, leaving little time for friendships. Reflecting on her past life felt like a distant memory. After bidding farewell to Tana and Kuan, the grass hut finally fell silent. The lingering aroma of fish soup mixed with a faint metallic scent reminded Bai Yao of her recent harrowing experience. She turned around only to discover that Lin had somehow propped himself up and was attempting to tidy the scattered bowls and chopsticks. Don't move. Bai Yao's heart leaped into her throat as she rushed over to press down on his shoulder. You're severely injured. What are you doing moving about? Lie down. Hearing her authoritative words, Lin paused, his gray-blue eyes looking at her, filled with a multitude of complex emotions, weakness, guilt, and a hint of helplessness under her forceful care. He obediently reclined back onto the animal skin mat, his voice hoarse. I'm already feeling much better. Much better is not enough. You lost too much blood. Do you realize how dangerous your condition was? Bai Yao furrowed her brows, and upon touching his forehead, she found it cool to the touch, which slightly eased her worries. She pressed Lin back down onto the bed, carefully tucking him in with the soft animal skin. Listen, Lin, until you are fully healed, you are forbidden from working. This is an order. Lin lay there, watching her busily attend to him, feeling an overwhelming sense of rare care filling his chest, a mix of sweetness and pressure. He had never experienced such a feeling before. He had never imagined he would be cared for. In the beast world, injured males losing their value were often discarded. He had long been accustomed to licking his wounds alone, even preparing himself for the day when he might face death. But Bai Yao this time not only saved him with her miraculous powers, but she was also now protecting him in a way he had never before experienced, clumsy yet resolute. You need not worry about food either, Bai Yao assumed he was concerned as she organized her backpack, explaining Tana said she would help over the next few days. And we have provisions at home. I am capable and will not go hungry. Your only task now is to rest well and recover quickly. She hoisted the backpack onto her shoulders, preparing to wash the cooking utensils by the river, glancing back before stepping out. Lin, do not feel burdened. Between partners, mutual care is natural, is it not? Would you abandon me if I fell ill? Of course not. Lin almost immediately retorted, as if he had made a firm resolution. I would never abandon you. Then, that is settled. A gentle smile blossomed on Bai Yao's face. So, do not overthink, all right? I will be back soon. Watching her retreating figure, Lin found himself in a daze for a long while. Bai Yao's words, between partners, mutual care is natural, echoed silently in his mind, each word striking him profoundly. Her sentiments completely overturned his previous understanding. In the beast world, due to the elevated status of females, no female would speak as Bai Yao did. Lin tightened his grip on the animal skin beneath him, a whirlwind of mixed emotions, gratitude, and a surging determination, intensifying within his heart. He silently resolved that he must grow stronger, strong enough to be someone she could rely on. He hoped that when the next danger approached, he would be able to protect her completely. Upon Bai Yao's return from her cleansing duties, she found Lin still awake, lost in thought as he gazed at the ceiling. His brows furrowed in evident self-reproach. She immediately set aside her belongings and sat beside the bed, urging him to cease his futile ruminations. It is natural for everyone to experience moments of vulnerability. Such sentiments are not shameful. What truly matters is that our lives are progressively improving. Bai Yao reached out, gently placing her hand on his uninjured arm, asking if it was still painful. Lin's body trembled slightly at the warmth emanating from her palm, and he solemnly nodded, seemingly affirming her previous words. After everything they had endured, it seemed unnecessary for them to exchange further words. As evening approached, Bai Yao began to fret over the remaining river delicacies. With the weather being warm, lacking containers to store them would surely lead to spoilage by the next day. She leaned closer to observe the fish, shrimp, and crabs in the corner when an idea struck her. Was there not a water pool within the space? If it could support plant growth, could it not also facilitate aquaculture? Delving into her thoughts, she was delighted to discover that the circle of dark soil appeared to have expanded slightly, and the spring seemed to have grown larger as well. Inspired by her prior notion, she quickly excavated a small puddle beneath the spring. Clear spring water surged into it, swiftly forming a miniature pond. Carefully, she transferred the live fish, crabs, and shrimp into the new habitat. To her amazement, they thrived even more vigorously than they had in the outside world, swimming joyfully. It was a success. The space could indeed support aquaculture. This revelation filled Bai Yao with exhilaration, signifying the existence of a sustainable and clandestine food source. Gazing at the aquatic life, then at Lin resting on the bed, her heart brimmed with hope and anticipation for the future. However, a problem loomed. The variety of food was alarmingly scarce and did not constitute a staple. It seemed she would need to continue her quest for cultivable and farmable sustenance. In Chapter 17, the wolf-rearing planboar fruit. Over the past few days, Bai Yao had been vigilant in her care of Lin, compelling him to rest in bed. Most of their food was delivered by Tana, who claimed it was a gesture to express her sentiments to the beast god, alleviating any psychological burdens. Bai Yao felt no embarrassment over this arrangement, contemplating teaching Tana a few more dishes as a token of appreciation, though she harbored a hint of selfishness, as the original owner had often tormented Lin. Thus, Tana's deliveries could be seen as a form of compensation for Lin. Under Bai Yao's meticulous care, Lin's previously pale cheeks gradually regained some flesh, and the sparkle returned to his eyes, no longer resembling the emaciated, listless figure he once was. Bai Yao felt a swell of pride, having successfully nurtured the wolf cub to a healthier state. However, Lin was not as idle as Bai Yao presumed. His wounds had long since healed. Whenever Bai Yao busied herself, he quietly practiced his cultivation, intent on becoming stronger to prevent a recurrence of his previous near-fatal experience and to safeguard this hard-won warmth. During Lin's recovery, Bai Yao refrained from venturing into the forest alone, and with Tana preoccupied, she devoted most of her attention to the spirit spring space. Each day, she tended to the dark soil with the spirit spring's water. To her delight, the ginger rhizomes and bamboo shoots she had planted had sprouted tender green shoots, while the hemostatic grass flourished beyond expectations. In the small pool beneath the spring, the fish, shrimp, and crabs not only thrived but visibly grew larger, transforming the area into a vibrant ecosystem. This space indeed accelerated the growth of all life. One day, as Bai Yao emerged from the space, she prepared to cook, casually inquiring, "Lin, how do you feel today?" When she received no expected reply, she turned to find the room empty. Her heart tightened as she stepped outside, only to see Lin returning from the wild, carrying a modest catch and a basket full of assorted wild fruits. "How did you leave? I told you to rest." Bai Yao frowned, her tone laced with concern and reproach. "I am perfectly fine now. Feel free to look. I'm completely healed," Lin declared, setting down his burden and deliberately turning in front of her to demonstrate his vitality, adding, "If I lay around any longer, my bones will rust." Seeing him in good spirits and moving freely, Bai Yao's anxiety began to ease. Since his serious injury, it felt as though an invisible barrier between them had dissipated, allowing their bond to deepen. This wolf cub became increasingly natural in her presence. "Very well, but you must not overexert yourself." Lin's eyes sparkled with amusement, and he nodded obediently. Placing his catch inside, he eagerly presented the basket to her, asking, "Do you see anything edible in here?" He recalled her previous venture in the forest, foraging for unusual ingredients, and wondered if these might satisfy her needs. Bai Yao knelt to examine the contents carefully. Unfortunately, most of the fruits were either common or toxic. Her silence dimmed Lin's hope, a tinge of disappointment creeping into his heart. Just as he was on the verge of despair, Bai Yao's movements suddenly halted. At the bottom of the basket, she discovered several slender, vividly red ingredients. What is this? She wondered aloud, breaking off a small piece and tasting it with her tongue, instantly igniting a familiar, fiery sensation in her mouth. It's chili pepper. Lin, you found chili peppers, Bai Yao exclaimed, springing to her feet and grasping his arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is wonderful. I absolutely adore it. In her modern life, she was an ardent lover of spicy food, and since arriving here, she had longed for it, yet had found none. This discovery was truly splendid. Seeing her unrestrained joy, Lin felt a fullness in his heart, his gray-blue eyes shining brightly. This is called chili pepper. It is a seasoning that enhances the flavor of food, Bai Yao eagerly explained, keeping her words simple for his understanding. She meticulously separated all the chili peppers from the rest, careful to preserve them, planning to dry them for seeds and cultivate them en masse within the space. However, this meant she would not be able to enjoy them immediately. Where did you find these? Take me there. Perhaps there are more nearby, Bai Yao proposed, eager to uncover more familiar ingredients that could elevate her culinary skills and enrich the food available in her space. Lin hesitated for a moment, confirming that the area was located at the forest's edge and relatively safe, before nodding in agreement. After a brief discussion, Lin swiftly transformed into his wolf form, and Bai Yao gracefully leapt onto his back. This time, she distinctly felt the thickness and smoothness of his fur, the firmness of his muscles radiating strength. No longer rough to the touch, and the ghastly scars had faded considerably. Your fur is splendid, Bai Yao remarked suddenly. It seemed her wolf-rearing endeavors were indeed fruitful. The tactile sensation after his transformation was more pronounced, and a sense of fulfillment washed over her. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where indeed numerous chili peppers remained. Under Bai Yao's guidance, they diligently harvested the ripe peppers, filling their basket. Bai Yao, unsatisfied, searched the area for additional discoveries, yearning for more finds, yet came up empty-handed. Just as she felt a twinge of discouragement, Lin gently nudged her, presenting a plump, round, red fruit. Bai Yao accepted it, examining the familiar shape and inhaling its slightly tangy aroma. Unable to resist taking a small bite, sweet juice flooding her mouth. This is a tomato. Tomatoes are edible too. Lin, you are incredible. It truly is you. I cannot find any no matter how hard I tried. Bai Yao's exuberance was infectious, prompting Lin to point toward the nearby patch of low vines. As Bai Yao approached, she discovered a small cluster of ripe tomatoes hidden beneath the foliage. They both felt as though they had stumbled upon treasure, carefully gathering every mature fruit. As Bai Yao gazed at the overflowing basket filled with fiery red peppers and tomatoes, her heart brimmed with satisfaction and anticipation for the future. These seeds were invaluable. Carefully, she selected the finest specimens of peppers and tomatoes, turning to Lin and declaring, "We shall plant these, and in time, we will have an abundance of peppers and tomatoes." However, this joy was abruptly halted upon their return to the thatched cottage. Outside their door, several unfamiliar beastmen had gathered, their varied expressions fixated upon them. A sense of unease washed over Bai Yao, prompting her to instinctively move closer to Lin. What could have caused this? Chapter 18. Healing Huyen. Upon reaching the cottage, two unfamiliar male beastmen rushed towards them, their faces etched with urgency. Following closely was a weary female, accompanied by two guards. "Bai Yao, please, save my beast husband Huyen," the female implored, collapsing to her knees, her voice trembling with despair. Bai Yao's heart tightened, and she instinctively took a step back, glancing at Lin. He leaned closer, whispering, "It's Bai Xiang. Her beast husband Huyen is a renowned warrior in the tribe." "Bai Xiang, please rise," Bai Yao urged, extending her hand to assist her while furrowing her brow. "I'm not a shaman. I lack medical knowledge. Surely you have mistaken me for someone else?" "No, I have not made a mistake," Bai Xiang insisted stubbornly, remaining on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Someone witnessed you saving Lin. He was gravely injured, and even the shaman deemed him beyond help. You were the one who saved him. I beg you, save Huyen as well. I am willing to pay any price." In her desperation, she hurriedly produced a handful of iridescent crystals from her animal skin pouch. They varied in size, the largest resembling a bird's egg, while the smallest resembled gravel, emanating pure energy fluctuations. "These are crystal stones?" Bai Yao mused, recognizing the quality of the beast's two stones and a few faintly glowing barbaric stones. "This is a down payment. If you can save him, I will offer all the crystal stones my family has stored." Bai Xiang poured out more stones, their enticing luster reflecting in the sunlight. Bai Yao's heart skipped a beat. Crystal stones were the hard currency of the beast world. Possessing them signified a better life and even safety. She truly needed them, and Bai Xiang's desperate gaze stirred her emotions. She looked at Lin again, seeking his silent counsel. Lin nodded slightly, conveying his unwavering support. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yao bent down to help Bai Xiang stand. "Bai Xiang, I agree to see what I can do. However, I'm not a shaman, and my methods are quite unique, even beyond my complete control. I can only promise to do my utmost. If I ultimately cannot save Huiyin, you must not blame me." She felt it essential to clarify this up front. In a world where medical conditions were primitive and faith in deities reigned supreme, she had no desire to be held accountable later. A flicker of struggle crossed Bai Xiang's eyes, but realizing the shaman had already deemed Huiyin beyond saving, she clung to this last glimmer of hope. She nodded vigorously, placing her hand on her chest and swearing, "By the beast deity, I, Bai Xiang, vow here that regardless of the outcome, I shall harbor no resentment towards Bai Yao. Should I break this oath, may I be forsaken by the beast deity." With the promise secured, Bai Yao felt a measure of relief. "Please wait. I need to prepare." She turned and entered the cottage, closing the wooden door behind her. Her consciousness sank into the space, and she swiftly arrived at the thriving hemostatic grass. The lush green leaves were thick, their edges glistening with a sheen nurtured by spiritual springs. She carefully harvested a large handful, watching as the medicinal field became noticeably sparse. Feeling a pang of regret, but knowing saving a life was paramount. With her preparations complete, she emerged from the cottage, her animal skin bag slung over her shoulder. "Lead the way." Huiyin was situated in the stone hut of the tribe's shaman at the edge of the village. Upon entering, a heavy stench of blood and the bitter aroma of herbs assaulted her senses. The aged sheep shaman shook his head, sighing as he stood over the unconscious, formidable tiger beast on the bed. A deep claw mark, visible to the bone, marred Huiyin's chest near his heart, the green medicinal mud covering it thoroughly soaked with blood. Clearly ineffective. His complexion was ashen, breathing faintly, and the tiger stripes were beginning to manifest on his cheeks, a sign of severe injury, teetering on the brink of complete beastification, destined to become a mindless creature of slaughter. Bai Xiang mourned for him. The old shaman rasped, "The wound is too deep, and the heart vein is injured. It is futile. Prepare for the worst." To him, the inability to stem the blood meant certain death. "No, grandfather shaman, I have summoned Bai Yao. She might have a way," Bai Xiang exclaimed, grasping at this last hope. "Her?" The old shaman's murky gaze fell upon Bai Yao, scrutinizing her with undisguised skepticism. "The daughter of the sun? Oomph. She couldn't even complete the blessings during the ceremony. What chaos does she intend to create now? What can she possibly do to save him? This is utter nonsense." Bai Yao sensed the anger of the tribal authority being challenged. She remained unfazed, meeting his gaze calmly, her tone neither submissive nor arrogant. "Great shaman, whether it will prove useful can only be determined through trial. At the very least, please grant me the opportunity to attempt saving Huiyin." "You." The old shaman was incensed by her demeanor, his white beard trembling. "Very well. I shall see what abilities you possess. If you fail, you shall bear the consequences." He huffed and stepped aside, watching with a cold glare. Bai Yao ignored him further, instructing Bai Xiang and her two beast husbands, "All of you, please step outside and leave Lin with me. The healing process requires absolute silence." Once the stone hut contained only the three of them, the atmosphere grew even more tense. Bai Yao signaled Lin to assist her and gently removed the blood-soaked animal skin from Huiyin's upper body. The wound appeared even more horrifying up close. Bai Yao held her breath, first carefully rinsing away the ineffective medicinal mud and some blood with clean water, secretly mixing in a drop of spiritual spring. Then, she placed her palm gently above the wound. A faint warmth began to flow from her hand, akin to the most delicate raindrops, merging into the dreadful gash. She focused all her concentration, controlling the flow of the spiritual spring, daring not to release too much. Her only aim was to stabilize Huyen's life force and promote the most basic healing. Soon, the torrent of blood began to slow, and the edges of the torn flesh seemed to exhibit faint signs of contraction. Huyen's previously rapid and weak breaths steadied slightly. Bai Yao immediately withdrew her hand, beads of sweat forming at her temples. She dared not allow him to recover too quickly, for that would be too astonishing. She swiftly retrieved the prepared hemostatic grass, placing it in a stone mortar, signaling Lin to crush it. During the process, she discreetly added a few drops of spiritual spring to the mixture. The deep green medicinal paste, exuding a peculiar fragrance, was meticulously applied to the wound and tightly bandaged with clean, soft animal skin. Having completed this, Bai Yao felt almost drained, her complexion pale as she leaned against Lin. Each use of the spiritual spring for deep healing exacted a tremendous toll on her. She gestured for Lin to open the door. The bleeding had temporarily ceased. Bai Yao's voice bore traces of fatigue. The blood has stopped for now. However, he has lost too much blood and is gravely injured. Whether he awakens from this will depend on his will and the favor of the beast deity. Bai Xiang rushed in, her eyes widening in relief upon seeing that Huyen's chest was no longer seeping blood and his breathing had become noticeably steadier, the terrifying signs of beastification seeming to fade somewhat. Overcome with emotion, she was about to bow deeply to Bai Yao again, exclaiming, "Thank you, Bai Yao." Just then, a louder commotion erupted outside the stone hut. What is happening? Chapter 19. The old shaman's request Bai Yao and Lin pushed the door open to find several male beastmen hastily carrying a bloodied figure, with the tribe leader following closely behind, his face ashen. "Quick, bring him inside," the shaman ordered urgently. "Lu, wake up. You must hold on." Dora's piercing scream shattered the air, her face devoid of color as she trailed closely beside the stretcher, followed closely by several of her beastmen. The scene was steeped in chaos. Bai Yao hesitated for a moment, exchanging a meaningful glance with Lin, realizing that Lai was the one injured. At that moment, she noticed Lin instinctively glancing at her, seemingly gauging her reaction. "What is it?" Bai Yao raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, whispering, "Are you afraid I might rush over to inquire about his well-being?" Lin's ears flushed slightly, and he quickly averted his gaze, muttering no. "Rest assured." Bai Yao chuckled softly. "I've told you, the past is behind me. I have no affection for boys who do not treat me well." This was the truth. She harbored no lingering feelings for the arrogant Lai, regardless of his merits. Inside, the clan leader's voice, laced with suppressed fury, resonated. What on earth happened? Lai is already a 6th-tier warrior. How could he sustain such injuries? A beast man, still shaken, reported, "Leader, we encountered high-tier rogue beasts, and not just one. They seem to be driven out of the depths of the forest by something exceptionally ferocious. Lai was injured while covering our retreat." The clan leader furrowed his brow. Why have the rogue beast activities drawn so near to the tribe recently? The response was uncertain. It is unclear, but their frequency and strength have surpassed previous encounters, as if something fearsome has awakened in the depths of the forest. The clan leader's expression grew grave as he immediately ordered heightened patrols and vigilance. At that moment, Dora's heart-wrenching cries echoed from within, prompting the clan leader to rush inside. Bai Yao longed to leave the scene of turmoil, fearing that if Dora were to lash out at her again, the consequences would be dire. Although she claimed not to fear Dora's entanglement, it was undeniably bothersome. She nodded to Bai Xiang, signaling her readiness to claim her deserved reward. Bai Xiang, now thoroughly convinced of Bai Yao's worth, tearfully pressed a heavy bee-skin pouch in her hands, saying, "Bai Yao, thank you. This is our family's token of gratitude. Please accept it. You will henceforth be a friend of Bai Xiang and Huyen, and should you ever require assistance, I, Bai Xiang, shall not hesitate." Bai Yao, not one for false modesty, nodded in acknowledgement accepting the pouch and feeling the pure energy emanating from the crystals within, evidently of high quality. With Hu Yan's bleeding halted, he would recuperate well, and thus they were even. Bai Xiang nodded repeatedly, her gaze towards Bai Yao filled with admiration, a stark contrast to the vicious reputation that preceded her. Indeed, rumors were often unfounded. The shaman, having seemingly finished tending to Lai's wounds, approached with blood still staining his hands, but his demeanor markedly calmer. He entered the room, eager to witness Bai Yao's remarkable work. "This is impossible." The shaman's voice trembled with disbelief as he dashed out from within, fixing an intense gaze upon Bai Yao. The previous arrogance and skepticism had been replaced by an almost fervent curiosity. "How did you accomplish this?" Lai's wound should have been beyond the possibility of clotting. "The herbs you used are unlike anything I have ever seen." Bai Yao met his gaze with calm assurance. "Shaman, I was merely fortunate to know of an herb that was effective." The old shaman, stripped of his former pride, was now filled with admiration. A hint of pleading graced his face as he said, "I was narrow-minded earlier. Please forgive my rudeness. What kind of herb was that? Too many warriors in the tribe have perished due to uncontrolled bleeding. If this herb can be utilized, it could save countless lives. Would you teach me? I am willing to exchange crystals or discuss how I might obtain this knowledge." Observing the elderly man, whose white hair and beard reflected his wisdom, humbling himself for the sake of saving lives, Bai Yao's earlier displeasure dissipated. She retrieved a fresh specimen of the thick-leaved, strangely lustrous bleeding herb from her bee skin pouch and handed it to the shaman, saying, "This is it. I call it the bleeding herb." The shaman received it with reverence, his hands trembling as he examined it closely, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This texture, this aura, I have never encountered before. How did I not think of this?" Suddenly, he raised his head and performed an astonishing act that left everyone speechless. He deeply bowed to Bai Yao, saying, "Bai Yao, please allow me to learn the ways of this earth from you." The crowd was in shock. This esteemed shaman sought to take Bai Yao as his teacher. Bai Yao was taken aback by this unexpected request and quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, "Shaman, please rise. I am not a professional. I merely stumbled upon this herb and am not worthy of your reverence. I will gladly share its application with you." Though the shaman felt a twinge of disappointment, he recognized that he could not force her. He carefully placed the bleeding herb away and insisted on giving Bai Yao a small pouch of higher quality crystals as a token of gratitude. At that moment, a panicked beast man caring for Lai rushed out, exclaiming, "Shaman, it's bad. Lai's wound has reopened, bleeding profusely, and he has developed a high fever." The shaman's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to enter, but hesitated, casting a complicated glance at Bai Yao. Lai's injuries were more severe than Hu Yan's, and in a more perilous location. He felt uncertain. After a moment's struggle, he spoke, "Bai Yao, Lai's situation is critical. Could you lend your assistance once more?" The shaman was now fully convinced of Bai Yao's abilities. The clan leader emerged, and upon hearing the shaman's words, a flicker of internal conflict crossed his authoritative face. Ultimately, he turned to Bai Yao and said solemnly, "Bai Yao, Lai was injured for the sake of the tribe. If you can save him, both the tribe and I owe you a debt of gratitude. We will also offer crystals as compensation." In that moment, all eyes fixated on Bai Yao. The earnest gaze of the shaman and the weighty plea from the clan leader left her in a dilemma. Inside, she felt an overwhelming reluctance. Both Dora and Lai were beastmen she had wished to distance herself from, evoking a sense of aversion. However, witnessing the collective attitudes of those around her, Bai Yao took a deep breath, preparing to respond to this challenging request when a hostile voice rang out from behind her. What makes her qualified to save Lai? Does she possess the ability? Bai Yao turned to find Dora standing behind her, glaring with an imperious demeanor. In response to Dora's skepticism, Bai Yao did not deny it. She indeed lacked medical skills. And if that were the reason for her exclusion from treatment, she would wholeheartedly agree. After all, she was not eager to take on that responsibility. Bai Yao shrugged her shoulders, saying, "Indeed, I lack medical expertise. If that is the case, perhaps it is best to seek someone more capable. Lin, let us depart." Bai Yao, without hesitation, attempted to pull Lin away. The old shaman, infuriated, stomped his feet, his goat-like beard trembling in agitation. The implication was unmistakable. If Bai Yao could not save the warrior Lai, then he would be left to his own devices. At the shaman's words, Dora's discontent was palpable. "Grandpa Shaman, what do you mean you can't save him? Are you not the most skilled healer in our tribe? If you say this, does it mean that Lai truly has no hope?" The chief's brow furrowed with concern. It was merely a surface-level statement, indicating that my medical skills are limited. If Bai Yao cannot or will not save him, then you must carry him away. The shaman's frustration intensified at their attitude. After much effort to summon help, who would still wish to assist? He turned to Bai Yao, apologizing. "I regret to say, if you do not wish to treat him, you may leave. As for the brave warrior Lai, his fate is in the hands of destiny." At that moment, a pained cry echoed through the room. The orc tending to Lai rushed out, exclaiming, "Chief, it's bad. Lai is on the verge of beast transformation." The chief's expression changed dramatically as he glanced at the shaman, who merely shook his head. There was no way to stop the bleeding. The chief, gazing at Bai Yao's indifferent silhouette and hearing his son Lai's increasingly faint groans, felt the tension in his temples. Just as Bai Yao was about to step out of the stone house, he finally made a resolute decision and called out, "Bai Yao, please hold on." He hurried forward, standing before Bai Yao, his gaze complex, ultimately bowing deeply. "Just now, I hesitated, nearly jeopardizing Lai's life. Please, I implore you to save him. I swear in the name of the chief, regardless of the outcome, the tribe shall not trouble you, and I will double the payment for your services." Dora screamed in protest, "Be quiet." The chief turned sharply, warning, "If you speak further, I will take action against any disruption to the treatment." Dora, taken aback by his unprecedented severity, paled and bit her lip in defiance. The chief had never been so stern with any female, but this was a matter of Lai's life, and he could not afford any mistakes. His earlier acquiescence to her words had nearly delayed the treatment. The chief's eyes were sincere as he looked at Bai Yao, hoping she would overlook past grievances. The shaman stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Bai Yao, this matter is yours to decide. Whether to save him or not is your prerogative." After all, she had initially intended to help, but given their demeanor, the shaman respected her choice. However, with Lai being a rare Tier 7 warrior, should anything happen, the tribe would lose a vital asset. Bai Yao thought to herself, this persuasion is one thing, but why resort to moral coercion? She halted, her gaze sweeping over the ashen-faced Dora, then to the anxious chief and the pleading eyes of the shaman, her mind racing. To save him would bring tangible rewards and the chief's goodwill, but it would also draw her into trouble. To abstain would grant her temporary peace, yet risk being labeled as someone who would stand by and do nothing in a crisis. "I will agree to help, but I have 2 conditions." "Speak." The chief responded immediately. "First, during the treatment, aside from my beast husband Lin, no one is allowed in the room." She needed to ensure the secret of the spiritual spring remained undisclosed. Secondly, her gaze fell on Dora. "If I revive Lai, you must publicly apologize to me for today's slander and obstruction." "You think you can demand that?" Dora retorted. "You would send everyone away. What if you do something underhanded while alone with him? If Lai were to suffer, how could you claim it was an accident? Who could guarantee that?" Dora's words held some merit, yet Bai Yao stood firm on her 2 conditions. If they were not accepted, she would refuse to assist. "Well then, if you do not agree, I shall take my leave." "I agree." The chief nearly gritted his teeth in acceptance. Dora, hearing his response, exclaimed, "Chief, how can you acquiesce to such unreasonable demands?" "Lie." Before she could finish, the chief cast a stern glare at her. "Dora, this is an order. If Bai Yao succeeds, you must apologize." Dora's chest heaved with indignation, but under the chief's undeniable authority, she could only turn her head in resentment, tacitly consenting. "Bai Yao, I entrust you with this task." With that, he bowed deeply and retreated to the inner room, clearing it of all orcs. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood. Lai lay on the stone bed, a massive gaping wound almost severing his chest, deep enough to see bone. Far more horrific than the wounds inflicted by the tiger flames. Blood continued to seep from beneath the bandages. His complexion had turned ashen, and the beastly patterns on his cheeks and neck surged violently, indicating he was reaching his limit. Upon seeing Bai Yao, his unfocused eyes abruptly sharpened, and he struggled to lift his body, protesting weakly, "Why are you here? I don't need your help." Despite his weakened voice, it carried a hint of lingering pride and resistance. Bai Yao scoffed, casting a glance at Lin. "Even in such a state, your tongue is still sharp." Lin understood the cue, stepping forward to firmly hold Lai's uninjured shoulder, while deftly cleaning the blood and old medicine around his wound. Lai's feeble attempts to resist paled in comparison to Lin's strength. Bai Yao ceased her chatter, focusing intently. She first used water infused with a trace of the spiritual spring to cleanse the wound, feeling the residual violent energy from the feral beast eroding Lai's vitality deep within. Carefully, she regulated the output of the spiritual spring in her palm, gradually soothing the wound, dispelling the foreign energy, and promoting the most fundamental tissue healing. Under the effect of the spiritual spring, the torrential flow of blood visibly slowed, and the edges of the torn flesh began to close. However, Bai Yao deliberately controlled the effect, allowing the wound to heal at a measured pace rather than immediately showing miraculous recovery. Next, she retrieved a hemostatic herb from her spatial pouch, signaling Lin to crush it. During the preparation, she still mixed in a small amount of the spiritual spring to enhance the efficacy of the medicine. Subsequently, she applied the fragrant herbal paste to Lai's wound. Due to her dissatisfaction with his earlier demeanor and Dora's behavior, Bai Yao intentionally applied a bit more pressure while bandaging. Lai groaned in pain, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his gaze directed at Bai Yao filled with anger and disbelief. "Are you trying to kill me?" Bai Yao offered no response, efficiently completing the bandaging. After finishing, a familiar wave of fatigue washed over her, her complexion paling slightly. She quickly exited the room. Chapter 21. Dora's apology. As Bai Yao and Lin stepped out of the inner chamber, the chief swiftly approached, his voice tinged with lingering anxiety. "How is Lai?" "The bleeding has stopped. However, he has lost a significant amount of blood, and there is internal disturbance. Whether the fever subsides depends on his own resilience," she replied coolly to the chief and the shaman, consciously omitting the step of administering the spiritual spring internally. She held a personal motive, wishing for that arrogant man to endure a bit more suffering, serving as a small punishment. Afterward, she gestured for the shaman to enter and check on Lai. Dora assumed that Bai Yao summoned the shaman because of a failure, intending for him to clean up the mess. "See, I told you she couldn't do it. The charade is over, isn't it?" Now she knows to call the shaman to tidy up the aftermath. The chief's brow furrowed, though he did not immediately reprimand Dora. The tension in his clenched fists revealed his anxiety. Moments later, the inner room resonated with the old shaman's tremulous voice. "The bleeding has truly stopped. The wound is closing. It's a miracle, a blessing from the beast god." He burst out, grabbing Bai Yao's arm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Did you use that hemostatic herb?" Hearing this, the chief let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze towards Bai Yao filled with gratitude and complexity. Bai Yao gently withdrew her hand, shaking her head. "That was only part of it. I also added my unique formula, which cannot be disclosed." She needed to safeguard the secret of the spiritual spring. The shaman paused, then understood. Although there was a hint of regret in his eyes, admiration prevailed. The chief, hearing the shaman's words, felt an even greater surge of excitement. He and Dora stepped into the room first, needing to confirm the truth. When he saw his son's breathing steady, the wound no longer oozing blood, and the deathly pallor fading from his face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and solemnly performed a ceremonial greeting to Bai Yao, saying, "Bai Yao, I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Leah and myself for your life-saving grace." The chieftain scrutinized the female before him with great seriousness. This was the second time he found himself astonished by her. The first was when she was deemed the daughter of the sun, yet at that time, Bai Yao was incapable of bestowing blessings, leading him, like others, to harbor doubts about her. However, this time, he was genuinely taken aback. Could it be that the blessings of the daughter of the sun were not mere ethereal legends, but manifested in such a tangible manner? Bai Yao, noticing the chieftain's prolonged gaze, cleared her throat awkwardly. "Chieftain, the promise must be fulfilled, she reminded, her eyes shifting towards the pale-faced Dwala. The chieftain inhaled deeply, casting a stern look at Dwala. Dwala apologized. Dwala, still unwilling to concede, insisted that Bai Yao must have employed some wicked sorcery, questioning why Leah had yet to awaken. The chieftain's voice turned sharp as he addressed Dwala, stating, Bai Yao has already staunched Leah's bleeding. She has done her part. Now, you must apologize for your previous rudeness. In an instant, Dwala felt the weight of the gazes surrounding her. Those orcs who had once idolized her now looked at her with disapproval and even reproach. When had she ever endured such humiliation? All her life, she had been the most outstanding female of the tribe, and now she found herself overshadowed by a malicious female like Bai Yao. She was filled with resentment. Yet, all eyes were now fixed upon her, especially the chieftain's. I. She bit her lip, and under the chieftain's piercing gaze and the silent pressure from those around her, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. I'm sorry. Bai Yao did not respond with the expected words of forgiveness. Instead, she stated, I accept your apology, but I do not intend to forgive you. You may leave. What? You? Dwala could hardly believe her ears. She had been publicly humiliated in such a manner. Desperately, she sought the gaze of her beast husband, but he averted his eyes. Overwhelmed by shame and fury, she let out a scream, covered her face, and fled from the stone house. The atmosphere finally settled. The chieftain presented Bai Yao with a leather pouch. Here is your fee, as promised. Bai Yao opened the heavy pouch to find crystal stones that appeared purer and of higher quality than those given to her by Bai Xiang earlier. Very well. Bai Yao accepted it without hesitation. Bai Yao, the chieftain spoke gravely. The tribe and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you require assistance in the future, as long as it does not harm the tribe's interests, I will do my utmost to help. Bai Yao nodded, not pondering much further. She only desired to return home. Seeing that matters had been resolved, Bai Yao glanced at Lin, signaling that it was time to depart. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. The warrior Li's injuries should not be serious, and the remaining shaman should be able to manage. The shaman nodded, and as he observed Bai Yao leaving, he hastily called out, Bai Yao, I understand your medicinal formula is rather unique and not for public distribution, but could we arrange for regular purchases? Bai Yao shook her head, explaining that if the spring water were obtained in advance, it would lose its efficacy. However, the shaman's proposal was indeed tempting. If she could supply it regularly, it would ensure a steady income each month. How about this? My medicine is quite special, and I'm unsure of its effects, but I can attempt to provide a limited supply of the effective hemostatic medicine periodically. The old shaman was overjoyed at this prospect, knowing it would resolve similar situations in the future. On the way home, Bai Yao leaned against Lin's broad and warm back, her strained spirit finally relaxing as a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Are you very tired? Lin seemed to sense her fatigue and asked softly. She replied vaguely, her consciousness gradually fading. Having utilized the spring water for 2 individuals that night, she felt close to her limits. Sleep, and I will wake you when we arrive. Lin slowed his pace, allowing her to rest more comfortably. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Yao's eyes fluttered shut. When she next opened them, she found herself lying on her own wooden bed, draped in a soft, sun-warmed animal skin. Faint sounds emanated from the kitchen. Following the sound, she saw Lin frowning at the chili peppers and tomatoes, holding a vibrant red chili hesitantly before taking a small bite. In an instant, his handsome face flushed, overwhelmed by the unprecedented spiciness, and he gasped for air, nearly in tears as he turned to find water, only to collide with Bai Yao's amused gaze. Uffed. She couldn't help but laugh. Lin's embarrassment turned his ears crimson, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. I just wanted to try, he stammered. Silly boy. Bai Yao approached him gently. You can't eat this raw. If not handled properly, it can irritate your skin. Let me take care of dinner tonight. Naturally, she took the ingredients from his hands and began to prepare at the stove. The fire illuminated her focused profile, casting a warm glow. Lin stood behind her, watching the scene filled with the essence of life, observing the female who brought him both miracles and warmth, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of happiness. Outside the thatched house, the night deepened, enveloping everything in tranquility. Unbeknownst to them, however, news had begun to spread throughout the tribe. Chapter 22. Conquered by spicy stir-fried meat, Bai Yao organized the ingredients she had sorted earlier, carefully extracting the seeds from the chili peppers and tomatoes, wrapping them in soft leaves for storage. These seeds represented future hope. When planted, they would yield an abundance of chilies and tomatoes. She explained to the curious Lin, pointing at the remaining flesh, and this will be tonight's delicious meal. Bai Yao planned to prepare spicy stir-fried meat paired with a pot of sweet and sour tomato soup. Having always relished spicy food in her previous life, she could hardly wait to indulge in the long-awaited flavors, causing her mouth to water at the thought. She quickly divided the tasks. Lin would handle the ingredients while she sparked the fire and set the pot. When handing the ingredients to Lin, she specifically cautioned him, "Be very careful when cutting the chilies. Avoid touching the seeds, and certainly do not rub your eyes." Lin nodded earnestly and set to work. As Bai Yao lit the fire and set the stone pot, she noticed Lin approaching with a furrowed brow, his gray-blue wolf eyes glistening with tears and a hint of redness. She chuckled, both amused and sympathetic, taking his hand to inspect it before urging him to rinse it thoroughly with clean water, reminding him to learn from this lesson. The potency of chilies was not to be underestimated. Lin nodded sheepishly. "Okay, I've learned my lesson." Afterward, Lin handed her a plate of evenly sliced meat and vibrant chili pieces. Bai Yao heated the stone pot and slid the tender meat into it. With a sizzling sound, as she stir-fried, the oils gradually released, and an enticing aroma wafted into the air. Bai Yao expertly flipped the meat, and once the edges curled slightly, she added the chili pieces. With a satisfying sizzle, a more intense, spicy fragrance burst forth, mingling with the savory aroma of meat, aggressively stimulating the nostrils. The enticing scent quickly filled the thatched house, causing Lin to sneeze involuntarily, though his eyes sparkled with wonder at this unfamiliar scent. Finally, she sprinkled some salt into the pot, as if pressing the accelerator on the dish's deliciousness. Seeing that the colors and aromas in the pot were just right, Bai Yao ladled the steaming spicy stir-fried meat into a wooden bowl. Then, utilizing the remaining oil at the bottom of the pot, she sautéed the diced tomatoes until they released their thick, bright juices, adding fresh spring water to simmer. In no time, both dishes were ready. As she set them on the course table, Bai Yao eagerly took a bite. So delicious! Bai Yao could not help but exclaim how fortunate it was to savor her favorite dish in such an unfamiliar place. Lin, emulating Bai Yao, placed a piece of meat drenched in spicy oil into his mouth, only to be instantly frozen by the fiery sensation that engulfed him. His cheeks turning crimson at an observable rate. He instinctively gasped, his eyes watering from the spiciness, appearing both flustered and endearing. Bai Yao chuckled softly and hurriedly offered him a bowl of warm tomato soup. The sweet broth quickly soothed the flames on his tongue, creating an unprecedented experience as the two extreme flavors collided. "Is it delicious?" Bai Yao inquired with a smile, despite the tears in his eyes from the heat. Lin nodded vigorously without hesitation. He then cautiously extended his chopsticks once more. At that moment, he was utterly captivated by the mysterious fruit known as chili. Dinner concluded in a warm and contented atmosphere. Lin tidied up the dishes and went to the riverbank to wash them, while Bai Yao, feeling pleasantly full, lay on her bed and entered her spatial realm. She needed to confirm something. Indeed, after today's events, the spring had noticeably expanded, and the water flowed more abundantly. The surrounding dark soil had also spread outward, albeit slightly, but undeniably so. Bai Yao understood that saving lives, utilizing her abilities, expanding her influence, and even discovering new food were all nourishing elements for the growth of her space. Exiting the realm, she felt that the energy expended today had mostly replenished. It seemed that using the Ling Quan would consume energy, yet the upgrade of the Ling Quan space could restore it. She felt an immense sense of satisfaction and gradually succumbed to slumber. Thus, she remained unaware of Lin, who returned, gazed at her for a moment, and silently slipped away into the night. The following day, Bai Yao awoke naturally. Lin had returned with fresh game and was busy preparing it. "What would you like to eat today?" he asked, his tone as casual as a typical greeting. Bai Yao looked at the wolf cub, who had transformed from wary and hostile to someone who now showed genuine concern, her heart softening. Who could have imagined that the wolf cub before her had transitioned from a gaze filled with suspicion and animosity to one brimming with tenderness? "Let us just have some roasted meat," Bai Yao replied, though she contemplated the absence of staple food, feeling that something was amiss. For someone from the modern world, a balanced diet was essential, and she truly could not bear the thought of eating only meat every day. The quest for staple food must be prioritized. After their meal, Bai Yao took out the diagnostic fee given by the clan leader, the crystal shimmering with a pure radiance under the sunlight. "Lin, look, we have savings," Bai Yao exclaimed excitedly. "From now on, we can exchange for more necessities, and our lives will improve." Lin nodded with a smile. For him, wealth paled in comparison to the smile of the person before him. However, Bai Yao suddenly remembered something and awkwardly asked, "I've been here for a while, but it seems I've never seen any crystals in your home. Did you trade for them through hunting?" Lin's expression darkened momentarily as he replied softly, "All the ones I had before were used by you." Bai Yao recalled the original owner's habits and felt that she truly could have done that. She promptly cleared her throat and wisely changed the subject. "Ahem, let us not dwell on the past. We can earn more crystals." Just then, a familiar voice from outside called out, "Yao Yao, I'm back." Before Bai Yao could step outside, Tana burst in energetically, presenting a bracelet made of colorful shells and small beast teeth. "Yao Yao, look, this is a gift I brought back from the Fox Tribe Market. Isn't it beautiful? It cost me quite a few crystals." Bai Yao, who had not seen Tana for the past few days, realized she had been away. She accepted the bracelet, filled with primitive charm, and felt a stirring in her heart. The craftsmanship was not overly complex, and if she could utilize modern design thinking to create more exquisite accessories or tools, a plan to exchange for wealth instantly formed in her mind. "The Fox Tribe Market?" She seized upon the key information and asked, "Is it far? Are there many items?" "It's quite far. It takes several days to get there. But it's definitely worth it," Tana replied enthusiastically. "They have everything there. Unique specialties from various tribes, beautiful stones, formidable weapons. We should go together next time." Chapter 23. The Fox Tribe Market. Seeing Bai Yao's interest in the Fox Tribe Market, Tana became even more animated. "Yao Yao, the Fox Tribe Market is unlike any other. It is located in a valley perpetually shrouded in colorful mist, governed by the powerful nine-tailed fox beastmen. Their strength is unfathomable, and the clan as high priest possesses the ability to communicate with divine beasts. Because of this, they're always able to acquire the rarest treasures from across the continent." She paused, her excitement increasing. Not only do they have beautiful shells like this one, but also mermaid tears from the deep sea, everlasting flame stones for volcanic depths. And it is even said that their auction house has featured cores of ferocious beasts imbued with ancient powers. However, Tana shifted her tone, "But the Fox Tribe has high standards. They only recognize two forms of hard currency. The first is pure and flawless top-grade crystals, which must at least be of beast crystal quality. The regular beast tooth crystals we use are simply beneath their notice. The second is truly unique and exceptional items, either extremely rare materials or objects infused with special energies, or even miraculous creations that they themselves have never encountered." She shook the shell bracelet on her wrist. "This one was obtained after my father saved up crystals for a long time and traded it for a beautiful fluorescent stone in the outskirts. Ordinary beastmen, like us, don't even have the qualification to enter the core area of the market. Only the chieftains and nobles of powerful tribes, or top warriors with considerable strength and wealth, can freely roam there." Bai Yao listened, her heart racing. The Fox Tribe Market sounded like a platform specifically for trading high-end goods and acquiring rare resources, precisely the channel she might need in the future. Bai Yao suppressed her excitement and said to Tana, "Then it's settled. Let us find an opportunity to visit the Fox Tribe Market together." At that moment, the horn signaling a collective hunt sounded throughout the tribe. Lin emerged from the house, his expression solemn as he nodded at Bai Yao. As the only adult male in the family, he had to participate. "Take care," Bai Yao gently reminded him as she helped adjust his beast skin. Lin looked deeply at her, his gray-blue eyes filled with care and reluctance. before finally turning and blending into the gathering crowd. Watching Lin's retreating figure, Bai Yao felt a twinge of disappointment. She had originally planned to venture out in search of staple food that day. Just then, Tana spoke up. Yao Yao, I'm going to the outskirts of the safe zone to gather with Kuin and the others this afternoon. We're leaving now? Wait, Nana. Bai Yao's eyes brightened. Take me with you. I want to go out and see as well. Tana readily agreed. Before leaving, Bai Yao laid out the chili seeds and tomato seeds she had extracted the previous night on clean leaves to dry in the sunlight. She also strung the excess chili peppers on grass stems to hang in a ventilated area, planning to turn them into dried chili. The remaining fresh tomatoes she intended to share some with Tana so they could consume them quickly. Following Tana and her beast husband Kuin, Bai Yao once again arrived at the forest's edge. Accompanying them were two of Tana's other beast husbands, who were stronger and responsible for hunting deeper into the forest, while Kuin remained behind to protect the two females in the recognized safe area. Tana, clearly participating in gathering for the first time, was fascinated by everything and frequently raised brightly colored plants to ask Bai Yao, Yao Yao, what about this one? Can this be eaten? Bai Yao carefully examined and shook her head. That one is no good. It's poisonous. She noticed that in this frequently visited outer area, wild vegetables grew sparsely and were of mediocre quality. So what do we eat then? Tana asked, feeling somewhat discouraged. Bai Yao pondered for a moment and replied, just follow my lead, pick what I pick. However, after a considerable amount of time spent in toil, the three companions found their baskets still contained only a scant few frail wild vegetables. Bai Yao, unwilling to concede defeat, gazed toward the dappled light of the forest and summoned her courage to suggest, Kuin, could we venture just a little deeper? Just a bit, without going far. We will return immediately upon finding something. No, Kuin promptly and firmly rejected her proposal, his brow furrowed. The interior of the forest is too perilous. I am only at the 6th tier and cannot guarantee the absolute safety of both females simultaneously. Observing the disappointment that was barely concealed on Bai Yao's face, Tana grasped Kuin's arm and implored, Kuin, let us just go in a little way. Look, other beast men are nearby. If anything happens, we will flee at once, all right? We will stay at the edge and not venture further. Kuin, upon seeing Tana's beseeching gaze and catching a glimpse of Bai Yao's determination, felt a tumult of inner conflict. Very well, but you must stay close to me. At the slightest hint of danger, we retreat immediately. As they took their first step into the forest, Bai Yao sensed a chill in the air. The surrounding light dimmed abruptly, and an array of unfamiliar insect chirps and bird calls resonated from all directions, enveloping them in a primal sense of oppression. Tana instinctively clung tightly to Kuin's arm, appearing somewhat anxious. Bai Yao too felt a flutter of trepidation, yet she did not lose sight of her objective. Spotting plump ferns and sporadic wild vegetables with thick leaves on the ground, she quickly crouched down and began to harvest with deft skill. Observing this, Tana suppressed her fear and mimicked Bai Yao's actions, while Kuin vigilantly stood guard nearby, assisting with the digging. Before long, their baskets bore promising yields. Tana beamed with satisfaction at her hard-earned bounty. However, Bai Yao's heart remained restless. Where were the staple foods she so desperately sought? Just as they prepared to return as agreed, Bai Yao caught sight of a small clearing not far away from the corner of her eye. The surrounding soil bore signs of having been disturbed by animals, revealing a tuber, half nibbled and adorned with a purple skin, peeking through. What could that be? The familiar shape and color resembled sweet potatoes. Wait for me. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed forward. Bai Yao, do not run too far. Kuin's anxious voice echoed behind her. Crouching down, Bai Yao carefully began to clear away the surrounding soil, avoiding the gnawed portions, revealing the intact shape of the tuber. Spindle-like with its purplish-red skin, she scraped a bit with a stone, unveiling the orange-yellow flesh beneath, and leaned in to inhale the earthy freshness. Unable to resist, she gently touched it with her tongue, savoring the faint, starchy sweetness that blossomed on her palate. Is sweet potato, truly sweet potato? An immense joy surged over her. She had finally found the staple food she had longed for. This is what I was looking for. Wait for me. Suppressing her excitement, Bai Yao meticulously excavated the surrounding earth with her stone tool and indeed found several sweet potatoes of varying sizes. She gently placed them into her basket, envisioning the future of steaming, sweet, and tender roasted sweet potatoes and the sight of sprawling vines in her space, abundant with promise. However, just as she was lost in the ecstasy of her discovery, a sudden crash from the depths of the dense forest echoed nearby, followed by a low, menacing growl from some wild beast. Kuin's expression transformed dramatically, instantly shifting into a state of combat readiness as he swiftly shielded Tana behind him. His voice urgent. "This is bad. It's the scent of feral beasts, and not just one." Bai Yao, hurry back. Chapter 24. The Attack of the Feral Beasts. Xian Mo appears. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Bai Yao's heart raced as she turned, but before she could react, several shadowy figures, reeking of a foul odor, surged forth like phantoms, swiftly cutting off all avenues of escape, leaving her encircled. On the other side, Tana's terrified screams mingled with Kuin's furious roars as they too found themselves trapped in a dire predicament. The clearing that had once housed only the three of them was now swarmed by countless feral beasts. Females, living females. How beautiful! A hoarse voice twisted in excitement. The feral beasts, akin to starving wolves that had discovered fresh meat, tightened their circle. Their murky, unrestrained gazes roamed over the trio, accompanied by the sound of saliva being swallowed. One particularly hairy beast suddenly lunged, reaching out towards the petrified Tana. "Get away!" Kuin, his eyes blazing, positioned himself in front of Tana, his claws transforming with a rush of wind. "Ah, we have a gallant protector." A feral beast licked its cracked lips, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in its eyes. "Tear him apart first." Before the words fell, several figures pounced upon Kuin. Claws flashed, roars echoed, and dust swirled as a fierce struggle ensued. Kuin's strength was already limited, and among the feral beasts assaulting him were several formidable opponents with energy fluctuations exceeding the 7th tier. He quickly found himself overwhelmed, suffering a deep wound that split open his shoulder blade, instantly soaking his beast's skin in blood. Meanwhile, the remaining feral beasts advanced menacingly toward the isolated Bai Yao and the trembling Tana. The air thickened with despair and the potent scent of male beastmen's aggression. Bai Yao felt a chill run down her spine, but she forced herself to remain composed, her gaze darting to find a gap in the encircling throng. This was the primordial forest. Where could she flee? Given the disparity in strength, a frontal charge would lead to certain death. She needed to rely on her wits. But where was the hope? Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a gust of foul wind. A grotesque bear beastman grinned widely, its coarse hand reaching directly for Bai Yao's arm. "Stop! Do we not agree to determine the victor before dividing the spoils?" Another feral beast, engaged in combat with Kuin, growled in displeasure. The bear beastman scoffed, "Fool! The law of the feral beasts is that whoever seizes it, owns it." In an instant, the fragile trust among the feral beasts shattered. The tenuous order that had barely held was obliterated, and in a frenzy for dominance, the feral beasts descended into chaos. Amidst the cacophony of roars and crashes, Kuin let out a muffled groan. He had been struck by the treacherous scorpion beastman, Lu Sha's poisoned tail, and collapsed heavily. Unable to rise, Kuin, Tana cried out as she lunged towards him, only to be roughly seized by another feral beast. "I have defeated him." Lu Sha flicked the blood from his tail hook, his cold gaze sweeping over the tumultuous scene as he momentarily released his overwhelming presence at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. "Now, these two females belong to me. Do any of you dissent?" The arena fell silent. In the face of absolute power, the unrest was forcibly quelled. "Do not touch them." Kuin spat blood, his voice weak. "I have signaled for our tribe's reinforcements. They will arrive shortly." Lu Sha's eyes narrowed, swiftly replaced by a ruthless glint. "Empty bravado. Hurry and take them away." He no longer regarded Kuin, whose fate hung in the balance, but instead greedily fixated on Bai Yao. He had noted from earlier that this female was different. She did not scream or cry. The defiance glimmering in her clear eyes ignited a fierce possessiveness within him. This female is mine. No one dared to object. Lu Sha approached Bai Yao, who was seated on the ground, her face pale from fear, inciting a desire to destroy. He reached out, about to make contact with her delicate skin when, bang, a thunderous sound erupted. Lu Sha barely registered what had occurred before an irresistible force struck him squarely in the chest. His massive frame was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, the sound of cracking bones echoing in his chest. In an instant, a torrent of blood surged forth. An overwhelming aura of terror descended, abruptly enveloping the entire area. The air seemed to freeze, even the sound of wind ceased. All movements of the feral beasts halted, as if trapped in an unseen frost. They turned in terror towards the source of the formidable presence. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared in their midst. Serpent Emperor stood there, silvery hair cascading like moonlight, glimmering with a cold radiance under the dim light. The skin is almost translucent, a cold white that forms an exquisite and eerie contrast with the hair color. At this moment, his exceptionally handsome face bears no expression, save for a pair of vertically slit pupils, crimson as blood, swirling with primal ferocity and murderous intent. He does not glance at anyone else. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Sha, who attempts to touch Bai Yao. His look is akin to that of one observing a corpse. Xian, Lord Xuanma. A stray beast recognizes him, its voice trembling uncontrollably, its legs giving way as it collapses to the ground. This name signifies an untouchable, absolute power among the stray beasts. Xuanma's thin lips part slightly, his voice chilling enough to freeze the very air. Those who dare to touch her shall die. The instant the last word fell, his figure vanished. In the next moment, cries of agony erupted. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. As the breeze passed, flesh and blood flew. The speed so swift that only afterimages remained. Lu Sha, enduring excruciating pain, seized the opportunity. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he lunged once more at Bai Yao, attempting to seize her as a hostage for escape. This action thoroughly enraged Xuanma. You deserve to die even more. A force, terrifyingly greater than before, struck from afar, and Lu Sha was once again slammed as if by an invisible hammer. His form nearly contorted as he was sent flying. Bai Yao was also toppled by the residual force, her petite body scraping against the rough ground, the searing pain causing her vision to blur. Xuanma's expression tightened, and he rushed to assist Bai Yao, while Lu Sha, in the final critical moment, swallowed a mysterious potion and fled. In an instant, only a layer of skin remained on the ground. Damn it! Xuanma no longer held back, his figure gliding through the scene like a specter. In the blink of an eye, the previously arrogant stray beasts lay defeated, their blood staining the earth. Bai Yao had never witnessed such a bloody scene. The heavy scent of blood assaulted her nostrils, the vivid crimson overwhelming her senses. With a sudden, desperate scream, she could no longer contain herself, her consciousness rapidly consumed by darkness. Bai Yao's terrified shriek pierced Xuanma's eardrums, and as he watched her faint softly, he carefully lifted her into his arms. The moment he made contact with her body, his menacing aura receded like a tide. The small and delicate form in his embrace strangely quelled the tumult of destruction within him. In the distance, the sounds of the tribe's reinforcements could be faintly heard. Xuanma cast a glance at the stunned Tana and the unconscious Kun, then made no further delay. He cradled Bai Yao, her silver-white hair billowing in the wind. In a flash, he seamlessly melded into the deep forest. Chapter 25. Xuanma, the jarring sensation jolted Bai Yao from her unconsciousness. As her awareness returned, the terror of the primordial forest engulfed her like a tidal wave. However, what terrified her more than the environment was the man, Xuanma, who held her tightly as he raced forward. She recalled that the stray beasts had referred to him as Lord Xuanma, the cold-blooded Serpent King who would one day annihilate the Leopard Clan's main tribe and would wish to tear her apart. It was over. She had fallen into the hands of this future city destroyer, and she must play her part well. Bai Yao tightly shut her eyes, daring not to make a sound, her mind filled with descriptions of his brutal deeds from the original narrative. Time passed, though she could not tell how long it had been, until finally, the gallop came to a halt. She felt herself gently placed upon a hard surface. Bai Yao remained with her eyes tightly closed, not daring to make a sound. Only when the footsteps faded did she cautiously open her eyes. Before her lay a stone cave, exceptionally damp, with water droplets seeping from the rock walls, pooling into puddles on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of earth, moisture, and a faint, acrid aroma reminiscent of cold-blooded creatures. Beneath her was the only dry and flat slab of stone in the cavern, seemingly polished with care. The sole source of light in the cave emanated from the entrance. However, she had no inclination to continue her observations. Her immediate concern was to flee. She needed to escape quickly. Bai Yao understood that Xuanma had merely stepped away temporarily. This was her only chance. Suppressing the aches coursing through her body, she cautiously stepped barefoot onto the cold, slippery ground. Just as she neared the cave entrance, a glimmer of hope ignited within her, only to be extinguished as a tall figure blocked the light. He had returned. As he approached, the cave brightened, revealing his extraordinarily alluring face, cold white skin, golden-hued vertical pupils, and a blush at the corners of his eyes that appeared even more sinister in the dim light. Bai Yao's heart plummeted. Instinctively, she recoiled, her heels pressing against the icy stone wall. Xuanma suddenly drew near, his hand repeatedly caressing her cheek, as if confirming her existence and warmth, gripping her chin to force her to meet his gaze. "You have awakened?" Bai Yao clenched her trembling hands, compelling herself to lock eyes with him. She could not reveal her knowledge of his true nature. She must feign the demeanor of a terrified female. "Why did you capture me? You touched me." His vertical pupils bore into her. "Your hand brushed against my scales. Your breath mingled with my wounds. From that moment, I belong to you, and you are undoubtedly my female." "What? Is this not our first meeting? How can I be your female?" "It is not our first meeting." Xuanma stepped closer, an overwhelming pressure enveloping her. "That day by the pool, you saved me." At this, he closed his eyes, inhaling her scent as if reliving the memory. "If you did not like me, why save me?" Bai Yao was momentarily stunned by his words, a sudden realization sparking in her mind. She widened her eyes in shock. You are that great python?" "It is I." A faint smile flickered at the corner of Xuanma's mouth. "I marked you that day. It was you. There is no mistake." Bai Yao feigned astonishment while her mind raced. A mark? The original narrative did not mention his possessiveness. Had the plot truly altered? She needed to be more cautious. "I am not yours. I have a beast husband. Moreover, since I am your benefactor, you should repay me by letting me go." Bai Yao attempted to negotiate with Xuanma. Instantly, the air pressure in the cave plummeted, rendering it suffocating. Xuanma's expression darkened visibly, the temperature around him seeming to drop several degrees. "You have a beast husband?" Bai Yao steeled herself and nodded. "His name. Tell me his name. I will bring back his skull for you as a drinking vessel." Upon finishing, Xuanma turned to leave. "No!" Bai Yao cried out, lunging to grasp his arm, only to recoil from his icy touch. "You cannot kill him. If you do, I will not live either." Xuanma halted abruptly, turning to fix her with a penetrating stare, his slitted pupils narrowing into fine lines. He could not comprehend the logic of sacrificing oneself for another male. It incited a strange restlessness within him. After a moment of standoff, he stepped back. "I can agree to your request, but you must stay and live with me." After all, as long as she remained by his side, her beast husband mattered little to him. Seeing his insistence, Bai Yao continued to persuade him. "But a partner needs an emotional foundation, mutual understanding. We have just met. We cannot simply. As long as we mate, we are partners." Xuanma's logic was primal and direct. He even began to loosen the beast hide at his waist, the cold white texture and the latent power beneath it sending a thrill of fear through Bai Yao. "Stop! You must halt." Bai Yao covered her eyes, her voice quivering with tears. "I agree. I promise to get to know you, but you cannot force me. This is the prerequisite for becoming true partners." Xuanma's actions ceased. He gazed deeply at her, his eyes seeming to test the feasibility of this proposition. In that moment, he keenly sensed her fear, along with a subtle hint of deception. Yet his formidable strength endowed him with absolute confidence. She could not escape. Ultimately, he slowly tied the beast hide back on and nodded. Very well. Bai Yao's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally eased just a little. She understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. At that moment, Xian Mo seemed to recall something and tossed a bloodied, twitching prey at her feet. Eat. The pungent scent of blood invaded her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn violently, and she immediately retched. Xian Mo frowned, clearly perplexed by her reaction. Female, you do not eat? I cannot consume raw meat. Bai Yao weakly waved her hand, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. She made an effort to sound natural. Actually, some fruits and other edible items I collected earlier seem to have fallen along the way. Could you help me find them? Those are what I can eat. Xian Mo silently regarded her for a few moments, his cold, vertical pupils making her feel as if he could see right through her. Eventually, he nodded and vanished from the cave entrance in an instant. Once she confirmed his departure, Bai Yao dared not linger, immediately dashing out of the cave. However, the sight before her plunged her into despair. The cave was situated in the midst of a steep cliff, with a roaring waterfall abyss below. The torrential waters crashed against the rocks, sending up clouds of white mist. What should she do? She felt that if she jumped, she might be shattered to pieces. Peering down at the dizzying height and the raging waters, Bai Yao's face turned pale. Jumping would be a gamble between life and death. Yet perhaps she might survive since there was water below. However, remaining behind would be perilous, as that serpent was one of the antagonists destined to tear her apart in the future. Moreover, his temperament was unpredictable. With this thought, Bai Yao concluded that escaping was her best option. Gritting her teeth, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She chose the former. Taking a deep breath, she leaped into the void. Chapter 26. Escaped. The icy, bone-chilling waters engulfed her, surging into her mouth and nose, the sensation of suffocation immediately tightening around her throat. With a splash, she thrashed about in the water, the cold terror more piercing than the flow itself. After a desperate struggle, she finally broke the surface, greedily gulping air as her lungs burned fiercely. Alive. Clambering onto the shore, the wet animal hide clung to her body, cold and heavy, making Bai Yao shiver involuntarily. As soon as she reached the bank, she sensed something was amiss. A feeling of being watched clung to her like a shadow. She turned sharply, only to see shadows swaying deep within the thicket, accompanied by indistinct rustling sounds. She needed to leave quickly. Bai Yao, suppressing her fear, gritted her teeth and ran through the damp, slippery underbrush. The branches and leaves in the forest lashed against her face and arms, leaving stinging marks. But she could not afford to dwell on it. She ran for what felt like ages, until her lungs were hoarse and her legs felt leaden, forcing her to lean against a massive tree and slide down. I'm so exhausted. She had never run like this in her previous life. Just as Bai Yao settled down, the nearby bushes rustled violently. Suddenly, a creature towering nearly 2 men high burst forth from the undergrowth. Bai Yao turned to discern its form, a monstrous rodent, shockingly large, with murky eyes fixated on her and yellowed incisors dripping with viscous saliva. Oh no! Bai Yao stumbled back a few steps, frantically grabbing a nearby withered branch, gripping it tightly and aiming it at the giant rodent. The creature emitted a low growl, and with a powerful leap, its massive body lunged toward her like a mountain of flesh. Thud! Bai Yao was easily knocked to the ground, the branch snapping in two. The overpowering stench of the beast nearly caused her to faint as she futilely tried to hold back its hairy chest, knowing that its drooling maw was about to descend upon her. Is this how my life ends? Despair flashed through her mind, and she absurdly thought that had she known this would happen, it would have been better to remain with that snake in the cold cave. Suddenly, a warm, metallic-scented liquid cascaded over her. The weight pressing down on her vanished. Dazed, she opened her eyes to see the giant rodent's head twisted unnaturally to one side. Beside it stood a scarred orc, shaking blood from his hands, his gaze greedily fixed upon Bai Yao. What luck today, caught prey and found such a lovely female. Bai Yao was still in shock when the orc grinned widely, unceremoniously hoisting her onto his shoulder and turning to flee. The violent jostling churned her stomach. Let me go. Quiet, you're my female now. The orc ran swiftly, muttering to himself that he needed to leave quickly, as this area was the territory of Xianmo, and discovery meant certain death. Xuan Montauk? The name unexpectedly brought a strange sense of reassurance. Without hesitation, Bai Yao screamed, "Xianmo, save me! The giant python! Come quickly!" "Shut up!" The leopard orc stumbled, hastily trying to cover her mouth. Yet it was too late. The air around them seemed to solidify, an invisible pressure enveloping them in an instant. The leopard orc's feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground. Excitement transformed into sheer terror. Bai Yao sensed a jolt, and the orc carrying her was suddenly yanked away. She looked up to see Xianmo standing not far away, his silver hair flowing without wind, his vertical pupils now a blood-red hue. He did not even glance at the leopard orc, simply raising a hand and tightening his grip in the air. With a sickening crack, the leopard orc's head twisted at an unnatural angle, its massive body collapsing to the ground in an instant, silent. The nauseating scent of blood erupted forth. Bai Yao's pupils dilated as her stomach convulsed violently. She could even feel the sticky droplets of blood on her face. This, perhaps, was the future he was destined to embody. She had to find a way to ensure her survival before he fully transformed into that. Xianmo approached the startled Bai Yao, wiping the blood splatters from her cheek with his fingertip and licking it clean. He leaned down and said, "Now, the filth is gone. You are left with only my scent." Bai Yao had never witnessed such a scene. She could no longer hold back and doubled over, violently retching. Everything went black as she lost consciousness. When she regained awareness, the familiar scent of the air made it clear where she was. It seemed she had returned to the cave. Without a doubt, she lay once more upon that cold stone slab. She opened her eyes and turned her head, nearly screaming in terror. Beside her coiled a massive serpent with dark silver scales. Its thick body nearly filled a corner of the cave, the cold snake form reflecting a faint glow in the dim light. Instinctual fear made Bai Yao shriek, scrambling into a corner, trembling and wondering what to do. At that moment, the enormous snake head stirred, its vertical pupils opening to reveal a flicker of confusion. Transforming, Xianmo returned to his human form, silver hair cascading down as he frowned at her. What is wrong? Seeing him in human form, Bai Yao's fear diminished slightly, though her heart continued to race. With a quivering voice, she pleaded, "Could you please not turn into a snake?" She had always been terrified of snakes and could not bear waking up to such a formidable serpent. Xianmo observed her in silence for a moment, seemingly puzzled by her fear, but ultimately nodded. "Today, why were you there?" He then recalled Bai Yao's actions earlier and inquired, his voice devoid of emotion, yet his piercing gaze fixed intently upon her. Bai Yao opened her mouth, countless excuses swirling in her mind, yet one by one, she dismissed them herself. In the presence of such eyes that seem to see through everything, deceit feels futile and foolish. She closed her eyes and, in a state of despair, confessed, "I wish to escape." Xianmo's pupils slightly constricted. "Why?" Before Bai Yao could respond, he stepped closer, continuing, "Is it because I have treated you poorly?" "No." Bai Yao tightened her embrace around herself, aware that she was deep within the forest with no means of escape. She had witnessed his brutality and knew she could not provoke him. "It is uncomfortable here, too cold and too damp. I am afraid. Moreover, your propensity for violence frightens me." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, tears welling in her eyes. She thought to herself, since escape was not an option, perhaps she should seek to foster a good relationship instead. Xianmo gazed at her pale face, marred by blood and dirt, and her eyes, still filled with terror. The fury that had arisen for being deceived was curiously replaced by an unfamiliar irritation. His female companion appeared to be quite fragile. Moreover, it seemed she truly feared him. Chapter 27. Injury. Xianmo stared at Bai Yao's startled profile as the persistent irritation resurfaced within him. Why was she afraid of him? He could not comprehend. He had driven away threats and protected his mate. It was an instinct ingrained in his very being, a timeless law of this forest. Yet, despite demonstrating his strength and eliminating potential dangers, he received not reliance in return, but rather a deeper sense of fear reflected in her eyes. In the future, Could you refrain from killing indiscriminately? Bai Yao's voice trembled, laced with the aftershock of survival, as she cautiously made her request. She genuinely feared that such sudden death could befall her at any moment. Xian observed her pale face and ultimately nodded. All right. This promise seemed to have some effect, as her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Is your foot injured? Xian gaze dropped to her ankle, caked in mud and blood, and he abruptly shifted the topic. Without waiting for Bai Yao's response, he crouched down, his cold fingers gingerly lifting her ankle. His chill fingertips brushed against the skin of her calf, seemingly greedily absorbing warmth. Then, Xian made a move that sent chills down Bai Yao's spine. He lowered his head, his forked crimson tongue extending toward the wound. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Yao exclaimed, startled, instinctively attempting to withdraw her foot, her cheeks flushing instantly. Xian lifted his head, his expression one of pure confusion, tinged with a hint of bewilderment at being halted. Cleaning the wound. Saliva can disinfect. It is the most primal and effective method of healing among beasts. Do not do that. Bai Yao quickly hid her foot behind her, her heart racing. I want ointment. That will suffice. Ointment? Xian observed her flushed ears, seemingly sensing a boundary he had inadvertently crossed. His female was easily embarrassed. I will go find it. As soon as he spoke, he vanished from the cave entrance. Bai Yao watched the direction he disappeared, her feelings complex. She possessed Ling Quan, but the ability to heal in an instant was too peculiar. She dared not reveal it. Xian quickly returned, bearing crushed herbs. He crouched down once more, applying the greenish paste to her wound with a stiff yet careful motion. Hiss! The coolness and sting of the herbs caused Bai Yao to inhale sharply. He immediately froze, looking up, his brow furrowed. Does it hurt? He softened his grip even further, almost delicately applying the paste, murmuring absent-mindedly, I distinctly remember this is how it is done. He recalled vividly how that male fox had cared for the injured female fox in the same manner. What are you saying? Bai Yao could not discern his mutterings. It is nothing. Xian focused on completing the bandaging. Although the final product was crooked and appeared akin to tying a knot in a stone, it was done. Observing his lowered eyelashes, Bai Yao suddenly asked, I am Bai Yao, and you are? Xian he replied succinctly. To him, a name was merely a symbol used by other creatures in the forest to denote him. He had no parents, no companions. All his survival skills stemmed from prolonged and solitary observation and imitation of the outside world. Watching him awkwardly bandage her wound, Bai Yao found it difficult to reconcile this beast man with the terrifying entity that could reduce other beings to mere pulp in an instant. Your injury, your body, will henceforth be my responsibility. I shall make you beast shoes and beast clothing. Xian suddenly uttered these seemingly unrelated statements. Bai Yao widened her eyes in surprise. You can do that? A faint blush crossed Xian face. Yes, your beast shoes and clothing are damaged. He turned and retrieved a piece of beast hide from the corner of the cave, presenting it to her. To her astonishment, the hide was remarkably clean, devoid of blood and rot, instead exuding a faint, pleasant scent reminiscent of plants washed clean. Who taught you? Bai Yao could not help but inquire. I have seen. He had once witnessed beastmen using a foamy fruit to cleanse their pelts, so he memorized it and silently emulated their methods after each hunt, ensuring the hides were clean and soft, stacking them in his den. Bai Yao sat on a stone slab, watching Xian grasp a bone needle and beast sinew, beginning to sew. His movements were exceedingly clumsy, the sharp bone needle piercing his own fingertips repeatedly, yet he paid it no mind. Ultimately, he presented her with a set of crookedly stitched beast hide, clothing, and shoes, his gaze betraying a hint of unnoticeable anticipation. Bai Yao regarded the makeshift garments, which could barely be considered a skirt, and 2 leather pouches in silence. This was even more primitive than she had imagined. This will be cold to wear. It is uncomfortable and prone to insect bites. Here and here, it needs to be lengthened, preferably to cover more. Xian brow furrowed even deeper. Females were indeed as troublesome and finicky as the legends foretold. Yet he still picked up the hide, preparing to make modifications. Let me do it, Bai Yao said, taking the materials from him. With practiced ease, She threaded the needle, modifying and reinforcing it according to her vision. Xian Mo quietly observed her, suddenly speaking. They say females do not work. Without lifting her head, Bai Yao retorted, that is because they have never seen a capable female. Soon, she completed a pair of beast-high trousers that covered more comprehensively in a simple pair of shoes. Satisfied, she admired her handiwork. What would you like to eat? Xian Mo's voice interrupted her self-appreciation. He approached the corner and retrieved the backpack Bai Yao had previously lost, revealing several sweet potatoes she had longed for. Shall we eat this? He had truly found them. Bai Yao's eyes sparkled. I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Roasted? Xian Mo was unfamiliar with the term. I will do it. Just as Bai Yao was about to get up, she forgot about her injured foot and winced in pain. Do not move. Xian Mo restrained her. You speak, I will do. The first step to making a fire was to obtain it. Bai Yao carefully explained, as Xian Mo's brows furrowed tighter. Fire was a dangerous and uncontrollable element for them. When the flames flickered up, he abruptly yanked Bai Yao behind him, adopting a defensive posture, emitting a low hiss of threat from his throat as his slit pupils fixated on the fire. Extinguish it, he commanded. It was only after Bai Yao clarified that this was merely a tool that he gradually relaxed, though the vigilance in his gaze remained unwavering. Bai Yao noted his wariness of the fire and mused. Did he also have fears? This weakness might prove advantageous in the future. Subsequently, Bai Yao directed him to bury the sweet potatoes in the fire. Xian Mo closely observed the pure joy on her face, which did not suggest any intent to attack him. His previously suspended heart gradually eased as he complied with her instructions. Before long, a sweet fragrance filled the cave. The roasted sweet potatoes were soft and sweet, and Bai Yao took a bite, feeling all her fatigue from the day dissipate. Wow, this is delicious. She offered him a piece. Xian Mo took a bite, finding the taste rather bland and peculiar, lacking the satisfying essence of raw meat. However, witnessing her squinting her eyes in delight as she consumed it, he silently swallowed the morsel. Do you enjoy these? Xuan Mo suddenly inquired. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the market, the vegetarian beastman's market, where there are plenty of these. Chapter 28. Uncontrolled Desires, a Vegetarian Beastman's Market? Bai Yao had never heard of this market area before, and her heart instantly stirred with hope. A place bustling with people implied a possibility to seek help or escape. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed far superior to being trapped in this cold cave, alone with the enigmatic serpent beast. Without much hesitation, she nodded eagerly. As night fell, the dampness within the cave intensified. Xian Mo naturally moved closer to Bai Yao, wrapping her in his embrace in preparation for sleep, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Can you sleep a little farther away from me? Bai Yao's voice trembled, her body stiffening at his proximity. Why? Xian Mo's vertical pupils glimmered faintly in the dim light, his confusion evident. You are my female. I have observed that partners outside sleep this way. His reasoning was simple and direct, as if it were an undeniable truth. Bai Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. She realized that reasoning with this serpent often led to a frustrating impasse, as he always adhered to his own logic. Seeing her struggle yield no results, she ultimately relented, reiterating, "You promised me, you must not revert to your true form." She had no desire to once again awaken to the sight of a great serpent. Xian Mo gave a muffled acknowledgement, as if conceding. Lying in his cold and unyielding embrace, Bai Yao felt profoundly uncomfortable. Yet, the day's harrowing escape and emotional upheaval had exhausted her, as she eventually succumbed to fatigue, drifting into a hazy slumber. After an indeterminate period, an odd sensation roused her from her dreams. She felt her face damp and sticky, as if being repeatedly licked by something soft and cool. Moreover, an object pressed firmly against her lower back. Bai Yao jolted awake, her eyes meeting Xian Mo's face mere inches away. His eyes were a terrifying crimson, the corners tinged with a vivid blush, his striking visage flushed abnormally, and his breath heavy and scorching. His face was buried in her neck, his cold lips and nose brushing against her skin, while his serpent tongue occasionally flicked out, seemingly confirming and marking her with a scent. The undeniable sensation. Bai Yao gasped in shock, mustering all her strength to push him away, scrambling backward in panic. "What are you doing?" This rogue serpent had taken advantage of her slumber. Xian Mo disregarded her protests, continuing to lick her collarbone, his voice husky. "I want to mark you completely, to ensure that you carry my scent inside and out. So you shall never wish to flee." It appeared he was lost in a primal frenzy, oblivious to her words. Bai Yao thought, no. Even if he intends to be affectionate, she could not sacrifice herself. If he later chose Dola, she would be the one to suffer. "Xuan Montak," Bai Yao cried out, her voice breaking. "You promised you wouldn't force me. If you continue this, I will never become your mate." Her scream fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fervor in Xian Mo's eyes, which quickly dimmed, and his breath became steadier. Observing the trembling female huddled in the corner, he seemed to finally realize that his previous actions had frightened her. Without offering an explanation, he abruptly stood, his voice hoarse. "I will return shortly." With that, he dashed out of the cave without looking back. Bai Yao sat there, heart racing, still shaken by the encounter. His previous demeanor resembled one devoid of reason. Was this a serpent's mating season? This realization filled her with unease. Not long after, Xian Mo returned, carrying the chill of the night air, his silver hair still glistening with droplets of water, as though he had just emerged from a frigid waterfall. Bai Yao had anticipated that, following their earlier awkwardness, he would at least maintain some distance, but she underestimated the serpent's audacity. He lay down casually again, pulling her back into his embrace. Bai Yao's body froze instantly. Feigning sleep was no longer an option. As she contemplated struggling, she once again felt the undeniable presence pressed against her. She subtly shifted her position. "Do not move," Xian Mo commanded, his arm tightening around her, his voice low and husky. Bai Yao felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, whispering her protest. "You're pressing against me." "Indeed," he murmured, pulling her deeper into his hold, his breath warm against her ear. "I will not mate with you now, but should you dare to flee, I shall ensnare you within my shed skin, entwining you with my tail until all that remains in your eyes is me." The rawness of his words left Bai Yao speechless. She had intended to retort, yet his even and gentle breaths soon lulled her into a sense of tranquility, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Bai Yao remained stiff in his embrace, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. The overwhelming disparity in strength rendered all her resistance futile. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, she gradually drifted back into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Bai Yao found herself alone. She surmised that Xian Mo had likely gone hunting. She moved her ankle slightly, feeling a dull ache from her wound. Remembering their plan to visit the market today, she recognized it as a prime opportunity for escape, and thus, she needed her injury to heal swiftly. Ensuring the cave entrance was quiet, she concentrated and entered her space. The Lingquan space was still vibrant with life. The pool was teeming with fish, and the previously transplanted hemostatic herbs flourished abundantly. She felt a pang of regret for the tomato and chili seeds she had yet to sow, wondering how they fared. Finally, she carefully planted sweet potato in the prepared soil. Just as she finished, she felt a sudden jolt. "Yao Yao, wake up!" She snapped back to reality to find Xian Mo standing in front of her, shaking her shoulder vigorously, a rare hint of anxiety in his vertical pupils. What? What happened?" Bai Yao feigned ignorance. "You were unresponsive just now." He scrutinized her. Upon entering, he noticed her motionless state, no matter how he called out. She did not react. The sweet potatoes in the corner seemed to have diminished, which was quite unusual. After all, in his territory, not even a bug dared to wander freely. Bai Yao blinked, quickly diverting the topic, striving to appear innocent. "I must have been sleeping too deeply. Have you returned?" Xian Mo studied her for a few seconds, clearly skeptical, yet he ultimately refrained from pressing further, merely nodding slightly. "Today, shall we have that?" He gestured towards the roasted sweet potatoes. With the crisis momentarily averted, Bai Yao breathed a sigh of relief. "No more of those. Let's eat what you have hunted." She paused, reminding him, "Didn't you say you would take me to the market today?" "Indeed," Xian Mo replied, turning to prepare the ingredients. After they finished eating, they would depart. He understood the fragility of the female, and knew she would likely struggle to endure the journey on an empty stomach. Once he stepped outside to handle the prey, Bai Yao swiftly rolled up her pant leg, quickly cleaning her wound with the Ling Quan water. After the refreshing sensation, the pain subsided, and the wound healed at a visible pace. She hurriedly rewrapped her bandage, feigning an injured appearance. When Xian Mo returned with the prepared meat, Bai Yao had already arranged the fire-starting tools. Just like yesterday, she confirmed with a nod. This time, Xian Mo's fire-starting technique was much more adept, although still cautious. He no longer reacted as violently as he had during their first attempt. As Bai Yao began to roast the meat, the enticing aroma gradually filled the air, and the cold vertical pupils reflected the warm flicker of the flames, mirroring her focused profile. "Delicious," he murmured, uncertain whether he referred to the meat or the fleeting yet unfamiliar scent of home. Chapter 29. His female is to be stolen. Xian Mo moved with remarkable speed, navigating the dense primeval forest as if traversing flat ground. Bai Yao was firmly secure by his side, feeling only the rush of wind by her ears, while the trees on either side blurred into mere shadows. She observed that wherever she went, whether it was lurking stray beasts or ferocious predators, they would quietly retreat the moment they sensed the aura of Xian Mo, as if he were a harbinger of calamity in this forest. Time passed unmeasured until the scenery before her suddenly opened up. A small yet orderly market appeared, with neatly arranged stalls and bustling beastmen. Were these all herbivorous beastmen? Most of them belonged to the rabbit, sheep, and deer tribes, their figures relatively slender and their gazes gentle, starkly contrasting with the aggressive beastmen she had encountered in her tribe and the forest. "We have arrived." Xian Mo's voice drew her back from her observations. He led her through the streets with familiarity, oblivious to the mixed gazes of fear and reverence directed at him. Bai Yao's heart sank gradually. Xian Mo's deep familiarity with this place meant that her chances of escape had dramatically increased. Moreover, these herbivorous beastmen clearly feared him, not daring to meet her gaze, rendering her hopes of seeking assistance almost non-existent. Xian Mo stopped in front of a stall laden with various roots and wild vegetables, picking up a sweet potato. "This one, do you like it?" Bai Yao responded absently, her eyes quickly scanning her surroundings for any possible opportunity. The stall owner was a female rabbit beastman, her ears trembling slightly with anxiety, her voice barely audible. Two low-grade beast crystals for a bag." Xian Mo casually tossed a shimmering high-grade beast crystal, causing the rabbit female's eyes to widen in disbelief as she repeatedly waved her hands. Too much, I can't make change." Without a word, Xian Mo rhythmically tapped his fingers on the stone surface of the stall. Each tap made the rabbit female shudder. "Then let us choose something else." Bai Yao suddenly spoke, turning to Xian Mo and saying, "Wait for me outside. I need to buy some feminine supplies. It will be quick." Xian Mo's vertical pupils glanced at her, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating her innermost thoughts. Bai Yao felt her palms grow sweaty with anxiety, fearing that he might discern her intentions. Fortunately, he ultimately nodded. He silently stepped back a few paces, crossing his arms to wait, his posture resembling a beast guarding its territory, an invisible pressure causing the surrounding beastmen to keep their distance. Bai Yao sighed with relief, quickly pulling the rabbit female into the inner side of the stall. Using the pretense of selecting shell bracelets as cover, she lowered her voice and urgently said, "Help me. I was abducted. Can you notify your guard?" Or... Her words abruptly halted as she noticed the rabbit female's face blanching in sheer terror. She forcefully shook off Bai Yao's hand, retreating several steps as if fleeing from plague. No, we cannot provoke Xian Mo. Please don't harm me." She lowered her head in panic, unable to meet Bai Yao's gaze again. Hope deflated as if pricked by a needle, leaving Bai Yao feeling hollow. She tightened her grip on the shell bracelet, a chill spreading through her heart. Even the chance to seek help had vanished. She dazedly picked up the bracelet, stepping out of the stall and directly placing it into Xian Mo's hands. "For you." Then she walked straight ahead. Xian Mo silently lifted the large bag of sweet potatoes, watching her retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curving into a humorless arc. A clever attempt. Unfortunately, they do not dare. No beastman would dare act against me. Bai Yao wandered aimlessly, her heart ashen. Was there truly no opportunity left? Just then, a squad of lion tribe guards clad in simple leather armor appeared at the street entrance, their discipline evident as they conducted a routine patrol. Bai Yao's heart raced. This was her last chance. Almost simultaneously, she sensed a momentary tension in Xian Mo's body beside her, though his expression remained unchanged. The subtle shift did not escape Bai Yao's notice. Was he feeling apprehensive? Yet Xian Mo pondered. Trouble. Killing would cause commotion, and the scent of blood would frighten the young female. He had promised her not to kill indiscriminately. The guard squad had also noticed them. The lion beastman captain's expression shifted dramatically, his hand immediately resting on the weapon at his waist, and the entire squad assumed a defensive posture. The atmosphere in the market became tense, with stall owners and pedestrians retreating in alarm, clearing space, suppressing his instinctive fear of Xian Mo. The lion beastman captain turned to Bai Yao, asking, "This female, do you willingly follow this stray beast? If coerced, the 100-beast city will provide you protection." In the beast world, the value of females exceeded Bai Yao's imagination. All eyes focused on her. She could feel Xian Mo's gaze on her profile. To tell the truth might provoke his wrath, with unimaginable consequences. Yet to remain silent would mean losing this solitary chance for rescue. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Xian Mo and all the guards, Bai Yao's face revealed a blend of fear and grievance. She avoided looking at Xian Mo and addressed the captain with a subtly suggestive tone. "I am Bai Yao of the leopard tribe. He brought me to see the market." This statement neither directly denied nor confirmed her situation, clearly identifying her lineage and tribe while leaving ambiguity about whether she was coerced or not. She was gambling that the guard squad would grasp the underlying implication, hoping they would not easily overlook a potentially abducted female. Indeed, the captain's expression changed. The leopard tribe? Accompanied by a powerful stray beast? Before he could finish, a suppressed roar of rage erupted from Xian Mo's throat. If this continued, his female would be taken from him. Without a moment of hesitation, chaos erupted. The Lion Guard Squad, known for their elite status, coordinated seamlessly, their assault fierce. Yet against the overwhelming disparity in strength, their efforts were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With blinding speed and lethal claws, Xian Mo sent the guards flying within mere moments. The sound of cracking bones echoing. A signal flare shot into the sky from the fallen captain's hand, bursting into glaring red light. Xian Mo paid no attention to the flare, swiftly wrapping his arms around the stunned Bai Yao, holding her tightly. Those rescue teams were insignificant to him. However, he despised their incessant buzzing like flies. Ignoring the chaos in the market, Xian Mo leapt away, swiftly vanishing into the direction of the forest. After his departure, reinforcements rushed to the scene. Observing the devastation and injured comrades, the leading lion beastman's expression grew grave. Xian Mo is accompanied by a female. Report to the royal city immediately. Meanwhile, Bai Yao, tightly held in Xian Mo's embrace, felt the coldness emanating from him. Her heart was filled with endless despair and an even deeper fear. Had she truly provoked this serpent? Chapter 30. A misstep throughout the journey. Xian Mo remained silent. The oppressive atmosphere more suffocating than any rebuke. The tightly pressed line of his lips betrayed the fury he had been suppressing. Bai Yao curled up in his icy embrace. Stifling her breath, she would rather he unleash his wrath than endure this brewing silence. The more stoic he remained, the more it signified that his inner obsession had reached its peak. Bai Yao thought, "It is over." She had thoroughly enraged him this time. In the original story, he exhibited a similar silent demeanor when massacring a city. Would he tear her apart in advance? She needed to do something to turn this dire situation around. Upon returning to the cave, Xian Mo gently placed her on the stone slab, but did not leave immediately. Bai Yao forced herself to remain calm, realizing that a direct confrontation was futile. Based on fragments of information from the original story, Xian Mo was extremely starved for affection and had a twisted logic. She needed to capitalize on this to frame her escape as a necessity, hoping for a glimmer of possibility. Kneeling at the edge of the stone slab, his long, cold fingers slowly lifted to grasp Bai Yao's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. With a grim expression, he asked why. Bai Yao's tears surged forth. 7 parts genuine fear and 3 parts calculated strategy. At that moment, Xianmo's golden-hued vertical pupils narrowed into a thin line, swirling with the tempest of betrayal. Is what I have given you not enough? I just wish to return home. Bai Yao's voice trembled, embodying the role of a frightened and aggrieved female. Home! Xianmo tilted his head, silver hair cascading down, his gaze reflecting pure confusion mingled with rising hostility. This is your home. Where else would you wish to go? But this is a cave, cold and damp. I need companions. I need sunlight, not a constant state of anxiety, wondering when you might. Bai Yao choked. The latter half of her sentence caught in her throat, yet her fearful eyes spoke volumes. These words, half-truths and half-lies, were the most effective she could muster to provoke him. I have told you, you are my female. I will not harm you. Xianmo's tone carried a hint of irritation. He could not comprehend why she did not trust him. His fingers caressed her jawline, the icy touch sending shivers down Bai Yao's spine. Is this how you express your distrust? Xianmo leaned closer, their breaths intertwining, carrying the faint scent of serpentine essence. Look at her mere words. When the time comes for you to kill Bai Yao, you will show no mercy. She retorted in her mind, though her face remained a mask of impending tears. But I fear, unless there is something that can truly make me feel safe. She sought to guide him, hoping he would grasp that their relationship required time. However, Xianmo's thoughts veered toward extremity once more. It seems our bond is still not deep enough. From where he derived this conclusion, Xianmo could not say, but the possibility flashed in his vertical pupils with a hint of obsession. You are unable to truly understand that you are my female. What do you mean? To bond. He uttered the words. Only through mutual marking can your soul bear my essence. At that time, you will comprehend that your world can only contain me. Bai Yao felt as if struck by lightning. This was entirely contrary to her plan. Was he not one of the potential beast husbands of Duo Law? She merely wished to plant a seed of friendship in his heart to avert future calamities, never intending to usurp the role of the female lead. If she were to bond with him, would she not become the target of all antagonists, meeting a swift demise? That is not the issue. You cannot, I can. Xianmo interrupted her, beginning to loosen the hide around his waist, his movements deliberate yet imbued with an oppressive sense of inevitability. This is the only way. After bonding, the beast goddess contract will assure you that I could never harm you, and you will never be able to escape. Once they bonded, such situations as today would never arise again. With that, Xianmo closed the distance, his frigid body pressing against hers, igniting a wave of goosebumps across her skin. Please. Bai Yao struggled desperately, yet he easily restrained her limbs. Xianmo, you promised not to force me. If you proceed this way, I will hate you. And even if we bond, I will certainly break free. Bai Yao screamed in despair, sensing that this time, escape would not be so simple. Hate? Xianmo chuckled darkly, the crimson flicker of his serpent's tongue brushing against her ear, eliciting violent shivers from her. Hate is also good. Let your emotions rise because of me. It is far better than your departure. As his words fell, his lips descended upon her neck, an instinctive action of a serpent preparing to bond with its mate. As he advanced, she ceased her struggles, summoning her last reserves of strength to utter what she believed to be the most compelling argument. Xianmo, even if you force a bond, my heart does not reside here. I have heard that powerful beastmen ultimately end up with their destined females. Perhaps that person is not me. If you proceed this way, we will both regret it. Indeed, Xianmo's actions halted abruptly. The crimson in his eyes flickered momentarily. Is there effect? Just as Bai Yao felt a glimmer of hope arise within her, she noticed the storm in his eyes intensifying. Destined? He roared, as if he had heard the most ludicrous statement. You are my destiny. From a moment you saved me. The beast god decreed that there would be no one but you. Bai Yao ceased her futile struggles, becoming akin to a soulless puppet. Her warm tears continuously cascading down her cheeks, marking her despair. It was this very sorrow that burned his skin like molten lava. Xianmo's movements abruptly stilled. He raised his head, gazing at her tightly shut eyes and tear-stained face, The overwhelming desire within him extinguished as if doused in icy water. Did she truly despise his touch so? This realization brought an unfamiliar and piercing pain to Xianmo's heart. Irritation and a deeper wrath surged within him. He suddenly withdrew, turning his back to her as he sat upon the edge of the stone slab, his silver hair obscuring his terrifying expression. The cave was filled only with Bai Yao's muffled sobs. After a moment, he rose abruptly. Tears are the futile weapons of the weak. His voice regained its icy tone, even more so than before. But since you resist so fiercely, I shall relent for today. He approached the cave's entrance, pausing without looking back. But Bai Yao, remember this. Do not use the excuse of destiny to cast me aside. My fate has always been in my own hands, and I have chosen you. Your body, your soul, your everything from the moment you saved me has been destined to be mine. Bonding is merely a matter of time. I will wait until you are willing or until you are powerless to resist. With that, his figure vanished into the darkness beyond the cave. Chapter 31. Should you live, I will protect you completely. Should you die, I will accompany you into the depths. Meanwhile, the leper tribe received news from the 100 Beast City. The female being held hostage by the rogue beast Xianmo was none other than Bai Yao. The royal city intended for the tribe to dispatch warriors to join the royal rescue team. The chief summoned all the beast men. In the hall, the atmosphere was tense. After all, for a tribe, females were exceedingly precious, and they had an obligation to rescue those threatened. Inside the hall, two factions of beastmen expressed differing opinions. To provoke a 9th-tier rogue beast king for the sake of one Bai Yao. Their highest combat strength barely reached the peak of the 6th tier. It was tantamount to sending warriors to their doom. The opposing voices were sharp and pragmatic, garnering the support of many beastmen. In their view, it was utterly foolish to gamble the safety of the entire tribe for a female who had once been infamous and contributed nothing to the tribe. Conversely, the other faction believed that since Bai Yao was a part of the tribe, her rescue was imperative. Certainly, this group included those who had witnessed Bai Yao's transformation or had benefited from her kindness, such as Tana, Bai Xiong, and a shaman. The chief recognized that he owed Bai Yao a debt of gratitude. Yet, as the leader, he had to consider the greater picture. The strongest opposition came from Duo La, who deemed Bai Yao a worthless individual, likely dead at the hands of the brutal rogue beast. Everyone knew the terror of rogue beasts, particularly the notorious Xianmo. If they risked a beastman's life for her, what would happen if Xianmo retaliated against the entire tribe? Several beastmen nodded in agreement, acknowledging Duo La's reasoning. The leper tribe was already a mid-tier tribe. What would happen if Xianmo sought revenge later? The chief found himself in a difficult position. While they all had valid points, if they took no action, the other females would feel disheartened. What would other tribes think of them? But she is our tribe's female, Tana exclaimed passionately, her unhealed wounds rendering her pallid. If today it were your mates facing misfortune, would you wish for the tribe to abandon them due to the enemy's strength? What meaning does a tribe hold that cannot even protect its females? Her words struck a chord in the hearts of many males, and murmurs of agreement began to circulate. At that moment, Lin strode in from outside, his figure still cloaked in dust and a faint trace of blood. His gray-blue wolf eyes scanned the room before finally resting on the chieftain. I will go, he declared, his voice unwavering despite its low volume. Regardless of the tribe's consensus, he resolved to accompany the royal city's rescue team into the forest. Dora immediately scoffed derisively. You? A 6th-tier waste? Are you preparing to serve as an appetizer for Xianmo, or do you intend to join your vile partner as a stray beast? Lin ignored her, releasing his own aura with a sudden force. The oppressive weight of a 6th-tier, mid-level presence quickly enveloped the space. A 6th tier? When did this happen? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. The orcs stared at him in astonishment. Even the scar running from his brow to his cheek now appeared remarkably fierce and valiant. Dora's expression froze instantly, and Lai cast him a complex glance. At that moment, Lai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Tana is right. We cannot allow the females within the tribe to feel disheartened. Our tribe may not be the strongest, but that does not mean we should be bullied. Lai's words held truth, He sought to repay Bai Yao's life-saving grace. He did not wish to owe that female a favor, and rescuing her would settle the score. Dora, witnessing this, felt her teeth grind in frustration. Lai soothed her. I am merely considering the tribe. If we allow the females to feel disheartened, who will dare to remain in the tribe? Upon hearing Lai's explanation, Dora's expression softened slightly. After weighing the matter carefully, the chieftain finally made a decision to dispatch a team in conjunction with the royal city. As the meeting concluded, Lin disregarded the comforting or scrutinizing gazes of others and strode out with purpose. Bai Xiang and Hu Yin approached him, offering words of solace. Bai Yao is so clever. Surely she will be fine. The camaraderie among orcs was indeed straightforward, and Bai Xiang had been preoccupied with Bai Yao's previous act of saving him. Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Tana hurried to catch up, her face filled with guilt, but Lin merely cast her a cold glance, the chill in his eyes silencing her words. Lin harbored some resentment towards Tana, not solely for her past bullying alongside Bai Yao, but more so for taking Bai Yao out without bringing her back. Though it was not entirely Tana's fault, he often thought that had she not ventured out, this calamity might have been averted. In truth, he despised his own lack of strength, feeling powerless to protect her. Returning to the now desolate home, the air was thick with the dissipating scent of Bai Yao. Lin's gaze swept across the corners of the room, where her dried chili peppers and tomato seeds remained neatly arranged. On the stone slab lay the wooden container she had insisted he learn to use, still bearing her fingerprints. In the corner rested the bed where he had returned to find her absent, convinced she had gone out to play with Tana. It was not until he was informed of the appearance of stray beasts and the abduction of a female that he arrived to witness the injured Tana and Kun, along with the bloodied remnants on the ground, that a dreadful premonition struck him. He roused Tana, asking, "Where's Bai Yao?" With great difficulty, she opened her eyes and informed him Bai Yao was taken. In that moment, he felt as though the sky had fallen. He had often thought in the past that it would be better if she were dead or captured by stray beasts. However, when faced with the reality, he recalled all her recent kindness towards him. In a daze, he returned to their home filled with her essence, beset by regret. If only he had stayed by her side, perhaps this would not have happened. An unprecedented panic seized his heart, suffocating him more than any beating or insult ever could. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, her clumsy yet sincere concern and her unwavering presence, standing against the world for him, had entwined around his frozen heart like a vine. Resolutely, he vowed to rescue her. Recently, he had frantically delved into the forest in search of her, yet its vastness and his limited strength made the endeavor perilous. Several times, he had been targeted by high-tier beasts, narrowly escaping with his life. Therefore, upon hearing news from the royal city, he hurried there, hoping to leverage their strength to find Bai Yao. Lin slowly clenched his fists, the loyalty and obsession of the wolf clan igniting within his veins. Addressing the empty room and swearing to the beast god, he proclaimed, "Bai Yao, await my return. No matter where you are, be it life or death, I will find you. From this moment forth, my life is yours. If you live, I will protect you for eternity. If you die, I will slay your enemies and follow you into the afterlife." Chapter 32. Young Lord Caesar, the Beast City, Xian Mo's possessiveness had not waned in the face of Bai Yao's resistance. Rather, it had grown increasingly twisted. Each night, he felt compelled to entwine himself around her ankles to find solace in sleep, as if fearing she might vanish from his dreams. One morning, Bai Yao awoke to the unchanging sight of her prey on the ground, realizing it would once again be a day of meat consumption. Summoning her courage, she proposed, "Shall we hunt together today? I wish to find something different to eat." Xian Mo's golden vertical pupils scrutinized her before he ultimately nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, he led her to a riverside on the edge of their territory, a place abundant in resources and, most importantly, his domain. Bai Yao was delighted to discover the breathtaking beauty of this location, contrasting starkly with the modern world. A glance across the landscape revealed a scenery unseen in contemporary times. Just after taking a few steps, she stumbled upon wild vegetables and bird eggs. "Are these bird eggs?" As she bent down to collect them, two enormous guardian birds suddenly charged forth. In an instant, Xian Mo appeared, a mere cold glance forcing the fierce birds to flee in distress. Thank you, Bai Yao thought, still shaken by the earlier scene. Just as she placed the bird eggs into her basket, Xian Mo's brow furrowed tightly. He sensed numerous unfamiliar presences rapidly approaching his lair. Among them, one bore the oppressive aura of an eighth tier and the unmistakable arrogance of royalty. Trouble is coming, Bai Yao realized, noting his shift in demeanor. What is it? Without answering, Xian Mo swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist and retreated hastily. Outside Xian Mo's cave, the rescue team led by Caesar had already arrived. The young lord of the lion clan dismounted from his massive lion beast, his radiant golden hair shimmering in the sunlight filtering through the trees. Towering and robust, his amber eyes surveyed the cave, exuding an innate superiority. Too late, they are not in the lair. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing the ground as he assessed the residual warmth and traces, deducing they had departed not long ago. The tribe's warriors, including Lai, instinctively maintained their distance from this formidable figure from the royal city, intimidated by his invisible aura of leadership and power. Only Lin remained unfazed. He disregarded Caesar, striding directly into the depths of the cave until he reached the massive stone slab. Lin bent down, his nostrils flaring as he engaged his wolf clan's keen sense of smell, deliberately overlooking the unpleasant stench of snake. He precisely captured a familiar scent that brought him solace. This is Bai Yao's scent. However, strangely, this essence bore no trace of fear, pain, or the scent of mating marks. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin's gray-blue eyes. She's still alive. What are you doing, wolf beast? Caesar's voice rang out, laced with scrutiny. Bewildered by Lin's actions, Lin turned to meet Caesar's gaze, his expression calm. I am confirming my partner's scent. She is alive and unharmed. I could track them based on this scent. Caesar raised an eyebrow, surprised by the audacity and capability of this tribal wolf beast. Unlike others from different tribes who harbored some trepidation or disdain towards him, this wolf beast remained silent, neither servile nor arrogant. Observing his current behavior, Kaisa evidently favors efficient subordinates. Leading the way through the forest, Xuanma moved with remarkable speed. Xuanma, could you slow down a bit? I cannot bear this relentless pace. Bai Yao's complexion turned pale, and her stomach churned tumultuously. Xuanma glanced down and noticed her discomfort, finally reducing his speed. It seemed he had overlooked her frail constitution. After all, she was a more delicate female. Just as he was about to find a place for her to rest, whoosh, 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 several figures burst through the foliage, surrounding them at the center. They arrived rather swiftly, the elite warriors of the royal city blocking all escape routes, as Kaisa stepped forward with measured strides. The moment he appeared, Bai Yao's pupils dilated sharply. Was it him? Golden hair, lion kin, such a dazzling and imposing aura. It was Kaisa, one of the primary antagonists. The lion prince who would execute Bai Yao under Daole's command in the future. How could he be here? Had he revealed himself so soon? Bai Yao felt everything spiral out of control. The narrative was disordered, the sequence disrupted. A profound shock and a terror rooted in her memories rendered Bai Yao momentarily paralyzed. She watched as Kaisa's scrutinizing gaze swept over her. A chill surged from the depths of her heart. This was not the original storyline, do not be afraid. Bai Yao encouraged herself. She forced herself to lower her head, concealing the fear in her eyes. Kaisa was now the leader of the rescue team, presenting an opportunity to escape Xuanma, yet also one of her most perilous enemies in the future. She could not allow him to perceive any anomaly. Unaware of Bai Yao's tumultuous thoughts, Kaisa spoke directly. Xuanma, release that female. The royal city wishes to speak with you. At this moment, Lin's piercing gaze traversed everyone, fixating intently on Bai Yao. Seeing her pale, yet intact form, a heavy stone lifted from his heart. His instincts had not failed. She was indeed unharmed. He stepped forward, suppressing his tumultuous emotions. Yao Yao, I have come to take you home. Bai Yao's eyes brimmed with tears at the sudden appearance of Lin and the tribal warriors. Xuanma shielded Bai Yao behind him, completely obstructing her from view. He glared coldly at Kaisa. Talk? With mere flies like you? Kaisa did not show anger. Instead, His aura surged dramatically, the pressure of his 8th-tier power unabashedly released, clashing fiercely with Xuanma's malevolence in the air. "I'm not requesting you, Xuanma." Kaisa's voice bore the weight of royal authority. "Your slaughter of the female orcs in the vegetarian beastman market challenges the order of the royal city. Today, you must provide an account." "An account?" Xuanma chuckled lowly. "My fists are the account." Just as tensions escalated, Lin stepped forward once more. He did not look at Kaisa or Xuanma, but gazed deeply at Bai Yao, saying, "Xuanma, you possess the strength to take her anywhere. But the pursuit from the royal city will not cease, and the tribe's concerns will not dissipate. Does she have to live forever in turmoil and fear?" He paused, his gray-blue eyes turning to Xuanma. "If she cannot enjoy a peaceful meal or restful sleep while following you, then you are unworthy to be her mate." His words bore no threats or provocations, yet they penetrated deeper than any attack. Xuanma's body stiffened momentarily. Kaisa glanced at Lin in surprise. This tribal wolf was far more astute than he had imagined. He refrained from exerting further pressure, opting to observe the unfolding situation. The atmosphere in the forest became exceedingly subtle and tense after Lin's declaration. "Huh, what concern do you have for my female?" Chapter 33. Fierce Battle. Kaisa waved his hand, and the rescue team's encirclement tightened instantly. Xuanma kept Bai Yao closely protected behind him, his icy vertical pupils sweeping across the scene. They ultimately settled on Lin. There was no need for Bai Yao to confirm. The unmasked concern in the wolf's eyes and his words conveyed everything. It was him. Xuanma's voice carried an edge of ferocity he was unaware of. Before Bai Yao could respond, Kaisa stepped forward. His golden mane shimmered with an air of authority under the sunlight, his amber eyes exuding scrutiny and undeniable dominance. "Xuanma, I am Kaisa, the deputy lord of Baisho City." Kaisa attempted once more to intimidate with his status and presence. "I shall repeat myself. Release the female. There remains room for negotiation. To stand against the entire royal city is unwise." Xuanma scoffed, his laughter laced with utter disdain. "The royal city? What concern is that of mine?" Before he finished speaking, he moved like a specter, not charging at the strongest Kaisa, but instead lunging at the lower-tier beastmen on the flanks. A flicker of eerie light danced at his fingertips, and venomous fluid shot forth with deadly precision. Cries of agony erupted as two beastmen collapsed instantly, their skin taking on an abnormal bluish-purple hue, some even foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The scene descended into chaos. Using poison? How despicable! Lie roared. The leopard kin's speed surged. His claws aimed directly at Xuanma's back. Xuanma did not even turn, his form shifting like a serpent, his tail sweeping horizontally like a steel whip, carrying immense force. Lie felt an overwhelming power strike him, sending him crashing through a small tree before he finally came to a halt. He coughed up blood, struggling to rise. Xuanma was eliminating the weak, dismantling the encirclement. Kaisa quickly grasped his strategy, his expression growing graver. Xuanma was more cunning than he had anticipated. He had initially thought him merely a wandering beast, but it seemed he had underestimated his strength. Just then, a gray figure darted in like lightning. It was Lin. He chose not to engage directly, but instead utilized the agility of the wolfkin to attempt bypassing Xuanma and approaching Bai Yao. His goal was unmistakable: rescue her, not to engage in combat. Xuanma realized Lin's intent. He was attempting to seize Bai Yao directly, igniting his fury, his eyes blazing crimson. "You seek death." In an instant, Xuanma abandoned his restraint against the others, yanking Bai Yao a short distance behind him and focusing entirely on Lin. A denser cloud of toxic mist erupted forth, leaving Lin no room to evade. Despite holding his breath, he inhaled some. Stumbling backward, his complexion turned to an alarming shade of bluish-purple, his movements noticeably sluggish. At this moment, Kaisa seized the opportunity, unleashing a resonant lion's roar, his muscles taut, transforming into a golden streak of lightning as he lunged forward. The power of the 8th tier was unleashed without reservation, his claws slicing through the air with a shrill scream. Bang! The collision of fist and claw sent shockwaves rolling. Kaisa staggered back several steps, pain coursing through his ribs, while Xuanma merely swayed slightly. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Xuanma's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his fingers curling into claws aimed directly at Kaise's throat. A strike like this would surely be fatal. Xuanma, no. Bai Yao's scream pierced the air. Xuanma's movements hesitated momentarily. It was this fleeting moment of doubt that allowed Kaisa to roll away awkwardly, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow. Xuanma's gaze darkened as he swiftly delivered a crushing blow to Kaise's left shoulder. The sound of bones cracking echoed sharply. Kaisa let out a muffled groan, completely incapacitated. Xuanma no longer lingered in battle. He wrapped an arm around Bai Yao's waist, his cold vertical pupils sweeping one last time over the fallen Lin and the severely injured Kaisa, akin to a monarch surveying vanquished foes. Next time, there will be no mercy. Before the words had left his lips, he had whisked Bai Yao away, their figures vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. In the new temporary cave, the atmosphere was stifling, suffocating. Xuanma laid Bai Yao on a stone slab, standing at the cave entrance with his back to her, his silver hair swaying in the gentle breeze, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Do you hold affection for him?" He finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion, yet more disconcerting than an inquiry. Bai Yao's heart raced. She knew she could not admit it, acknowledging it would surely lead to Lin's demise. Yet, she could not entirely deny it either, for that would appear too contrived. She took a deep breath, striving to make her voice sound calm. "He is my beast husband, and I bear responsibility for him. I cannot watch him die. If he perishes, it will also affect me." Bai Yao skillfully steered the conversation towards the notion of responsibility. Xian Mo abruptly turned around, his golden vertical pupils fixated on her. "Responsibility? What about me? Do you regard me merely with forced obedience?" He advanced step by step, cornering Bai Yao. "Just now, were you worried about them? And do you still harbor feelings for that Caesar?" This was not a question, but a statement. Bai Yao's protective stance towards them had ignited his jealousy, driving him to the brink of madness. She understood that avoidance was no longer an option. Raising her head, tears welled in her eyes, mingling with a sense of genuine grievance. "Yes, I am concerned that Lin's death would impact me. I fear that if the young city lord dies, we will face relentless pursuit from the royal city. Xian Mo, I know you are powerful. You could eliminate them at any moment. But I do not wish to live in constant flight, in perpetual fear. I do not desire such a life. Can you comprehend that?" Her words struck Xian Mo's hardened logic like a hammer. What he sought was absolute possession and companionship, not a partner rife with perpetual anxiety. He fell silent. Seizing the moment, Bai Yao softened her tone, laced with a hint of pleading. "Xian Mo, please give him the antidote for my sake, so we can enjoy a few days of peace." "Is that too much to ask?" Xian Mo gazed at her tear-streaked face, his heart torn between violent possessiveness and a strange, unfamiliar emotion. After a long pause, he leaned in close, his icy breath almost brushing against hers, dangerously questioning. "Why should I?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yao felt her heart sink. This serpent would not easily relent to her casual pleas. Noticing the disappointment in her eyes, Xian Mo amended his stance. "If you wish for me to provide them with the antidote, it is not entirely impossible, but what benefit do I gain from saving them? Am I to rescue my own rival?" Bai Yao was momentarily taken aback by Xian Mo's reasoning, which was indeed logical. However, he continued, "But since you have articulated your concerns, I might consider sparing them." Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yao inquired eagerly, "How so?" Xian Mo did not respond directly, but posed a question instead. "If it requires you to sacrifice yourself, would you be willing?" Without waiting for Bai Yao's reply, he exited the cave. Chapter 34. I, Bai Yao, voluntarily become Xian Mo's female. Watching Xian Mo's retreating figure, Bai Yao sank weakly to the ground, torn by overwhelming contradictions. In the original narrative, Lin and Caesar were destined to be the ones who would tear her apart. Now, must she sell herself to another, even more perilous villain to save them? The thought sent a chilling wave through her entire being. Nevertheless, she forced herself to regain her composure and conduct a ruthless cost-benefit analysis. They cannot die now. If Lin were to perish here, the Wolf Clan would not spare her. If Caesar were to meet with misfortune, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Lion clan. At that point, no matter how powerful Xianmo might be, he could not protect her. They would be hunted down by the entire beast realm, facing certain death. However, rescuing them was presently the only viable means to stabilize the situation. The script had clearly transformed beyond recognition, and she was uncertain of its direction. She could only hope to resolve the immediate predicament and buy some time. On the other side of the forest, despair hung over the camp. The symptoms of the poisoned beastmen were worsening, punctuated by groans echoing throughout. Suddenly, one of the beastmen clutched his eyes and let out a harrowing scream. "I cannot see. Everything is black." Those nearby beheld as a sinister gray-white membrane enveloped his eyeballs. Lin bore the deepest poison, resulting in the most severe condition. He leaned against the tree roots, breathing heavily, the dark veins beneath his skin sprawling like a web. His mind oscillated between moments of clarity and grotesque hallucinations. Yet, in every moment of lucidity, he clenched his fists tightly, fiery pain igniting within his wolf-like gaze. "I cannot fall. Bai Yao is still waiting for me to save her." Caesar, struggling to maintain his composure, surveyed the camp, his face darkened by the sharp pain in his ribs and the dire circumstances before him. At that moment, the accompanying shaman reported, "Young city lord, this poison is treacherous, and only the one who administered it can resolve it. If there is no antidote within 3 days, they will succumb to decay. My abilities are limited." The shaman's words were blunt. The only option was to return to the royal city in search of a more capable healer or the poisoner themselves. If they returned to the royal city, a day would have already passed, rendering it impossible to seek aid in time. "Young city lord, we—" At this, the aide hesitated to speak. Caesar raised his hand to interrupt, a glimmer of realization flashing in his amber lion eyes. "If Xianmo wished to kill us, we would have long since been corpses. His granting us time indicates he is awaiting either us or, more accurately, a transaction." Caesar stifled the pain in his ribs, his lion gaze sweeping over his poisoned subordinates and the nearly beastified Lin, weighing his options. Xianmo's strength exceeded expectations, and a direct confrontation would be unwise. His actions did not resemble mere slaughter, but rather seemed driven by ulterior motives. Was his target that female? He recalled Bai Yao's appearance, apart from her cleanliness. She seemed unremarkable. Why would an ordinary tribal female provoke such upheaval? Perhaps she possessed a value unknown to them. With the burden of the royal city's mission and his subordinates' lives weighing heavily upon him, he had to make the most advantageous decision. Within the cave, Xianmo returned, discarding his prey on the ground, shattering the stifling silence. Bai Yao defiantly turned her face away in silent protest. A cold finger clamped down on her chin, forcing her to meet his turbulent gaze filled with rage. "Still thinking about your beast husband? I should snap his neck right here." Bai Yao averted her gaze. Yet her mind raced with calculations. She could not provoke him now, but neither could she allow him to perceive her as entirely submissive. She needed him to understand that she cared about the lives of those individuals. Yet this concern must not stem from personal feelings for Lin. Bai Yao spoke with feigned grievance. "Yes, I am worried about him. He is better than you, colder than your heart." Before her words could finish, a punishing kiss, charged with possessiveness, descended upon her, consuming all her unspoken sentiments. This was not an act of tenderness, but a declaration of dominion, biting until Bai Yao's lips swelled, almost suffocating her, before Xianmo finally released her. His finger roughly brushed against her lower lip, and he scrutinized her reddened eyes, ultimately casting out his bait. "You wish to save them?" Bai Yao sensed a flicker of concession in his tone. "Perhaps." Xianmo's vertical pupils narrowed. "But there was but one condition. You must declare to them that you willingly become my female and bond with me. Only with my mark upon you can I trust you." Bai Yao understood that this serpent would not easily relent. This was the price she dreaded most. Once she agreed, she would be irrevocably bound to this dangerous creature. Yet, to refuse would mean addressing the immediate issue of Lin and the others. "You may ponder this." Xianmo continued to fixate on her eyes. "But even if you decline, your becoming my female is inevitable." Observing the struggle in her eyes and the signs of potential agreement, Xian Mo's unnamed fury intensified. She would even consider such terms for that worthless individual. After a moment, Bai Yao closed her eyes. Fine, I agree. She had consented. To save those individuals, she had acquiesced. This realization brought her no anticipated joy, but rather a deeper anguish. He abruptly released Bai Yao, the atmosphere around him thick with menace. Shall we go seek them? Tomorrow, they will come to us. If they cannot even accomplish this, then they are worthless and deserve to die. He cast aside this declaration, his figure dissolving into the darkness outside the cave. The following day, Caesar and his team indeed reappeared, though each bore deeper fatigue and the toll of the poison. Xian Mo embraced Bai Yao as they exited the cave, his demeanor unmistakably possessive. Yao, Lin, filled with agitation, attempted to step forward but stumbled, tormented by the poison coursing through him. With faint signs of wolf-like fur emerging on his face, rendering him somewhat ferocious. Bai Yao's heart ached at the sight, yet under Xian Mo's warning gaze. She forced herself to speak, declaring, "You all have heard. I, Bai Yao, willingly choose to be Xian Mo's female companion. He is already my beast husband. Please leave and do not risk your lives for me." "No, it's impossible, Yao. Is he coercing you?" Lin roared in disbelief. "I speak the truth," Bai Yao interrupted, her gaze fixed upon his beastly visage. "Lin, first rid yourself of the poison. Your current appearance is quite unsightly." Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Lin's last impulse. He stared intently at Bai Yao, searching for any trace of coercion in her eyes, but ultimately found only the calmness reflected in her gray-blue wolf pupils. Xian Mo, in despair, lowered his head. Kaiser cast a deep glance at Xian Mo, comprehending the essence of this transaction. He ceased his words and simply stated, "The antidote. What a cunning ploy, using poison to force our revelation, then compelling the female to declare publicly. A twofold victory, eliminating obstacles while completely possessing the target." He scrutinized Xian Mo and Bai Yao, firmly imprinting this unusual situation in his mind. This female, who could incite such effort from Xian Mo, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Xian Mo snorted coldly and tossed a rough beast hide pouch. The beastmen eagerly swallowed the antidote, and their symptoms began to alleviate swiftly. Just as everyone thought this thrilling conflict was nearing its conclusion and prepared for their return with mixed emotions, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 35. Bai Yao poisoned as the crowd believed the storm had settled, and the beastmen who had taken the antidote exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a mutation arose. Behind Kaiser, the previously silent, accompanying shaman suddenly erupted with a mad hatred in his eyes, rushing towards Xian Mo with lightning speed. In that instant, everyone was caught off guard. He abruptly opened a bone container in his hand, revealing a thick, foul-smelling black liquid that hissed corrosively as it splashed towards Xian Mo's face. "Xuan Montak, may my entire clan pay with their lives for you." Everything unfolded too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Even Kaiser could only narrow his pupils in alarm, sharply commanding, "Stop." Yet, the words came too late. After finally softening Xian Mo's demeanor, he could not allow anger to ignite at this moment. Bai Yao, near Xian Mo, found her mind blank, her instinct for survival overpowering all thoughts. She calculated that if Xian Mo were to be harmed or go berserk at this moment, all her prior efforts would be rendered futile. She abruptly twisted her body, using all her strength to push towards Xian Mo, intending to shield him. However, this action left her entirely exposed to the toxic liquid. In an instant, most of the poison splashed onto Bai Yao's raised arm and shoulder. The hide was immediately corroded, and her skin seared with excruciating pain, accompanied by an eerie numbness that coursed through her body. Bai Yao felt the world spin around her, and she collapsed weakly. Yao. The first to react was Lin. He howled with a desperate tremor in his voice, shooting forward like an arrow, eager to protect her. But as soon as he lifted off the ground, he was violently hurled aside by the turbulent force unleashed by Xian Mo's instinctive protection of Bai Yao, crashing heavily to the ground. With a cough, Lin spat out fresh blood. Xian Mo had already reacted the moment Bai Yao collided with him. He was astonished that no one had ever intervened in his battle in such a manner. This female was shielding him from poison? The realization filled him with both joy and bitterness. She was so weak. Why would she risk herself for him? Soon, that astonishment was swallowed by an overwhelming fury, not directed at the assailant, but at this unforeseen circumstance that tightened his heart inexplicably. He looked down at Bai Yao, who lay pale and slightly convulsing in his arms. Her eyes, usually filled with fear or cunning, rapidly losing their luster. An unprecedented rage erupted within him, akin to a slumbering volcano that suddenly erupted. Kaiser, the first to be affected, was forced back several steps by the peak-level killing intent, his complexion paling. He finally grasped the insurmountable chasm dividing him from Xian Mo. Everyone present was paralyzed by the pressure, frozen in place. Xian Mo gently placed Bai Yao on the ground, his movements contrasting sharply with the malevolent aura surrounding him. In the next instant, he left only a shadow of his former self at the spot where he stood. Bang! The shaman barely registered how Xian Mo had arrived before being seized by the throat and slammed into the ground like a rag doll. The earth cracked beneath them, and the shaman's ribs shattered under the force, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Antidote. Xian Mo's voice was devoid of any human emotion, his golden-slit pupils narrowing to a razor-thin line, his eyes brimming with an impending killing intent that sent chills down spines. Despite his intense suffering, the shaman wore a frenzied smile, gasping, "Antidote? There is no antidote. Xian Mo, did you consider this day when you slaughtered my entire clan a year ago? If I cannot kill you, let your female perish, and you shall taste the bitterness of losing a loved one." Laughter rang out, "Wanna die?" Xian Mo's fingertips grazed the shaman's cheek, a trace of eerie blue poison seeping into his skin. "I won't allow you to die so easily. That would be too merciful." The shaman let out a scream that transcended human comprehension. As the poison infiltrated his skin, his body convulsed violently, dark blood seeping from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose as he clawed at his own skin, leaving behind trails of blood. "Kill me. Please kill me." The entire scene was filled with the shaman's wails, a bloody and terrifying tableau that left all present, beastmen, trembling in fear. At this moment, Xian Mo resembled a hellish demon, coldly observing, "Antidote. Ha! You shall die in 7 days. Your female will not survive." The shaman, in excruciating pain, spat out broken curses intermittently. Just then, Kaiser suppressed his surging blood, stepping forward. His expression was grim. This was not merely a surprise attack, but a devastating betrayal of the reputation of the Beast City. After all, the shaman hailed from his ranks. From the Beast City, he had an undeniable responsibility. "Shaman, why have you done this? Give the antidote to Xian Mo. There may still be a chance for resolution." Kaiser urged, but the shaman was already fading in consciousness, muttering, "I am sorry, young lord of the city." With that, he turned away, not meeting Kaiser's gaze. Kaiser understood that he could elicit no further answers. Though he held the title of young lord of the city, he was still in the presence of the overwhelmingly powerful and furious Xian Mo, and he attempted to reason. "Xian Mo, the Beast City will certainly provide an explanation for this matter. Our immediate concern is to save Bai Yao. The royal city has the highest-ranked shaman. Perhaps, shut your mouth." Xian Mo snapped, turning sharply, his gaze silencing Kaiser instantly. "The Beast City had better pray for her safety. Otherwise, I will surely cleanse the Beast City in blood." Xian Mo's threat was undeniable. Kaiser's expression soured. After all, the Beast City was the strongest in the Central Plains, and Xian Mo was just a wandering beast. No matter how formidable he was, he could not so openly disregard the Beast City. Meanwhile, Bai Yao on the ground emitted a painful groan, her body beginning to writhe unconsciously, tearing at her beast hide clothing. Her exposed skin glowed with an abnormal flush, and her breathing grew hot and rapid. This symptom was not solely from poisoning. It seemed mixed with the effects of a potent aphrodisiac. Xian Mo's expression darkened, disregarding the nearly unconscious shaman and the varied expressions of the crowd. He bent down, carefully scooping Bai Yao in his arms, his stance radiating an overwhelming sense of possessive protection. His icy gaze swept across the entire scene for the last time, lingering momentarily on Lin. whose pallor betrayed his struggle to rise, and on Caesar, whose expression was steeped in gravity. If she dies, you all shall accompany her to the grave. Before the echo of his words faded, he transformed into a shadow, cradling Bai Yao in his arms, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest, leaving only chaos and a chilling silence in his wake. Chapter 36. Bonding. After Mo and Bai Yao disappeared, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the stillness of the forest was abruptly shattered by Lin's agonized coughing. He attempted to prop himself up, but the violent tremors within his body and the residual force of Mo's presence sent him crashing to the ground once more. Helplessly, he could only watch the direction in which Bai Yao had departed, his nails digging into the earth until they bled, oblivious to his own suffering. Yao Yao, he cried out in anguish. If only I were stronger. Before his self-reproach could linger, Lai approached, clutching his chest, his expression grave. We should return. At our current strength, we cannot even approach him. Judging by his demeanor, he is unlikely to harm Bai Yao. He stated the harsh truth, indeed. They were too weak in the face of Mo. Caesar gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his left shoulder and, with the support of his aide, slowly straightened up. His cold gaze swept over the nearly lifeless shaman on the ground, fury surging within him. He had never anticipated such an event occurring at his side. This was not merely an ambush. It was a blatant affront to the authority of Bai Yao City, which could potentially plunge the entire royal city into war. Take him back. Caesar's voice rang out. Guard him closely. I must know everything behind this. He must return to the city immediately to report Mo's true strength and the sudden turn of events to the king. After all, a misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. With the forceful assistance of his companions, Lin was compelled to embark on the journey homeward. He cast one last glance at the dense forest, determination igniting in his gray-blue wolf eyes. He needed power, unprecedented power. Meanwhile, Mo, cradling the feverish and semi-conscious Bai Yao, swiftly occupied a new lair nearby. The wild beasts residing within fled in terror at his approach, for the aura of a top predator needed no words to convey its dominance. Mo gently laid Bai Yao upon the dry stone floor of the cave, his movements surprisingly tender, even to himself. In that moment, Bai Yao, her cheeks flushed and breath rapid, was unconsciously tearing at the furs beneath her and her own garments, moans of discomfort escaping her lips. It's so hot. I can't bear it, she murmured. Mo's vertical pupils narrowed dangerously. He was skilled in poison, with a mere glance. He discerned that this was not merely a lethal toxin, but one intermingled with an intensely potent aphrodisiac derived from the Serpent clan, driving her desires into a frenzy. This was a secret elixir used by the Serpent tribe to enhance mating, and now it had become the very source of her torment. As he observed her struggle between desire and venom, images of her resolutely standing before him replayed in his mind. Why? His immense power could have allowed him to evade or even counter such threats, and he was immune to virtually all toxins. Thus, the poison posed little danger to him. In his eyes, Bai Yao's actions seemed foolish, even unnecessary, prompting his initial anger at her perceived stupidity. Yet, soon after, an unfamiliar mix of irritation, confusion, and a flicker of something stirred within him. Was it possible that, deep down, she had already acknowledged him? This speculation ignited an odd warmth in his once cold heart. Perhaps her previous resistance, negotiations, and grievances were merely the harmless stubbornness of a female. Foolish. He chastised her softly, yet his fingers instinctively brushed against her feverish cheek. The gesture almost a sigh. Why must you be so strong-willed? Are all females as foolish as you? No, he had observed many females, and they were often self-serving, never willing to sacrifice so much for a partner. Just as he finished his thought, Bai Yao instinctively grasped his arm, her scorching body entwining around him like a vine. Please, cool me down, she pleaded, her gaze hazy, seeking relief against his cold skin. She was unbearably hot, unable to endure it any longer. Mo's breathing grew heavy, his desire surging dangerously close to the brink. Yet he restrained himself, gripping her chin to force her unfocused gaze to meet his. Bai Yao, his voice was hoarse. laced with the last remnants of reason. Look closely. Who am I? Bai Yao furrowed her brow in discomfort, her vision blurring and overlapping. Yet the silver hair and icy vertical pupils were indelibly etched into her instinct. Xianmo, you are, she whimpered, as if seeking confirmation, unconsciously calling out his name. Those two words ignited the final spark that would set off an explosion. Remember, it was you who chose me. He leaned in, assertively claiming her lips. This time, it was no longer a punishment, but a declaration of ownership and complete fusion. The shadows on the stone wall swayed in the firelight, muffled moans intertwining with heavy breaths, until the latter half of the night slowly quieted. Bai Yao awoke amidst a violent dizziness and an indescribable ache throughout her body. Memories flooded back, poison, searing pain, chaotic desires, and the subsequent moments that left her flushed with embarrassment. She abruptly turned her head to find Xianmo propped up, his silver hair cascading around him, and those golden vertical pupils appearing particularly profound in the morning light, radiating a languid satisfaction mingled with unmasked possessiveness. Her gaze instinctively drifted to her waist, where a complex and alluring dark silver, serpent-shaped mark had been imprinted, the serpent's head resting just below her navel, its tail coiling around her side, exuding an eerie beauty that proclaimed their bond as mates. They were truly bonded. Bai Yao's emotions were a tumultuous mix. The mark was indeed beautiful. Xianmo's fingertips traced the skin over the mark, sending shivers through her. From now on, you shall be my Bai Yao, unchanging until death. Bai Yao could hardly comprehend the turn of events. There was no point in struggling now. She turned her gaze away, offering no rebuttal. However, at that moment, her concern lay elsewhere, the poison within me. It has been temporarily suppressed, Xianmo replied, his expression tightening. During our union last night, my primal energy shielded your heart's pulse. But the toxin remains, especially the serpent's aphrodisiac, which is the most troublesome. It will take 7 days. His words trailed off as Bai Yao attempted to rise, a wave of metallic sweetness surging in her throat. With a sudden cough, dark red blood erupted from her lips, and her vision faded to black as if all her strength had been sapped in an instant. She collapsed forward. Xianmo's expression shifted dramatically, his long arm reaching out to catch her before she hit the ground, as he took in her instantly pallid face and the blood staining her lips. The languor in his eyes transformed into a chilling urgency and a terrifying fury. This shouldn't be happening. The toxin from the serpent's aphrodisiac is not this severe. He recalled the shaman's words. She will die within 7 days. Chapter 37. 7 days countdown. Yao Yao. Xianmo's gaze fixated on by Yao's suddenly ashen face and tightly shut eyes. An unprecedented panic surged through him, as if ice-cold water had been poured over him, causing his heart to constrict. How could this be? Last night, I used my primal serpent poison to temporarily neutralize it. He cautiously checked her breath, feeling the faint yet steady rhythm, allowing his heart to settle just a little. He pressed his fingers against her pulse, attempting to discern the chaotic energy, but found only a haze of confusion. He was adept at killing with invisible poisons, but knew nothing of healing. He lay Bai Yao upon the dry stone floor, a thought striking him. In the next moment, he dashed out of the cave like a gust of wind. Before long, Xianmo returned with an elderly Fox clan beastman, the forest's acknowledged shaman. His advanced age made his movements unsteady and crooked. The Fox shaman, once abandoned by a female, found himself lost in this forest. One day, when Xianmo was injured, he offered his assistance. Thereafter, under the protection of Xianmo, he was able to safely delve into the art of healing in this brutal environment of survival of the fittest. Thus, for Xianmo, he was one of the few familiar faces from the past. Upon seeing the faint aura of Bai Yao on the stone slab, along with the ambiguous marks on her neck, the Fox shaman exchanged a knowing glance with Xianmo. However, he refrained from further words and approached directly. Just as his emaciated hand was about to touch Bai Yao's wrist, Xianmo's muscles tensed instantly, instinctively wanting to intervene. Without investigation, how can one understand his condition? Do not be overly anxious, the Fox shaman calmly replied, undeterred by Xianmo's menacing aura. Xianmo's taut jawline twitched slightly, ultimately yielding to the shaman's intent. The fox shaman meticulously examined Bai Yao's eyelids and tongue coating, and his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. What is it? Xian Mo's voice betrayed an urgency he himself did not recognize. This is indeed a peculiar poison. Its potency is fierce. But it should not have caused her to faint so swiftly. The fox shaman pondered before suddenly looking at Xian Mo. Did you do anything else yesterday? Noticing the shaman's expression, Xian Mo replied truthfully, "Last night, we mated. I imparted some of my origin snake venom to subdue her." Foolishness, the fox shaman chastised. She is a delicate female. How can her constitution compare to your formidable ninth-tier snake emperor physique? Your domineering venom is tantamount to adding fuel to the fire for her. Coupled with the exhaustion from last night, this has triggered a backlash of the toxin. Xian Mo's expression darkened immediately, as he had never fathomed that the very power he prided himself on could have nearly suffocated her. A strange emotion pierced his heart, leaving him with a sense of regret and guilt. The fox shaman remained oblivious to his turmoil and continued, "She has been afflicted by the 7-day dissolution poison." He glanced at Xian Mo, his tone heavy. This poison originates from the frigid northwestern regions, rare in the Central Plains. In my youth, I witnessed a case where several shamans combined their efforts, yet could only watch as the poisoned individual succumbed 7 days later, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Is there no solution? Xian Mo's voice rose, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. How can that be? You are the most skilled shaman. You have cured countless difficult ailments. Surely you have a way? Seeing Xian Mo's emotional turmoil, the fox shaman noted that this female must indeed hold great significance for him. Finally, he shook his head with gravity. At the very least, I am powerless. He produced a wax-sealed pill, saying, "This medicine can strengthen the heart and protect the pulse. It may allow her to regain consciousness for a brief moment. However, if the true antidote or method of detoxification is not found within 7 days, her death is inevitable." He paused, observing Xian Mo's clenched fists, and spoke softly. Perhaps there still remains a glimmer of hope. The great shaman of the Fox clan, Xing Che. He is relatively young, but it is said that he possesses extraordinary talent and can communicate with divine beasts. There is no one he cannot save. Perhaps he will have a solution. However, the elusive nature of the true Fox clan makes Xing Che hard to find. Yet, the 100 Beast City has had dealings with the Fox clan. Seeking their assistance might lead to finding Xing Che. Although the Fox shaman claimed to be of the Fox clan, he was not of pure blood. To the Fox clan, lineage determined everything. Thus, he could not be considered a true beastman of the Fox clan. After hearing the shaman's words, Xian Mo fell silent, an icy and oppressive aura enveloping him. To truly seek help from the 100 Beast City, this would mean exposing his vulnerability to the world, placing her under the scrutiny of greater powers. "You may leave," he finally issued an eviction order. With a sigh, the Fox shaman offered one last piece of advice. "Remember, do not allow her emotions to fluctuate too violently. Otherwise, the toxins may attack her heart, precipitating an early onset of the poison, and then it will be beyond remedy." Once the Fox shaman departed, silence reclaimed the cave. Xian Mo stared at Bai Yao's pale face. A wave of unfamiliar emotion akin to heartache surged within him, nearly consuming him. Throughout his life, he had walked alone, wielding absolute power to look down upon all. Never had he felt such helplessness. For the first time, he questioned his strength and the notion that power could resolve all issues. What was he to do? The clash between his past pride and the harshness of reality raged within him. After an indeterminate period, the cacophony from outside roused Bai Yao from her stupor. She opened her eyes to find herself still lying on the cold stone slab. Not far off, Xian Mo was throttling an unfamiliar beastman's throat, his voice filled with fury. "Useless. You cannot even identify such a trivial poison? What use are you as a tribal shaman?" The beastman, terrified, stammered, Lord Xian Mo, this poison is unheard of to me." Suddenly, as Bai Yao attempted to rise, she coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, staring in shock at the bloodstains on her clothing. "What? I'm spitting blood? How many days has it been? Am I destined to meet my end prematurely?" The shadow of death loomed ominously over her. "Yao Yao, Upon seeing Bai Yao awaken, Xianmo immediately released the beast man and rushed to her side. His tone more urgent and unexpectedly tender. "How do you feel?" Bai Yao did not respond directly, but instead asked, "What is my current situation?" Weakly she inquired, her mind in disarray. "The toxins are still present, and the exertion from our union has taken its toll." Xianmo downplayed the severity, gripping her hand tightly. "Do not fear. I will undoubtedly heal you." Bai Yao suddenly recalled the shaman's words. "Isn't that poison only effective for 7 days? What day is it today?" Xianmo hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. "You have been unconscious for 2 days, including the previous day. 3 days remain." 3 days. A profound despair washed over Bai Yao like a frigid tide, submerging her entirely. Was her journey in this beastly world destined to end prematurely? Only 3 days left for her. Chapter 38. The stirring of various forces observing the contemplative expression on Bai Yao's face. Xianmo felt a strange panic seize him once more. He spoke almost immediately. "Rest assured, with me here, nothing will happen." This statement served as both a promise to her and a forceful repression of his own wavering heart. In the time that followed, Xianmo demonstrated his determination through decisive actions, revealing his most straightforward approach. Like a harbinger of calamity among the tribes, he forcibly captured all nearby shamans who possessed even a modicum of medical knowledge, utilizing his terrifying speed and strength. Outside the cave, the anguished wails and pleas for mercy of the beastmen echoed frequently, while within, Xianmo's golden vertical pupils coldly scrutinized each trembling captive, compelling them to diagnose Bai Yao. Yet, the outcomes were uniformly disheartening. Lord Xianmo, this poison is unknown to us. Have mercy, I am but a novice." This resembles the peculiar poison from the northwest. It is beyond our capacity to resolve. Useless. All of you are worthless. The frustration and anger within him burned fiercely as he crushed the third shaman's offered pouch of remedies. The oppressive atmosphere he exuded nearly solidified the air around him. He stepped out of the cave alone, standing atop a cliff, allowing the mountain winds to tousle his silvery hair. Below lay the vast forest, a realm where he could wield his power with impunity. Yet at this moment, that power felt utterly futile. Was he truly to bow to the 100-beast city? The mere thought filled him with a sense of humiliating rage. He had long been accustomed to controlling everything, to others submitting out of fear. When had he ever needed to seek assistance from those who perceived him as a threat? Was strength not omnipotent after all? This realization pierced deeply into his proud heart, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of restlessness and helplessness. When he returned to the cave, still brimming with pent-up aggression, he found Bai Yao quietly watching him. Her eyes filled with confusion, yet devoid of the reproach or despair he had anticipated. This calmness only served to further agitate him. Bai Yao was not unafraid of death. While Xianmo had stepped out to compose himself, she recalled her spiritual spring space. She delved into the depths of her consciousness, where life thrived. The crops flourished, and the fish and shrimp were abundant. She found amusement amidst her suffering, contemplating that had it not been for the deadly poison coursing through her veins, this place would surely be a paradise on earth. Bai Yao had come here with the hope of discovering whether the mystical spring could heal her wounds, and perhaps even alleviate her poison. Finally, she concentrated her spirit, summoning the clear spring water that seeped from her palms, and cautiously drank it. In an instant, a refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, providing a slight reprieve from her discomfort, yet the chilling source of toxicity in her dantian remained unyielding. Was it truly ineffective? The flicker of hope that had just ignited was extinguished once more, leaving her overwhelmed with a profound sense of despair. Was her last glimmer of salvation rendered futile? Or did it require further enhancement? If even this beacon of hope proved ineffective, was she truly left with only 3 days to live? At that moment, Xianmo returned, bearing fresh prey upon his shoulders, his demeanor seemingly restrained, as if he sought to mask the aura that commanded distance. He set the catch down and turned to Bai Yao, his tone tentative yet somewhat stiffly gentle. "What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it." Bai Yao was taken aback. This serpent, who typically addressed her with raw meat or a domineering demeanor, was now inquiring about her culinary preferences. Xian Mo seemed uneasy under her gaze, turning his head away, his voice returning to its former coldness. You are now my female. It is only right that I care for you. Ultimately, under Bai Yao's guidance, Xian Mo, for the first time in his life, clumsily yet earnestly tended to a fire for a female. Following her instructions, he simmered pieces of meat with wild vegetables into a hearty stew. Throughout the process, he displayed no impatience. His hands, usually accustomed to bloodshed, carefully controlled the heat. Compared to his first attempt, he demonstrated a marked improvement in skill. Before long, the cave was filled with the savory aroma of food, dispelling a measure of the oppressive gloom of death. Bai Yao sipped the hot broth, warmth radiating through her limbs. She gazed at this powerful yet awkward serpent, bustling for her sake, and suddenly felt that if she were to survive, perhaps he would not remain the villain who sought her demise. That thought did not seem so unappealing. I will not allow you to perish. Xian Mo looked at her, reiterating with an unprecedented seriousness. There are 3 days left, and I shall find a solution. This time, Bai Yao perceived something deeper in his gaze beyond mere possessiveness. She nodded in silence, understanding that he had summoned all the shaman of the nearby tribes, and the remaining path seemed to unfold naturally. The atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly complex, steeped in this fleeting warmth and the weight of reality. Meanwhile, in the leopard tribe, Lin's injuries had stabilized under the shaman's treatment, yet he felt like an empty shell devoid of spirit. Remaining silent in the thatched hut where he once lived with Bai Yao, the air still held a faint trace of her presence, the only solace preventing his complete collapse. When the rescue team returned, Dora's glee was unmistakable. Yet, as Lai observed Lin's state, he felt an unexpected surge of complex emotions towards the female he had once despised, accompanied by a hint of sympathy for Lin. Lin caressed the dried chili peppers that Bai Yao had prepared, his gray-blue wolf eyes reflecting a tormenting pain and resoluteness. The tribe could not be relied upon, and the royal city was fraught with danger. Was he truly to return to that place? To the western wolf tribe from which he had escaped with all his might, a return meant confronting the past and an end to any semblance of peace. Yet, for her sake, time was running out. An overwhelming sense of helplessness nearly engulfed him. What was he to do? In the palace of the Beast City, Caesar knelt on one knee before his father, the Lion King, recounting everything that transpired in the forest. Caesar straightened his back as best he could, though the bandage on his left shoulder and his somewhat pallid complexion revealed his injuries. He knelt before the Lion King, announcing, "Father, Xian Mo's strength has been confirmed to be at least peak level 9, and he may even be on the threshold of level 10. His methods are ruthless, and his combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary wandering beasts." The Lion King's massive form stirred in the shadows. A level 9 peak wandering beast with such power, unrestrained, posed the greatest instability. Moreover, Caesar raised his head, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his amber eyes. The shaman's betrayal was too coincidental in timing and target. I believe this is no mere act of personal vengeance. It likely involves forces seeking to exploit Xian Mo's influence to disrupt the Beast City and even instigate a full-scale war against such formidable opponents. He lightly brushed over his personal setbacks and injuries, analyzing the situation entirely from the perspective of a ruler of the royal city. This was the vision befitting a young lord. The Lion King remained silent for a long time, his fingertips tapping the armrest of the throne. Before finally speaking, it seems some individuals can no longer contain themselves. He looked at Caesar with approval in his gaze. "You have handled this well. Issue a decree that if Xian Mo approaches, he should not be treated as an enemy, but welcomed as a guest. We must reassess his value rather than simply exacerbating the conflict." After a brief pause, the Lion King added, "It is also time to contact the great priest of the Fox tribe. Inform him that he owes a debt to the Beast City and must repay it." Chapter 39. The loss of all senses the following day. When Xian Mo returned from hunting, the cave felt eerily quiet, stirring a sense of unease within him. He hurried to the stone slab, only to find Bai Yao still curled up, unresponsive to his arrival as she usually would be. "Yao Yao." Xian Mo gently nudged her. Bai Yao struggled to open her eyes, but all she saw was a chaotic darkness. She gazed blankly in Xian Mo's direction, her voice frail. Is it not yet dawn? Why have you returned so early? Xian Mo's outstretched hand froze mid-air, his golden vertical pupils fixed intently on her eyes, now devoid of focus. A chill surged from the depths of his heart. Could she no longer see? Xian Mo silently waved his hand before her, but Bai Yao's eyes remained unblinking, merely shifting helplessly in search of a glimmer of light. Bai Yao seemed to sense something in the silence and the stagnant air around him. Trembling, she reached out, her voice barely perceptible. Xian Mo outside. Is the sun up yet? Yes. Xian Mo's response was labored as he grasped her icy hand, enveloping her trembling fingertips. What? Panic engulfed Bai Yao in an instant. She let her hand fall, feeling as though the strength had been drained from her body. Was this the beginning? First the vomiting of blood, then blindness, followed by deafness, and finally the bleeding from all orifices. She had never felt death so palpably. She recalled the garden yet to be planted, the silent wolf cub that always trailed behind her, and even the stubborn serpent beside her. Initially, she had thought that if she perished, she might return to the modern world, and everything would be over. Yet now, she found herself feeling a pang of reluctance. However, her instinct for survival and inherent resilience quickly quelled her panic. Suddenly, she forced a faint smile, directing it accurately towards Xian Mo. There are still 2 days left, right? Yes. Xian Mo's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. The predictions of all the shamans echoed in his mind. The uncertainty of seeking help from the beast city weighed heavily on his heart. The power he once took pride in now appeared so feeble. Trust me. Xian Mo nearly gritted his teeth as he uttered those 3 words. Yes. Bai Yao responded softly, without doubt or despair, her hands continuing to explore as she patted the stone slab beside her. You returned from hunting? I am hungry. I want to eat something delicious. Xian Mo gazed at her facade of composure, which could not conceal her fragility, and felt a pang in his heart. He silently rose, beginning to ignite the fire and prepare the ingredients. The cave was filled only with the crackling of the fire and the bubbling of the stew. Bai Yao lay quietly on the stone slab. After losing her sight, her hearing became exceptionally acute. At this moment, it seemed to be raining outside. The sound of raindrops gradually intensified, filling the cave with a gentle patter. She could hear Xuanma's deliberate, soft movements, even distinguishing the subtle nuances of the bubbling broth. An unusual tranquility enveloped her. How serene, she murmured, as if it had been ages since she experienced such stillness after arriving here. Xuanma paused in his stirring of the soup and turned to look at her. His eyes, usually filled with fear, now appeared vacant, embodying a sense of resignation. He gazed at her silently, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately returned to the task at hand with even greater quietude. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the cave. Xuanma had prepared the same dish as the previous night, meat stewed with wild vegetables. He brought the food to Bai Yao's lips, saying, "Open your mouth, I will feed you." Bai Yao complied, and Xuanma fed her mouthful by mouthful, his movements so stiff that even she could sense his awkwardness. It was evident that this was his first time doing such a thing. Relax, Bai Yao even comforted him. I am no longer afraid. Why are you more anxious than I? If she could see, she would have noticed the cold-blooded snake monarch's ears tinged with an unusual flush. After feeding her, Xuanma mentioned he would step out for a moment and would return shortly. Soon, the rain intensified outside, causing the river to swell and icy water to rush into the cave. Bai Yao sensed something was amiss. Xuanma, the water is rising quickly. She heard the sound of rushing water, and before long, it covered the stone floor, the cold water reaching her ankles. She screamed in terror, her hands flailing in the air. What is happening? Is water coming in? Xuanma, where are you? Inside the cave, there was no response. The darkness and icy flow consumed her, and her fear of isolation reached its peak. She realized, in that moment, she was merely a fragile, invisible female on the brink of death. Xuanma, where are you? I'm so scared. She stood up, groping in the dark, accidentally falling to the ground as the water surged past her chest. She wept in despair, never having felt so hopeless. Just as she felt she would be submerged. A cold yet solid embrace suddenly lifted her from the water, holding her tightly. "I am here." Xuanma's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency. His arms wrapped around her as if to merge their very beings. "Do not fear. I will take you out." Bai Yao clung to him as if grasping a lifeline, burying her face in his cold chest, sobbing, "You must not leave me again." "All right." Xuanma's chin rested on the top of her head, his voice deep and solemn. "I will never let you go again." In that moment, all considerations of pride, identity, and danger were utterly shattered before her helpless tears and complete reliance. He had only stepped out for a brief moment, and the flood had come rushing in. He quickly found a higher cave, and exhausted from her ordeal, Bai Yao quietly fell asleep in his arms. Xuanma stood watch beside her, observing her subconscious grip on his clothing. Even in slumber, his heart made a decision. In the dead of night, Bai Yao suddenly spiked a high fever, her body convulsing uncontrollably. "I feel so unwell." Seeing her in such a state, Xuanma was overcome with unprecedented panic and almost brutally summoned the old shaman. "The poison has penetrated her marrow. Her condition is deteriorating rapidly." The old shaman's expression was grave. "I can only temporarily ease her pain. You must find the Grand Priest Xingxia immediately, or she may not survive until dawn." The shaman's words were akin to a death sentence. Xuanma looked at Bai Yao, curled up in pain on the stone floor, his heart aching. Compared to losing her, his dignity and principles were worthless. The following morning, Bai Yao awakened to a world enveloped in eternal silence. It seemed as if she could no longer hear. Yet she felt the warmth of the sun upon her skin and the unique icy aura that accompanied his presence. She turned towards the direction where Xuanma might be and offered a pale, sweet smile. "The sun is lovely today. I senti it. Could you carry me outside to bask in it?" Chapter 40. Grand Priest Xingxia. Observing her frail appearance, Xuanma instinctively tightened his arms around her. A strange emotion named panic gnawing at his defenses. Before long, he carried her to the mountaintop, where the view was expansive, and the rising sun cast golden rays over the undulating forest. The vibrant scenery, however, failed to penetrate her unfocused gaze. Carefully, he placed Bai Yao on the dew-kissed meadow, where sunlight enveloped her slender form. So warm, Bai Yao sighed gently. If only it could always be like this. Her words carried an imperceptible hint of regret. Just as she spoke, Xuanma's expression darkened. "Do not speak foolishly. I will ensure you recover." Then he recalled that she could not hear him. He pressed his lips together, ultimately holding her icy hand carefully, attempting to convey his presence through the warmth of his palm. The sunlight outlined her fragile silhouette, and a thought struck Xuanma's heart. To keep someone close should not involve binding them with ropes, even with the intent to protect. He had previously adhered to the predatory and possessive laws of the wandering beasts, but for the first time, a rift formed before her. Unfortunately, she could not see the struggle in his eyes, nor sense the icy mountain within him beginning to thaw. She merely whispered softly, "Just like this, it seems quite nice." Xuanma lay silently beside her, side by side in the morning light, and for the first time, he felt that his once prized power was utterly insignificant in the face of fate. Time passed, and Xuanma propped himself up, gently touching her hand. "Yao Yao, it is time to go. We must head to Bai Yao City." Bai Yao showed no reaction. She remained still, her eyes unmoving as if all vitality had drained away. Xuanma's heart skipped a beat, and he gently shook her. "Yao Yao." There was no response. She was like a doll, pliant and compliant to his will. "Yao Yao, what is wrong?" Xuanma checked her breath, which was faint and almost imperceptible, life rapidly ebbing from her pale face. "No." Xuanma dared not delay any longer. He scooped her up and dashed into the depths of the forest towards the shaman's dwelling, not even waiting to knock as he burst inside. The elderly shaman, startled by his imposing presence, took a step back. After a tremulous examination, a heavy expression settled on his wrinkled face. "The poison has reached her heart. Coupled with the cold she endured last night, she is on the brink of death." "What does on the brink of death mean?" Xuanma grasped the shaman's collar with fervor, his eyes bloodshot. "She was just talking, just basking in the sun. How can this be happening?" The shaman shook his head helplessly. "I have done all I can. If you wish to grasp at a thread of hope, You must go to Bai Yao City immediately. There may still be a chance. You cannot delay any longer. Xuanma understood that further argument was futile. Finally, the shaman provided him with a precious life-saving elixir to administer to Bai Yao, aware that it would only buy a moment's respite. Without further words, Xuanma cradled Bai Yao and transformed into a streak of dark wind, racing towards Bai Yao City. Yao, hold on. Outside Bai Yao City, the towering stone walls stood as a symbol of order and inviolable authority. As Xuanma approached, several powerful presences immediately locked onto him. The city guards, upon seeing him, especially the frail female in his arms, were about to advance when Xuanma's gaze, filled with unspent killing intent, forced them to retreat. Call out to Kaisa. The guards, intimidated by his aura, dared not delay and quickly relayed the message. Before long, the young Lord Kaisa appeared, surrounded by a cadre of elite guards, his golden hair gleaming, adorned in exquisite leather armor symbolizing status and power. His gaze first fell upon Mo, imbued with scrutiny and a hint of unmasked attachment. Despite the formidable prowess of the wandering beast, he maintained an aristocratic vigilance tinged with subtle disdain. However, when his eyes alighted upon the pale female cradled in Mo's arms, a stark gravity replaced the earlier derision, rooted in a sense of responsibility. Where's the high priest? Caesar interjected, bypassing unnecessary pleasantries. His eyes briefly clashed with Mo's before he stepped aside, gesturing, "Follow me." He personally guided the way, traversing unobstructed corridors until they reached the heart of the city Lord's Manor. Inside the council chamber of the city Lord's Manor, the Beast King did not make an appearance. Yet Caesar sufficed to embody the will of the 100 Beast City. He turned to Mo, stating, "100 Beast City can assist you this time, but you must remember this bond." Mo's focus remained solely on Bai Yao. He did not even glance at Caesar, but repeated, "Where is the high priest?" Carefully, he laid Bai Yao upon a couch draped in thick, soft beast pelts, his gentle actions contrasting sharply with his otherwise formidable aura. Caesar understood his urgency, but upheld the necessary decorum. "The high priest will arrive shortly. After your long journey, perhaps it would be wise to take a moment to compose yourself." His gaze subtly indicated Mo's slightly disheveled attire, marred by the dust of travel. Mo remained motionless. Caesar furrowed his brow, reminding him with the authority of a master, "Mo, if she awakens to find you in such a disheveled state, she may feel uneasy." Only then did Mo lower his gaze to inspect himself. Indeed, he was far from the calm demeanor of a true warrior at that moment. After casting a final glance at the quietly unsettling Bai Yao, Caesar's words began to take effect. He could not allow her to witness his disarray. "Within 100 Beast City. She is safe," Caesar added. "This is a promise." Mo silently nodded, finally following the attendant away for a brief respite. In the fleeting moment that the room was vacated, a figure appeared silently by the bedside. The newcomer, with hair like flames and clad in a voluminous dark wizard's robe that accentuated his tall frame, possessed a pair of slightly upturned peach blossom eyes that sparkled with a hint of inquisitive amusement as they settled upon Bai Yao. To have the elusive snake monarch bow his head and enter this den of dragons and tigers. I am indeed curious about what kind of female can provoke such a response. Upon finishing his words, he extended a long finger, its tip aglow with an almost imperceptible ethereal light, gently tapping Bai Yao's forehead in an attempt to glimpse her fateful trajectory. In the next moment, the relaxed smile on Xing Che's face suddenly froze, replaced by an expression of incredulity. Within his perception, Bai Yao's past was not merely a reflection of any known beastly realm, but rather a bizarre tapestry woven with strange rules and creations from another world. Her future, however, was shrouded in chaotic mists, rendering it utterly unclear, as though she herself were a monumental variable, entirely extricated from the web of fate that bound this realm. He swiftly retracted his hand, as if scalded by an invisible force. "The soul's lifeline from another world is chaotic," he murmured, his usually laughing peach blossom eyes now filled with intense interest and shrewd calculation. "So that is why Mo behaves thus. How intriguing, truly intriguing." Just as his curiosity surged, His fingertip was about to make contact with Bai Yao's cheek. Yearning to more intimately comprehend this variable when a fierce and violent aura abruptly descended, suffused with murderous intent, forcing Xing-Che back several paces. Xian-Mo returned with a swiftness that left only an afterimage in his wake, appearing before Xing-Che like a specter. One hand gripped Xing-Che's collar with an iron-like grasp, his eyes swirling with bloodthirsty glints. "What are you? Who permitted you to touch her?" Caesar entered right behind. Immediately interjecting, "Xian-Mo, release him. This is High Priest Xing-Che." Xian-Mo's cold gaze swept over Caesar before landing back on Xing-Che, whose composure was swiftly regaining its equilibrium. He gradually loosened his grip while his muscles remained taut, poised for action. Do the Fox clan's priests always engage in such clandestine activities uninvited? He remarked with a hint of scorn. Xing-Che, unperturbed, straightened his robe's sleeves, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "I was merely concerned for the injured. Hence, I came to assess the situation in advance. The absence of personnel necessitated my hasty actions. I hope for your understanding." Despite his words of apology, his gaze bore no remorse, instead carrying a hint of provocation. Caesar stepped forward, placing himself between the two, his expression serious as he addressed Xing-Che. "High Priest Xing-Che, now that you have assessed the situation, what is Bai Yao's condition?" With the focus redirected to Bai Yao, Xian-Mo's attention immediately fixated on Xing-Che, his full concentration drawn towards the inquiry. Xing-Che suppressed his jest, falling silent for a moment as his gaze traversed Bai Yao's faintly breathing form on the couch, then swept past the tense Xian-Mo, ultimately exchanging a knowing glance with Caesar. He chose to withhold the startling discovery, speaking only to the injuries. "The poison within her is quite troublesome. It has adversely affected her fundamental essence and damaged her heart's meridians." He paused deliberately, sensing Xian-Mo's barely contained anxiety, before continuing languidly. "However, it is not entirely devoid of hope. Can it be cured?" Xian-Mo pressed urgently, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Despite his immense power, he found himself reliant on this fox whom he found so off-putting. Xing-Che smiled slightly. "However, the cost may be considerable." Chapter 41. You can save her. With your heart guard scales. Xian-Mo understood that this cunning fox would not act without recompense. He suppressed his rising agitation and impatience, his voice strained as if it were being squeezed from the crevices of ice. "What price?" Xing-Che feigned contemplation, his peach blossom eyes glimmering. "To save her." This priest originally wished to avoid such murky waters. He lightly tapped the bone divination he carried, speaking slowly. "However, years ago, I owed a favor to 100 B City. This time, it shall be repaid." Then, shifting his tone to one of mockery, he regarded Xian-Mo, "But that cost is still inadequate. To reverse life and death, to snatch someone from the hands of the King of Hell, it will consume my energy and cultivation." Xian-Mo's internal cynicism surfaced. He knew the crux of the matter had arrived. He wished to avoid circumlocution. Each moment Bai Yao's breath weakened, his sanity teetered closer to the brink of collapse. "Speak plainly. What must I sacrifice to ensure her survival?" Xing-Che blinked, seemingly appreciating Xian-Mo's forthrightness at that moment. "I require the heart guard scale closest to your heart." As the words fell, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Caesar gasped beside him. For beastmen, particularly for one like Xian-Mo who stood at the peak of power, the heart guard scale was not only their strongest defensive trait, but also intricately linked to the core of their strength. To forcibly remove it would be tantamount to self-harm, severely impacting their path to advancement. Power was the singular reliance that had allowed formidable beasts to endure thus far. Xing-Che observed Xian-Mo's reaction with great interest. He had his own motives. This was indeed one of the critical ingredients for the antidote, but he was also eager to see how far this man, renowned for his cold-blooded cruelty and reverence for power, would go for a female. To everyone's astonishment, Xian-Mo hesitated not a moment, resolutely declaring, "I will give it." These two words fell lightly, yet sent shockwaves through both Xing-Che and Caesar. Caesar gazed at Xian-Mo in disbelief, who in the Central Plains was unaware of Xian-Mo's infamous reputation. He was ruthless and brutal, a lone wolf who revered absolute strength, never having shown any semblance of kindness to any female, let alone sacrifice his foundation for one. Yet, in this moment, he was willing to forsake his future for her. Caesar's eyes involuntarily flicked back to the unconscious Bai Yao, a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity swirling within his golden irises. What magic did this female possess? Xingqi's astonishment was no less than Caesar's, but he also felt a dawning understanding and an intensifying intrigue. Years ago, he had encountered Mo, who at the time was even more ostentatious and solitary than now. Today, this serpent appeared fundamentally changed. To relinquish the heart guard scale was akin to placing half of his life into Bai Yao's hands. This is certainly not the deed of that cold-blooded wandering beast king. Intrigued, Xingqi whispered to himself, growing increasingly certain of Bai Yao's true identity. However, as silence lingered, Xingqi broke it once more, elegantly raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. The cost is not merely your scales. To save her, I have expended my very essence of witchcraft, which is a tangible loss. He turned his gaze to Mo, saying, "What compensation do you believe I should seek from you?" Mo frowned with impatience, suppressing the urge to lash out. "Your terms?" Xingqi's fingers stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Well, it seems I lack for nothing at the moment. Power, wealth, beauty." He elongated his words, casting a seemingly indifferent glance at Bai Yao, ultimately locking his gaze on Mo's taut expression. "Having lived for so long, it is rare to encounter something that stirs my interest. Here's the arrangement. Mo, you owe me a favor. In the future, whatever request I make, as long as it does not endanger you or her life, you must comply." Mo instinctively wanted to refuse. Xingqi's intentions were inscrutable. This empty promise was akin to suspending an invisible blade above his head. Who could predict the unreasonable demands he might conjure in the future? In the past, he had been fearless, but now, with Bai Yao in his life, he had attachments and vulnerabilities. It seemed Xingqi could see through his concerns, a confident smile curling at his lips. "Mo, I dare assert that even if you were to fly to the northwest this very moment to seek the legendary antidote, you would not be able to save her. The poison has infiltrated her heart. Her vitality is waning. In all the world, aside from me, no one can prolong her breath." His words completely extinguished any other options for Mo, staring into Xingqi's all-seeing eyes. He finally forced out 3 words through clenched teeth. "I agree." Mo's face betrayed no emotion. He did not even glance at Xingqi. His right hand shot up, fingers clawing fiercely into his left chest. A suppressed grunt escaped his throat, and blood immediately gushed forth, staining his fingers and front. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his complexion turning ashen, yet he did not halt his actions, forcibly extracting a dark, desolate scale from his flesh. The moment the scale was freed, he visibly swayed. His breath weakened by a third. Without sparing a glance at the scale, he tossed it to Xingqi. "Now, can you save her?" Xingqi caught the scale, still warm, resonating with the heartbeat's aftershock. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it. "That will suffice. Now, please both of you leave the room. Only you and she shall remain together?" Xingqi raised an eyebrow, affirming, "Yes, no one aside from me and her may stay." Witchcraft healing abhors interruption. He interrupted Mo's words, a hint of provocation in his tone. "Will you save her or not?" Mo's chest heaved violently, but he ultimately chose to concede. He cast a warning glance at Xingqi, his voice strained. "If you dare to harm her in the slightest, I will ensure that none of your Fox clan survives." With that, he turned abruptly, his oppressive fury accompanying him as he exited with the ever-silent Caesar. The heavy wooden door closed behind him, severing his view. Outside, Caesar regarded the aura of danger emanating from Mo and spoke soothingly. "Now that she is entrusted to Xingqi, you must have faith in him. In this land, if he cannot find a solution, then surely no one can." He paused, continuing, "Xingqi never undertakes an endeavor without assurance. If he has made a promise, he will fulfill it." The proud young lord of the Lion clan offered such an assessment, a considerable endorsement. Yet Xian Mo seemed oblivious. His every thought consumed by the interior of the room, trusting no one but himself and the unconscious Bai Yao within. Inside the room, Xing Che approached the bedside, once more placing his slender fingers upon Bai Yao's forehead, attempting to delve into the mysterious waves emanating from another realm. However, this time, the bizarre visions and chaotic future had vanished, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Oh, blocked? Xing Che raised an eyebrow, not angered but rather intrigued. It seemed the secrets of heaven could not be gazed upon repeatedly. Very well, there is ample time ahead. Let us first address this life-threatening poison. He tempered his playful demeanor, supporting Bai Yao as she leaned against him, his hands steady on her back, a gentle yet powerful emerald glow emanating from his palms. Ancient incantations resonated. As he chanted, Xing Che's complexion gradually paled, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. The scale within the wooden box glimmered faintly, pure energy being drawn forth, flowing slowly into Bai Yao's body to combat the stubborn toxins within her bloodline. Meanwhile, deep within Bai Yao's consciousness, she seemed to float in an abyss. Suddenly confronted by familiar scenes, a bustling modern metropolis, the piercing wail of an ambulance. She saw herself being lifted onto a stretcher, transported to the hospital, her parents haggard. Sorrowful faces blurred, yet distinct before her hospital bed. Dad, Mom. She desperately longed to return to that body. How could she abandon her elderly parents to remain here alone? Yet an overwhelming force relentlessly dragged her back, as if an invisible chain bound her to the world of beasts. Return, return, only one thought consumed Bai Yao's mind. In the real world, Xing Che's witchcraft reached a critical juncture. He needed to guide the toxins to merge with the medicinal properties of the protective scales to expel them. However, the violent struggles deep within Bai Yao's consciousness seemed to disrupt this delicate process. Suddenly, Bai Yao on the bed convulsed violently, a stream of pitch black, viscous poison spewing from her mouth, accompanied by a piercing and anguished scream. Ah, Yao Yao! Almost simultaneously with the cry, the door burst open with ferocious force. Xian Mo charged in, his heart momentarily halting at the sight before him. Bai Yao lay limp in Xing Che's embrace, her lips stained with black blood, her complexion ashen, as if she were already lifeless. What have you done to her? Chapter 42. The Witchcraft of Xing Che. Xian Mo, like a bolt of black lightning, instantly knocked Xing Che to the ground. At the same time, he snatched Bai Yao back into his arms, shouting at Xing Che, "What have you done to her?" Despite the gaping wound on his chest, blood seeping from his clothes, the fury that erupted from Xian Mo's core allowed him to overpower Xing Che, who was weaker, causing him to cough up blood. Xing Che wiped the blood from his lips, propping himself up to stand, his usual smile absent. "If you do not return her to me, she will truly be lost." That was merely the critical step of detoxification. Her consciousness is resisting. The critical step involves her vomiting blood and losing consciousness. Xian Mo did not believe it. Bai Yao in his arms continued to twitch slightly, black blood oozing from her lips, her breath so faint it seemed she would expire at any moment. Heartache surged within him. A violent urge to annihilate everything surged in his chest. "Hurry, there is no time." Xing Che, unusually, raised his voice with every passing moment. The poison's grip on her heart deepens. "You are killing her with your own hands." Xian Mo gazed down at Bai Yao's suffering form, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He even contemplated taking her away from this cursed place immediately to slay that damned fox. Xing Che seemed to read his thoughts. "If you remove her from the range of my witchcraft, she will die immediately." Those words instantly shackled Xian Mo's feet. He froze in place, witnessing Bai Yao's life force gradually ebbing away. Caesar, who had been silently observing, stepped forward, speaking solemnly. "Xian Mo, given the circumstances, trust Xing Che. In this land, if he cannot save her, then no one can." His golden eyes turned to Xing Che, bearing the weight of a young lord's resolve. "Xing Che, I need your assurance." Xing Che inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and solemnly declared, "I swear by the name of the Fox clan that I will do my utmost." In the end, Xian Mo shot Xing Che a fierce glare, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "Save her. I will watch here." He paused, adding with undisguised menace in his voice, "If anything happens to her, I will ensure you accompany her to the grave." This time, Xingche did not insist on him going out. He understood that this was the greatest concession the ferocious serpent beast could offer. Bai Yao was gently placed back onto the bed. Xingche spoke no further, placing his palm once more against Bai Yao's back, closing his eyes in concentration. As obscure incantations began to resonate softly once more, as the shamanic power continued to flow, his already pale complexion became nearly transparent. Fine beads of blood oozing from the tip of his nose and the contours of his ears, clearly straining under immense burden. In her unconsciousness, Bai Yao emitted pained groans, her body involuntarily convulsing. Mo stood at the bedside, left with no choice but to wait, trusting this fox whom he did not fully believe. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. How could a high-ranking wandering beast enter the inner city? Had it just trespassed into the priest's abode? What a young city lord. "We must ensure the safety of the females within the city." Kaiser S. expression darkened, instinctively glancing at Mo, only to find that all of Mo's attention was fixated on the bed, oblivious to the disturbances outside. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The treatment was at a critical juncture and could not be interrupted. Should anything happen to Bai Yao, the wrathful Mo would exact a heavy toll from the beast city. "You will stand guard here, allowing no one to approach." Kaiser commanded his guards in a hushed tone, then straightened his robes, restoring the cold and proud demeanor of the Lion Clan's young city lord as he strode out. Soon, Kaiser's voice rang out from beyond the door. "Who dares to make such a ruckus? Questioning my decisions? It seems some have forgotten the rules here." Following this were a few sharp gasps and the muffled sounds of bodies colliding, and then silence returned. Inside the room, the tense atmosphere remained palpable. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xingche abruptly opened his eyes and struck his palm heavily against Bai Yao's back. A thick stream of black blood spewed from her mouth, but this time the color of the blood seemed less dark. Subsequently, Xingche bit into his fingertip, allowing several drops of crimson blood to fall onto Bai Yao's pale lips. He formed a seal with his hands, emanating a faint red light that twisted and coiled around the room like living vines, creating a peculiar barrier that enveloped both him and Bai Yao. Mo held his breath, witnessing this arcane sorcery beyond his comprehension, his heart shaken, but more importantly, he noted that the deathly pallor on Bai Yao's face appeared to be gradually fading. "Soul, return!" Xingche cried out, and the barrier's red light suddenly brightened before slowly dissipating. Bai Yao's body ceased its convulsions. Her breath, though still weak, became steady and prolonged, and a hint of color finally returned to her face. Xingche seemed to have exhausted all his strength as he staggered back from the bedside, his sweat-soaked shaman robe clinging to him. Trembling, he retrieved several fragrant pills and placed them in Bai Yao's mouth. "It's done," he said, his voice hoarse and weary. "She has survived. These pills must be administered to her daily for the next few days." He tossed a jade vial to Mo, lacking the strength to meet Mo's gaze, only wishing to find a place to recuperate immediately. Mo rushed to the bedside, carefully checking Bai Yao's pulse. The rampant toxins had indeed vanished. He turned to the nearly exhausted Xingche, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He did not like this fox, but it was undeniable that he had saved Bai Yao's life. Mo was unaccustomed to owing favors and even less skilled at expressing gratitude, ultimately only managing to say stiffly, "I will not forget what I promised you." Leaning against the wall, Xingche forced a pale smile at the words. To have made the cold-blooded Serpent Emperor remember a favor, this peril might well have been worth it. Just remember, he took a breath. She was no longer in grave danger, but her soul had been harmed, and she would need several days of rest to awaken. For now, you should remain in the Beast City. After saying this, he supported himself and attempted to leave. Wait, Mo stopped him. She needs to stay within the tribe, correct? Xingche was taken aback, then comprehended. This serpent had indeed taken his words to heart. The damp and chilly cave was not conducive to her recovery. The tribe would be far more suitable for her recuperation. He paused, implying that it would also be safer. Xian Mo remained silent for a moment before softly replying, "Understood." Xing refrained from further words, placing a vial of healing medicine on the table. "For your injuries. If you don't want her to awaken and worry, tend to it. I wouldn't want you to die for failing to fulfill your promise." With that, he dragged his weary body and left the room. The room was finally left with just the two of them. Xian Mo held Bai Yao's still cold hand against his cheek, feeling her steady breath. A sense of unprecedented tranquility and dread filling his heart. He gently tucked her in, opened the door, and stepped outside. He needed to find Kaiser. A significant decision awaited him. Chapter 43. The Serpent Emperor's concession. Xian Mo found Kaiser and directly stated, "You need to inform the wolf of the leopard clan. Tell him that Bai Yao is in the Bee City." Kaiser, upon hearing this, was momentarily astonished. His first thought was of conspiracy. Was this serpent intending to lure a rival to his territory and then eliminate them under the guise of legitimacy? His brow furrowed. "Adhering to the principles of the young city lord, I cannot assist you with this. The Beast City will not become a slaughterhouse for you to settle personal grievances. I will not stand by while you harm the citizens within." Xian Mo turned his head. "Who told you I intended to kill him?" He tossed this retort back, offering no further explanation, and turned back to Bai Yao's room. Kaiser remained rooted in place, bewildered. Not kill. Then why summon that wolf? Kaiser watched Xian Mo disappear behind the door, weighing his options before finally issuing a command to the guards behind him. "Go, send word to Lin of the Leopard Clan, stating that his female, Bai Yao, is in the Beast City and to hurry." He was curious to see what this serpent was truly up to. Upon returning to the room, Xian Mo found Bai Yao still lying quietly, two female beastmen cautiously wiping her forehead. Upon seeing Xian Mo enter, they trembled in fear, hurriedly lowering their heads and retreating, not daring to linger a moment longer. The room fell silent once more. Xian Mo sat by the bedside, his gaze greedily fixed on the slumbering Bai Yao, recalling the heart-stopping moments not long ago, his heart still tightening. He had never believed in the beast deities, but at this moment, he sincerely thanked the unknown power that had not taken her from his side. The pain in his chest served as a reminder of the cost he had paid, also bringing to mind Xing Che's words. "You wouldn't want her to awaken and see you like this, would you?" He silently took out the healing medicine Xing Che had given him, swallowing it without a glance. Then he rose and stepped outside, requesting a clean set of clothes from the waiting servants. When he returned to the room, aside from looking slightly paler than usual, there were no signs of his severe injuries, as if the one who had been bloodied and nearly frantic was a different person altogether. Meanwhile, in the Leopard Clan, Lin had just returned from deep within the primal forest, having searched every possible place without finding any trace of Bai Yao. He had also utilized his old connections to seek the antidote, but the responses were universally disheartening. He dreaded hearing bad news, yet longed for even the faintest clue, enduring each day in torment. When Kaiser's messenger brought the news, Lin could hardly believe his ears. Bai Yao was in the Bee City and had been healed. His first reaction was to question that serpent. With Xian Mo's possessiveness, how could he possibly allow someone else to send a message and summon him to retrieve Bai Yao? However, any doubts crumbled in the face of his urgent desire to find Bai Yao. He immediately gathered his belongings and hastened toward the Beast City. By the afternoon of the next day, Lin arrived at the Bee City and was directly led to Bai Yao's room. Upon seeing the weak figure on the bed, he suddenly turned to Xian Mo, standing by the bedside, seizing his collar and with bloodshot eyes growled, "What have you done to her?" Bai Yao's condition seemed even worse than he had imagined in the worst-case scenario. Xuanma did not push him away but coldly brushed aside his hand, saying, "Look carefully before you speak." At that moment, Caesar entered from outside, timely declaring, "Bai Yao is fine. The poison within her has been dispelled. However, her body has suffered extensive damage and requires time to recuperate." "Dispelled? How is that possible?" Lin exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. That peculiar poison had eluded all his connections. Caesar's gaze subtly swept over Xuanma's seemingly unscathed chest, indicating that it was Xuanma's protective scales power, combined with the high priest's sorcery, that had drawn her back from the brink of death. Protective scale? Lin's pupils suddenly constricted, shock overtaking him as he looked at Xuanma. He understood better than anyone the significance of that scale to Xuanma. It was the foundation of his strength. Would anyone willingly pay such a grievous price without profound love? A tide of conflicting emotions surged within him. Relief that Bai Yao was alive and guarded by such formidable protection. Yet a bittersweet pang at the realization that he was no longer the sole one willing to fight for her. He lowered his head and said to Xuanma, "Thank you." Lin approached the bedside, gently grasping Bai Yao's icy hand, his heart heavy with regret as he gazed upon her tightly shut eyes and frail form. He lamented his past blindness to hatred that had clouded his judgment, preventing him from treating her better. The persistent hatred he harbored seemed utterly ridiculous and insignificant in light of her near-death experience and Xuanma's immense sacrifice. Standing nearby, Xuanma observed Lin's firm grip on Bai Yao's hand, feeling a slight tension in his body as he struggled to suppress the urge to pull Lin away. He awkwardly turned his head aside, preferring ignorance, yet the low pressure radiating from him betrayed his inner turmoil. After a while, Lin gently released Bai Yao's hand. He understood Xuanma. This serpent would never extend kindness without reason. Turning to Xuanma, he asked directly, "Speak, what is the condition for your summoning?" Xuanma turned his head back, his serpentine eyes locking onto Lin's. "I did not summon you for your sake. I called you here for her." His gaze returned to Bai Yao's face, acknowledging her femininity and the need for a stable environment. The damp cave and tumultuous life were unsuitable for her recovery and long-term residence. He paused, as if grappling with an exceedingly difficult decision. "Thus, I must return with her to the tribe." Lin was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated such a condition proposed by Xuanma. This wayward beast king, who had always disregarded tribal rules, had chosen to compromise and integrate, solely to provide Bai Yao with a better living environment. For Bai Yao, this was undoubtedly the best arrangement. Lin suppressed his astonishment and nodded. "All right, I understand." This implied that their relationship would shift from adversarial rivals to a nuanced and awkward coexistence. The two men ceased their conversation, standing vigil at the bedside, silently awaiting Bai Yao's awakening. The atmosphere was rigid and uncomfortable, yet the shared concern for one person maintained a fragile balance. Meanwhile, deep within Bai Yao's consciousness, she was embroiled in a futile struggle. She desperately sought to return to her modern parents, yet an invisible force obstructed her. "If you attempt to return now, it will mean death. Complete the task, and you shall return," the mysterious voice echoed once more. Complete what task? She screamed in pursuit of answers, yet received none in return. No matter how fiercely she pushed against the barrier, she could not break through. Ultimately, exhaustion overcame her, and her consciousness was gently but firmly drawn back to the beast world. 3 days later, Bai Yao slowly awakened. She gradually opened her eyes. At first, her vision was blurred, then it sharpened, revealing two handsome faces hovering close. To her left stood Lin, radiating tension and concern. To her right was Xuanma, his expression still cold, yet harboring emotions in his vertical pupils that were difficult to decipher. Bai Yao blinked, her mind a blank slate. Had she died? How else could she explain seeing Lin and this serpent so harmoniously at her bedside? "Yao Yao, you're awake? How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Lin was the first to react, his voice infused with a mix of joy and caution, desperately wanting to reach out to her, yet fearful of causing her pain. Bai Yao instinctively turned her gaze toward Xuanma, noticing that the way he looked at her seemed different, less of his previous obsession and coldness, replaced by an unfathomable tenderness. Her confusion deepened. What had transpired during her unconsciousness? Chapter 44. Two beast husbands in harmonious coexistence? What has happened to me? Xuanma was the first to avert his gaze, his tone stiff as he downplayed the situation. "It's nothing. I merely brought you to Bai Yao City to dispel the poison." Bai Yao frowned slightly, attempting to move her body, only to be met with a wave of weakness, though the chilling pain within her had vanished. She sensed that it was likely not as simple as poison dispelling. However, given Xuanma's demeanor of reluctance to elaborate, she turned her attention to Lin. "Lin, how did you end up here?" Lin glanced at Xuanma, noting his silence before responding. "Xuanma informed me to come." He said you were here, recuperating, and asked me to bring you back to the tribe. Bai Yao was further puzzled. Xuanma had proactively contacted Lin? This was more astonishing than the sun rising in the west. Something significant must have transpired between them. Yet both men seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding. Unwilling to discuss it further, she was not one to press aggressively. Since they did not wish to speak, she decided to temporarily suppress her doubts and merely nodded gently. At that moment, the door swung open and Caesar entered. He maintained his regal and proud demeanor, his golden pupils sweeping across the room. They paused on Bai Yao for a moment before he nodded slightly. It seems you are recovering well. Bai Yao met his gaze, instinctively feeling a pang of panic. This man was also one of the future antagonists. Although there was no malice in his presence, the oppressive aura of someone in a position of power unsettled her. Caesar seemed unfazed by her subtle tension and continued. Now that you are awake, you should recuperate in Bai Yao City for a few more days. A welcoming banquet has been arranged for you tonight. Servants will guide you. This was primarily directed at Xuanma, laden with an obvious intent to win him over. Xuanma merely grunted in response, a short sound from his nose, while Lin silently nodded in agreement. With his purpose fulfilled, Caesar departed, leaving the room once again enveloped in a peculiar silence. Bai Yao took a deep breath, feeling that certain matters needed to be addressed. She looked at Lin, a hint of apology in her voice. Lin, there is something I must tell you. I have become Xuanma's partner. She paused, carefully adding, I hope you two can get along well. To her surprise, Lin's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He gently squeezed her hand and replied softly, I know. When we entered the city, I sensed the bond of your partnership. He lifted his gaze, casting a complex look at the awkward Xuanma beside him. I accept. Bai Yao sighed in relief, then turned her anxious gaze toward Xuanma. Her greatest concern was his attitude. She was well aware of the extent of his possessiveness and exclusivity. Xuanma pressed his lips together firmly, and at last, he averted his gaze, forcing out a terse, as you wish. This was the most significant concession the proud serpent could muster. Bai Yao felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. Although the process was unclear, the outcome was far better than she had anticipated. Recalling her life in the cave, she asked Xuanma, now that I am feeling better, when shall we return to the forest? We will not be returning to the forest, Xuanma interrupted, his gaze darkening as he looked at her. I will accompany you back to the tribe. What? Bai Yao was genuinely shocked. The one who had once scorned tribal customs and preferred solitary life in the wilderness was now willing to step into the very community he had once despised for her sake. You are my partner. Wherever you are, I shall be. He seemed unaccustomed to such words, and after speaking, he averted his gaze once more, the tips of his ears betraying a hint of redness. Bai Yao gazed at his awkward demeanor, and her heart felt as though it had been gently nudged by something, a bittersweet sensation enveloping her. She ceased her inquiries and merely nodded gently. As night fell, the main hall of Bai Yao City was ablaze with light. The atmosphere of the banquet, while seemingly harmonious, was charged with unspoken tensions. As the host, Kaiser conducted himself with poise, maintaining the pride of a young lord of the Lion Clan, while expressing both respect and an effort to win over Xianmo. He understood the importance of making Xianmo feel indebted and knew he had to seize the moment. Xianmo remained mostly silent, responding with just a few carefully chosen words when Kaiser raised his cup or posed significant questions. Nevertheless, that was sufficient to satisfy several high-ranking officials of Bai Yao City. Lin sat quietly beside Bai Yao, though her injuries had not yet healed, resulting in a pallor that persisted. She quietly consumed the food that Lin and Xianmo occasionally provided for her. She observed as Xianmo clumsily emulated Lin, silently placing a perfectly roasted piece of tender meat on her plate, stirring her heart once more. This serpent, was it clumsily trying to change in its own way? However, tranquility was shattered as the banquet neared its end. Just as Xianmo prepared to leave with Bai Yao, a shadow darted from the corner like a wraith. A spear glinting with cold light aimed directly at Bai Yao's heart. The speed was astonishing, with a clear intent to kill. Be careful, Lin reacted swiftly, pulling Bai Yao back. Yet, someone was swifter. Xian turned almost instantaneously upon sensing the murderous intent, using his broad back to shield Bai Yao entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck out with a furious palm, the tremendous force sending the assailant, along with the spear, crashing against a distant pillar with a dull thud. Yet, the assailant appeared oblivious to the pain, struggling to rise again. Simultaneously, several masked beastmen leapt out from the surroundings, clearly prepared for this moment. Their singular target being Bai Yao. "Protect the female," Kaiser shouted with a fierce voice, his golden pupils igniting with wrath. To attack within his territory was tantamount to declaring war against Bai Yao City. He and his elite guards immediately joined the fray. Lin instinctively shielded Bai Yao behind him, forming a small protective circle with Xian and Kaiser. The scene descended into chaos, the clang of weapons and roars of beasts echoing relentlessly. Xian old wound, aggravated by the sudden exertion, reopened, blood rapidly staining his robes. Yet, his combat prowess remained formidable. Each strike he delivered was laced with lethal intent, swiftly incapacitating the two assailants who had surrounded him. Soon, with the combined efforts of Xian, Kaiser, and Lin, the assailants were subdued, either dead or grievously injured. A faint scent of blood permeated the hall. Bai Yao looked at the chaos strewn across the ground, her stomach churning, her complexion growing ever paler. At that moment, she suddenly noticed the dark red stains spreading rapidly across Xian's chest. "Xuan Montak," she exclaimed in shock, breaking free from Lin's grasp and rushing to him, her fingers trembling as they hovered uncertainly over the wound. "You were injured? When did this happen?" She had distinctly seen that the earlier assailants had not harmed him. Xian attempted to evade her, but she clutched his sleeve tightly. His face was pale from blood loss and pain, yet he maintained his composure, muttering, "It's just a minor injury, no need to worry." He did not wish to appear weak in front of her, especially with Lin and Kaiser present. He brushed her hand away, his voice deep, "I need to take care of this." Without waiting for her response, he departed the hall with slightly hurried steps. Bai Yao watched him leave, a profound sense of unease enveloping her. She abruptly turned to Lin, her tone urgent. "Lin, tell me, is this injury related to the previous incident?" Lin, observing her anxious expression, sighed internally, realizing he could no longer keep the truth hidden. He steadied Bai Yao's trembling shoulders and finally revealed the truth. Yao, the poison you were afflicted with has already invaded your heart's meridians. It was Xian who sacrificed his protective scales to serve as a catalyst, compelling the Grand Priest to act and forcibly extend your life and detoxify you. Protective scales Bai Yao felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Even without fully understanding the beastman's power hierarchy, she recognized the significance of the protective scales to someone as powerful as Xian. They were the essence of his strength. He had paid such a price to save her. That overbearing and obsessive serpent, the once feared wandering beast king, had silently risked his life to reclaim hers without her knowledge. An indescribable mix of bitterness and shock surged within her, instantly drowning all her thoughts. Chapter 45. Bai Yao City and City Xian had been gone for 2 days, with no word of his whereabouts. As the day of their return to the tribe approached, a threat of anxiety began to rise within Bai Yao. Given the serpent's previous display of intense possessiveness, it was uncharacteristic for him to leave without a word. Had he encountered danger? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Kaiser entered, his expression marked by evident regret. "On behalf of Bai Yao City, I apologize for the unforeseen incident during the welcoming banquet." He was direct, yet maintained the demeanor of an authority figure. "Recently, some infiltrators from City have entered our city." City? Bai Yao echoed softly, the name alone suggesting it was not a place of virtue. However, in her recollections of the script, there was no mention of City. At this point, a flicker of disgust crossed Kaiser's face. That city has risen in the wastelands in recent years, attracting the most deranged and bloodthirsty of outcasts from the continent. Their lord. He paused before continuing, is a veritable madman and tyrant. His methods are brutal, deriving pleasure from plunder and destruction, and he is known for his elusive nature. Very few have seen his true face. The infiltrators under his command are insidious, and this incident bears their hallmark. Their goal this time is likely to provoke and restrain Xianmo by harming you. Xianmo's power and reputation were well known in the region. Though Bai Yao City and Wan Yi City appeared to coexist peacefully, an undercurrent of tension existed. If they could cause Xianmo to lose his composure over you, unleashing a massacre and creating discord with Bai Yao City, Wan Yi City could seize the opportunity to strike. Kaiser paused, his golden gaze sharp. We have already apprehended some of those involved. While they may not be the core figures, it certainly indicates our stance. We will leave their fate in your hands. Bai Yao understood that this was not necessarily the true mastermind behind the scenes. Kaiser's actions were more of a way to provide Xianmo with an explanation. She had no desire to be embroiled in the power struggles of Bai Yao City, nor did she wish to be tethered to Wan Yi City. All she sought was to distance herself from such conflicts. This is an internal matter for Bai Yao City. You may handle it according to your customs. Bai Yao's response was neither humble nor ingratiating. Kaiser scrutinized the seemingly fragile female before him, noting her lack of fear regarding Wan Yi City's notorious reputation and her absence of flattery towards Bai Yao City's authority. This poised demeanor sparked a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. He said no more, merely nodding before taking his leave. The day of departure arrived, and Bai Yao and Lin waited early at the city gate. Yet Xianmo still did not appear. "Let us return," Bai Yao said to Lin, suppressing an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Perhaps she had never truly understood the inscrutable intentions of that serpent. Under the escort of Bai Yao city guards, they successfully returned to the leopard clan tribe. The familiarity of the humble grass hut and the comforting sight of her own bed greeted Bai Yao. Upon entering, she collapsed on her bed, inhaling deeply. No matter how luxurious, nothing compares to the comfort of home. Lin observed her unabashed reliance, warmth blooming in his eyes. She chose to return, and thus this place remained her home. Not long after, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. "Yao Yao, you really have returned?" Tana rushed in, enveloping her in a tight embrace, her voice tinged with tears. "May the beast God bless. I was utterly startled, and it was entirely my fault. If I hadn't taken you out, everything would have been fine. Look at me, Tana. I am perfectly well," Bai Yao softly reassured, briefly glossing over the perils of the forest, merely mentioning that Xianmo ultimately returned her. She was about to inform Tana that Xianmo had become her beast husband when commotion arose outside. It was the old shaman and the chief coming to inquire after her well-being. Upon seeing Bai Yao safe and sound, they both exhaled in relief. The old shaman keenly sensed her diminished vitality, yet deemed her condition no longer critical. After exchanging pleasantries, he recalled the previously discussed hemostatic pills. Bai Yao reluctantly promised to prepare them in a few days. The chief, however, was inwardly astonished. To emerge unscathed from such a formidable wild beast was no small feat. And this female was certainly extraordinary. His demeanor grew increasingly courteous as he urged her to rest well. After bidding farewell to all visitors, night fell. Bai Yao and Lin had a light meal, fatigue washing over them. So much had transpired in recent days that she required time to process it all. Particularly concerning was how to navigate her relationships with her two beast husbands and the inexplicable departure of Xianmo, which left her in turmoil. She decided to let things unfold naturally and murmured to herself before drifting into a deep slumber. Lin stood guard nearby, gazing at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart filled with contentment. As long as she returned safely and remained by his side, he would accept sharing her with others. In the dead of night, Bai Yao, in a state of drowsiness, sensed a familiar cool breath beside her. She opened her eyes to find Xianmo having appeared on the bed, drawing her into his embrace. She glanced to the other side, where Lin lay with his back to them, breathing steadily, as if he had known all along. This snake always acted according to his own will. Yet, she did not push him away and closed her eyes once more. When dawn broke, Bai Yao awoke to find herself alone. Stepping out of the cottage, she discovered Xianmo sitting quietly at the door, the morning light casting a gentle halo around his rigid silhouette. "Where is Lin?" Bai Yao inquired. "Hunting," Xianmo replied without turning. "Why aren't you going?" "I will." The nearby beasts dare not approach. Bai Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. His statement was indeed accurate. She approached him, scrutinizing his form. Where did you go in the past 2 days? How is your wound? As she spoke, she reached out to touch his chest. Xianmo's body stiffened, and he raised his hand to block her motion, his serpent eyes flickering with a hint of unnatural discomfort. This minor injury has long healed. Bai Yao observed his stubborn demeanor, feeling both exasperated and empathetic. She spoke earnestly. Xianmo, you are now my beast husband. I hope that next time you leave, regardless of the reason, you will inform me. I do not wish to feel like a fool, left to guess. Her words clearly acknowledged their bond as partners and established her boundaries. Xianmo gazed deeply into her eyes, and something within his usually fierce and desolate serpent gaze began to soften. After a moment of silence, he finally responded quietly. All right. He had indeed departed 2 days prior due to an old injury that had reopened, reluctant to let her see his disheveled and weakened state. Now that his condition had stabilized, he had returned. Her words had once again shaken his deeply ingrained understanding of partnership, signifying that regardless of strength or weakness, they were intertwined and would share burdens together. Bai Yao recognized that her message had been received, her tone calming. Remember your words. We are partners. I should know about your injuries and your whereabouts. Xianmo regarded her intently, and after a long pause, he solemnly affirmed, All right. Chapter 46. The Snake King comes to the tribe and must do household chores. Just after Xianmo acquiesced to Bai Yao's request, Lin returned, bearing a large goo beast on his shoulders. This prey was even more robust than usual, clearly indicating that Lin had recognized the addition of another mouth to feed. Lin, you have returned, Bai Yao exclaimed as she rushed to greet him. This goo beast is enormous. You're truly impressive. Lin, slightly bashful from her unreserved praise, felt a flush rise to his bronze skin as he set the catch down. Habitually, he rummaged through his skin pouch, producing a collection of wild fruits and rare plants gathered along the way. I found these. I don't know if you'll find them useful. Bai Yao crouched down to sift through the array of green and red fruits, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Huajiao? And this is wild mountain pepper and leaves similar to fennel? She excitedly held up several items, confirming they were indeed familiar spices. How wonderful! With these, I will prepare a delicious dinner for you both tonight. Lin observed the gleam in her eyes, his heart softening. He felt it was well worth running further afield to gather more. Meanwhile, Xianmo, who had been silently sitting beside them, listened to Bai Yao shower Lin with compliments and witnessed her delight over what he deemed useless wild herbs, causing an inexplicable sense of discomfort to rise within him. He turned his face away and interjected stiffly, These things are everywhere in the forest. What is so special about them? Next time, I'll find you better ones. Realizing his tone, Bai Yao suppressed a laugh and decided to appease him. I know, our Xianmo is the most capable. Next time you go out, could you please keep an eye out for some fresh spices? Xianmo huffed slightly through his nose, begrudgingly acquiescing, his expression softening a bit. Observing the contrasting natures of the two males before her, Bai Yao felt it essential to assign them some serious tasks to prevent them from growing resentful of one another. She surveyed the low and dilapidated cottage, recalling the awkwardness of the three of them crammed together on a single bed the previous night, which only strengthened her resolve. With winter approaching, this thatched cottage would certainly not withstand the wind and snow. It needed renovation. Xianmo, you handle the goo beast. Lin, come help me. Bai Yao began assigning tasks, declaring that even the Snake King must partake in household chores. Xianmo clearly resented such menial work, as he was accustomed to consuming food raw. No one dared to issue commands to him like this, yet under Bai Yao's earnest gaze, he maintained his stern demeanor and followed Lin toward the water's edge. Seizing the opportunity while Xianmo was away, Bai Yao hurriedly pulled Lin outside, lowering her voice to share her plan. Lin, this house is too small to endure the winter. I want to dig a cave on the hillside behind. It will be like an expanded cellar, but sturdier and suitable for habitation. The entrance will be reinforced with stones and wood, and it will be divided into 2 rooms, with a separate living room and kitchen in the center. As Lin listened to her detailed description, surprise flickered in his eyes. While beastmen were not unfamiliar with living in caves, most were rudimentary and prone to collapse. Bai Yao's vision was remarkably different, considering ventilation, support, and functional divisions. Can this work? He hesitated. If we do it according to my plan, it should be fine. Bai Yao picked up a twig and sketched a basic structure in the dirt. You go prepare the materials and tools, and select a suitable location. Lin looked into her determined eyes and nodded. All right, I will give it a try. At that moment, Xian Mo returned, carrying the processed meat with clean and efficient movements. He noticed Bai Yao and Lin huddled together, whispering about something, and an inexplicable sense of annoyance washed over him. Why did he always feel that Bai Yao discussed important matters only with that wolf beast? Bai Yao, you did an excellent job with the meat. She immediately noticed him, smiling as she approached. Quickly, hang the meat up to dry. Her timely praise soothed the furrows in Xian Mo's heart. He replied with a muted humph and proceeded to comply. Once he finished, Bai Yao then disclosed her plans for expanding the cave, emphasizing, this is different from the crevices in the mountain where you previously lived. The soil structure requires special support. You and Lin will work together. He is familiar with the terrain here, and your strength and prowess will complement each other perfectly. Listening to her, Xian Mo found her ideas somewhat peculiar. But upon hearing her compliment his strength, his competitive feelings found a slight balance, and he tacitly accepted the arrangement. Before long, the two truly began to collaborate. Lin directed the site selection and initial excavations, while Xian Mo, utilizing his formidable strength, swiftly cleared the earth and stone, demolishing the old dwelling. Dust swirled in the air, and the sight of the two tall males working silently together created an oddly harmonious scene. Bai Yao felt a sense of relief and turned to begin preparing dinner. She used the fatty meat brought back by Lin to render oil, then stir-fried spices like huajiao and wild mountain pepper to release a pungent aroma. After that, she added fresh water to bring it to a boil, creating a simplified version of hot pot broth. Next, she sliced some gugu meat thinly and prepared the potatoes, wild vegetables, and bamboo shoots she had secretly retrieved from her space. Soon, a rich and spicy fragrance, unlike anything ever encountered in the beast world, filled the air. Dinner is ready. Bai Yao called out toward the back of the house. Lin and Xuan Ma simultaneously paused their tasks. Lin was somewhat familiar with the enticing aroma, yet still filled with anticipation. For Xuan Ma, this was the first time he had encountered such a dominating scent, and a flicker of surprise crossed his cold, serpent-like eyes. The three of them gathered around the stone pot. Bai Yao picked up a steaming slice of meat, blew on it slightly, and contentedly placed it in her mouth, savoring the numbness, spiciness, and freshness. Although the seasonings were simple, the long-lost flavor of hot pot nearly brought tears to her eyes. This is the taste. Lin imitated her actions, eating to the point of sweating, yet thoroughly enjoying it. Xuan Ma hesitated to pick up a piece of meat, trying to mimic her gesture. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock as a scorching sensation exploded from his tongue, rushing straight down his throat. But he forced himself to swallow, resisting the urge to spit it out. His pale skin instantly flushed, his lips swelling, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He inhaled sharply, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Drink some water, or dip the meat in fresh water before eating. Bai Yao quickly offered a bowl of water, finding his reaction both amusing and pitiable. Xuan Ma cast a glance at the impassive Lin, stubbornly turning his face away. No need. He absolutely could not show weakness in front of that wolf. Thus, he endured the burning pain in his throat and picked up another chopstick of scalding meat, only to be met with a spiciness that brought tears to the corners of his eyes. Bai Yao was about to offer more encouragement when suddenly, a commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, growing closer, evidently approaching their direction. The three of them halted their actions simultaneously. Lin straightened up, alert, while Xuan Ma set down his chopsticks, his sharp serpent-like gaze scanning the approaching crowd. Chapter 47. The tribe's decision. Bai Yao initially thought it was Tana and her beast husbands arriving, but as the footsteps drew nearer, she sensed something was amiss. Upon recognizing that the newcomers were a group of beastmen led by the chief, all wearing grave expressions, she immediately realized trouble was brewing. Xuan Ma and Lin stood up almost in unison, discreetly shielding Bai Yao behind them, their cold serpent eyes sweeping over the advancing crowd, emanating an invisible pressure. Lin rose, his brow furrowed, and asked in a deep voice, "Chief, what brings so many of you here?" The chief halted, his gaze passing over Lean to settle on Xuanma. Filled with scrutiny and wariness. Clearing his throat, he spoke politely. "Last night, some tribe members reported seeing unfamiliar stray beasts enter your grass hut. According to tribal rules, stray beasts are not permitted to enter the settlement at will, especially near females. We have come to assess the situation." No sooner had he finished speaking than Dwala, standing beside him, eagerly chimed in, "Exactly. How can we allow filthy and brutal stray beasts to come in? Who knows what their intentions are? If they go mad and harm someone, or even kill, who will take responsibility? Who will ensure the safety of our females?" Her words were highly provocative, and several beastmen accompanying her immediately displayed worry and agreement, murmuring among themselves. "Yes, Dwala is right. Stray beasts are the most undisciplined. It's too dangerous. We cannot let them stay. If we have to live with stray beasts every day, it's truly frightening." The chief did not respond immediately. He needed to weigh his options. A powerful stray beast posed a significant risk, yet if he could be recruited, it would also be a rare fighting force. Xuanma glanced at the beastmen across from him, just about to speak, when Bai Yao gently pressed down on his arm and stepped forward. "Chief, I understand your concerns about safety. It's quite natural." She paused before concluding, "But Xuanma is not a mere stray beast. He is my beast husband, my partner. If the tribe cannot accept him, then I will leave with him." Her words were like stones dropped into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of surprise. "What? He has become your beast husband? You two are bonded?" The chief could hardly conceal his astonishment. Just last time, she had been captured by a stray beast. Her fate uncertain, yet today she could bring this brutal stray beast to submit to her will. This was not something an ordinary female could accomplish. In truth, he had sensed earlier but could not clearly perceive the bond due to Xuanma's overwhelming strength. However, since Bai Yao publicly announced it, the matter was likely true. His demeanor underwent a subtle shift. If Xuanma was Bai Yao's beast husband, it meant he was bound, significantly reducing the danger. The surrounding crowd erupted in a flurry of whispers. Bai Yao had actually chosen a notorious stray beast as a partner? Even more astonishing was that this powerful stray beast was willing to be constrained within the tribe for her sake. Among the crowd, Lie's expression was the most complex. He had witnessed Xuanma's brutality and ferocity in the forest. Such a being, who regarded rules with disdain, was now standing quietly beside Bai Yao, suppressing all his aggression. He looked at Bai Yao again. This female he had once underestimated. What magic did she possess? Dwala, seeing the chief and the crowd's attitudes shifting, grew anxious and angry. She pointed at the still steaming stone pot, diverting the topic, and exclaimed, "Even if he is your beast husband, so what? Who knows what strange things you are concocting every day? That red thing. I've seen beastmen mistakenly eat it, and their mouths swelled as if stung by bees, suffering for a long time. Bai Yao, are you trying to harm us all by bringing this out?" Bai Yao was nearly amused to the point of laughter by Dwala's nonsensical complaints. She had no desire to argue with her. Instead, she turned back to her spot by the pot, picked up a piece of scalding meat, blew on it elegantly, and contentedly placed it in her mouth, sighing with satisfaction. So delicious. Xuanma and Lean, seeing this, sat down without a care for anyone else, continuing to enjoy their feast. Their actions spoke louder than any words. The domineering, enticing aroma continued to invade the nostrils, and witnessing the three of them savoring their meal with unabashed enjoyment made several beastmen secretly swallow their saliva. Finally, a young male could no longer contain himself and cautiously approached, asking Bai Yao, "May I have a taste?" Of course. Bai Yao readily offered a pair of clean chopsticks made from twigs. The beastman imitated her, picking up a piece of meat that was so hot it made him grimace. Yet he couldn't bear to spit it out. After swallowing a whole, his eyes lit up. "Oh my, this is incredibly delicious. I've never tasted such flavorful food before." He excitedly looked at Bai Yao, asking, "What is this made of? Is this still the gugu meat we usually eat?" Bai Yao pointed to the remaining huajiao and wild mountain pepper beside her. "It's mainly seasoned with these spices to eliminate the meat's gamey taste and enhance the flavor. If you like it, feel free to have more." With the first taster having tried it and finding himself unharmed, and even raving about it. Other beastmen, already tempted by the aroma, could no longer hold back. "Let me try too, Bai Yao. Teach us how to make it. It smells so good. Who knew those prickly fruits could be used this way?" Even the chief could not resist his curiosity, accepting a small piece of meat from Bai Yao and, after tasting it, revealing his astonishment and displaying an increasingly amiable demeanor. "Bai Yao, your skills are truly impressive." In an instant, the atmosphere in front of the grass hut transformed completely. Everyone gathered around the pot, clamoring to ask Bai Yao for advice, eager to exchange their prey or beast coins for her secret recipe. Bai Yao smiled and agreed, knowing that sharing appropriately and building connections was vital for survival in the tribe. Duolao watched the harmonious scene before her, perceiving it as a collective descent into depravity. Upon witnessing Lai also unable to resist joining the tasting brigade, disregarding the disapproving glances directed at her, she stormed away, her face a shade of iron. After stamping her foot in frustration, accompanied by a few staunch followers. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Xian Mo observed Bai Yao tidying up the aftermath, his brow furrowing as he voiced his confusion. "Those individuals were not kind to you before. Why then did you impart the method of preparation to them?" Bai Yao paused her actions, raising her gaze to meet his. "This is the essence of tribal life, Xian Mo. It is not merely a matter of right and wrong, nor can all problems be resolved through sheer force. We must engage with many individuals, experiencing both friction and cooperation. Sharing food can sometimes dissolve conflicts more effectively than wielding a fist. These concepts you will come to understand in time." Xian Mo silently regarded her, perhaps unable to fully grasp this intricate social dynamic. Yet, he began to realize that his little female companion possessed not only a unique allure that captivated him, but also a wisdom that starkly contrasted with his own perceptions. This journey, it seemed, would be longer and more arduous than he had anticipated. After their meal, the two assisted Bai Yao in cleaning up before returning to the cave to continue their excavation. Bai Yao busied herself with the remnants of food, sighing over the inconvenience of not having a refrigerator, knowing that the leftovers would likely not endure. She glanced around, suddenly aware that winter was fast approaching. Besides their reserves within the space, they would need a cellar to store food. She summoned Lin and, noticing the subtlety in Xian Mo's gaze, decided to call both of them over. "Winter is approaching. We must stockpile enough food in advance." She turned to Lin and inquired, "How did we store food previously?" Lin replied, "Typically, we just left in the house." He did not quite comprehend the nature of her question. Bai Yao then turned to Xian Mo, "And you? How do you store provisions for winter?" Xian Mo, with an expression of indifference, replied, "Hibernation. No food is required. I hunt when I desire to eat." His response momentarily left Bai Yao at a loss for words. After all, he was a serpent beast, and hibernation was in his nature. However, we now live collectively and must prepare for winter. In the beast world, hunting and foraging during winter is impossible. If we do not stockpile adequately, we risk starvation or freezing to death. I must plan ahead. Bai Yao articulated her thoughts. "I wish to dig a cellar beneath the house to store winter provisions in advance. This way, even food stored during summer will not spoil." Lin was taken aback by her notion, questioning whether they could truly begin preparing for winter food now. Historically, they only began stockpiling as winter approached to prevent spoilage. Of course, due to their previous tardiness and Bai Yao's earlier laziness, he had been the sole contributor to their winter stores, resulting in meager provisions. Consequently, their winters have been plagued by intermittent hunger. Observing Bai Yao's proactive approach to winter preparations stirred a sense of admiration within Lin. Yet, he remained skeptical about her plan. Can this truly work? After all, no beastman has ever started winter preparations this early. It exceeds my understanding. How will we know unless we try? And trust me, it will work. After all they had been through, Lin now held unwavering faith in Bai Yao's words. Bai Yao proceeded to explain the structure of the cellar. The two seemed to grasp her ideas and quickly returned to their digging. After sharing her thoughts, she settled near the cave entrance to rest. The two beastmen, reluctant to see her labor, allowed her to take a break. As she closed her eyes, feigning sleep, her mind delved into the space, having not entered for quite some time amidst the busyness of life and the trials she had faced. The sights within the space astonished her, The land had expanded, and the spring had widened. It seemed that experiences in the beast world could indeed enhance her space. The crops she had previously planted and the animals she had raised were thriving, particularly the newly planted potatoes, which had matured beautifully. She harvested a few, ensuring a staple for dinner. She also noticed the hemostatic vine she had planted had flourished abundantly, reminding her of her promise to the shaman to create hemostatic pills. She had been too busy until now, but she needed to experiment soon. Moreover, she harbored a bold idea to expand her sales and transform this into a steady stream of beast coins. However, first, she needed to see if she could successfully produce the medicine. With thoughts swirling, she exited the space with some potatoes and hemostatic vines. As she opened her eyes, she found Lin and Xian Mo standing before her, their expressions complex. Her heart sank. Has she been discovered? What's wrong? She quietly inquired. Xian Mo remained silent. While Lin spoke first, we called you several times, but you didn't respond. And where did these herbs come from? He distinctly remembered that there were no such plants here before. Bai Yao found herself at a loss for an explanation. She had long wished to reveal this secret, but felt the timing had never been right. Previously, she had perceived them as antagonists and hesitated to disclose her secret. Yet now, having become partners and having shared life and death, they had proven worthy of her trust. Thus, she resolved to be forthright. Xian Mo was not overly surprised. He had sensed something hidden within her during their time in the cave. You two clean up the house. I will explain everything shortly. Bai Yao rose and approached the newly excavated cave. They had swiftly completed the layout according to her blueprint, and the cellar was already taking shape. She felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, they were quite capable. Upon returning indoors, Bai Yao sat down and directly stated, I do have a secret. I will show you now. With that, she instructed them to close their eyes and took their hands, concentrating her thoughts as the three of them entered the space together. The sight before the two beast men left them utterly astonished. Lin was the first to ask, where is this? This is my consciousness space. How I came to possess it is unclear. Yet, I can cultivate here and transport things out. The herbs I just showed you came from here, Bai Yao explained. Lin gazed at her, his emotions complex. No wonder she had been able to heal Lai and Hu Yin and create those peculiar, never-before-seen delicacies. She might truly be a divine envoy sent by the beast god. Xian Mo, having witnessed many extraordinary events, found Bai Yao's situation unprecedented. The existence of such a unique space within her consciousness was indeed a novel phenomenon. This revelation was more shocking than suddenly acquiring 12th tier strength, especially since no one in the vicinity had ever reached 10th tier before. Seeing that the two remained in shock, Bai Yao led them out of the space and solemnly stated, this secret must not be known to anyone else. I wish to live peacefully without being regarded as a goddess or attracting unwanted attention. Both nodded in unison, understanding the gravity of the matter. If such information were to leak, Bai Yao would undoubtedly astonish the entire beast world for possessing her mint having a portable granary. The implications of this could attract both benevolent and malevolent interest, and they recognized that their current strength was insufficient to protect her. As they regarded Bai Yao anew, their gazes had shifted. Because you are my partners, I do not wish to conceal anything from you. Bai Yao paused before continuing. You have now seen that I have grown hemostatic vines. I intend to convert them into powdered medicine or pills to exchange for beast coins, thus establishing a stable and continuous source of income. Xian Mo immediately crossed his arms, declaring, you need beast crystals. I can hunt in the forest. Lin nodded, equally determined to enhance his strength. The prey available for hunting would surely increase in tier as they progressed. That is another matter. I know you can hunt, but our approach is far more effortless. What specifically should we do? Bai Yao looked at them. Wait a moment. We shall see. Bai Yao recalled the news she had heard earlier and spoke to the two of them. Last time, I heard there is actually a market nearby. We can sell the pills made from the hemostatic vine. In the future, if they need it, they can come to the tribe to trade with us. This way, we will have a stable source of income. Lin remained perplexed. But why would they buy our medicine? Bai Yao blinked. Therefore, the formula must be improved, and we need to promote it. What does promotion mean? Lin, accustomed to Bai Yao's occasional introduction of new terms, still struggled to comprehend. It's hard to explain now. Once I operate it, you will naturally understand, Bai Yao replied. However, the first thing at hand is to turn the hemostatic vine into pills or powder. In the beast era, males often went hunting and were frequently injured by wild beasts, with some wounds bleeding profusely, just like the wounds of Lai and Hu Yin last time. Thus, Bai Yao was very confident that if her medicine was well promoted, it would undoubtedly find a good market. Although Lin was still uncertain, he replied, "You say how to do it, and we will cooperate." Bai Yao took out the hemostatic vine she had just retrieved from her space and said to Xianmo, "Use your beast power to help me dry these herbs and turn them into powder." All right. Xianmo tried several times, but he could not control the intensity, and the hemostatic vine was burned to ashes. After adjusting and trying a few more times, he still failed. He had wasted quite a bit of the hemostatic vine, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He looked at her apologetically. "It's fine. It's normal to fail on the first attempt. Just keep trying. I believe in you." Seeing Bai Yao looking at him with unwavering trust warmed Xianmo's heart. He thought to himself, "I must do well." Bai Yao looked at the ground strewn with failures and pondered, "Is it only possible to dry and grind it slowly?" However, drying would take time, and it also depended on the weather, making it inefficient. Noticing her furrowed brows, Xianmo spoke up, "Let me try once more." Although he felt sorry for the hemostatic vines, he knew that once successful, it would save a lot of trouble later. Bai Yao smiled encouragingly at him. This time, Xianmo did not rush to exert power, but gradually increased his beast strength. Under Bai Yao's gaze, several hemostatic vines were slowly dried, emitting a faint herbal fragrance. "Is this acceptable?" Xianmo asked as he paused. Bai Yao picked up the dried herbs and sniffed them. While she was uncertain of the standard, she felt it was much better than before. "Wonderful, this should work. Let me give it a try." She handed the dried, hemostatic vines to Lin. "Next, grind these into powder on stone. Let's test the effect." Lin obediently complied. In no time, the two worked in harmony, turning a pile of hemostatic vines into fine powder. Bai Yao began to contemplate how to make the pills. She was a student of agriculture, not medicine, so she could only rely on continuous experimentation. She took a handful of powder in her palm and mixed it with spring water from her space to form small pellets. But then she thought, "I remembered the process of treating Hu Yin and Lai last time. It involved washing the wounds with spring water and then using the hemostatic vine to stop the bleeding. If I recklessly mix the spring water directly, will it affect the efficacy?" It seemed best to sell the hemostatic vine and spring water separately. Before use, one should wash the wound with spring water and then apply the hemostatic powder for better results. However, the current issue was there were no wounds to experiment on. Just then, Xianmo had finished drying everything. He noticed Bai Yao's intention, remained silent, and directly made a cut on his arm, blood gushing forth instantly. Lin acted swiftly as well, slicing his finger. Bai Yao exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Xianmo replied calmly, "Don't you need wounds for the experiment?" Lin nodded in agreement. "I need to conduct an experiment, but not at the expense of your own well-being." Observing their tacit cooperation, Bai Yao felt a bit speechless, though warmed inside. However, she did not want them to get hurt and admonished. "You must not harm yourselves like this again. If I need anything, I will let you know, understood?" Seeing Bai Yao genuinely seem a bit angry, the two obediently nodded. She quickly prepared for treatment. Since the wounds were already present, she would try both methods. Bai Yao closed her eyes and focused, guiding the spring water from her palm into a wooden bowl. She first treated Xianmo's deeper wound, gently wiping it with spring water before sprinkling the hemostatic powder. Before long, the bleeding indeed stopped, just as it had last time. Next, it was Lin's turn. This time she employed a new method, mixing the spring water and powder and applying it as a wet compress on his wound. She waited quietly, and the bleeding also quickly ceased. It worked. Bai Yao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the identical results, which meant she could directly mix the spring water and powder to create pills for sale. This way, she would not have to worry about how to store the spring water. She concernedly asked the two, "Does it hurt?" They shook their heads. Such minor injuries were nothing to them, and seeing Bai Yao so happy was worth it. Bai Yao wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and compared the effectiveness of the two methods, finding them quite similar. The first method was not very convenient. as spring water was challenging to store, making sales cumbersome. It appeared that the second method was more suitable. The experimental results are in. You both did wonderfully. Thank you. Upon hearing her praise, both men felt their ears warm. Xianmo replied, You are my partner. No need to say thank you. Lin nodded. This is what I should do. Bai Yao looked at their wounds with concern and poured out some spring water for them to drink. Soon, new flesh began to grow where the wounds were. Lin remained calm upon witnessing this, but Xianmo was internally astonished. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? Is it the spring water from earlier? It's simply extraordinary. He silently vowed, I must become stronger. Otherwise, if this secret leaks, she will be known throughout the beast era, and this ability is too astonishing. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Bai Yao, unaware of his thoughts, continued, I have decided to mix the spring water and powder to create pills for sale. Lin inquired, Have you thought about where to sell them? Yes. Bai Yao recalled that Tana had mentioned that the largest trading venue in the beast era was the Fox Tribe Market. Although there were markets nearby, to make a name for themselves, they had to start from the largest market. Lin stated, the Fox Tribe Market is indeed quite famous. However, those foxes are very cunning. Their auction house has the best reputation and never engages in unfair practices. But they do take a large commission. An auction house. Xuan Montak interjected. Even thinking of the sly fox Xing Che. A bunch of tricksters. Nevertheless, they can indeed procure treasures unavailable elsewhere, like deep-sea pearls. Bai Yao reassured them. I will definitely not suffer any losses. She thought to herself, being a modern person from the 21st century, how could she be deceived by the beastmen here? Just then, a voice came from outside the cave. Yao Yao, the tribe leader said to organize everyone to go to the Fox Tribe Market. This time, there will be a tribal trading fair, and surrounding tribes will attend. Bai Yao's eyes brightened. It was truly as if her thoughts had manifested. Chapter 50. Stepping into the Fox Tribe Market. Bai Yao looked at Tana and confirmed. A trading fair between tribes? Tana nodded vigorously. When do we depart? We leave tomorrow morning, so you need to prepare tonight. Through Tana's explanation, Bai Yao understood that this was essentially a large market for barter. This year, they had finally secured a spot on the outskirts of the Fox Tribe, causing much excitement among many beastmen in the tribe. After sending off the exuberant Tana, Bai Yao felt extremely excited herself. Ever since hearing Tana mention the Fox Tribe Market last time, she had been eager to go. This opportunity was perfectly timed. The medicine had just passed its trial, and she was worried about its sales. Success or failure hinged on this moment. She immediately turned to her two beast husbands and said, Tonight, let us increase our output using the method we just discussed. She retrieved more hemostatic grass from the spatial realm, while Xianmo expertly dried it to perfection and Lin ground it into a fine powder. Bai Yao continuously drew forth spring water from her space, blending it with the medicinal powder to form pills. The group toiled until dusk, and before them lay several neatly arranged boxes filled with their labor's fruits. As Bai Yao gazed upon these accomplishments, visions of an unending stream of beast coins danced in her mind. Who will accompany me tomorrow? She inquired. The two turned to her simultaneously, their expressions clearly conveying, Is this even a question? All right, then we shall go together. Fortunately, her household had a limited number of beast husbands, as the clan leader restricted each family to 3 participants, which worked out perfectly. By nightfall, the cave was prepared, yet the issue of sleeping arrangements resurfaced. Now that there were 3 bedrooms, Xianmo and Lin naturally followed Bai Yao into the master bedroom. Your rooms are ready. From now on, you shall sleep in your respective quarters. Bai Yao attempted to encourage them to sleep separately. Xianmo, with an impassive expression, stated, You are my partner. Wherever you are, I shall be. Lin silently nodded in agreement beside him. Bai Yao felt a headache coming on. She still needed time to adjust. Each room has a prepared sleeping area, and in a few days, beds can be installed without issue. We can discuss the sleeping arrangements later, but tonight, you must return to your own rooms. After much persuasion, they reluctantly agreed. Finally able to lie down alone, Bai Yao's mind was filled with plans for the next day, gradually drifting into slumber. However, Xianmo received a message in the dead of night that left him restless. The following morning, Bai Yao rose early to prepare. Lin and Xianmo surprised by her early rise, exchanged glances, seemingly unprepared for her promptness. Their journey was not only to sell medicine, but also to procure much-needed supplies. At that moment, Xian stepped forward, retrieving a heavy pouch of beast crystals from his animal skin bag and presenting it to Bai Yao. "What is this?" Bai Yao asked in astonishment. "Are we not purchasing items at the market?" Xian replied nonchalantly, "This is all my savings from previous hunts. If it is insufficient, I shall hunt again." Bai Yao was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if her partner had entrusted her with their financial authority. She accepted it gracefully, saying, "Very well." Lin, observing this, lowered his head silently, realizing he could not provide such substantial support like Xian. "Let's set off," Bai Yao said cheerfully, but she keenly noticed a change in Xian demeanor. "What is troubling you?" Just then, a voice from outside called out, "Yao Yao, hurry up. It is time to depart." As Bai Yao was about to leave, Xian suddenly spoke, "I may not be able to accompany you." "Why not?" Xian recalled Bai Yao's previous request to never conceal anything from her. After a moment of silence, he admitted, "I received news from the forest last night. While I am away, the old shaman has suffered severe injuries, and the situation is dire. I must return to handle it." "Old shaman?" Bai Yao remembered the elder who had rescued her during her poisoning. She immediately made a decision. "You should go. With Lin and me at the market, we will manage just fine. Once you have resolved your matters, come find us." Seeing her understanding nature, Xian eyes glimmered with a hint of comfort. "Very well. You two go ahead. I will join you shortly." With that, he turned and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Thus, the remaining party heading to the market consisted solely of Bai Yao and Lin. This time, the tribe had dispatched many individuals, with each family allowed a maximum of 3 members. Tana and Dora also brought along their respective beast husbands. Remarkably, Dora refrained from causing any trouble. The group journeyed forth vigorously, finally arriving at the legendary market of the Fox tribe. Upon entering, Bai Yao was awestruck by the sight before her. The orderly streets crisscrossed, bustling with individuals from various beast races, yet maintaining an impressive organization, starkly contrasting her preconceived notions of a chaotic, primitive market. Every corner exemplified the Fox tribe's exceptional management capabilities and profound heritage. The clan leader guided them to the stall assigned to the leopard tribe, and after depositing their goods, announced that they could explore freely, but must return within the designated time. Bai Yao then paired with Tana and her beast husband to wander through the market. Their movement was largely confined to this vast peripheral area. Even so, its prosperity left Bai Yao in awe. However, when she attempted to venture further into the center, Tana gently pulled her back. "We cannot proceed any further," Tana explained softly, glancing at the fox guards clad in uniform leather armor at the nearby intersection. "The market has distinct hierarchies. The core area is only accessible to specific large tribes and merchants possessing the Fox tribe special permits. Common beast folk can only trade in the periphery." Following Tana's gaze, Bai Yao saw that the streets ahead were broader and cleaner, with shops displaying exquisite pottery, gleaming metal wares, and even the gauzy garments she had glimpsed earlier. Some elegantly dressed and distinctly poised beast folk leisurely selected items, creating a stark contrast to the crowded and noisy environment they occupied. Her attention was immediately captured by the light fabrics worn by some female beast folk. Was that actually gauze? Tana followed her gaze and continued, "The beast realm is also stratified. Those who can wear such fabrics mostly hail from affluent large tribes or cities. It symbolizes the upper class. Moreover, these materials are exceedingly precious and are monopolized by the Fox tribe, available exclusively to the nobility, making them virtually unattainable in the market." Upon hearing this, an idea for a profitable plan to create better quality, more affordable fabrics instantly formed in Bai Yao's mind. She also observed some crude pottery and rudimentary daily necessities at various stalls, believing that improvements could certainly find a market. Just as they were engrossed in observation, a sudden clamor erupted ahead, accompanied by exclamations, "Someone is injured. There is so much blood. Make way, the Fox tribe shaman is coming." Bai Yao moved forward with the crowd, where she found an elderly male beast folk lying in agony at the center of an open area. A deep, bone-exposing wound on his leg was gushing blood, evidently injuring an artery, and a small pool of glaring crimson had already formed on the ground. A luxuriously dressed, distinguished female beast folk knelt beside him, pleading, "Please, someone save my partner. We are willing to offer a generous reward." The arriving fox tribe shaman attempted to apply various herbs to the wound, but the blood quickly soaked through the herbs and continued to flow. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation, indicating there was no hope. "Go fetch the fox tribe's high priest. I hear he is in the market today," suggested one beast folk. At that moment, the fox tribe shaman stroked his beard and scoffed. "The high priest is busy treating the nobles. Why would he interrupt for an unknown injured person? Besides, given the amount of blood loss, even if the high priest were to come, it might not make a difference." His words dripped with a sense of detached superiority. Amidst the debate, the injured man's groans grew increasingly faint, and his body began to show signs of partial beastification, with shimmering light blue scales appearing on his skin. Tana whispered in Bai Yao's ear, filled with sympathy, "How pitiful. They appear to be well-to-do beast folk, but alas." Bai Yao no longer hesitated and stepped forth from the crowd, addressing the female beast folk. "Let me try." She looked up, her eyes filled with doubt and a glimmer of hope. "Are you a shaman? Or can you perform sorcery?" "Neither," Bai Yao replied honestly. The surrounding murmurs erupted in skepticism. "Not a shaman, and yet you dare to intervene? Is this some kind of joke? This is no time for games." The earlier fox tribe shaman laughed derisively. "Not even a shaman, and you dare to show off? Surely you're trying to swindle some wealth. If the person dies, can you bear the responsibility?" Bai Yao ignored the cacophony and focused on the female beast folk. "Although I'm not a shaman, I possess a special hemostatic medicine. If the bleeding does not stop soon, he may not survive for even a quarter of an hour. Should I give it a try, or merely watch helplessly as he suffers?" The visage of the injured has begun to reveal more scales, and his breath grows increasingly faint. The female orc gazes at her partner's life slipping away rapidly and clenches her fist tightly. "All right, I believe in you. Regardless of the consequences, we shall bear them ourselves." "Madam, think twice," the fox tribe shaman implores. Bai Yao is already crouched down, disregarding the murmurs behind her, swiftly retrieving pills and a bamboo tube filled with spring water from her leather pouch. She dissolves the pills in the water, creating a paste-like medicinal ointment. As she cleans the wound, blood continues to gush forth. To be on the safe side, she decides to add more spring water from her spatial pouch. With a subtle mental shift, she infuses the ointment with additional life-giving spring water from her palm. Amidst the skeptical gazes of the onlookers, she steadily applies the dark-hued ointment to the horrifying wound and meticulously bandages it with clean animal cloth. What a farce! The fox tribe shaman crosses his arms and observes with a cold gaze. If slapping on some mud could stop the bleeding, wouldn't our years of study be a joke? However, before his words fully dissipate, a miracle unfolds. "Look, the bleeding seems to have truly stopped." An astute orc exclaims in astonishment. "How is that possible? It was gushing out like a spring just moments ago. Look at that bandage. There are no new blood stains seeping through." The orc, who was once gasping in agony, gradually begins to breathe more evenly, and his pallid countenance visibly regains a hint of color. An elderly shaman, who had previously declared him beyond help, steps forward in disbelief, trembling as he checks the patient's breath and pulse, then stares wide-eyed in shock. His pulse is stabilizing? This is nothing short of a miracle. The crowd erupts in a frenzy. All eyes swiftly shift from the injured to Bai Yao. The orcs who had been mocking her moments ago now wear expressions of embarrassment, especially the fox tribe shaman, whose face alternates between pale and flushed, stands speechless, wishing he could vanish into the ground. The rescued female orc, overwhelmed with joy, tightly grasps Bai Yao's hand. "Benefactor, thank you. Thank you for saving my mate's life." She promptly retrieves a heavy, intricately embroidered leather pouch from her bosom, eager to offer it to Bai Yao. Bai Yao gently pushes the pouch aside and turns to address the still stunned crowd. "You all have witnessed the effects of my specially formulated hemostatic medicine. Today, I have a limited supply. Those willing to believe in its efficacy may come forth to receive a sample free of charge." Her words instantly ignite a commotion among the assembled orcs. In no time, a long line forms, even those who had been the most skeptical now sheepishly mingling among the crowd. Tana, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, excitedly tugs at Bai Yao's arm and whispers, "Yao Yao, this feels so satisfying, but why get away for free? If you had sold it outright, they would have fought to buy it." Bai Yao smiles gently. This is about letting the results speak for themselves. Only by allowing them to personally experience its effects will they be convinced to seek us out for future purchases. As for those who remain doubtful, she casts a subtle glance at the earlier shaman. The loss will not be ours. At that moment, the rescued orc couple approaches, supporting one another. Though the male orc still appears weak, he musters the strength to perform an ancient and solemn gesture towards Bai Yao. He speaks with a unique rhythm to his voice. "Noble benefactor, we hail from the deep-sea royal court of the merfolk. My name is Hylon Duo, and this is my partner, Ai Leah. We came ashore for an important transaction, but did not anticipate an attack by the wandering beasts. You have not only saved my life, but also the hope of our family. This kindness, the merfolk will never forget." The merfolk, deep-sea royal court? The merfolk are a legendary and affluent race, with members of their royal court rarely seen on land. The Fox tribe shaman's face pales instantly. He nearly obstructed the treatment of a noble from the merfolk. Hylon Duo presents a shell that shimmers with iridescent hues along with a leather pouch that clearly holds considerable value. "Please accept this shell as a token of our gratitude. Wherever you may be, should you sound it by the sea, the warriors of the merfolk will answer your call. Additionally, please accept these beast coins as a gesture of appreciation. Your medicine is extraordinary, and we from the Deep-Sea Royal Court wish to establish a long-term trade relationship with you, ensuring regular bulk purchases." Bai Yao graciously accepts this offer and provides them with the location of the leper tribe. Having achieved her objectives beyond expectations, she instructs Lin to return to their stall to watch over their goods, while she and the exuberant Tana stroll deeper into the marketplace. Unbeknownst to them, they arrive at a grand and heavily guarded structure, the Fox Tribe Auction House. Tana gazes at the imposing entrance with envy and disappointment. "I've heard that the inside is filled with rare treasures, but only nobles are allowed entry." Bai Yao stares at the door, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Who says we cannot enter? Follow me. Perhaps we have a way." Chapter 52. The auction house. Turmoil. Tana curiously leans closer to Bai Yao, whispering, "Yao Yao, what exactly is your plan to get in? Does the beast god have the power to just let you in?" Bai Yao does not respond directly, but instead leads her to a secluded corner, quietly revealing her plan. Tana, upon hearing it, widens her eyes in disbelief. "Can we really do this? What if we get caught?" "Have no fear," Bai Yao reassures her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "We will coordinate and act according to the plan. There will be no issues." Although Tana remains somewhat skeptical, she resolves to trust Bai Yao. The two begin to search for suitable targets on the street. Soon, they set their sights on a flamboyantly dressed, proud lion male, accompanied by several orc attendants. He bears an exquisite jade token at his waist and is heading toward the auction house. Bai Yao observes that the jade token serves as a pass. "That's him," she whispers to Tana, indicating the lion male nearby. As the two prepare to act, Tana nervously tugs at Bai Yao's sleeve again. "Yao Yao, are we really going to do this? I'm a bit scared." Bai Yao, too, is undertaking this for the first time, and her palms feel slightly clammy. However, thinking of the potential opportunities and information within the auction house, she takes a deep breath and resolutely states, "Do you believe in the beast god?" At the mention of the beast god, Tana immediately straightens in respect, nodding vigorously. "Of course I do." "Then trust me, the beast god will guide us." Tana ultimately nods, and they split up to enact their plan. Just as the lion male is about to reach the entrance of the auction house, Tana seizes the moment when the crowd jostles, stumbling forward intentionally. Ouch! She falls hard, her knees striking the stone floor painfully. The pack of dried fruits she had prepared scatters everywhere. The lion male indeed halts, turning around and bending down with his rough hand outstretched. "Are you all right, little female?" Tana lifts her head, the moonlight illuminating her face. She suppresses the pain in her knee, intentionally trembling her voice. "Me fine. It's just that my foot seems to have twisted a bit." The lion male's gaze lingers on Tana's lovely features. After all, in the beast world, females hold a relatively high status. Even nobles treat them with respect. Seizing the moment while he is preoccupied with helping Tana, Bai Yao springs into action. She crouches down, pretending to assist in picking up the scattered items. Her hands are swift and deft. When she touches the smooth jade token, her fingers skillfully loosen the knot. The entire process takes only the blink of an eye, and the jade token slips into her beast attire. Tana, witnessing Bai Yao's success, immediately flashes a grateful smile at the lion male. "Thank you. I'm all right now. My companions are waiting for me over there. I must take my leave." She hurriedly gathers the remaining dried fruits and limps away into the crowd, leaving the lion male standing there, staring blankly at the direction in which she disappeared. After converging at the street corner, Tana gazed at the 2 jade tokens in Bai Yao's hands, her heart still trembling with unease. "Yao Yao, are we truly safe from being discovered?" Bai Yao reassured her, "Do not worry. He will not suspect that we have stolen them." Shaking the jade tokens, she added, "Moreover, with the beast god's blessing, all will proceed smoothly." They concealed themselves in a corner, observing the scene. Soon, they witnessed a male lion from the lion clan being stopped by the guards at the entrance of the auction house. "My jade token was right here. How could it be missing?" he exclaimed anxiously, rummaging through his pockets. "I'm a noble of Bai Yao City. You must let me in." The fox guards remained expressionless, stating, "Without a jade token, no one may enter." Regardless of his explanations, they showed no leniency. Ultimately, the lion could only leave in frustration, declaring, "Just wait. I will seek out your superior." Once he had departed, Bai Yao and Tana walked calmly to the entrance of the auction house. Upon presenting their jade tokens, the guards indeed respectfully allowed them entry. Upon entering the auction hall, both were taken aback by the spectacle before them. In the center of the vast circular arena stood a display platform, surrounded by tiered seating, while the second floor featured individual private rooms, evidently reserved for more esteemed guests. Tana tugged at Bai Yao, eager to ascend to the upper level. "Yao Yao, let us go up and take a look." However, at the staircase, they were once again halted by the guards. "Please present your VIP tokens." Bai Yao was momentarily taken aback. "Is this jade token not sufficient?" The guard replied matter-of-factly, "Ordinary noble jade tokens are only permitted on the first floor." Just then, a voice laced with derision emerged from behind them. "You clearly do not understand such simple rules. You must be from some small tribe." She scoffed. "With that coarse skin, one can smell the stench of poverty from 3 steps away." Turning to see a fox beauty clad in exquisite sheer garments disdainfully assessing them, Bai Yao noted that the fabric of her attire was light and evidently made from noble materials, yet she keenly observed unnatural creases at the collar. The fox beauty continued to mock. "The second floor is not for just anyone to access. By your attire, you must have stolen someone else's jade token to sneak in." Turning to the guards, she raised her voice. "These 2 commoners surely stole someone's jade token." The guards exchanged glances, their hands moving towards the hilts of their blades. Tana's face paled, her palms sweating cold. Yet, Bai Yao calmly grasped Tana's hand, responding with poise, "I see that you possess great beauty. Yet you're also one who judges others by their appearance." The fox beauty froze, evidently taken aback by the retort. Bai Yao continued, "You claim to be a noble. But why is the stitching at the collar of your sheer garment so coarse? Did you inadvertently purchase a defective piece?" The fox female's complexion shifted, instinctively reaching to touch her collar. This sheer garment, which she had acquired at great expense and through connections, was usually her pride, yet now publicly questioned for its authenticity. Before she could counter, Bai Yao's gaze shifted to the string of beast teeth ornaments hanging at her waist. And this string of winged wolf teeth, with such vibrant colors, must surely be a recent trophy? The winged wolves have only been active in the northern wastelands recently, and to my knowledge, the noble fox hunting team did not venture north last month. Rather, it was the leopard clan that returned with substantial winged wolf materials. This remark was laden with implications, exposing the suspicious nature of her attire, while subtly suggesting that the origins of her ornaments were not derived from her own prowess, thus rendering them unworthy of pride. This information was gleaned from gossip Bai Yao had overheard at the market, unexpectedly proving useful at this moment. The fox female's face flushed between red and white, as faint chuckles and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. The attire and status she had once flaunted suddenly appeared riddled with flaws under the scrutiny of this seemingly inconspicuous female. Bai Yao had precisely struck at her sore spot. The fox beauty's expression shifted, her embarrassment morphing into anger as she addressed the guards. I suspect their jade tokens are of dubious origin. I suggest a thorough examination. The guards exchanged glances, preparing to approach when a languid yet magnetic voice interjected. Pei Lin, these two females are my guests. Chapter 53. Xingche to the rescue. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Yao turned to see a tall fox beast man. Unlike any beast man she had encountered before, he donned a voluminous black wizard robe, its hem adorned with intricate silver patterns. The most striking feature was his face, androgynous and captivating, with slightly upturned peach blossom eyes that held a semblance of a smile and pupils of a rare crimson hue, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. In that instant, Bai Yao thought to herself, in modern times he would undoubtedly be a mesmerizing figure capable of inciting chaos simply with his visage. Leaning casually against the doorframe, he exuded an alluring charm, mysterious yet dangerous, despite his formal attire. Clearing his throat, Bai Yao found herself momentarily entranced, jolted back to reality only when he coughed lightly. She was alarmed to realize she had momentarily lost her composure. Upon seeing him, Pei Lin, who had previously exuded arrogance, now adopted a demure demeanor, her voice dripping with sweetness. Great priest, you arrived just in time. These two are posing as nobles and attempting to force their way to the second floor. She eagerly hoped that this renowned figure of justice and power would punish Bai Yao and her companion, wishing to impress him. However, Xingche maintained his serene smile, querying, "Did you not hear what I just said?" His lazy crimson gaze fell upon her. "I said I know them. Are you hard of hearing? Or is your mind not quite clear?" Pei Lin's face turned pale in an instant. Disbelief etched across her features as she looked at Xingche. Wasn't the great priest known for his fairness and gentle demeanor? Why was he being so harsh with her? Moreover, they were all foxes. She had expected him to side with her. Unwilling to relent, she attempted to argue. "Great priest, how could you know someone like them? What friends I choose and what decisions I make do not require your explanation." Xingche replied, still wearing a smile, but his words left Pei Lin incredulous. "You merely wish to exploit this situation to satisfy your own selfish desires." In the Fox clan, the great priest was the paramount figure. Feeling the gazes and whispers surrounding her, Pei Lin felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. She glanced around, realizing no one was coming to her aid. Her eyes reddened with grievance, and she could only bite her lip and turn away in defeat. Once Pei Lin was dealt with, Xingche turned his attention back to Bai Yao. He scrutinized her closely, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he offered his first appraisal. "You have recovered well. You remain just as beautiful." Bai Yao was taken aback. "Do we know each other?" Xingche recalled her appearance when she had been poisoned and unconscious, naturally forgetting the time he had expended effort to detoxify and heal her. He also did not recall having once probed her unique consciousness with his mental prowess. From those bizarre fragments, he had already glimpsed her extraordinary nature. Not previously, but now we are acquainted, he continued smoothly. Bai Yao was left speechless, pondering whether this was the unique way of flirting in their beast world. Nevertheless, he had just aided her. Suppressing her peculiar feelings, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for coming to my aid earlier. It was but a trivial matter." Xingche replied, still smiling as his gaze drifted towards the second floor. "Do you two wish to go up?" Bai Yao nodded. After receiving their affirmative response, he instructed the guards, "They're my friends and will accompany me upstairs." The guards immediately bowed and allowed them passage. Observing this scene, Bai Yao mused to herself. So there are indeed social hierarchies everywhere. As Xingche led the way, Tana, excited, tugged at Bai Yao's sleeve, her voice a hushed whisper filled with exhilaration. "Yao Yao, you actually know the great priest? He can communicate with the beast gods and foresee the future, holding an unparalleled status in the Fox clan and the beast world. Does he harbor any interest in you? I have heard that he is yet without a companion." However, Bai Yao's attention was firmly ensnared by the phrase foreseeing the future, communicating with the beast god. Her earlier excitement plummeted as she pondered the implications of his ability to perceive a person's past and future. Did he already uncover her origins and the secrets of her realm? Did he extend his assistance because he had glimpsed something significant? A profound sense of crisis enveloped her, transforming her perception of the languid figure ahead into one of heightened vigilance. This fox was far too perilous. She even began to contemplate whether she should take her leave immediately. Before she could arrive at a conclusion, Xingche guided them to a private room on the second floor, which provided the best vantage point. He casually seated himself, his long fingers toying with an exquisite bone china cup, seemingly poised to speak further when the sound of the auction's commencement echoed from downstairs. He thus swallowed his words, opting to observe the auction items first. The auction showcased an array of treasures, gigantic pearls birthed from the depths of the ocean, peculiar shells radiating a soft glow, antiquated ceramics, and masterfully crafted beast bone weaponry. Tana gasped in awe, while Bai Yao remained disinterested. These items struck her as rather mundane, and some seemed akin to products easily acquired from a discount marketplace. Xingche appeared to be intently watching the scene below, yet his peripheral gaze remained steadfastly on Bai Yao. He keenly detected the fleeting hint of indifference in her eyes, which astonished him. A female from a remote tribe remained so composed in the presence of such treasures, as if she were accustomed to them. This only validated his previous assumptions that she was certainly not from this place. What troubles you? Upon sensing Bai Yao's gaze upon him, Xingche naturally turned his head to meet her scrutinizing eyes. Bai Yao decided to be forthright, seizing the moment to probe. As the high priest here, this auction house is essentially under your jurisdiction, is it not? Xingche raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by her inquiry, yet he nodded in affirmation. One could say that. Then, if I wish to engage in trade here, may I converse with you directly? So, she desires to conduct business? A flicker of understanding passed through Xingche's crimson eyes, quickly replaced by the shrewdness of a merchant. That is certainly feasible. However, according to the Fox tribe's customs, only the most exceptional items may be presented on this auction stage. He was eager to see what she could offer and to convey that this was no ordinary marketplace. Your endorsement is all that is required. Bai Yao achieved her initial objective, then pivoted the conversation with sudden intensity. Do you know me, or rather, what do you know about me? Her question caught Xingche off guard, causing him to momentarily pause his handling of the cup. As the air within the private room seemed to thicken, Tana, intrigued by their exchange, turned to observe them. Xingche met her probing gaze with one of his own, and a fleeting emotion flitted across his crimson depths, too swift to be deciphered. Chapter 54. The deal struck frigidly extraordinary. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xingche's crimson eyes at her remarkable astuteness. Yet he swiftly resumed his languid demeanor, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. His tone laced with amusement. It cannot be said that I know you. He deliberately paused, scrutinizing Bai Yao's reaction, for they had never formally met. He suddenly leaned forward slightly. As for your inquiry, do you possess any undisclosed secrets? This question momentarily puzzled Bai Yao, nearly leading her down his line of thought. This fox had ensnared her in a verbal trap with just a few words. I do not, Bai Yao firmly rejected. I am merely curious as to how someone of your stature would take notice of someone as inconsequential as me. Xingche did not provide a direct response, instead stating, perhaps this is the will of the beast god. His words were vague, yet Bai Yao found them unsettlingly familiar, as if she were being scrutinized entirely. She suppressed her urge to delve deeper, following his lead. Very well, since we are now acquainted, I am Bai Yao. As you know, I hail from the lower leopard clan. Xing Ke. He introduced himself, extending his hand with remarkable ease. The moment their hands clasped, Xingche subtly projected a barely perceptible mental energy toward Bai Yao. However, unlike the first instance, this force sank like a stone into the sea, vanishing without a trace within her. Observing Bai Yao, it seemed she remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. Xingche felt a surge of astonishment, yet maintained an impassive facade. Retracting his hand, and growing increasingly intrigued by her. I look forward to your next visit, accompanied by something that will truly astonish me. As long as it is of quality, the Fox Tribe's auction house can guarantee a favorable price. He then produced a smooth, dark wooden token inscribed with the Fox Tribe's secret patterns, presenting it to Bai Yao. Take this when you return to the Fox Tribe market. The guard will escort you directly to me. This wooden token was evidently distinct from the jade tokens they had previously held, exuding an aura of power. Tana gazed in awe, realizing the authority this token represented was far beyond that of an ordinary noble's token. Bai Yao accepted the weighty wooden token, feeling its warmth, and knew it was extraordinary. Recalling the rumors of Xing Che's elusive nature, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Will this token indeed ensure I can find you? As long as you come to the auction house, someone will certainly inform me." Xing Che seemed to perceive her hesitation and reassured her. At that moment, the auction concluded, and the surrounding sounds of admiration filled the air, with discussions revolving around the exquisite items just displayed. Yet, Bai Yao remained unenthused. What appeared to her as commonplace was revered here as treasures, filling her with confidence about her future merchandise. Xing Che observed her subtle expression changes, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He had already sensed Bai Yao's every movement since her entry into the market, from her street-side assistance to the merfolk to her clever use of the noble token. This female's behavioral patterns exceeded his comprehension, each step bringing unexpected delight. He became increasingly eager to witness her future endeavors. As she prepared to depart, Bai Yao suddenly recalled a crucial question and turned to ask, "According to the auction house's rules, how are the profits divided?" Divided? Xing Che found this unfamiliar term slightly perplexing, but soon grasped its meaning. Typically, the auction house and the item owner share the proceeds 50-50. The Fox Tribe market provides the platform, promotion, and clientele, which warrants this arrangement. Without us, many items would struggle to find value or even buyers. However, upon hearing this ratio, Bai Yao immediately frowned. 50-50? That seems quite unfair. Xing Che raised an eyebrow. Having never encountered anyone bold enough to directly challenge the Fox Tribe's established customs. Such are the norms, he stated nonchalantly, yet with an air of pride, asserting that even so, countless individuals clamored to collaborate with the Fox Tribe. Bai Yao was not one to be easily exploited. What if my items are sufficiently unique and valuable? Her gaze was intense. Could this potentially elevate my share? Xinduke scrutinized confident demeanor, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Deep-sea pearls, volcanic wonders, the world's finest beast crystals. What could she possibly present that would be unfamiliar to him? Yet at this moment, he felt an inexplicable belief that this female could indeed offer something extraordinary. Rules are not immutable, he mused, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of mercantile cunning. If your items are truly unparalleled and to my satisfaction, I may grant you an exception this once. However, it must be sufficiently remarkable. Remember your promise. Hearing Xing Che's willingness to negotiate, Bai Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, deeming her initial goal achieved. She was content as she prepared to leave with Tana. "Wait." Xing Che's voice, laced with amusement, called from behind, tinged with a hint of jest. "Next time you wish to visit, remember to use the wooden token I provided. Do not borrow someone else's." Bai Yao froze, her ears flushing crimson as she spun around, lowering her voice. "How did you know?" Xinguke remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips, while his golden eyes seemed to see through everything, conveying all that needed to be understood. Bai Yao felt a sudden, chill sweep over her. The legends of the beast realm were not unfounded. There was no secret that the high priest did not know. Could she truly gain an advantage by collaborating with such a shrewd fox? Taking a deep breath to quell her unease, she steeled herself, reminding herself that she hailed from the 21st century and should not be outsmarted by an ancient being of the beast realm. The two parted ways at the entrance of the auction house. As they stepped out, they encountered a male from the Lion clan, who had been robbed of his badge. Upon seeing Tana, his eyes lit up, and he approached to strike up a conversation. Tana, feeling guilty, grabbed Bai Yao's arm and fled without looking back. A servant beast beside Xing Che, puzzled, inquired, High Priest, why would you give your personal badge to such an unremarkable female? In the Fox clan, bestowing one's personal badge upon a female signified romantic interest. To him, the High Priest's attributes would surely attract countless admirers in a world where males outnumbered females, making it unlikely for him to be interested in an ordinary female. Xing Che smiled and replied, "After all these years, I have finally encountered something intriguing." As Bai Yao and Tana strolled through the streets, an unexpected searing pain erupted from the wolf-shaped beast mark on Bai Yao's chest. She gasped, bending over in agony. Yao, what is wrong?" Tana hurriedly supported her. Bai Yao lifted her collar to reveal that the wolf mark was glowing red and hot. "What is happening?" Tana glanced at it and blushed deeply, exclaiming, "The beast mark is signaling. Your beast husband seems to have entered his mating season. He is calling for you." "What?" Bai Yao was taken aback. Was he not still here? With whom was he? A dreadful premonition surged within her, and she immediately suppressed the pain, hastening toward the direction of the leopard tribe's stall. Chapter 55. Such an important first time, yet you choose this place. Upon arriving at the leopard tribe's stall, she still could not find Lin, and the anxiety that coiled around her heart grew ever clearer. She rushed to ask passers-by about Lin's whereabouts, only to receive confused shakes of the head. The wolf-shaped beast mark on her chest burned more intensely, accompanied by sharp pangs of pain, almost echoing the immense suffering her partner was enduring. Bai Yao gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain calm. An unsettling thought flashed through her mind. Could this be related to Duo La? After searching high and low without finding Duo La, her unease escalated. "Where's Duo La?" she demanded sharply, her gaze sweeping over several tribe members who averted their eyes. "If something has happened to Lin, I will not let this matter rest. You who are concealing the truth will all be complicit. I will inform the tribe leader and hold you accountable." Initially, they attempted to offer vague responses, but seeing Bai Yao's unwavering resolve, they exchanged glances before one hesitantly pointed toward the Eastern market, saying, "I saw her and her beast husband head that way. But what about Lin? Have you seen him?" The others shook their heads, frustrated by their lack of answers. Bai Yao turned and sprinted toward the more chaotic area. Tana followed closely behind, recognizing that Bai Yao was truly furious. The Eastern market was filled with abandoned warehouses and scrutinizing gazes. Bai Yao's heart raced with urgency, and uncontrollable thoughts of the book's ending flooded her mind. Was it inevitable that Lin could not escape his entanglement with Duo La? Imagining the ordeal Lin might be enduring at that very moment, a conflagration of anger and panic threatened to engulf her. "Lin, please be safe." Just as despair began to overwhelm her, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Duo La's bear beast husband, whose name she believed was Ku Ge. He was lurking suspiciously at the entrance of an abandoned warehouse, his furtive demeanor confirming Bai Yao's suspicion that Duo La and Lin were inside. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and she dashed forward without hesitation. "Stop! Duo La is inside. You cannot go in." Ku Ge, spotting Bai Yao's approach, averted his gaze, but still attempted to block her. Bai Yao fixed him with a cold stare. "Are you certain that only Duo La is inside? If my beast husband Lin comes to harm, the tribe will not spare those who harm their kin. Think carefully." Seizing the moment when he was momentarily stunned, Bai Yao forcefully pushed open the door and rushed inside. The warehouse was dimly lit and filled with dust. The sight before her nearly made her blood run cold. Lin was slumped against the wall, his complexion unnaturally flushed, breathing heavily and erratically, with veins bulging on his forehead and his gaze unfocused. He emitted abnormal moans, clutching a jagged piece of wood in one hand, which was dripping with blood. Blood was seeping down his leg from where the wood had pierced him. Lin was clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness through excruciating pain. Meanwhile, Duo La, disheveled, was pressing close to him, trying to pry away his other hand that guarded the beast mark on his chest. Yao. Upon seeing Bai Yao burst in, Lin's unfocused eyes suddenly shone with remarkable clarity as he forcefully pushed Duo La away. Duo La turned to see who had entered, her face turning pale as she recoiled in horror. "Why you? What are you doing here?" Rage consumed Bai Yao, obliterating all rational thought. She lunged forward and struck Duo La across the face twice with such force that she fell to the ground. "What have you done to him?" Bai Yao's voice trembled with fury. "You are despicable." At that moment, Tana and her beast husband arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, Tana gasped, "Duo La, how could you resort to such vile tactics?" Duo La's beast husband, awkwardly embarrassed, attempted to help her but was pushed away. "Useless. How could you let her in?" Duo La glared fiercely at her beast husband. Ku Go lowered his head, unaware of Duo La's faults. Meanwhile, Lin's spirit began to wane after Bai Yao's arrival. The last traces of clarity about to be consumed by the drug. His feverish body instinctively sought Bai Yao, his hot breath brushing against her neck. Accompanied by agonized yet yearning moans, his arms tightening around her painfully. "Yao Yao," Tana urgently whispered, "we must address Lin's condition first, or he will forcibly undergo beast transformation, potentially leading to a fatal reversal of his bloodline." Bai Yao gazed at Lin, whose consciousness was fading and who was relying solely on instinct. Torn between anger and heartache, she raised her gaze, her icy stare fixed on Duo La. "This matter will not end here. Upon returning to the tribe, there will be no place for you." Duo La attempted to protest, but Tana's glare silenced her. "Your attempts to justify yourself are futile. I have witnessed everything. You should leave at once." Ultimately, Duo La was half supported, half dragged away by Ku Go. Tana cast a worried glance at Bai Yao, compassionately closing the dilapidated door of the warehouse behind them. In the dim light, only their hurried breaths remained audible. Lin's feverish lips pressed against Bai Yao's cheeks and neck, filled with an irresistible force. Bai Yao noticed a wound on his leg, still oozing blood, and gently touched it, using her essence to stem the bleeding. She quickly tore a piece of cloth to provide a hasty bandage for his wound. The entire process was slow due to Lin's restlessness. After completing the task, Bai Yao was drenched in sweat. "Yao Yao, please." Lin's muffled voice reached her ears, and Bai Yao glanced around, noting the chaotic environment and Lin's contorted face from enduring immense agony. Ultimately, gritting her teeth, she sighed with a hint of playful reproach and whispered in his ear, "For such an important first time, you had to choose this place. When you awaken, just wait and see how I shall deal with you." Her voice was soon drowned out by the fervent breaths and moans that filled the air. Inside the abandoned warehouse, the musty scent began to be replaced by a fervent and restless atmosphere. Outside, Duo La broke free from her beast husband's grasp, glaring resentfully at the tightly shut door. Today, she inadvertently observed the wolf engaging with several extraordinary beings at the street corner, where they respectfully referred to him as Xiaozhu. They presented him with a priceless white jade token adorned with a mysterious totem, undoubtedly a symbol of nobility. Why was it that Bai Yao could possess such a concealed identity as the noble beastmaster? She felt indignant, which spurred her to devise a plan, initially attempting to seduce him. However, the wolf disregarded her advances entirely. In desperation, she resorted to a potent aphrodisiac acquired from her tribe. Deceiving her own beastmaster under the assumption of guaranteed success, she could only think, "Bai Yao, wait for me." Dola clenched her teeth, vowing to remember the humiliation of today. Chapter 56. It's too intense. In broad daylight, the sound within the warehouse gradually subsided. Tana stood guard outside, her cheeks flushed, murmuring, "It's too intense for broad daylight." After a considerable while, the warehouse door finally creaked open. Bai Yao emerged, her steps somewhat unsteady, exuding an aura of fatigue. Her hair was disheveled, and her neck and collarbone were adorned with ambiguous red marks, revealing the frenzy she had just experienced. Tana smirked slyly, remarking, "Your partner is quite formidable." Bai Yao shot her an irritated glance, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Despite her modern upbringing, this was her first experience in an abandoned warehouse, vulnerable to discovery at any moment. Under the lingering effects of the drug and her exhaustion, Bai Yao waited outside, taking the opportunity to tidy her disordered attire and composure. Meanwhile, Tana's beastmasters arrived, eager to learn the details. Tana cautiously inquired, "Yao Yao, how do you intend to deal with Dola?" Bai Yao's gaze turned icy. "This time, she cannot be let off lightly. I can overlook previous antics, but drugging my beastmaster with malicious intent is unforgivable. If Rin's identity were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Dola must be dealt with. A chill ran through her as she pondered the overwhelming force of the original plot. Was Rin and Dola's entanglement destined? If she had arrived a moment later, she shuddered at the thought, instinctively shaking her head and reminding herself that Rin would never harm her. Thankfully, she had intervened in time. However, Tana expressed confusion. Dola has always looked down on Rin. So why did she suddenly resort to drugging him? This statement jolted Bai Yao. It was indeed peculiar. Given Dola's character, she would not go to such lengths for an ordinary wolf beastman unless her heart sank. Dola had discovered Rin's true identity or sought something from him. But how could that be possible? Rin's true identity resided far in the northern regions, while they were in the central region, and Rin himself was suffering from amnesia. As she contemplated this, the warehouse door was abruptly flung open. Rin staggered out, disheveled, his face devoid of color, his eyes filled with panic and despair. Upon awakening, his memories were muddled, trapped in the chaotic moments of being drugged and forcibly taken into the warehouse by Dola. He seemed to have heard Bai Yao's voice. Had he awakened? Bai Yao regarded him with calmness. Rin's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. As you saw, Bai Yao's indifferent tone struck him like a hammer. She had witnessed it. Did she assume he had been with Dola? A wave of terror seized him, and he stammered, Yao, let me explain. It was Dola who drugged me. I would never betray you. Seeing his eyes welling with tears, Bai Yao realized he had misunderstood. Her heart softened, and she interjected, what are you thinking? Do you still believe there was something between me and Dola? I did not. Rin immediately denied it. Bai Yao ceased to tease him, embracing his arm and revealing the red marks on her neck, declaring, look closely, it was me who was with you just now. Rin was stunned, the immense revelation momentarily overwhelming him. You don't believe me? Bai Yao pointed to his waist. Check if your partner mark has changed. Rin hastily lifted his shirt, and there it was, Bai Yao's fox mark still clear and unchanged. He exhaled in relief, a wave of joy washing over him, followed by an acute embarrassment. Just now, they had indeed. His ears flushed crimson at the thought. We really. His voice dwindled. Bai Yao nodded affirmatively. Reflecting on the events within the warehouse made her ears warm, yet she maintained her composure. Regardless, you are my partner, so this is normal. However, I'm dissatisfied with the location. It cannot happen again. Instead of the expected reprimand, her playful demand ignited warmth in Rin's heart, and he quickly assured her, there will never be another time. No, it will not be in such a place again. Let us go, Bai Yao declared, seeing him flustered, and she turned to lead him away. She had no desire to linger in that spot. We must return to the tribe and seek justice from Dola. On their way back, Bai Yao inquired about the details. Fearing she would misunderstand, Rin recounted how Dola had entangled him and seized the opportunity to drug him. Though his memories post-drugging were indeed hazy, Bai Yao nodded, gripping his hand tightly. I believe you. This time, she will not escape easily. However, upon their return to the tribal settlement, they sensed an unusual atmosphere, as many beastmen pointed and whispered about them. Bai Yao inwardly scoffed, realizing someone had preemptively cast blame. Sure enough, upon arriving at the chief's dwelling, they heard Dola's lamentation from within. Dola stood beside her beastmaster, and upon seeing Bai Yao and Rin together, especially with Rin appearing unscathed and his mark unchanged, Dola's eyes nearly flared with fury, though her face feigned further victimhood. The chief regarded Bai Yao and Rin with a serious expression. Dola claims that Rin attempted to coerce her. Is this true? Rin, infuriated, clenched his fists and stepped forward to refute the accusation, but Bai Yao gently restrained him. Bai Yao met the chief's gaze calmly. Chief, I ask for your discernment. Who truly drugged my beastmaster, Dola, or did Rin attempt to force her? I believe she and her beastmaster are most aware. She directed her gaze towards Dola. Oh, and Tana witnessed it as well. Naturally, you might suspect Tana of bias due to our friendship, but Dola's beastmaster can attest to the truth. Tana, named, vigorously nodded. I can testify. Dola, as if stepped on a tail, retorted sharply, nonsense. You are all in cahoots. Why would an esteemed female like me drug your beastmaster? He is unworthy. Clearly, he took advantage of me when I was unprepared. Dola assumed Bai Yao lacked substantial evidence, and Tana's testimony would be deemed insufficient. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Indeed, if Dola had ulterior motives for Rin, why act now? Moreover, Dola was the most exceptional female in their tribe, while Rin appeared far from worthy. Evidently, the crowd inclined to believe Dola's words, as her credibility seemed higher in the current situation. Bai Yao remained unperturbed, stepping forward to lock her gaze onto Dola's flickering eyes. In that case, Dola, do you dare swear by the beast goddess name? Chapter 57. Dola's fate. As Bai Yao's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the scene, all eyes fixated on Dola. Her face turned pale, and she feigned composure, retorting sharply, I will not. Why should I swear to the beast god? A mere ordinary wolf beast man like him does not merit such an oath. Dola attempted to leverage her status as a superior female to sway public opinion, pushing the narrative. Is that conceivable? Some orcs began to echo, indeed, with so many choices. Perhaps Dola is merely unable to restrain herself. As Dola listened to these discussions, a smug smile crept onto her lips. This was the outcome she desired. After all, in this beastly world, where the number of females is scarce, the male-to-female ratio tends to favor the weaker females. Bai Yao remained undistracted by the surrounding chatter and calmly stated, Since you insist that it is impossible, why not swear by the beast god's name to prove your words are true? She paused momentarily before continuing. Is it that you harbor a guilty conscience and fear to swear, lest the beast god descend with divine punishment? Her words struck like a hammer, shifting the tide of conversation. Indeed, if there is nothing to hide, why not take an oath? The beast god above will not tolerate deception. Dola found herself in a precarious position, her lips trembling as she hesitated to utter the oath. Bai Yao seized the opportunity, stepping forward and scanning the crowd, proclaiming loudly, You may not dare to swear, but I shall. With the beast god as my witness, I, Bai Yao, hereby swear that if today my beast husband Lin actively assaults Dola, I am willing to be stripped of my right to exist in the beast world, my soul scattered to the winds. This declaration caused an uproar among the crowd, the weight of her vow resonating deeply. All the orcs were awed by Bai Yao's resolve, admiring her unwavering faith in Lin. Her unconditional trust in her partner was a rarity in the beast world, where females often hesitate to defend their mates and may even doubt them. Yet Bai Yao believed in Lin wholeheartedly. Simultaneously, the gazes of the crowd toward Lin transformed. A partner willing to risk their life for him could never commit such a despicable act. Lin stood in shock, gazing at Bai Yao's silhouette, his heart swelling with emotions as he clenched his fists, vowing silently to never betray her in this lifetime. Dola's face turned as pale as a sheet, and she screamed, You must be crazy. I am not mad, Bai Yao retorted, pointing directly at Dola, and I possess evidence. She turned her attention to the bear beast man, who had been fidgeting beside Dola, declaring him as the evidence. The bear beast man quivered suddenly. Dola, like a drowning woman grasping at a straw, thought that if her beast husband could testify for her, Bai Yao must be insane. Nonsense. My beast husband would never help you. Besides, I have done nothing wrong. You cannot slander me. Bai Yao chose not to engage further. Swiftly moving closer to the bear beast man and popping a small pill into his mouth before retreating to Lin's protective sphere. What have you given me? The bear beast man exclaimed in terror, clawing at his throat. Dola shrieked and lunged forward, but was met with Lin's icy glare, which forced her to retreat. Chief. Bai Yao turned to the chief, stating, What I gave him is the truth-telling potion. If he speaks the truth, the potion will release its effects. If he lies, he will suffer immediate and fatal consequences. The effect is about to take hold. The chief nodded in acknowledgement. She fixed her gaze on the bear beast man. I will ask you one last time. Did Lin seduce Dola, or did Dola drug Lin in an attempt to act unlawfully? Speak the truth, and you may live. Lie, and even the gods cannot save you. Is your partner's wickedness worth your life to protect? The bear beast man felt a growing discomfort within him, and Dola, sensing the shift, urged him, Do not believe her. She is merely trying to frighten you. Such a miraculous potion does not exist. Bai Yao stood her ground. You should remember that I am the blessed goddess of the sun. and you have witnessed the effects of my potions. If you do not believe me, you may test it." Observing Bai Yao's unwavering demeanor and recalling her previous actions, the bear beast man felt the overwhelming dread of Bai Yao's deadly vow and the fear of the potion's effects. Relinquishing the bond of partnership would merely cast him into a life of wandering. Yet if he were to die here, that would be the end. "I will speak. I will speak." The bear beast man cried out in despair. It was Duola who obtained a potent aphrodisiac at the market and, taking advantage of Lin's unawareness, slipped it into his drink. "She is the one who urged me to help lead Lin to the abandoned warehouse, intending to forcibly overwrite Lin's partnership bond and make him her beast husband. She said she suspected Lin's identity was extraordinary." Bai Yao would not allow the bear beast man to finish. She immediately thrust the antidote into his mouth, silencing him. The truth was unveiled. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd as all disdainful and furious gazes turned toward Duola. How heinous! To employ such methods to usurp another's beast husband. To override a bond? That would be tantamount to condemning Lin to death. Will she resort to such tactics whenever she desires another beast man? She must be expelled from the tribe. If Duola remains, both females and males alike will live in fear. Duola's face drained of color as she frantically pointed at the bear beast man. "He lies. He has been bribed by Bai Yao. It is that potion." "Enough!" the chief thundered, utterly disappointed. She cast a stern look at Duola. "As a member of the tribe, you have failed to cherish your own integrity and the trust of your kin, instead resorting to such vile tactics, intending to harm your own kind, usurp a partner, and desecrate the bond witnessed by the beast god. You are beyond redemption." She surveyed the crowd and announced her verdict. "In the name of the chief, I declare that the female Duola, with malicious intent and wicked actions, is hereby expelled from the leopard clan, never to return. All her beast husbands, if they wish to dissolve their partnership, the tribe will accept them. Should they insist on following her, they will be deemed wandering beastmen and may be hunted and expelled by all tribes." This was an exceedingly harsh punishment, effectively severing Duola's chance of survival within the tribe. Duola collapsed to the ground, her gaze filled with resentment as she glared at Bai Yao and Lin. Ultimately, amidst the jeers of the tribe and the complex expressions of her former beast husbands, she was dragged away by two strong orcs. The chief turned to Bai Yao and Lin, assuring them that the tribe would provide a fair resolution. This incident was a failure of the tribe's governance. As the crowd dispersed, Tana excitedly approached, lowering her voice. "Yao Yao, you were incredible. Do you have any more of that truth-telling potion? I could use one for protection." Bai Yao looked at her and suddenly grinned mischievously, whispering in her ear, "What potion?" "That was merely a digestive herb ball I casually rolled." "What?" Tana gasped, nearly jumping out of her skin, her eyes wide with shock. "You deceived him?" Chapter 58. Truly want to meet. When Bai Yao returned to the leopard clan at the end of the procession, a considerable number of tribe members had gathered at the village entrance. Various complex expressions fell upon her, some sympathetic, some curious, and others subtly scrutinizing. News of Duola's expulsion had evidently spread faster than their own feet. From a distance, Bai Yao spotted Duola's figure disappearing at the end of the path leading into the dense forest. Following her were her remaining two beast husbands, carrying simple bundles as they trailed behind her. They had chosen to follow her, and, in doing so, severed their ties with the stability of tribal life. Lai stood beside the chief, his face somewhat pale, reflecting a sense of surreal relief. Fortunately, he and Duola had not completed their final bonding ceremony, thus avoiding the mark of partnership, allowing him to escape the calamity unscathed. The chief stood upon the central platform of the village, reiterating Duola's crimes and punishment to the gathered crowd. Duola intended to control her kin through drugs, usurping a partner. This is a grave offense against the beast god. The leopard clan will not harbor those with such wicked intentions. His gaze swept across each tribe member, urging them to heed this warning and to respect the beast god. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A few young females, once loyal followers of Duola, displayed expressions of reluctance. Yet Duola's actions had crossed a line that threatened the order of the tribe. Particularly, her attempt to overwrite the partnership mark was deemed unforgivable in a culture that revered loyalty and contracts. Under the chief's firm stance, the matter reached a definitive conclusion. Tana squeezed beside Bai Yao, whispering, "Now it's finally calm." "But Yao, you should be careful. Duola's temperament is likely to harbor resentment." Bai Yao nodded, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the village entrance. She pondered whether this could be considered a rewriting of the script. In the following 2 days, the tribe's life seemed to resume its usual rhythm, yet Bai Yao's heart remained in a state of unrest. This was due to the absence of Xianmo. Her anxiety grew with each passing moment, prompting her to occasionally walk to the village entrance to look out. Although reason told her that with Xianmo's strength, few threats in this forest could jeopardize him, her emotions were still laden with worry. Lin observed her anxiety and silently took on more responsibilities in repairing the cave and hunting, attempting to soothe her in his clumsy yet earnest manner. After the incident with Dora's poison, his trust and reliance on Bai Yao had reached unprecedented heights. Just as Bai Yao could no longer contain herself and was preparing to formally seek help from the chieftain to organize a search party into the forest, the familiar and reassuring figure finally appeared at the village entrance on the 3rd day at dusk. "Xuan Montak." Bai Yao rushed towards him without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the scattered tribespeople returning home, anxiously grasping his arm and examining him from head to toe. "Why have you only just returned? Did you encounter trouble? Are you injured?" Her unmasked concern softened the cold lines of Xianmo's face for a fleeting moment. He raised his hand as if to habitually ruffle her hair, but hesitated midway, instead gently encircling her shoulders. "Things are a bit complicated. I was delayed, but has all been resolved." His embrace was stronger than usual, and Bai Yao felt a warmth surge within her as she tightly returned the hug around his slender waist, burying her face in his chest. A faint gasp escaped from above her head as she held him tightly. Bai Yao suddenly lifted her head from his embrace and noticed the fine beads of cold sweat on his forehead. "Are you injured?" Her voice rose sharply as her hand instinctively moved towards his chest. Xianmo turned slightly to evade her touch, but the movement caused him to wince, revealing a slight delay. "It's just a minor injury, no big deal." However, Bai Yao was not persuaded by this dismissal. She directly reached out and pulled aside the fur covering his chest. A gruesome wound was laid bare, stretching from just below his left collarbone down to his abdomen, with skin torn and edges tinged with an abnormal dark red hue. Though it was no longer bleeding profusely, it was evident that it had been merely superficially treated, far from genuine healing. "Is this what you call no big deal?" "Xianmo, what did I tell you last time? You promised me that you would never conceal anything." Gazing at her slightly reddened eyes filled with worry, Xianmo's resolve crumbled in an instant. He sighed and grasped her trembling hand, softly stating it was Lu Sha. He led Bai Yao towards the cave they were expanding, recounting the events as they walked. He somehow persuaded a few desperate souls from the wicked city to join forces and set a trap. They used the life of the old shaman as bait to draw me in. Upon returning to the cave, Lin was taken aback by Xianmo's injury and immediately took his post at the entrance, guarding silently. They intended to extract my beast crystal. They must have heard about my previous injury in the bee city and thought they had found an opportunity. Bai Yao gasped in horror. Extracting a beast crystal was tantamount to a death sentence in the beast world. They underestimated me and overestimated themselves. Xianmo's golden vertical pupils gleamed with murderous intent. Though I sustained some injuries, their losses were far greater. "What about that damned scorpion?" Bai Yao inquired, recalling Lu Sha's treachery and cunning. Xuan Mo's fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles widening. He escaped again. The words were nearly ground out between his teeth, infused with a sense of burning frustration. He used a secret technique that consumed his life essence, moving at an astonishing speed. I couldn't catch up. He withheld the declaration Lu Sha made upon his escape, one filled with lewdness and provocation. "I have remembered your feminine scent. I will come to claim it one day." This matter was one he could not allow Bai Yao to know, as it would only serve to heighten her fears. Lu Sha may not have been strong, but he had an array of sinister tricks for evading capture. Next time, he would not be allowed to escape. What about the old shaman? Xianmo paused for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "I arrived too late. He has been silenced." The cave fell into silence. though Bai Yao had only met the old shaman once. The thought of the elder who had helped her during her poisoning meeting such a fate weighed heavily on her heart. She instinctively glanced at Mo, whose expression remained as cold and indifferent as ever. The old shaman might have been one of the few beings in his long, frigid life with whom he had formed a connection. She reached out her hand and gently placed it over his tightly clenched fist. From now on, we are family. No matter what happens, joy or sorrow, injury or danger, we must share it and face it together. Mo lowered his gaze to their intertwined hands, then raised his eyes to meet the concern in Bai Yao's. The turbulent rage stemming from the loss of the old shaman and Lu Sha's escape was oddly soothed. Bit by bit, he firmly grasped her hand in return. All right. After calming Mo's emotions, Bai Yao immediately began tending to his wound. She instructed him to lean back against the low couch covered with soft furs while she knelt beside him, carefully cleaning the dried blood around the injury. This might sting a little. Bear with it, she whispered, focusing her energy to guide the spring water from the space to slowly seep from her palm and drip onto the gruesome wound. Mo was astonished to see the terrible injury on his chest visibly transforming at an astonishing rate. The dark red hue gradually faded, and the edges of the torn flesh began to retract slowly, new tissue sprouting as if woven by invisible hands. He lifted his gaze to meet Bai Yao's, who was mere inches away. She furrowed her brow slightly, beads of sweat forming on her nose, indicating that each use of this ability was evidently a significant drain on her. A complex array of emotions surged through Mo's cold heart, which had remained frozen for a century. Is this what it feels like to be cherished? This feeling was so foreign that it left him at a loss, yet so warm that he found himself yearning for it. The source of all this was the seemingly delicate yet astonishingly resilient little female before him. He extended his uninjured arm, gently encircling her waist. I'm fine now. Beneath the vast expanse of azure waves where sunlight could not penetrate, deep within the royal court of the sea, a male figure reclined on a warm jade couch. His dark blue hair flowed like seaweed in the water, accentuating a face of unparalleled purity. His strong azure fish tail swayed casually, scales shimmering with a rainbow-like glow. He pinched a brown pill between his long fingers, a stark contrast to the surrounding opulence. Lowering his head, he inhaled deeply. It was not the scent of herbs, but a faint, crisp trace of feminine essence imbued with the vitality of the land. His blue eyes brightened slightly. Is this the scent of the terrestrial female who saved my father and mother? His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the pill, curiosity blooming in his gaze. I truly wish to meet her. Chapter 59. Taking turns to sleep in the cave, the freshly cut wood exuded a refreshing aroma. Mo reclined lazily against the newly constructed bed frame, his golden vertical pupils languidly observing Lin, who was busy at work. I am completely healed. Bai Yao was sorting through the dried herbs, her head not lifting. It takes 100 days to heal bones and muscles. You should rest a bit more. 100 days? Mo's voice rose slightly. What does it mean if Lin goes out hunting every day? Do you think he is stronger than me? He felt that Lin was deliberately showing off. Bai Yao finally looked up. Were you comparing with him? Your injury has only just healed. She walked over to him, lifting the fur covering his chest, her fingertips lightly brushing over the area where the wound had been. The skin there had regained its smoothness, leaving only a faint pink mark. The recovery is impressive. She had to admit Mo's formidable self-healing ability. So what shall we do today? Bai Yao surveyed her modestly sized home, gesturing towards the pile of timber in the corner. You and Lin should go together and gather some sturdy, durable wood. I will also make beds for both of you. We cannot keep sleeping on the ground. However, Mo furrowed his brow. Make beds? And then what? Sleep separately? He stepped closer, his words so candid they were almost embarrassing. In the forest, I see other females sleeping with their beast husbands, regardless of how many there are. Bai Yao's face instantly flushed, resembling a ripe fruit. She forcefully pushed him towards the cave entrance. If I ask you to do it, just do it. Why so much talk? Mo, despite being nudged, refused to relent, stubbornly turning back. Once the beds are made, how will we sleep at night? Bai Yao, feeling cornered by his persistence, stomped her foot. Just focus on making the beds, and we can discuss sleeping arrangements later. Hearing the mention of later, Xian Mo reluctantly conceded. Just then, Lin returned, carrying today's catch. Upon hearing Bai Yao's plans for the beds, he silently nodded, set down his prey, and picked up a stone axe to join Xian Mo in the forest. When they returned, they brought back ample lumber. Lin clearly demonstrated experience as he meticulously selected the timber, measured dimensions, and then began working diligently with the sharpened stone axe and bone chisel. Xian Mo was tasked with processing the logs, stripping off the bark, and splitting the thick trunks. Soon, two solidly constructed, smoothly polished wooden beds began to take shape. Bai Yao, delighted, caressed the bed's edge and praised Lin. Lin, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. This bed is fantastic. Beside her, Xian Mo let out a huffy sound, crossing his arms and tilting his chin slightly. I split the wood. Without me, where would he find such suitable materials? Bai Yao instinctively glanced at Lin, who was intently adjusting the bed legs, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. Amused, she thought to herself how jealous this snake could be. She turned back, tiptoed, and gently patted Xian Mo's sturdy arm, soothingly saying, yes, our Xian Mo is the strongest and worked exceptionally hard. Xian Mo's tense expression softened, yet he still felt somewhat disgruntled about merely performing labor. He awkwardly pointed at the bed Lin was finishing and glanced around the empty cave. He makes the beds. What do I do? I want to contribute something else. Understanding his reluctance to be outdone, Bai Yao contemplated and began sketching simple shapes of a table and chairs in the dirt with charcoal, explaining their uses. Xian Mo looked on, a mix of comprehension and confusion, but still nodded confidently. I can make that. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the cave. On one side, Lin diligently polished the bedboards. On the other, Xian Mo struggled with a piece of wood. He attempted to replicate the chair structure Bai Yao had drawn, but clearly overestimated his finesse. With a crack, another piece of wood split in his hands due to uneven force. The floor was already strewn with several failed attempts. Xian Mo glared at the latest discarded piece, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and the atmosphere around him became tense. Observing the chaos and Xian Mo's darkening expression, Bai Yao tugged at his sleeve. Xian Mo, how about we forget this? Let Lin handle it slowly. Xian Mo abruptly turned his head, a flicker of defeat in his golden eyes, quickly turning away. I'm going out for a bit. Seeing him stride out of the cave with an air of low pressure, Bai Yao sighed and followed him outside. She sat a short distance behind him and softly said, Are you feeling a bit frustrated? Xian Mo's back stiffened, not turning or responding. You don't need to compare yourselves. Everyone has their own strengths. Lin may not match your combat prowess, but he is meticulous and skilled at these delicate tasks. As for you, your immense strength allows you to protect me in this home, which cannot be substituted. You both have your merits, and to me, both are equally important. Xian Mo gradually turned to meet Bai Yao's gaze, devoid of pretense or competition, only pure affirmation and comfort. The restlessness and awkwardness stemming from his clumsiness were oddly soothed by her words. He nodded silently. From now on, let Lin handle the finer tasks, and you can take care of the heavy lifting like moving and chopping wood. This way, efficiency will be maximized. The thought of assisting that wolf. Xian Mo's eyelids twitched, and the tranquility he had just regained fluctuated once more. He abruptly stood up. I'll go hunting. Without looking back, he plunged deeper into the thicket. Bai Yao watched him disappear, smiling helplessly. It would indeed take time for someone with his temperament to learn to cooperate with others. The cave fell silent again, with only the sound of Lin polishing wood filling the air. Once he finally perfected both beds, smoothing even the edges to an exquisite finish, he bashfully invited Bai Yao to take a look. She lay down to test it, finding it sturdy and even, and she generously praised Lin. You are amazing. This bed is even better than mine. You both will surely sleep comfortably tonight. A faint blush crept onto Lin's face, and, after a moment of hesitation, he quietly asked, So, with the beds, does that mean he left the rest unspoken? Yet his hopeful gaze conveyed everything. Just then, Mo's figure appeared at the cave entrance, holding two plump catches. He had overheard Lin's words and immediately interjected, his golden eyes ablaze with curiosity directed at Bai Yao. I want to know too. Bai Yao's cheeks flushed once more, being scrutinized by two tall, handsome beastmen with such straightforward anticipation quickened her heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, she proposed the solution she had contemplated for a long time. I cannot accept sleeping with both of you at the same time. Therefore, we will take turns. One person a day, this way it is fair. After speaking, she felt the heat rise to her face. This arrangement was something she would never have imagined in her previous world. Yet, here, it seemed the most reasonable solution. Mo and Lin exchanged glances, remaining silent for a moment before both nodded in acceptance of the plan. For now, with only two beast husbands, rotating was manageable. Yet, simultaneously, a thought flashed through their minds. What if there were more people in the future? Mo set down his prey, a barely perceptible frown forming on his brow. The approach of winter loomed closer, and he would need to hibernate. During that time, only Lin would be there to protect Bai Yao and facing potential dangers. Especially from that persistent scorpion, Lu Sha, he found it hard to be entirely at ease. Did he truly have to consider finding another powerful beast husband for Bai Yao? This notion weighed heavily upon his chest. Lin too harbored concerns. Recently, some old acquaintances from the northern wolf tribe, who had been searching for him for a long time, began to appear, their news and requests impossible to ignore. The responsibilities of returning to his roots and the tranquil life before him forced him to make a choice. The cave settled into a profound silence, the crackling fire casting flickering shadows that mirrored the distinct thoughts of the three. Chapter 60, Tonight's Choice. As dusk deepened, a subtle tension enveloped the stone dwelling. Bai Yao gazed at the two distinctly styled yet equally scrutinizing males before her, feeling a headache coming on. Allowing Mo and Lin to decide who would stay first. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it with Mo's assertive nature. Lin would likely be at a disadvantage. She sighed inwardly, her gaze flitting between the two. Mo had just recovered and truly needed rest, while Lin reminded her of their previous flirtation, causing her ears to heat up. Let us start with Lin today. Finally, Bai Yao spoke, resolutely deciding, Mo, you need to rest and recuperate. Mo's narrow, snake-like pupils instantly narrowed, his displeasure palpable. We haven't seen each other for so long. I'm the one who needs your care. He emphasized the phrase so long deliberately, trying to seize his chance. However, Bai Yao remained steadfast. On ordinary days, Mo relied on her formidable strength to often subtly pressure Lin. This time, she was determined not to indulge him any longer. Sensing her resolve, Mo tightened her jaw and ultimately let out a cold snort, which could be interpreted as reluctant agreement. However, mere acquiescence did not mean Mo lacked her own strategies. Since there was no stipulation against proximity before sleep, he chose to remain glued to Bai Yao's side throughout the night, his presence so overwhelming it was impossible to ignore. As the hour for sleep approached, Bai Yao, feeling helpless, finally spoke up, Mo, I need to rest now. You should return. She turned to the quietly waiting Lin. Lin, let us hurry to get some rest. Watching Bai Yao lead Lin into the bedroom and close the wooden door, Mo's eyes simmered with suppressed fury. With a crash, he abruptly turned and returned to the opposite room, the heavy sound of the door slamming echoing painfully in the stillness of the night. Inside, Bai Yao shook her head at the domineering serpent. However, when she was truly alone with Lin in the room, lying on the soft animal hide, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lin was not as shy and passive as she had imagined. Almost as soon as he lay down, his crisp, invigorating form descended upon her, his movements urgent and fervent, as if a long-suppressed desire had finally found its outlet. That night, Lin seemed insatiable, his passion catching Bai Yao off guard. Each touch laced with a palpable sense of possession that left her breathless. In stark contrast, just a wall away, Mo lay on the frigid stone bed, emanating a chilling aura that warned others to keep their distance. Once a feared serpent king, he found himself in the humiliating position of having to share his mate with another. His instinct to conquer roared within him, almost compelling him to rush over and drag that irritating wolf out. Thud. Ultimately, he merely struck his fist against the stone wall, leaving several cracks in its wake. He closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous rage within. He understood that if he acted on his impulses, Bai Yao would never forgive him. Moreover, as the hibernation period approached, he could not protect her at all times, and it was inevitable that a remarkable female would have more than one mate. This realization caused a sharp pain in his chest, yet he had no choice but to accept it. That night, he kept his eyes open until dawn. Meanwhile, within the city of Wan-E, despair and blood pervaded the domain, where rules had long since evaporated, and only power served as the sole passport. Severely injured, Lu Sha staggered into this lawless territory, the pungent scent of blood immediately attracting countless greedy gazes from the shadows. Look, isn't that Lu Sha, the one who earned the Lord's trust upon arrival? Haha, he looks like a limping wild dog. Let's go get him. From the shadows, a beast man with a face marred by vicious scars spat. Just as he finished speaking, a more composed companion pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. The Lord sent him out on a mission. If we kill him now, the Lord will hold us accountable, and we cannot bear the consequences. At the mention of the Lord, fear flickered across their faces, as if referring to an unspeakable terror. Consider yourself lucky. Once he loses the Lord's trust, his beast crystal. The three exchanged glances, forming a tacit understanding before reluctantly dispersing. Lu Sha, braving his injuries, struggled toward the foreboding mansion at the center of the city. Inside the dimly lit hall, the male perched upon a throne built from piles of bones was none other than Lu Qi, the Lord of Wan-E. Lu Qi wore a black mask, obscuring his expression, and did not even glance at Lu Sha. The cold pressure had already descended, signaling that he was aware of Lu Sha's failure. Speak, which punishment do you choose? As Lu Qi's words fell, the surrounding pressure intensified. Lu Sha dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. Lord, spare me. The intelligence was erroneous. The Serpent King Xianmo was not seriously injured at all. If it weren't for the secret medicine you granted, I would have. So, you're making excuses for your incompetence? Lu Qi chuckled lightly, raising his hand to exert pressure from afar. Bang! Lu Sha was struck by an invisible force, crashing violently to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his insides feeling as if they had shifted. You swore that you could bring the Serpent King's beast crystal as a tribute, pleading for me to grant you the secret medicine, claiming it was foolproof. Lu Qi's figure suddenly appeared before him, swift as a specter. He leaned down, his icy fingertips gripping Lu Sha's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Devoid of any emotion. And yet, you suffered losses and returned in disgrace. Do you think I am easily appeased? Lu Sha trembled in fear, shaking his head fervently. The rules, you should understand. Failure in your task means either death or entering the beast arena, where you must win 10 consecutive matches to survive. The beast arena was truly a hellish place. With his strength, entering would only lead to death. Lu Sha's face turned ashen as he desperately bowed his head. Lord, please grant me another opportunity. I beg you. It seems you still do not understand my rules. Lu Qi's tone remained calm, his fingers curling slightly. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones fracturing filled the air. Lu Sha let out a heart-wrenching scream as his entire skeleton was crushed by an invisible force. The excruciating pain almost rendering him unconscious, truly experiencing what it meant to suffer worse than death. Just as his consciousness began to fade, Lu Qi suddenly halted, summoning two bizarre creatures, pitch black and resembling wolves but covered in scales. Good pets, a reward for you. His words were gentle, yet the scene was grotesque. As the drooling monsters approached, the shadow of death completely engulfed Lu Sha. The instinct to survive sparked a desperate thought. He had to protect his life. I know the Serpent King has another weakness. His female is his Achilles heel. That female is quite special. You will surely be interested. Upon sensing Lu Qi's interest, Lu Sha's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Lord, the Serpent King Xianmo has a fatal soft spot for his newly bonded female. It is said he loves her profoundly, even going so far as to remove his own heart scales for her. If we can capture that female, he will have no choice but to hand over his beast crystal. As he contemplated this, Lu Sha licked his cracked lips, revealing a lewd and greedy expression. Moreover, according to informants, that female emits a peculiar sweet fragrance, entirely different from ordinary females. She must be of the finest quality. He elaborated vividly, attempting to spark Lu Qi's interest. Top, top. On the throne, Lu Qi's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, producing faint sounds. As Lu Qi remained silent, Lu Sha felt the sweat on his forehead steadily drip. Oh, the Serpent King has a weakness? Interest deepened in Lu Qi's crimson eyes. He held little fascination for females themselves, but his mind was consumed with the desire to heal his wounds and devour stronger powers. However, for a Serpent King to so blatantly reveal his weakness was indeed intriguing. Most importantly, the annual moon devouring was imminent. In the past, he could stabilize himself through absorbing a large quantity of low-tier beast crystals, but recently, if he could not consume a powerful beast crystal of at least the 9th tier before this year's moon devouring to stabilize himself and suppress the backlash, the consequences would be dire. 9th tier powerhouses were rare, and only a few powerful tribes or cities had 9th tier strongholds. But those places were difficult to infiltrate. A solitary powerhouse like Xianmo was also not easy to deal with, yet he had given his heart scales to his female. What foolishness! In previous years, he had to consume a vast amount of low-tier beast crystals just to barely survive the moon devouring. Now, however, he only needed a Serpent King's beast crystal to suffice. The beast crystal of Serpent King Xianmo was a prize he must attain. Huh! Lu Qi let out a vague, yet meaningful chuckle, withdrawing the oppressive force he had exerted on Lu Sha. Phew! Lu Sha, like a fish near death, gasped for air on the ground, the relief of surviving the ordeal nearly leaving him exhausted. How much time do I give you? Lu Qi's voice returned to a languid tone, yet it carried an intense sense of pressure. Lu Sha immediately lowered his body and exclaimed, as winter approaches, the Snake Clan requires hibernation, rendering them at their most vulnerable. We can take advantage of this period to capture his female and compel him to willingly offer up the beast crystal. Lu Qi remained silent for a moment. The time of the moon devourer drew ever nearer, and the reactions within him intensified. Moreover, various factions had noted his recent kindness, leading to an uptick in their assaults on the City of Evil. Once the time is right, I shall swiftly deal with that band of fools, he mused. However, he found himself with insufficient time to await the winter. I cannot wait that long. Lu Qi's tone was flat, yet it sent a chill down Lu Sha's spine. You are aware of my rules. Lu Sha broke into a cold sweat. To save his own life, he could only grit his teeth and promise. I will arrange it immediately, but I implore the Lord to assign me a few capable hands. While their tribal warriors are out hunting, we can infiltrate and seize his female. Lu Qi's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, as if assessing the feasibility of this plan, and more so, relishing the sight of Lu Sha's desperate struggle. Ingzi, you will accompany him. Suddenly, a tall wolf beast man appeared behind Lu Sha, his gaze vacant, his body and face marred by scars. Lu Sha recognized him as Ingzi, the most ruthless contender in the arena. It was rumored that he had recently gained favor with Lu Qi. Was it indeed true? Would he be sent to assist or to monitor him? Before Lu Sha could react, Lu Qi flicked his fingers and a shadow swiftly darted into Lu Sha's mouth, dissolving before he could resist. What is the meaning of this? Lord? Lu Sha gasped, clawing at his throat. 1 month, Lu Qi declared from his lofty position, as if pronouncing a sentence. Complete the task, and I will grant you the antidote. Fail, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. You will rot away and perish. He then tossed a blood-red pill before Lu Sha. This is a concealment elixir. It may save your life at a crucial moment. Do not die easily before you bring back my beast crystal. Trembling, Lu Sha picked up the pill, his heart heavy with regret. Yet he had no path of retreat. Do you not yet depart? Lu Qi's tone turned icy. Lu Sha scrambled away from the grand hall, and, as the heavy stone door closed behind him, a chillingly horrific scream echoed within, accompanied by the sickening sound of gnawing. He turned in terror to see Ingzi, whose expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by the brutality. A shiver ran through Lu Sha, and he quickened his pace, afraid to look back. Inside the hall, the stench of blood thickened. The beastman who had failed the task had now become mere sustenance for the two dark creatures, leaving only a puddle of indistinct flesh and blood. Lu Qi sat high upon his throne, resting his chin upon one hand, as if savoring a magnificent performance, a look of near ecstasy gracing his face. He picked up the bloody beast crystal from the ground and swallowed it whole. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he found this low-grade beast crystal tasteless. He summoned the trembling beastman, servant, standing outside. Has the dragon still been winning consecutively? Lu Qi's voice was cheerful, yet the content was chilling. The recent arena bouts had indeed been dull. I hope to witness a more splendid performance tomorrow. I wish to increase the intensity. The losers will directly feed my little darling. Yes, my lord. The servant did not dare raise his head, cold sweat soaking his back. After the servant withdrew, the vast hall was left with only Lu Qi and the two creatures licking their claws. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, cold sweat beading at his forehead, as a strange dark aura seeped from beneath his skin, swirling around him. TSK, TSK, TSK. A cold, twisted voice, utterly unlike his own, abruptly resonated in his mind. Why persist in this manner? Surrender this body completely to me. Why endure the agony of the moon devourer? Lu Qi's complexion paled instantly, his knuckles whitening from the strain as he growled, "Get out!" He forced himself to channel his power, attempting to suppress the restless dark aura. His aura fluctuated violently, and he ultimately spewed forth a mouthful of dark blood, managing to temporarily quell the swirling darkness. I wonder how long you can endure." The cold voice taunted him. "As the moon devourer approaches, once the time is up, your shattered vessel and all your power will belong to me." The hall echoed with the sinister laughter of that malevolent spirit. Lu Qi wiped the blood from his lips, his crimson eyes swirling with ferocity and determination. Time was running short. He could not fully rely on the useless Lu Sha. It appeared that to acquire the Snake Emperor's beast crystal, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 62. Endless noodles at this moment. Bai Yao remained oblivious to the undercurrents and conspiracies of the City of Evil. The urgency of the impending winter and her desire to improve her life consumed her entirely. In the early morning, she gathered her two beast husbands to discuss the winter storage plan. After deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Lin would join the tribe's hunting party to procure meat for the winter, while the more formidable Xianmo would remain behind to accompany Bai Yao into the depths of the forest, ensuring her safety and assisting in gathering. Before departing, Bai Yao adjusted Lin's fur attire and gently instructed, "Be careful. Protect yourself first. The prey comes second." Lin gazed at her deeply, nodded earnestly, and then turned to blend into the hunting party. After watching Lin leave, Bai Yao turned to Xianmo, who stood beside her with crossed arms. "Let us proceed to the forest. Our supplies are insufficient. We must gather more." Xianmo had no objections, though his gaze lingered on her face for a moment, seemingly probing whether her evident excitement stemmed solely from gathering or from the events of the previous night. However, he could discern no anomaly. The two quickly consumed a simple meal before setting off. With Xianmo, the formidable Snake Emperor, by her side, they wasted no time on the outskirts and ventured directly into the heart of the forest, a place ordinary beastmen would not dare tread. Towering ancient trees cast dappled shadows, and the air was thick with a primal, perilous atmosphere, yet it also promised the possibility of discovering rare resources. Bai Yao searched meticulously, leaving no potentially useful plants overlooked. However, after a long while, her bounty remained scant, and she couldn't help but feel disheartened, just as she was on the verge of giving up. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a peculiar giant tree nearby, its branches adorned with clusters of heavy, golden-hued, ear-like fruits. The shape and color made her heart leap. "Xuan Montak, quickly, retrieve those for me." Though he was puzzled, Xianmo complied and leaped up to easily pluck a large bunch of the ears, handing them to her. Bai Yao eagerly accepted, her fingertips brushing against the familiar rough texture. She carefully split open one fruit, revealing the milky white interior, and placed it in her mouth. Gently chewing, The starchy sweetness erupted, filling her senses. It's wheat. It truly is wheat. Though it was astonishing to find it growing on a tree, this was undeniably the wheat of her memories. Wonderful, Xianmo, we have found it. Bai Yao was nearly ecstatic, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Hurry, help me gather all of it. This is a treasure. Observing her exuberance, a hint of confusion flickered in Xianmo's cold golden eyes. Could these shriveled ears compare to succulent beast meat? Yet, he asked no further questions, simply following her instructions, moving agilely among the giant trees, deftly harvesting the clusters of wheat. As they worked together, Bai Yao began to envision her plans. Some would be ground into flour, transformed into delightful noodles and pastries, while others must serve as seed for planting in the space and near the tribe. Once successful, buns, noodles, and flatbreads would no longer be in short supply. The two collaborated seamlessly, soon emptying the wheat tree and the surrounding scattered similar plants, reaping a bountiful harvest. On their return journey, Bai Yao also gathered some useful wild vegetables she discovered along the way. Back at the tribal cave, Bai Yao immediately commenced the intense processing. She directed Xianmo to use a heavy stone pestle to thresh the wheat ears while she meticulously separated the grains from the chaff. Continuing, she instructed Xianmo to place clean wheat grains upon a smooth, large stone slab and to repeatedly crush them with another round stone. As the stones rubbed against each other, the faint aroma of wheat began to accumulate in the form of a fine powder. Bai Yao pinched a small amount between her fingers, and the familiar texture elicited a satisfied smile upon her face, for it was flour of exquisite quality. Without hesitation, she poured the flour into a clay basin, added fresh water, and deftly kneaded and pounded it until the dough became smooth and elastic. Meanwhile, under her guidance, Xianmo finally chopped the stored meat, blending it with minced wild vegetables and a hint of aromatic plant juice to create a filling. Next came the moment to showcase their culinary skills. Bai Yao divided the dough into small portions, rolling some into wrappers to encase the meat filling, skillfully crafting beautiful folds to form buns. Others were shaped into flat pies after being stuffed and pressed. A portion of the buns was placed in a steamer, while the remaining pies were cooked on a stone slab brushed with a thin layer of animal fat. Soon, steam billowed from the steamer, carrying the sweet fragrance of the dough, while the frying pan emitted a delightful, sizzling sound. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the crispness of the dough, boldly wafting through the cave, enticing the neighbors. Some orcs could not help but peek near the entrance, their eyes filled with curiosity and desire. Yet they hesitated to approach out of fear of Xianmo. Noticing the commotion outside, Bai Yao gazed at the large basin of finished products, and an idea struck her. She wrapped several buns and pies in clean leaves and stepped toward the entrance, offering a friendly smile to her timid and curious neighbors. This is the food I just made called baozi and jianbing. Please have a taste. The orcs looked at the plump buns and golden, glistening pies in her hands, hesitating at first, but the enticing aroma ultimately overcame their fear. A bold female stepped forward to accept one, whispering her thanks, and soon others followed suit. After distributing the food, Bai Yao returned to the cave, and outside, the sounds of delighted chatter quickly arose. Oh my, what is this? It's so soft inside. And the rest meat juice? This pie is so fragrant, crispy on the outside and tender within. Where did she get this? How did she make it? It's absolutely delicious. Listening to the feedback, Bai Yao felt a wave of joy wash over her. She picked up a perfectly fried pie and took a bite, the crispy exterior yielding to a succulent, flavorful filling, the familiar taste bringing her immense satisfaction. She handed another to Xianmo beside her. Quick, try it. Xianmo accepted it and took a bite as instructed. For him, the cooked meat was already a compromise, yet the texture of the dough was indeed novel, and the flavor exceeded his expectations. Not bad, he succinctly remarked, but his swift action of finishing one and reaching for another bun indicated that his approval was far more profound than mere acceptance. With a smile, Bai Yao shared her planting and promotion plans with him. Tomorrow we must venture into the forest once more to bring back as much wheat as we can find. Some will be used as seeds, and in the future, we, or even the entire tribe, may no longer lack staple food. Observing the anticipation in her eyes, Xuan Montauk nodded. If it brought forth such an expression from her, making a few more trips into the forest was a small price to pay. The next day, the two ventured deeper into the forest, completely depleting the remaining wheat resources. With Xianmo's presence providing a sense of security, their journey went exceptionally smoothly, and by evening, they returned laden with their bounty. However, as they approached the tribal living area, they saw the leader and several neighbors who had received food earlier that day, gathered at the entrance of their cave, seemingly waiting for them. Bai Yao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively tightening her grip on Xianmo's arm. "What is going on?" she murmured, a flicker of unease passing through her mind. Had Lin encountered trouble, or had her food brought about unexpected complications? As Bai Yao and Xianmo drew closer to the cave, the leader approached them with several orcs in tow. To Bai Yao's surprise, the leader's expression bore no hint of anger or accusation. Instead, it was tinged with unmistakable curiosity and anticipation. "Bai Yao, Xianmo, you have returned," he said, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the cave interior. This morning, Yin and a few others received a type of food they had never seen before. What was it called? Baozi? Jianbing? The young orc named Yin, who had been the first to accept the food, nodded vigorously. "Leader, it's true. It's exceptionally delicious. Soft on the outside and fragrant within. I have never tasted anything like it." The others who had received the food chimed in, their words filled with awe for the novel delicacy. The leader raised a hand to silence their chatter, his intense gaze fixed upon Bai Yao. "Bai Yao, I heard from them that this is food you made from what you found in the forest. Can you tell me what it truly is?" Bai Yao felt a sense of relief wash over her. So it was for this reason. She gestured for the leader to wait a moment, turning to retrieve the remaining wheat grains and a small bowl of flour from the cave. "Leader, this is what I found." She poured the grains into her palm. "I call it xiaomai. When ground into flour and mixed with water, it can be shaped into various forms, wrapped around fillings, and then either steamed or fried, resulting in baozi and jianbing. It doesn't have a distinct flavor on its own, but absorbs meat, juices, and fats wonderfully, and it is quite filling." The leader examined the golden grains closely, then pinched a bit of flour, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. "Filling, you say can satiate hunger? For a tribe that must stockpile food for winter, this is undoubtedly the greatest temptation." "Indeed," Bai Yao affirmed with a nod, adding a crucial detail. "Moreover, this wheat can be cultivated. Part of what we brought back will be used for food, and the other part I intend to try planting near the tribe. If successful, by this time next year, we may reap a greater harvest of wheat and no longer have to rely solely on hunting and gathering." "Planting?" The leader and the surrounding orcs displayed astonishment. In the beast world, while there was some gathering and the raising of a few small animals, the concept of large-scale, intentional cultivation remained quite nebulous. Bai Yao's words seemed to open a door to a new world before them. The leader's breathing grew rapid, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Yao. "Bai Yao, are you serious? This can really be grown? You know how to cultivate it? I have some methods I can try." Bai Yao replied, not revealing everything, yet her confident demeanor instilled great faith in the leader. "Excellent, excellent," the leader exclaimed twice, suppressing his excitement. "Bai Yao, can you share some of this my seed with the tribe? We are willing to exchange beast crystals or other resources for it. And can you also teach the females in the tribe how to make these dough dishes?" This was precisely the outcome Bai Yao desired. She smiled slightly, and they ultimately reached an agreement. Bai Yao would provide a portion of the wheat seeds and initial planting guidance, teaching the tribe's females how to grind flour and make the simplest dough cakes. In return, the tribe would allocate a fertile piece of land for Bai Yao to experiment with planting while compensating her with beast crystals equivalent to the value of the seeds provided. Additionally, the tribe would have the first right to trade for any other dough dishes Bai Yao produced in the future. With the agreement reached, the leader departed, brimming with barely contained excitement and a small pouch of sample grains. It was easy to foresee that this news would soon spread throughout the tribe, establishing Bai Yao as the female who brought new hope and sustenance to the entire community. After bidding farewell to the leader, Bai Yao gazed at the accumulated wheat in the cave and the few quality beast crystals received in exchange, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Yet this was merely the beginning. The transaction with Xing Che weighed heavily on her mind. She needed to find something truly scarce and valuable in the beast world as soon as possible. Strength, after all, remained the most formidable currency in this realm. She reminisced about the orcs during their hunts, predominantly relying on their own formidable fangs and claws, or rudimentary stone and bone spears, an inefficient method heavily dependent on individual valor. A thought crystallized in her mind: the crossbow. The creation of a ranged weapon would not only significantly enhance hunting efficiency and reduce casualties, but would also empower weaker orcs to defend themselves and participate in hunts. This would be a revolutionary development in the beast era. As soon as the chieftain departed, Bai Yao's smile faded. She gazed at the pile of golden wheat in the corner, fully aware that this was merely the first step. "What are you thinking about?" Xian Mo's deep voice resonated from behind her. Bai Yao turned, replying, "I was contemplating the transaction with Xing Che. Beast crystals. Furs. Someone like him is surely not lacking in those. We need to present something he has never seen before, something he cannot refuse." Xian Mo raised an eyebrow, awaiting her elaboration. "The crossbow." Bai Yao pronounced the two words, picking up a branch and sketching in the mud. "A type of ranged weapon. The body made of wood. The string from beast tendons, requiring minimal strength to shoot an arrow over 100 meters. Even the weakest female, with this, could take down prey from a safe distance." Xian Mo scrutinized the rudimentary drawing on the ground, his golden eyes narrowing. While he could not fathom the power of such an invention, he had faith in Bai Yao. "What do we need?" "The hardest wood, the most elastic beast tendons, and some hard bone pieces." Xian Mo nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to leave. That evening, he returned with the materials. Several dark ironwood pieces, their textures as fine as stone, a few tanned giant-horned cattle tendons, glistening with a rich sheen, and several thin bone shards, their edges sharp enough to cut. "Is this sufficient?" "It is enough." Bai Yao examined the materials, feeling reassured. In the days that followed, the cave resonated with the sounds of scraping and polishing. Bai Yao immersed herself completely, encountering several failures. Either the bow arms lacked elasticity, or the mechanism could not hold the string. Xian Mo stood by her side, observing her struggles, occasionally lending strength when needed. On the fifth day, the creation was complete. The contraption appeared peculiar. The ironwood bow formed a smooth arc, the tendons strung tightly, with intricately embedded bone pieces in the center. Bai Yao hefted it in her hands, feeling its weight. "Let's test it." They ventured to the open space outside the tribe. Bai Yao loaded a sharpened wooden arrow, aiming at a crooked tree 100 meters away. Xian Mo stood behind her, his gaze fixed on her steady arms. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew, embedding itself into the tree trunk, vibrating with a low hum. Xuan Mo's pupils constricted sharply. He observed clearly that the speed and force of this arrow were no less than that of a robust orc hurling a bone spear with all his might. Yet Bai Yao had exerted minimal effort. Bai Yao approached and yanked the arrow free. The tip had penetrated deeply into the wood. "How was that?" Without speaking, Xian Mo took the unusual weapon from her, scrutinizing every component. He tested it with a dry fire, feeling the crisp click of the trigger and the recoil of the bowstring. "This thing," he paused, finding the right words, "can change the rules. This is just the beginning." Bai Yao reclaimed the crossbow, envisioning smaller versions for female self-defense, or larger ones capable of firing multiple arrows simultaneously. The arrowheads could also be switched out for harder bones, specifically designed to pierce thick hides. As she spoke, she imagined the expression on Xing Che's face upon seeing this invention. That fox-like man would undoubtedly not overlook a weapon capable of disrupting the balance of power. Xian Mo observed the spirited female beside him, feeling a softening in his heart. She always brought unexpected wonders, be it food, weapons, or hope. "Let us head back," he said, brushing off the wood shavings from her shoulder as the wind began to stir. In Chapter 64, Bai Yao beamed at the 5 newly crafted crossbows in the corner. Such items would surely be considered rare in the beast era. She held considerable confidence in these weapons, firmly believing that her intellect exceeded that of the orcs. These were merely prototypes. Once they reached the Fox clan market, if they could fetch a good price, she could enlist Xing Che's help for mass production, only needing to provide the core technology. This would be a less laborious and profitable endeavor, and the thought of endless wealth made her smile. She resolved to head to the Fox Clan market as soon as Lin returned. The following morning, Bai Yao awoke feeling sore all over. Xian and Mo had already disappeared, likely off hunting. In Lin's absence, the serpent had intensified its torment, leaving her quite exhausted. As she pondered this, her cheeks flushed slightly. Wait, she suddenly realized something. Since arriving in this beast era, she had seemingly never experienced her monthly cycle. Could it be that such a thing ceased to exist in this realm? Did other female orcs share her situation? Or was it due to her malnutrition? Moreover, considering that they had never employed protective measures, what could that imply? Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, a familiar voice rang from outside. Yao Yao, Lin? Bai Yao exclaimed, rushing out to assess him. Are you all right? Are you injured? His concern warmed Lin's heart. He opened his arms, enveloping Bai Yao in a tight embrace, his chin brushing against her hair. I'm fine. Everything went smoothly. Though his voice carried a subtle weight, Bai Yao, lost in the joy of reunion, remained oblivious. After moving the hunted beast meat into the cave, Lin casually inquired about her recent days. Bai Yao excitedly recounted her discovery of wheat, attempts at farming, and the ongoing development of the crossbow. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Despite Lin not understanding many of her words, her enthusiasm brought a smile to his lips. Stay seated, don't move. I'll prepare something delicious for you. You must try this new food I've discovered, Bai Yao declared, heading toward the stove. Lin was about to rise to assist, but she pressed him back onto the stone bench. You should rest. Let me show off my skills today. You'll surely love this. Confidently, she thrust a crossbow into his hands. Take a look at this. If it were you, could you make it? Lin examined the peculiar wooden device in his hands. What use could this small object possibly have? Yet knowing it was crafted by Bai Yao, he understood it must be special. He ran his fingers over the smooth bow arms, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the slender figure bustling at the stove. A layer of worry creeping into his eyes. During this hunting excursion, the remnants of the wolf clan had found him once again. They had employed both soft and hard tactics, detailing the crisis facing their clan. Under the leadership of Suo Luo, the wolf clan had been recklessly expanding, disregarding their actual circumstances, leaving everyone in a state of peril akin to a living hell. They hoped he would return to rescue his wolf clan brethren, while also urging him to remember the hatred and seek vengeance. Yet now, with Bai Yao by his side, his life felt blissful, and he was content with the present. Should he not let go of that hatred? Those individuals had seen through his hesitation, leaving him with a warning. If we can find this place, Suo Luo will inevitably find it too. If he discovers you have someone you care for, do you think he will spare her? Avoiding the issue would not resolve it. As long as Suo Luo remained, he would find no peace in this beast era. These words struck at the deepest fears within Lin. Given Suo Luo's ruthless nature, he would undoubtedly use Bai Yao to threaten him, or worse, outright kill her. Although they currently had protection from himself and Xian and Mo, open threats were easier to evade than hidden daggers. A resolution must be made before Suo Luo discovered Bai Yao. He clenched his fists tightly. What are you thinking about so deeply? Bai Yao returned, carrying steaming baozi and jianbing. Noticing Rin lost in thought, she waved her hand in front of his eyes. Rin snapped back to reality, instinctively picking up the crossbow she had just given him, curious about how this small object functioned. Bai Yao set down the food tray and enthusiastically began to explain the principles of the crossbow. Throughout the entire demonstration, Rin's gaze remained fixed on her face, neglecting the mechanism entirely. You seem off today, Bai Yao finally remarked, sensing something was amiss. Rin lowered his eyelids and accepted the still steaming baozi, murmuring, I might be a bit tired. He took a bite, his eyes widening in surprise at its exquisite flavor. This is called baozi, and this is jianbing. Bai Yao, indeed distracted, cheerfully elaborated on the preparation methods. As he watched her radiant smile, Rin swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips. It was not yet the right moment. Since we are partners, you must tell me if you face any difficulties, Bai Yao added, still somewhat unconvinced. Rin nodded and shifted the topic, picking up the crossbow again. What is its purpose? He struggled to envision its use. Bai Yao promptly demonstrated. Watch closely. With that, she took the crossbow, assumed a stance. and aimed at a tree trunk. When the arrow whizzed and embedded itself into the distant bark, Rin's eyes widened in astonishment at the weapon's remarkable power. Its might is indeed substantial, he acknowledged with a nod. His partner always brought unexpected surprises. At that moment, Xian and Mo returned from outside and exchanged a knowing glance with Rin. Once everyone had gathered, Bai Yao began assigning tasks. For the next few days, we will attempt to cultivate wheat. Once we confirm its viability, we will trade in the fox tribe market. With a thought, she led the two into their space. The previously planted food and herbs were thriving, and the hemostatic pills had already exchanged for quite a few beast crystals, though this method of earning was still too slow. Establishing cooperation with the fox tribe would yield a steady flow of wealth. With Xian Mo and Rin's assistance, they quickly planted the first batch of wheat in their space. They then proceeded to the experimental field at the tribe's outskirts, where the chief had approved their trial and even offered additional manpower if needed. However, Bai Yao wished to avoid alarming the other beastmen too soon, so the trio quietly cleared a small plot of land. She meticulously adjusted the soil's moisture and temperature, gazing at the sown seeds with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Although she had grown wheat many times in modern times, this particular variety was a first for her. Yet, given its ability to thrive deep within the forest, it should adapt to the local climate, right? By the time they returned to the cave, the sky had darkened considerably. As they prepared to rest, a voice from outside called out, "Bai Yao, the fox tribe's great shaman has sent me to deliver a message." Bai Yao hurried outside to find the shaman standing in the courtyard, holding a delicate wooden box, and she was somewhat taken aback. "Xingche sent you?" Chapter 65. Lushi, both Rin and Xian Mo furrowed their brows upon hearing the mention of the fox. That fox certainly harbored ulterior motives. After returning from the fox tribe market, Bai Yao had eagerly shared her dealings with Xingche. Xian Mo was surprised to learn that Bai Yao had met with Xingche alone, but eventually felt relieved, thinking it was unfortunate he had not been present. Although both felt that the fox was too cunning and must have some scheme, they could not bring themselves to dampen Bai Yao's excitement over acquiring beast crystals. "What does he want from me?" Bai Yao asked, approaching the shaman. "What brings you here to convey his message?" The shaman wore a beaming smile. "Lord Xingche sent me, through celestial communication last night, to remind you that the agreed deadline is approaching. He hopes you can prepare the goods promptly." His tone bore an unmistakable hint of pride. Receiving direct instructions from the fox tribe's great shaman was a dream come true for any shaman. In this remote tribe, he would never have had the chance to converse with such a significant figure were it not for Bai Yao. Thinking of this, the shaman discreetly observed Bai Yao. He recalled the coming-of-age ceremony and wondered if this female indeed possessed some extraordinary quality that earned her the great shaman's favor. With this in mind, his demeanor softened, realizing he needed to treat her with more respect in the future. Bai Yao, oblivious to the shaman's thoughts, felt a mix of surprise. Was Xingche truly as omniscient as the legend suggested? Did he possess the ability to sense her accomplishments immediately? "Please convey to the great shaman that I understand and will visit him in a couple of days," she replied politely, suppressing her curiosity. The shaman nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then departed. After sending off the shaman, Xian Mo spoke first. "When shall we depart?" "We will set off early tomorrow morning." Bai Yao quickly decided. Since Xingche had already notified her, he must have devised a solid strategy. Later that night, Xian Mo attempted to linger with Bai Yao, but she, exhausted from recent events, firmly rejected his advances. "You are not to act recklessly these days," she warned him. She had intended to rest alone, but, seeing Rin's troubled expression, ultimately chose to enter his room. "What is troubling you?" She pressed once more. Rin merely shook his head. He understood Bai Yao well. If she learned of the old grievances with the wolf tribe and the threat posed by Suo Luo, she would undoubtedly plunge headfirst into danger. He could not allow her to take such risks or burden her with unnecessary worry. Seeing his reluctance to speak, Bai Yao sighed softly. "We are partners. I hope you can trust me." After a lengthy silence, Rin finally turned and embraced her in the darkness. The next morning, the trio set off toward the fox tribe market, armed with provisions and the newly crafted crossbow. With two companions by her side and holding Xingche's token, Bai Yao felt an unusual lightness of spirit. As they journeyed halfway, An unexpected expanse of azure caught their eye. The sea lay eerily calm, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky, resembling a massive blue gemstone embedded in the land. Beautiful yet surreal. "How lovely!" Bai Yao exclaimed, though a sense of strangeness lingered. She stopped to rub her eyes, recalling that there had been no sea the last time they passed this way. It was Xianmo's first time traversing this path, so he was unaware of its previous state. Bai Yao turned to Rin, only to find him with a furrowed brow, confusion evident in his golden eyes. In my memory, there was definitely no sea along this route. A subtle sense of dissonance enveloped the three of them. However, the map was clear, and the token pointed directly toward the Fox Shrine Market. Perhaps we are mistaken? Bai Yao dismissed the unease, reasoning that it was improbable for such a vast body of water to have appeared. They must have misremembered. The excitement of seeing the ocean again overshadowed all doubt. Bai Yao kicked off her beast shoes, running barefoot toward the pristine waters. Rin and Xianmo followed, though their expressions lacked her carefree demeanor. Rin's brow remained knitted. The shadows of the wolf tribes passed, and the threat of Suo Luo weighing heavily on his heart. He struggled to find a right moment to speak with Bai Yao. Meanwhile, Xianmo's cold, serpent-like eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance. He sensed a chilling and familiar aura lurking in the shadows, mingling with a more obscure force, eerily reminiscent of that accursed scorpion's presence. Here it comes again, he thought. This time, he would not let it escape. "I'll be right back," Xianmo whispered to Rin. "Keep her safe." Before the words had fully left his lips, he vanished like a ghost, pursuing the source of the loathsome scorpion scent. Beneath the deep sea, a silent gaze observed. In the depths of the cerulean waters, a graceful silver figure floated, holding its breath as it watched the indistinct but heart-stirring silhouette above. Was it her? The kind female who had saved his father and mother. Through the rippling water, he could not discern her exact features, only the delicate outline of her form. Yet, that sweet fragrance penetrated the barrier of the sea, winding around the tip of his nose, more enticing than the most precious of high-ling flowers. His silver tail swayed gently, stirring up tiny bubbles. He cautiously ascended a few meters, hiding in the shadows of the coral, greedily watching her frolic in the shallows. As she bent down to scoop water, strands of hair fell, and she could almost imagine how soft they must feel. The pointed ears hidden beneath his long hair grew warm, as an unprecedented urge to approach Bai Yao surged within him. How wonderful it would be to touch her. Suddenly, Lucy's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, an extremely sinister, killing intent and malevolent aura approached. Lucy could sense the evil thoughts of the intruder. Their target was the defenseless female on the shore. Lucy's magnificent blue eyes instantly froze. He would allow no harm to come to her. A silent yet overwhelming pressure emanated from Lu Shi, expanding violently from his center. Lu Sha felt as though the once calm sea had suddenly grown heavy, with even the light dimming slightly. Just as he was about to stealthily approach Bai Yao, Lu Sha's body froze abruptly. He felt as if he had been instantaneously encased in an invisible pressure, every muscle refusing to obey, even breathing becoming incredibly difficult. Deep within, he was seized by a primal fear. This power, this fear, was more ancient and profound than the oppressive sensation brought by the city lord. As if he were facing the wrath of the entire ocean. Who was it? Who could it be? He stood rooted to the spot, struggling to turn his eyes, terrified as he sought the source of the pressure. Chapter 66, The Undercurrent Swells. After Xianmo departed, Lin's eyes remained fixed on Bai Yao, his golden wolf pupils scanning the surroundings with vigilance. However, unlike Lu Sha, Lin sensed no abnormalities. In his eyes, the sea was tranquil, and Bai Yao played joyfully on the beach. Everything was so beautiful. Conversely, Lu Sha, who was pinned in place by the invisible pressure, felt entirely different. He felt as though his very essence was being crushed, and he knew that if the intruder wished, he could be killed at any moment. Yet, what terrified him more was that Lin and Bai Yao seemed completely unaffected nearby. What was happening? Did this terrifying power target only him? This realization enveloped him in despair. The other party had not even revealed themselves, yet their pressure was enough to render him immobile. Their strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the city lord. Moreover, was there anyone in this beast realm capable of exerting such targeted pressure? What kind of existence had he provoked? Flee. He must escape immediately. Otherwise, he would surely perish here. A fierce instinct for survival overwhelmed him, and as the pressure slightly eased, Lu Sha summoned all his strength to roll away. Not daring to look back, in the deep sea, Lu Shi gently released a stream of delicate bubbles. He had no desire to take the life of the beast man. The merfolk's laws strictly prohibited interference in terrestrial affairs. Moreover, he wished not to stir up bloodshed before Bai Yao, tarnishing this beautiful moment with an unfavorable impression. The purpose of scaring off the intruder had been achieved. Almost simultaneously with Lu Sha's escape, Xianmo's figure darted back like a bolt of black lightning. Seeing Bai Yao safe and happily collecting seashells, the tension in his heart eased slightly, though his brow furrowed even more tightly. He had lost the chase. He spoke to Lin in a low voice, noting that the foe was cunning, not the damned scorpion, but rather someone who had deliberately drawn him away. His gaze swept over the calm surroundings, filled with suspicion. If the target was not Bai Yao, could it be him? But apart from Lu Sha, who else could it be? Just then, Bai Yao exclaimed in delight, "Wow, what beautiful shells and scales!" She first picked up several shells from the shallows, then a scale the size of a baby's palm, shimmering with a rainbow of colors. Bai Yao held the scale up to the sunlight, where it sparkled brilliantly, breathtakingly beautiful. How marvelous, how stunning. This was the finest scale she had ever seen in 2 lifetimes. She cherished it, carefully cleaned it, and placed it in her leather pouch. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment her fingertips brushed the scale, a barely perceptible, pure spiritual energy carrying the essence of the deep sea had quietly melded into it. Under the sea, Lu Shi's lips curled into a pure and contented smile. Success. In this way, a part of him could forever accompany her. Look at what I found. Isn't it beautiful? Bai Yao excitedly showcased her spoils to the two, first presenting the scale. Xianmo's expression sharpened as he reached out to take the scale. At the moment of contact, he seemed to catch a faint and unfamiliar aura. However, that sensation was fleeting, no matter how he probed. The scale remained merely an inanimate object, devoid of any abnormalities. What is it? Bai Yao asked in confusion. It's nothing. Xianmo suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and returned the scale to her, attributing it to his overvigilance. Bai Yao then produced several uniquely shaped shells, smiling. I'll make these into accessories for you to carry, all right? Though indifferent to adornments, both men nodded happily, as they cherished gifts from Bai Yao. After playing on the beach for a while longer, Bai Yao donned her shoes and declared, "Let us go. We shouldn't delay important matters." The trio turned to leave. Shortly after their figures vanished beyond the horizon, the suddenly appeared azure sea dissipated like a mirage, silently vanishing without a trace. On the other side, deep within the dense forest, Lu Sha, still shaken, reunited with the shadow. What about the female? The shadow asked coldly, noticing Lu Sha's empty hands. I failed. Lu Sha hurriedly explained, his face still bearing the remnants of fear. There was a powerful being protecting her from the shadows. Their strength was terrifying, absolutely above the city lords. The shadow gazed at him in silence, clearly assessing the truth of his words. In the shadow's eyes, Lu Sha seemed to be making excuses. Seeing the shadow's silence, Lu Sha broke into a cold sweat. I'm telling the truth. The moment you left, that power immobilized me. The shadow averted his gaze, not fully convinced, as he had not sensed that so-called power himself. We shall find another opportunity, he said indifferently, his form gradually merging with the darkness. Lu Sha watched the direction in which he disappeared, heart still racing, secretly astonished by the shadow's ability to retreat unscathed. Just how powerful was this mysterious companion? Meanwhile, the shadow, hidden in the dark, felt far from calm. His brief encounter with Xianmo had made him acutely aware of the daunting nature of the task. What concerned him even more was the wolf beast man standing beside the Snake King. He seemed to carry an aura that felt strangely familiar. Could it be that he was of the same kin? This thought sent shockwaves through him. It appeared he must seek an opportunity to confirm this. For the promise made by the city lord, No matter how dangerous, he must press onward. In the VIP room on the second floor of the Fox Tribe auction house, Bai Yao and her companions received unprecedented hospitality, thanks to Xing Che's special token. Beautiful fox maidens respectfully presented fragrant tea and fresh fruit, while a butler-like beastman bowed, saying, "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I will report to the high priest at once." Feeling the conveniences brought by power, Bai Yao mused to herself about the existence of hierarchy everywhere. However, Xian Mo and Lin, preoccupied with their own thoughts, displayed little expression. Observing their surroundings, they pondered that no one in the fox's territory would dare to cause trouble. After greeting Bai Yao, they each temporarily left the suite to investigate. Alone in the private room, Bai Yao gazed down at the bustling auction hall below. The view was indeed splendid, and she was savoring the moment when suddenly a familiar, haughty voice erupted from behind her. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Isn't this the ignorant bumpkin from last time? What, sneaking in on the second floor again?" Bai Yao turned around to find Pei Lin standing there, this time accompanied by two imposing male servants, each towering and likely possessing strength around the fourth or fifth tier. Pei Lin strode in with an air of arrogance, her gaze sweeping across the empty private room, a smug smile playing on her lips. "This time, you are all alone, aren't you? What a pity. The high priest has just been called away on urgent business. Oh dear, I wonder who will support you now." Chapter 67. Pei Lin today. Pei Lin was exquisitely dressed, moving with grace, yet the jealousy and arrogance etched on her face marred her otherwise striking appearance. Bai Yao felt a wave of annoyance. She had come to conduct business, not to indulge this spoiled girl in her petty games of jealousy. Indifferently, she withdrew her gaze, redirecting her attention to the auction stage below. This complete disregard affected Pei Lin more than any sharp retort could. She recalled how, at the last auction house, it was this very female who had drawn the usually composed high priest, Xing Che, to her defense, even publicly chastising Pei Lin. The humiliation and jealousy haunted her day and night. After learning that Bai Yao was present and that Xing Che had been called away, she could hardly contain her eagerness to confront her. Seeing Bai Yao's blatant disregard, Pei Lin's fury ignited, and she stormed into the private room. "Do you think anyone will protect you this time? Xing Che is not here, and I want to see who can save you today." The orc servants standing nearby recognized both as esteemed guests, especially Bai Yao, who had been expressly instructed by the high priest to be treated with utmost care. He quickly bowed and attempted to dissuade her. "Miss Pei, please calm down. Miss Bai Yao is indeed a valued guest of the high priest." "Shut up." Pei Lin interrupted sharply. "Who are you to lecture me?" Having been pampered at home, she would not tolerate insubordination from a lowly servant. With a flick of her hand, the two guards moved forward, forcibly removing the servant who had attempted to intervene, then shut the private room door with a resounding thud. In an instant, the spacious room contained only Bai Yao, Pei Lin, and a composed bodyguard standing beside Pei Lin. The guard furrowed his brow and quietly advised, "Miss, this may not be wise. She is a guest of the high priest. If something happens here, what do I have to fear?" Pei Lin snorted dismissively. "My father said as long as no one dies, the Fox clan can cover for me. I must teach her an unforgettable lesson today. Once we're done, we'll leave. This auction house is filled with all sorts. Who can prove we did anything?" She was confident in Bai Yao's weak foundation, believing that even if she suffered, she would have to swallow her anger. Though their conversation was hushed, every word reached Bai Yao's ears. A cold smile crept on her face. It seemed trouble was unavoidable. Since the other party had come to her door, it would be a shame not to play along. Instead of avoiding the conflict, why not seize this opportunity to showcase her newly developed weapon in front of these self-important orc nobles? Bai Yao's peripheral vision caught the long wooden box beside her, within which lay her meticulously improved crossbow. Just as Pei Lin signaled her guards to act, Bai Yao suddenly stood up from her chair, stepping back 2 paces, her voice rising sharply. "Miss Pei, please don't do this. I know you have long admired the high priest, but I am merely an ordinary weaponsmith, fortunate to have my craftsmanship acknowledged by him. I never intended to compete with you. Why must you make this difficult for me?" Guests bidding downstairs paused, astonished, looking up towards the second floor. The orcs, with their exceptional hearing, caught the essence of Bai Yao's words. So, this was about the high priest and the Fox clan's Pei Lin? How brazen of her to bring her jealousy to the auction house. Utterly disgraceful. Pei Lin's face shifted from red to green, then to white. Bai Yao had publicly exposed her most humiliating thoughts, and in a flash, her rationality was consumed by rage. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Seize this mouthy wretch. Tear her apart. At her command, the two guards advanced towards Bai Yao. They were large, muscular men exuding an overwhelming presence, likely causing any ordinary female to crumble before them. Yet Bai Yao stood her ground, just as the guards were within 3 steps of her. Reaching out as if to grasp her, she made her move. She abruptly flung open the wooden box beside her, gripping the crossbow in her hands. Loading it and aiming in one fluid motion, the cold arrowhead pinpointing the 2 advancing guards. Step forward and witness what a true weapon of slaughter looks like. The guards faltered, momentarily daunted by the sudden surge of her aura and the unprecedented weapon she wielded. But Bai Yao offered them no opportunity to react. With a whisper, 2 nearly imperceptible sounds of slicing air echoed simultaneously. 2 compact, lethal bolts shot forth like black lightning, striking with a speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive. With precision, the bolts pierced the thick, solid shoulder blades of the 2 wolf guards. Even more astonishingly, the force of the bolts sent the burly men, each weighing over 200 pounds, hurtling backward. Blood gushed forth, cascading from the shafts. The 2 guards, renowned for their strength, could only emit pained gasps from deep within their throats. The entire auction house fell into a profound silence, all eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of a slender, seemingly frail female who had, in an instant, incapacitated 2 formidable male guards with an extraordinary weapon. What kind of lethal device was that? Such speed, such power. There was no time to react. A single strike to defeat the enemy? No, it was a precise strike to eliminate the foe. She hadn't even tapped into a fraction of her beastly soul's power. This female, wielding an external object, possessed such terrifying strength? Was the world about to change? Before anyone could continue their discussions, Bai Yao abruptly slammed the second-floor windows shut. Calmly, she retrieved another bolt from her wooden box, reloading the crossbow with practiced ease. She then strode towards the now thoroughly terrified Pei Lin, the weapon poised steadily, aiming directly at Pei Lin's pale face. Now, Miss Pei, do you still believe I need anyone's protection to stand my ground on this land? Pei Lin trembled, her exquisite makeup smeared by tears and terror. You cannot kill me. My father is an elder of the Fox clan. If you kill me, the Fox clan will never let you go. She babbled in a frantic attempt to invoke her final support. Bai Yao scoffed, filled with disdain. With a slight movement of her wrist, the arrow lowered. With a flash of cold light, the arrow skimmed past the tender skin of Pei Lin's thigh, accurately piercing the extravagant fabric of her dress, pinning her firmly to the floor. Pei Lin let out a piercing scream, believing her leg was irreparably damaged. With this arrow, if it had been off by just 3 inches, Bai Yao leaned in closer. Miss Pei, you may never again chase after those you can never reach with these legs. A paralyzing fear and shame overwhelmed Pei Lin, shattering her last defenses. Her eyes rolled back, her voice failing her entirely, and she fainted, the air thick with a pungent stench. Unbeknownst to her, the door to the private room had silently swung open. Draped in a priestly robe, Xingche gracefully leaned against the door frame, as if he had been an observer for quite some time. A playful smile slowly curved the corners of his always serene and handsome visage. It seems my timing is rather inopportune. Is the high priest enjoying this detached spectacle? Bai Yao's tone was neither servile nor arrogant, even carrying a hint of retort. Indeed, the people downstairs are quite intrigued by the new toy in your possession. Let us proceed. It is time to showcase its worth. Chapter 68. Collaboration. Xingche nonchalantly waved his hand, prompting several trained attendants to swiftly carry away the unconscious Pei Lin and the injured guard without a sound. In the blink of an eye, the private room returned to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. Now, can we commence our discussion regarding the transaction? Xingche raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Bai Yao. Bai Yao blinked, asking, do you not need to inspect the goods first? seeing chocolate lightly, gesturing towards the window. The splendid demonstration we just witnessed serves as the finest inspection, does it not? His gaze swept over the agitated crowd below, and furthermore, you have successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. Indeed, the auction hall was abuzz with excitement. Countless eyes fixated on the second floor, all speculating about the origins of that mysterious weapon. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice resonated throughout the venue. I trust everyone witnessed the events that unfolded on the second floor. Surely, you are all keenly interested in that weapon capable of allowing females to counter males? The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Quickly, bring it out for us to see. What kind of miraculous artifact is this? Could it possibly have been invented by a female? The auctioneer, satisfied with the audience's reaction, deliberately prolonged his words. This object is known as a crossbow, making its debut today. As for its origins, he intentionally paused, adhering to the auction house's policy of never revealing seller information. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, the items on display were abruptly unveiled. 5 exquisitely crafted crossbows lay silently in the showcase. Is that all? Doubts arose from the audience. Could such a small object truly wield such immense power? The auctioneer, unfazed, signaled for an assistant to bring forth a hardwood post, nearly half the height of a person. He drew the crossbow, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The bolt embedded deeply into the post, leaving only the fletching quivering slightly. The hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into even more fervent discussions. This merely indicates it can pierce wood. But how effective is it against beasts? As if anticipating the skepticism, the auctioneer clapped his hands. For beastmen laboriously pushed forward an iron cage, within which a frenzied third-level claw bear was thrashing against the bars. This ferocious creature would require an entire squad of beastmen to subdue it. Next, we shall randomly invite a female guest to demonstrate its use. When a petite female from the rabbit tribe was called to the stage, the crowd erupted in jeers. Are you joking? Let her try. How could that possibly succeed? Trembling, the rabbit female raised the crossbow, following the auctioneer's guidance as she pulled the trigger. Thud! The bolt accurately struck the claw bear's right eye. The giant creature let out a deafening roar, thrashing for a moment before crashing to the ground. Silence enveloped the room, followed by a thunderous wave of astonished gasps. My heavens, she actually did it? This is utterly inconceivable. The auctioneer seized the moment to speak. Does anyone still doubt the power of the crossbow? His gaze swept across the audience. It is worth noting that these 5 are all limited editions. Those wishing to place bulk orders may register after the auction concludes. However, I must remind you, he deliberately drew out his words. The minimum order for the initial batch is 100 units, and delivery will be in 3 months. This announcement sent the auction hall into a frenzy. Representatives from various tribes rose to their feet, eagerly rushing towards the registration desk. In the private room, Xing turned to Bai Yao, his eyes filled with admiration. This little female is indeed extraordinary. Bai Yao, however, was reflecting on her successful implementation of hunger marketing, limited pre-sales, and bulk orders. With such tactics, how could she not grasp their psychology? A smile graced Bai Yao's lips as she waved the recently signed contract in her hand. This is merely the beginning. What I wish to discuss next is the real business venture. From her beast skin pouch, she produced a meticulously drawn blueprint, slowly unfurling it on the low table between them. Last time, we established the profit-sharing ratio. Now, we must discuss the specifics of execution. Her fingertip traced the various nodes marked on the blueprint. You see, to achieve mass production, I cannot rely solely on my efforts. Xing leaned in for a closer look. So you mean to say, I require you to provide the venue, manpower, and basic materials. Bai Yao's fingertip glided over several key components on the blueprint. These core parts must be crafted by my own hands. For the final assembly process, I will guide your craftsman on site. A flicker of understanding crossed Xing eyes, and a playful smile graced his lips. What a clever little female. Retaining the most crucial technology in her hands, while entrusting only the basic assembly process. This ensures both production capacity and safeguards the core technology from leakage. It is the best choice for both parties involved. Bai Yao met his gaze with calm composure. You have alleviated the burdens of research and development, and I ensure the security of the technology. A mutually beneficial outcome, would you not agree? Furthermore, the profit split shall be 70-30, with me receiving the larger share. You truly dare to propose such a division? He regarded Bai Yao with a bemused expression. Are you aware that the fox tribe market has never granted anyone such a generous share? Bai Yao took a composed sip of floral tea. High Priest, you are a wise man. Do you believe I am merely valuing these few crossbows? Her gaze swept over the still clamorous crowd below. What you truly value is my ability to continuously bring you surprises. Today is the crossbow. Tomorrow, it may be an even more formidable weapon or a more lucrative invention. By collaborating with me, you will gain access to an inexhaustible treasure. Upon hearing this, Xingche suddenly leaned forward, the distance between them narrowing instantly. But do you know that the deeper you bind yourself to me, the harder it will be for you to extricate yourself? I am quite greedy by nature. He leaned in closely, his crimson pupils seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Yet Bai Yao did not flinch. Instead, she met his gaze head-on. What a coincidence, for I am as well. I desire not only your market, but also your connections, your intelligence network, and perhaps even more in the future. Their eyes clashed in a silent duel, and after a moment, Xingche was the first to chuckle softly, elegantly reclining back in his chair. How intriguing. I find myself increasingly looking forward to our collaboration, Bai Yao. As the two engaged in a hushed discussion regarding production techniques, they unconsciously leaned closer together. Just then, the door to the private room was flung open, and Xian Mo and Lin entered, the chill of the outdoors following them. Xian Mo swiftly pulled Bai Yao to his side. Is it necessary to be so close while discussing matters? Xian Mo's golden, serpent-like eyes coldly scanned Xingche, exuding an aura of danger. Lin followed closely behind, silently standing on the other side of Bai Yao, forming a protective stance. Bai Yao smiled wryly. We were examining the blueprints. The intricacies of these techniques are quite complex. How can one see clearly without getting closer? Xingke elegantly stood, adjusting the wide sleeves of his priestly robe, a playful smile gracing his lips. It seems your guardians have returned. Then, let us conclude our meeting for today. I shall gather the materials you require and send someone to deliver them to your tribe post-haste. He cast a meaningful glance towards the direction below. Today's auction was exceedingly successful, perhaps too successful. I imagine countless eyes are already fixated upon you. As he reached the doorway, he paused for a moment. Turning back to deliver one final remark, exercise caution. While wealth is undoubtedly tempting, it also attracts the most covetous gazes. After Xingche departed, Xian Mo immediately stepped forward. His voice low. That fox did not impose upon you in any way, did he? He dared not. Bai Yao carefully stored away the contract and then asked with a serious expression, what were you two doing outside? Chapter 69. The market incident. Lin and Xian Mo exchanged glances, with Lin speaking first. I merely took a stroll. Really? Why do you both seem so troubled upon your return? Bai Yao couldn't help but notice the shift in their moods. Indeed, Lin affirmed, pulling out a delicately carved wooden hairpin, the top adorned with a vividly lifelike little wolf. I went out to select a gift for you. Do you like this? Bai Yao's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the hairpin, turning it over in her hands. It's beautiful. You really went out to choose a gift for me? Lin nodded. Meanwhile, Xian Mo turned his face away, his voice cold. I encountered an old acquaintance and exchanged a few words. That wolf is certainly up to tricks. Bai Yao keenly noticed a faint scratch on Xian Mo's sleeve, and the bottom of Lin's boots was caked with a black mud distinct from the market's dust. A sliver of doubt crept in her heart, prompting her to speak up. Xian Mo, tell me the truth. Xian Mo had been too overt in his demeanor these past couple of days for Bai Yao to overlook. He met her earnest gaze, realizing that if he remained silent, it would displease her. Reluctantly, he revealed, I sensed the presence of a scorpion, along with another lurking powerful aura, quite concealed. A flicker of concern crossed his golden eyes. Moreover, I have a persistent feeling that someone has been watching us, a sensation that has lingered since we were by the seaside. Bai Yao's heart sank slightly. The scorpion? Is it Lu Sha? Xuan Montauk nodded. Bai Yao had previously discussed Lu Sha with Lin, who was also aware. Still haven't caught him? I recall him not being particularly strong. Bai Yao vaguely remembered the wandering beast, voicing her confusion. At this, Xian Mo's expression darkened further. That cursed scorpion always escapes using various wicked sorceries. Thinking Bai Yao was worried, he promised, "Do not fret. I will certainly kill him. I do not doubt your strength. But dealing with such a cunning individual likely requires unconventional methods." What methods? Well, let me think. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the Fox Clan market, where prosperity masked undercurrents of unrest. As they left the auction house, Xian Mo maintained a stern face, his tone displeased. "That fox is far too cunning. Keep your distance from him." Lin seldom agreed, but nodded in concurrence. He is right. Observing the rare alignment of their sentiments, Bai Yao had no choice but to acquiesce, saying, "All right, I understand." At that moment, a figure draped in a black cloak slowly raised its head at the street corner below, its gaze precisely locking onto Bai Yao at the second-floor window. After exiting the auction house, the trio strolled through the market. Armed with Xing Che's special token, they gained access to the core area of the market. Bai Yao, brimming with enthusiasm, wandered about, yet found most items rather mundane in her eyes until she spotted a fabric shop displaying various textiles that instantly caught her attention. "Is this fabric?" She hurried over, her fingertips gently brushing against a light blue cloth. The shopkeeper, a stout bear beast man, greeted her warmly upon seeing a customer. "You have a keen eye, my lady. This is the latest cloud silk, warm in winter and cool in summer, a favorite among the upper echelons." Bai Yao scrutinized the fabric's texture, noting that although it was lighter than beast hides, its weaving was coarse, the feel stiff, and its breathability poor. She casually inquired, "How much does this cost?" 10 beast crystals per foot, the shopkeeper boasted, pride evident in his tone, claiming it was a rare item traded from a distant human caravan. Bai Yao gasped inwardly, astonished that such rough craftsmanship could command such a high price. If she could weave true silk or cotton, wouldn't she make a fortune? "Shopkeeper, if I can provide better fabric, would you be interested in collaborating?" Bai Yao probed cautiously. "Little lady, such bold words. I've sold fabric on this street for over a decade. Tell me, what fabric could possibly surpass mine?" Several customers in the shop were drawn in by the exchange, curiously gathering around. Unfazed by the shopkeeper's ire, Bai Yao displayed a knowing smile. Her gaze swept across the store and finally settled on a piece of coarse, somewhat abrasive dark ramie fabric in the corner. She pointed at it, challenging, "Let's make a bet. If I can make this fabric soft and smooth, far surpassing your finest offerings, what say you?" The shopkeeper laughed derisively. "That old, unwanted ramie? You think you can soften it? If you truly can, I'll eat this counter today." He dismissed her, believing she was merely causing trouble. "There's no need to eat the counter. Should I succeed, you merely need to publicly admit that there are those beyond us and realms beyond the heavens. Also, grant me 3 feet of this fabric as a token." "Fine. Let us see what tricks you can pull." Bai Yao had him cut a small piece of the coarse ramie, then requested, "Please prepare a basin of clean water and a quiet room. My sect's secret methods cannot be revealed." With the shopkeeper's dubious arrangements, Bai Yao entered the small back room, carrying the water and the coarse fabric. Once the door was shut, she immediately set to work. Her fingers quietly dipped into the water, infusing a stream of clear, pristine spatial spirit spring into the ordinary water. Simultaneously, she immersed the coarse fabric, placing her hands over it, untangling the entangled structures of the ramie fibers. The spirit spring's miraculous effects swiftly permeated, softening every coarse fiber. In just a moment, she emerged with the basin of water. This effect of the spatial spring was something she had discovered by chance. She hadn't anticipated it would come in handy today. "So soon? Are you trying to fool us?" Bai Yao remained silent, pulling the wet coarse fabric from the water, twisting it forcefully to drain the excess water. Then, before everyone's eyes, she snapped the fabric open with a resounding motion. All gazes instantly converged on the cloth. The formerly stiff and rough texture had vanished, replaced by an extraordinary softness and drape. Bai Yao handed it to the shopkeeper, her lips curling into a smile. "Shopkeeper, would you like to inspect the goods?" The The shopkeeper ran his hands over the fabric repeatedly, his initial confusion shifting to disbelief, and finally, his eyes widened in astonishment. How can this be? Is this really my old, unwanted fabric? A nearby female onlooker could not resist reaching out to touch it, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so soft. Incredible, truly incredible." The contrast was stark. The shopkeeper realized that comparing his prized high-quality fabric with this piece made the difference abundantly clear. Bai Yao observed the shopkeeper's face shift from red to pale, reclaiming the now transformed fabric. It became evident that the fabric's limitations were not due to its inherent quality, but rather the shopkeeper's craftsmanship and vision that constrained its value. "It seems this 3 feet of fabric I shall take. Farewell." With that, Bai Yao turned to leave. "Wait, esteemed one, please stay." The shopkeeper hurriedly maneuvered around the counter to pursue her. "I was blind to your talents. There are indeed those beyond us and realms beyond the heavens. I am very interested. Please, if you have more of this fabric, I will take all you have." Chapter 70. Saisi having reached an agreement with the fabric shopkeeper, Bai Yao bore a satisfied smile. Next time, as long as she brought some finished products, she could directly supply her goods. Their collaboration had been fruitful. Bai Yao extended her slender hand, gently shaking with the bare beastman shopkeeper. Stepping out of the fabric store, Bai Yao felt as though her commercial ambitions had finally taken a significant stride forward. The 3 individuals hastily consumed a simple meal at a street stall, preparing to return to the tribe before nightfall. However, Lin's expression was somewhat dazed. The unexpected encounter with his father's former subordinate at the market had surged through his defenses like a tidal wave. Mo deliberately slowed his pace, walking alongside Bai Yao and Lin, sensing something amiss. Throughout the journey, the presence of that damned scorpion lingered like a persistent pest, appearing and disappearing sporadically. Earlier, while in the shop, I had traced the scent and discovered that he was not a lone wolf. He had a companion adept at concealing his presence. They employed some advanced stealth technique, their aura fluctuating unpredictably. I attempted to close in several times, only to be thwarted by their strange substitutes or evasive techniques. It felt as though they were testing the waters, waiting for the right moment. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao furrowed her brow. She had personally experienced Lu Sha's treachery and grudges, and the thought of such an enemy lurking in the shadows sent a chill down her spine. Xuan Montauk scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his serpentine eyes. Although Lu Sha's rank is not particularly high, he is cunning and well-versed in various sinister techniques, especially adept at evasion and survival. If we do not uproot him soon, he will become a grave threat. Most critically, winter was approaching. The bloodline power within Lin was already stirring restlessly. In a few days, he would inevitably fall into a deep slumber. If the scorpion's threat remained unresolved by then, Bai Yao would lose her strongest guardian and be exposed to danger. With this unease weighing on them, the trio quickened their pace. As they passed through a secluded alley, Mo suddenly halted, certain this time the potent aura belonged to the scorpion, who was nearby. He sternly instructed Lin, "Protect Yao Yao closely. Do not stray from her side." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Mo vanished like a wisp of black lightning into the shadows of the alley. Meanwhile, in another dark and damp narrow passage, Lu Sha felt a hint of fear creeping in. Being near that female always felt wrong, as if a higher power were watching him, suffocating him. He recalled the terrifying pressure he had felt by the seaside and still felt a lingering dread. He decided it was safer to draw that serpent away. The plan shifted. "I will lure that damned serpent away. Its primary target is me. You go and capture that female swiftly." Beside him, a tall figure stood silently, its face obscured by an expressionless metallic mask. Upon hearing Lu Sha's words, the masked figure's gaze turned to him, silently questioning. Lu Sha, growing impatient, replied, "The serpent's strength is unfathomable. Only my life-saving technique has a chance of restraining it and allowing me to escape. Right now, the female is left with only a low-ranking beastman. It would be easy for you to subdue him and take the female." The shadow ultimately nodded in agreement, then dissolved into the darkness like smoke. On the other side, Mo had just pursued 2 streets when a heavy sense of foreboding struck him. A diversion. Without hesitation, he abandoned the chase and turned back at a faster pace. At that moment, in the secluded alley where Bai Yao and Lin were, an unexpected change occurred. A figure brimming with explosive energy suddenly lunged out without warning, aiming directly at Bai Yao. Yao Yao, be careful. Lin's reaction was instinctual. He forcefully pushed Bai Yao to a safe corner behind him and roared as he swung his fist to confront the attacker. Bang! The clash of fist and claw resonated with a dull thud. Lin felt a surging force reverberate through him, his arm vibrating violently, and he staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing. The assailant, however, only swayed slightly. Lin's heart sank. The intruder was more skilled than he, employing ruthless and seasoned techniques, each strike aimed at vital points, imbued with a lethal aura forged on the battlefield. This was no ordinary wandering beastman. He resembled an experienced professional assassin. Within a few exchanges, Lin found himself at a distinct disadvantage, barely able to hold his ground using the agility of the Wolf Clan, and several blood trails had already marred his skin. Someone help! Bai Yao cried out anxiously, but the alley was eerily silent. The previously scattered inhabitants seemed to have vanished, her cries echoing into the void. The shadow, witnessing Lin's tenacious resistance, exhibited a flicker of impatience, feigning to push Lin back before swiftly targeting Bai Yao once more. Not on my watch. Lin's eyes widened in desperation as he threw himself forward, using his back to absorb the shadow's strike aimed at Bai Yao. Thud! The heavy force struck Lin's back, and he distinctly heard the sound of his ribs cracking. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, causing him to cough up blood uncontrollably as his body lurched forward. Amidst the chaos of his fall, Lin's hand instinctively clawed at anything for support, inadvertently tearing off the assailant's grotesque mask. As the mask fell away, it revealed a weathered face of a middle-aged man. When Lin caught sight of this face in the dim moonlight, he froze, murmuring a name long buried in his memories. Sai. Uncle Sai. The shadow, poised to deliver a finishing blow to Lin, trembled violently upon hearing this name. The hand that was about to strike froze mid-air. How many years had it been since anyone had addressed him in that manner? Seizing the opportunity, Lin summoned his last reserves of strength to push the shadow away, gasping for breath as he asked, Uncle Sai, do you really not recognize me? It's me, little Lin. The shadow's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. You are the young master. You are alive? Just then, Xian Mo returned, and upon seeing Lin gravely injured and bleeding, he prepared to unleash a fatal strike against the shadow. Xian Mo, wait. Bai Yao interjected urgently, having observed the situation with growing tension. It seemed they knew each other. The shadow, seemingly oblivious to Xian Mo's murderous intent, staggered back 2 steps, gazing at Lin, whose mouth was stained with blood, filled with endless regret and sorrow. In the next moment, to the astonishment of those present, this previously menacing figure suddenly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Young master, I, Sai Si, deserve death for laying hands on you. Lin, enduring the pain, struggled to approach him. Uncle Sai, please rise. What is happening? Why are you here? Why attempt to assassinate us? Sai Si, overwhelmed with shame, replied, Young master, this place is not safe for long. The eyes of the city of 10,000 evils are everywhere. We must find a secure location to discuss matters. 15 minutes later, the 4 gathered in a discreet chamber confirmed by Xian Mo. Sai Si knelt once more before Lin, Young master. This mission was a direct order from the lord of the city of 10,000 evils. He sought to obtain the beast crystal of this serpent clan powerhouse beside you and commanded me to capture Miss Bai Yao as leverage against him. Bai Yao gasped sharply, instinctively glancing at Xian Mo. She had never imagined her existence would become a vulnerability for Xian Mo. Sai Si continued with regret. And you, young master, have always stayed by this female's side. As per the orders of Lu Qi, we were to eliminate you both to prevent future troubles. Lin's complexion shifted dramatically, while Xian Mo narrowed his golden eyes. The name Lu Qi had been etched into their kill list. Sai Si raised his head. Young master, I have concealed my identity and endured humiliation for years, infiltrating the city of 10,000 evils to secretly investigate your whereabouts and seek revenge. By the grace of the beast god, I have finally found you. His gaze swept over Xian Mo and Bai Yao before settling on Lin. Young master, some buried truths are due for revelation, pertaining to that sudden rebellion years ago and the true cause of our former master's death. We have all been deceived for all these years. That is a token exclusive to the royal family of the Wolf Clan. Suo Luo, your uncle, colluded with the Southern Eagle Clan long before the Eastern expedition. He poisoned your father's wine with a lethal toxin known as bone-corroding powder, a deadly venom that can sever one's meridians in the heat of battle. Lin's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale. The suspicions he had long avoided confronting were now laid bare before him. On the day of the Eastern expedition, your father suddenly collapsed on a battlefield, coughing up blood, and Suo Luo seized the opportunity to take command. Seth continued, claiming that the Wolf King had fallen victim to an ambush by the enemy. However, those present, his personal guards, clearly saw that the arrow was not lethal. The room fell silent. Bai Yao gently grasped Lin's trembling hand, feeling the chill emanating from his palm. Then you. Lin's voice was hoarse. Were you back then? Pain flickered in Seth's eyes. I was dispatched by Suo Luo on a task that never existed. By the time I returned, it was already too late. Your mother. He paused, his voice dropping further, chose to follow your father after learning the truth. Yet, I suspect her death was not so simple. Lin abruptly lifted his head, flames igniting in his silver-gray wolf eyes. What do you mean? Before your mother passed? I had seen her once. Seth produced a blood-stained scrap of cloth from his bosom, upon which were scrawled several indistinct characters in charcoal. This was secretly given to me by her. At that time, she was too weak to speak, but I understood her gaze. She was warning me to be wary of Suo Luo. The scrap bore the shaky inscription, "Beware of the sacrifice." Sacrifice? Lin furrowed his brow. The sacrificial ceremony of the Wolf Clan. Seth's voice lowered further, according to tradition. The new Wolf King must officially ascend the throne at the sacrificial ceremony held a year after the death of the former Wolf King. Yet Suo Luo could not wait. Xian Mo suddenly interjected, so he is eager to eliminate Lin. Seth nodded gravely. As long as Lin is alive, Suo Luo's claim to the throne will forever be illegitimate. Over the years, I have lurked in the City of Sin, partly to seek the whereabouts of the young master, and partly to secretly gather evidence. He retrieved a scroll of parchment from a concealed pouch and slowly unfurled it. It detailed the exchanges between Suo Luo and the Leopard Clan, even containing several original confidential letters. This is sufficient to prove his treachery against the clan. Seth's gaze was resolute. The Wolf Clan is now fractured, and many of the old officials are secretly awaiting the young master's return. Lin remained silent for a long time, his gaze drifting across the evidence. Bai Yao sensed his inner turmoil, torn between an ocean of blood-soaked grudges and the responsibilities of his kin, and the tranquil life he currently led. Do what you must. Bai Yao softly urged, I will wait for you here. Lin took a deep breath, knowing he could no longer hesitate at this moment, finally making up his mind. He turned to Seth. Uncles say, I need your assistance. At your service, young master. Xian Mo coldly interjected. But before that, we must first resolve the immediate trouble. That scorpion must die. A quarter of an hour later, in a desolate warehouse area on the outskirts of the Fox Clan market, a meticulously planned hunt commenced. Seth stood at the agreed rendezvous point, playing with a bone whistle emanating an eerie glow. He has arrived, Seth murmured, his keen wolf ears twitching slightly. Lu Sha's figure emerged from the shadows, an expectant smile gracing his face. Is the task complete? Where's that female? Seth feigned annoyance, shaking his head. So close, yet so far. The snake suddenly turned back, forcing me to retreat for the time being. Lu Sha's expression darkened instantly. What? Does that mean our efforts were in vain? Not necessarily. Seth stepped forward, lowering his voice. I discovered that the female is staying alone at an inn in the southern city. There is still time to act. But I need your secret potion to divert that snake. Lu Sha retreated a wary step. You want to deceive me for my potion? Seth scoffed. What? The esteemed warrior of the Scorpion clan cannot even take this small risk? Or would you rather return to face the Lord's punishment? This remark struck Lu Sha at his weak point. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately produced a pitch-black vial from his bosom. This is the last bottle of the concealment potion. Use it sparingly. At the instant the vial was handed over, a shadow leapt down from the rooftop like a specter. Upon seeing Xian Mo appear out of thin air, Lu Sha recoiled in horror, only to find his escape route blocked by Lin. Bai Yao stood at a distance, a small crossbow in her hand, which she had somehow acquired. Damn it! You all set me up? Lu Sha gritted his teeth and lunged at Seth. Traitor! The Lord will not spare you. Seth easily dodged, his wolf claw slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Traitor? I have always been loyal to the true Wolf King. Lu Sha frantically searched his person, only to despairingly find that all his escape tools were exhausted. His final gaze landed on Bai Yao, and suddenly, he broke into a sinister smile. As he lunged towards Bai Yao, he shouted, "The Lord will not let you go. Even if I die, the bounty from the City of Sin will not cease. You will never know what kind of existence you are up against." Before his words could finish, Xian Mo's serpentine tail coiled around his neck like lightning. With a sharp crack, Lu Sha's expression froze in terror at that moment. Seth crouched down, meticulously searching Lu Sha's corpse, ultimately retrieving a bone tablet inscribed with peculiar runes. This is the bounty notice from the City of Sin. His expression turned grave. It seems the Lord of the City of Sin has set his sights on acquiring the beast crystal of His Majesty, the Serpent Emperor. Lin picked up the tablet, feeling the dark energy it contained, his brow furrowing. It appears our troubles have only just begun. The name City of Sin was one Bai Yao had heard before in the City of Beasts. They had a hand in the previous assassination of Xian Mo. It seems they are destined to be enemies of the City of Sin. Seth skillfully managed the scene, cleaning up Lu Sha's body and the scattered items thoroughly. The group quickly withdrew, leaving only the night wind swirling through the empty warehouse. Bai Yao approached Xian Mo, gently saying, "Regardless, we must leave here now." Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the four vanished into the shadows of the warehouse district. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the distant City of Sin, a figure cloaked in a dark robe observed everything through a crystal ball. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne, and a cryptic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The game is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 72. Farewell. The night was deep and somber as the four sought refuge in an abandoned stone house far from the bustling market. Bai Yao broke the silence first. "Seth, you have been in the City of Sin for quite some time. What do you know about that Lord, Lu Chi?" Seth's rough fingers unconsciously stroked his knee. He is exceedingly mysterious. No one has ever seen his true form, as he always wears a dark golden mask intricately carved with twisted patterns. Various terrifying speculations circulate in the city regarding his strength, the most prevalent being that he has long surpassed the 10th tier, reaching the legendary realm. If he possesses such terrifying power, why not take matters into his own hands to acquire the beast crystal? Why resort to manipulating subordinates like you? Xian Mo posed the crucial question. After all, crushing with absolute power is the most direct and effective method. Seth shook his head, an expression of confusion on his face. This is precisely the strangest part. He seems to be under some kind of severe restriction, or perhaps a curse. No one has ever seen him step out of the City of Sin. Moreover, he is obsessed with collecting high-tier beast crystals, especially those belonging to beasts with ancient and powerful bloodlines, like His Majesty the Serpent Emperor. It doesn't feel like he is merely seeking to enhance his strength. It seems he is suppressing something. Lin, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "In my youth, I came across fragments in the secret archives of the Wolf Clan that mentioned certain ancient and malevolent curses or forbidden powers that suppress powerful backlash. They require high-tier beast crystals as energy mediums to temporarily maintain balance. Otherwise, one would suffer horrific retaliation. Perhaps Lu Chi bears such burdens upon himself. An adversary who is potentially plagued by formidable curses or powers poses a far greater challenge than a mere strongman." Seth seemed to recall something and produced a palm-sized black bone token from his inner pocket. This was the infamous Soul Pursuit Order I had retrieved from the remnants of Lu Sha. The back of the token bore a clear imprint of your essence. "Your Highness, the Snake Emperor." It appears that Lu Chi is determined to succeed. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber. as if an invisible and immense net was silently unfurling from the direction of the city of evil, ensnaring them all within its grasp. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Lin's gaze frequently fell upon Bai Yao's tranquil profile. Taking a deep breath, he resolved with conviction, Yao, I must return to the Northern Wolf clan. Bai Yao turned to look at him, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her dark eyes. Lin continued, my return is not solely for revenge. He clenched his fingers into a fist. From the information brought by Seth, it was clear that the usurper Solo had colluded with various dark forces, including those within the City of Evil, over the years. If he were to continue wielding power over the Wolf clan and consolidate the forces of the North, not only would the North descend into darkness, but the flames of war would inevitably spread across the entire beast realm, leaving no one unscathed. He reached out, firmly grasping Bai Yao's cool hand, and added, moreover, when facing formidable enemies like Lu Qi and the potentially more perilous situations ahead, my current strength is woefully inadequate. The sacred ground of the Wolf clan seals the ancient inheritance of the Frost Heart, which can only be passed down through the lineage of the Wolf Kings. Only by acquiring that power can I truly safeguard you and our future. Beside them, Xian Mo, unusually silent, merely nodded lightly. His golden vertical pupils glanced at Lin. The Frost Heart of the Northern Wolf clan is said to be one of the embodiments of the laws of the Ice Plains, originating from his bloodline, and indeed, is the most fitting path for him. Seth immediately knelt on one knee, striking his right fist heavily against his left chest in the most solemn oath of the Wolf clan. Young master, the North needs you. Not all of the old Wolf King's former subordinates are subservient to Solo's tyranny. For years, we have been quietly amassing strength, waiting for your return to set things right. Lin gazed deeply at Bai Yao, his eyes filled with unshakable reluctance. Yao, I promise you, before winter passes, I will return. By then, I shall stand beside you as the rightful heir of the Wolf clan, and no enemy shall threaten you again. Bai Yao remained silent, her gaze sweeping over Lin's face, which held a hint of apology, then to Xian Mo's indifferent yet approving expression, finally resting on Seth's loyal and expectant eyes. After a moment, she gently squeezed Lin's hand in return and nodded, okay. Go do what you must. But remember, her tone grew grave, her dark eyes locking onto Lin's. Regardless of success or failure, no matter what happens, I need you to return alive. I will be waiting for you. She produced a beast pouch, meticulously crafted from soft, durable leather, containing her specially prepared array of healing elixirs and antidotes, as well as a shell ornament she had collected by the seaside last time. In the harsh cold of the North, these medicines might prove useful. The following morning, the moment of parting finally arrived. Lin turned, extending his hand as if to touch her cheek once more, but ultimately, he merely tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. He turned to Xian Mo, his wolf-like gaze conveying a solemn trust between men. Xian Mo, while I am away, I entrust Yao to you. Please ensure her safety. Xian Mo's golden eyes met Lin's, momentarily shedding their usual nonchalance. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can harm her. Without further words, Lin took one last look at Bai Yao, as if to imprint her image upon his heart. Resolutely, he turned away, stepping forth alongside Seth, heading towards the vast, desolate north. Gradually fading into the distance, they became two indistinct black dots lost upon the horizon. Bai Yao stood rooted in place, the cold wind swirling around her garments, her form unmoving for a long while. Meanwhile, within the ominous, cloud-covered city of evil, in the highest black palace, the light was dim. A figure adorned with a twisted dark gold mask lounged languidly upon a grand throne crafted from countless beast bones. Lu Qi's pale, bloodless fingers gently brushed over a crystal ball that emitted a faint purple glow. Within, the orb manifested the scene of Lin parting from Bai Yao, with Xian Mo vigilantly standing nearby. A low, raspy chuckle escaped from beneath the mask, tinged with amusement. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. The missing young master of the Wolf clan returns to the north, poised to instigate a power shuffle, while the proud Snake Emperor is willing to lower himself to become a mere guardian for a female. And what secrets does this female herself conceal? Suddenly, His body trembled violently, a thick, inky black mist uncontrollably seeping from his chest. It twisted upon his shoulders, faintly forming a blurred and grotesque visage. Time is running short. The moment of the lunar eclipse signifies your demise. This perfect vessel shall ultimately belong to me. Devour and destroy. Lu Qi emitted a stifled groan, abruptly raising his hand. Fingers curling like claws, striking fiercely against his chest. A powerful force forcefully repelled the black mist and the distorted face back into his body. He gasped for breath. A trickle of dark red, nearly black blood seeping slowly from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand, wiping away the bloodstain, gazing at the dark red on his fingertips. Beneath the mask, his eyes burned not with fear, but with a fervent, almost mad obsession. It seems that waiting is futile. I must take the initiative. Chapter 73. The storm induced by the bow and crossbow. The news of the bow and crossbow's emergence sent ripples throughout the various powers of the beast realm. In the grand assembly hall of the city of beasts, resplendent in gold and jade, the Lion King sat upon his throne, tapping his fingers against the armrest as a sharp gaze swept over the intelligence officer below. So, a weapon capable of allowing females to counter males has appeared in the Foxclan market. Young Lord Caesar stepped forward, his golden mane shimmering in the candlelight. Father, according to eyewitness accounts, the weapon's power is extraordinary. A single female was able to instantly subdue 2 well-trained guards with it. He unfurled a rough sketch depicting the basic structure of the bow and crossbow. Though this is merely a preliminary design, if deployed in warfare, it could alter the current balance of power. The Lion King furrowed his brow. Have you traced the seller's origins? The intelligence officer bowed in response. The auction house has been tight-lipped. However, an eyewitness claimed that the individual using the weapon in a private room on the 2nd floor was a young female. A female? The Lion King's eyes widened in surprise. Could a female possess such capability? I shall personally investigate this matter. Caesar took up the conversation. Yet Bai Yao's image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That female, who always brought surprises, could it be her again? The Lion King pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Be sure to uncover the origins of this weapon. If it falls into the wrong hands, it poses a threat to peace across the entire Central Plains. Caesar accepted the order and exited the Grand Hall, standing on the high steps to gaze into the distance. The city of beasts lay tranquil beneath the setting sun. But he knew that this suddenly emerging bow and crossbow could shatter the hard-won peace. Meanwhile, in the city of evil, newcomer, remember the rules here. An one-eyed wolf beast-man blocked his path, pointing to the corpse nailed to the city wall in the distance. That is the fate of those who do not abide by the rules. Huge followed the gesture, gasping in horror. The entire city operated under a set of harsh and cruel regulations. In the central square, a public execution was underway, with an orc who attempted to escape being flayed alive, the chilling screams sending shivers down Kyuj's spine. Last week, there was a traitor, the one-eyed wolfman said ominously. The city lord ordered him to be ground into paste and fed to the lowest of hyenas. The shops lining the streets offer an array of chilling wares. Utensils crafted from beast bones, preserved eyeballs, and fresh animal hides, each item a testament to a life extinguished. Where do these come from? Ku Ji's voice trembled. The fallen in the arena or disobedient slaves? The vendor replied nonchalantly. Here, even your corpse can fetch a handsome price. Upon reporting to the lord's estate, Ku Gu witnessed Lu Qi testing the loyalty of a new recruit. A young female, shackled in iron chains, was pushed forward. Kill her. Lu Qi's voice, piercing and frigid, echoed from beneath his mask. The orc hesitated, trembling as he raised his knife, but in the next instant, Lu Qi's claws pierced his heart. Hesitation equates to death. Lu Qi tossed the still-beating heart to Ku Gu, declaring it a gift. Cradling the warm heart. Ku Ge stamak hurnet. He finally grasped that in this place, cruelty was not merely a means, but the sole method of survival. Remember, in Wani Chung, emotions are the greatest weakness, the guard spoke coldly. The underground arena, in stark contrast to the solemnity of Bai Chung, was rife with bloodshed and madness. Amidst the deafening roars, 2 orcs fought to the death on the sandy ground. Blood splattered onto the frenzied faces of the spectators, inciting even louder howls of excitement. High above, Lu Qi reclined lazily upon the Xiantai throne, his gaze casually sweeping over the gladiatorial arena, seemingly detached from the surrounding chaos. Kill him, tear him apart, rip out his entrails. Amidst the frenzied shouts, Ku Gu suddenly feigned weakness, dropping to one knee. In the fleeting moment when his opponent relaxed, he sprang up, claws aimed at the throat. Blood gushed forth as Ku Gu, victorious, let out a howl of triumph. Lu Qi finally stirred his fingers. The attendant bowed deeply, asking, "What are your orders, my lord?" "Let him work under me," came Lu Qi's voice, laced with amusement. "He is resilient and ruthless, a fine specimen." As the attendant departed, sweat beaded on his brow. The lord seldom showed interest in lowly fighters. Outside the arena, Ku Gu, battered and bruised, trudged into the filthiest slums of Wan Yicheng. Pushing open a creaking wooden door, he exclaimed, "Duo La, the Lord has taken notice of my abilities. Soon we shall leave this wretched place." In the corner, the once pampered Duo La looked up, her former radiance now replaced by grime. "The Lord has taken notice of you? So what?" Her voice, hoarse, conveyed disdain. "Look at your current state. Look at where we live. Serving the Lord? Huh. We're still stuck in this refuse heap that even beasts disdain." Ku Gu lowered his head, stammering, "As long as I can earn the Lord's favor and make a name for myself, we can move to a better place and eat well. Perhaps we might even have the chance to meet someone as grand as the Lord." This remark rekindled a glimmer of hope in Duo La's eyes. She caressed her once lustrous hair, contemplating, "If I could climb the tree of Lu Qi, how could I not rise?" With this thought, the cruel mockery vanished from her face, replaced by a soft smile. She beckoned Ku Gu closer, her voice gentler. "Ku Gu, come here. You have worked hard." Ku Gu approached, taken aback by her sudden kindness. Duo La observed his scars without a hint of compassion, only relief at having a useful tool. Among the two beastmen who once followed her from the tribe, one had long since succumbed to hardships and her temperament, slipping away. Now, only Ku Gu remained, utterly devoted to her. He still has some use," she mused, gently tracing the jagged wound on his arm. "I must hold on to him tightly, using him as a stepping stone to ascend to Lu Qi. As long as I have the opportunity to approach that lord, I, Duo La, will surely reclaim everything that belongs to me." Meanwhile, in the distant northern snowfields, the news reached Lin Er, who was on the road. As the news of the bow and arrow spread so swiftly, Lin halted the wolf rider, a flicker of concern in his silver-gray eyes. "Yes," Seth nodded. "This news has spread too quickly. It may bring her trouble." Lin gazed southward, as if he could pierce through mountains to see that ever-smiling figure. "We must hasten our pace," he stated gravely. "We need to resolve the northern affairs swiftly. Yao Yao needs protection." At that moment, Bai Yao was walking with Xian Mo on the way back to their tribe. Xuan Mo suddenly spoke. "The news of the bow and arrow has already spread." Bai Yao had anticipated this outcome. When soldiers come, they must defend, and when water comes, they must dam. As night fell, scouts from various factions galloped through the beast realm, while the storm ignited by a single bow and arrow had only just begun. Chapter 74. Lu Qi's decision. Deep within the estate of Wan Yicheng, flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows of torture instruments upon the walls. "My lord, a new type of weapon has emerged in the Fox tribe market," the trembling scout reported, kneeling. "It is said that a female subdued 2 guards instantly with it." The man, masked and seated upon the throne, tapped his fingers rhythmically against the armrest. The entire hall echoed with the sound of his deliberate tapping. After a lengthy pause, he spoke in a deep tone. "If this weapon falls into the hands of Bai Cheng or He Yin tribe, it would pose a lethal threat to Wan Yicheng. Find the seller. If it cannot serve my purpose, then destroy it. Remember, at any cost." Once his subordinates had departed, Lu Qi suddenly leaned against the throne, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. A familiar agony surged through his chest, nearly causing him to falter. "Ha!" A cold voice emanated from within him. "If you leave the protection of Wan Yicheng, your power will wane, will it not?" Lu Qi's pupils constricted behind his mask. "How do you know? I am a part of you, a shadow, and price that accompanied your forced fusion with that existence. The voice replied, resisting will only bring more pain. Surrender. Relinquish control of your body completely to me, and we shall merge as one, unleashing true power. Why endure these shackles? Lu Qi struck his palm against his chest, forcefully suppressing the voice within. Dark red blood seeped from beneath his mask as he gazed at the empty hall, resolute for the first time. It seems I must embark on this journey without delay. Deep within Wan Yicheng, Lu Qi stood before a colossal bone mirror and addressed his confidant. The Lord shall personally travel to the central region. His voice resonated throughout the spacious hall. This time, I shall personally retrieve the beast crystal of the Serpent Emperor Xianmo. The trembling guards knelt, none daring to remind the Lord of his usual reluctance to leave Wan Yicheng. Just as Lu Qi prepared to depart, that chilling voice echoed once more. Are you certain you wish to do this? Do you understand the consequences of leaving the sanctuary of this city? Lu Qi scoffed, gathering a mass of black mist at his fingertips. That newly matured Serpent Emperor is hardly worthy of my fear. Besides, even if I leave this city, you will remain here, will you not? With that, he transformed into a shadow and dashed out of the city gates. But upon crossing the boundary of Wan Yicheng, his expression changed drastically. A searing pain radiated from his chest, as though the cursed wound had been ignited. Lu Qi fell to one knee, watching helplessly as his hand shrank rapidly, his strength ebbing like the tide. Was this the backlash for forcefully leaving the place of refuge, for betraying an ancient oath? He gasped for breath, finally understanding why he had subconsciously never strayed far from Wan Yicheng. The curse proved to be far more malevolent and potent than he had ever imagined. Time passed, and a young orc child, adorned with tender dragon horns, lay unconscious by the roadside, bearing a wound on his chest identical to that of Lu Qi. This was the price exacted by the curse. Not only had he lost all power, but his form had reverted to that of a juvenile. Meanwhile, Bai Yao and Xianmo traversed the path back to their tribe. Oddly enough, despite being in the vicinity, Bai Yao looked around in confusion as the azure sea that had been etched in her memory had vanished without a trace. Xianmo squinted his golden eyes, recalling, I too remember a sea being here. Bai Yao retrieved a brilliantly shimmering scale from her pocket, which glimmered with an unusual luster under the sunlight. This scale surely cannot deceive us. After searching for some time, without success, they continued on their journey. Soon, Bai Yao's attention was captivated by some wild mushrooms by the roadside. It's the chicken fat mushroom, she exclaimed joyfully, crouching down. This will make the most exquisite soup. Xianmo frowned. I have witnessed animals become delirious after consuming such mushrooms. That was from eating poisonous ones. Bai Yao confidently clarified, look, the vividly colored ones are toxic, while this golden yellow variety is safe to eat. However, in her haste to gather, a few poisonous mushrooms inadvertently found their way into her basket. Overcome by hunger, Bai Yao washed them and took a few bites without further inspection. Observing her, Xianmo imitated her actions and chewed on two as well. Initially, all seemed well until Bai Yao pointed at the sky, exclaiming, Xianmo, look at that cloud, it seems to dance. Xianmo looked up, confusion flickering in his golden eyes. The clouds are swirling? They exchanged glances, both realizing something was amiss. The surrounding trees began to twist and warp, and the ground seemed to undulate. Xianmo struggled to maintain his clarity, shielding Bai Yao, who had started to hum behind him. The mushrooms are poisonous. Bai Yao giggled dreamily, reaching for non-existent butterflies. Just then, Xianmo keenly sensed something amiss in the grass beside the road. Parting the weeds, he discovered a young child with tender dragon horns lying unconscious, a gruesome wound on his chest, still oozing blood. Is this a member of the dragon clan? Bai Yao shook her head, attempting to comprehend the sight before her. After inspecting, Xianmo shook his head. The dragon clan has long been extinct. Moreover, his aura is quite peculiar. Bai Yao swiftly cradled the cub in her arms, a trickle of spiritual spring seeping from her palm, carefully feeding it into his mouth. The cool water slid down his throat, and Lu Qi regained a semblance of consciousness amid the excruciating pain. He had originally intended to storm directly into Bai Yao's tribe, but he had not anticipated the curse's backlash to be so severe. Just as darkness threatened to engulf him, a stream of coolness surged within, miraculously suppressing the curse's searing agony. What sort of power is this? He greedily absorbed the refreshing energy, akin to a weary traveler in the desert encountering an oasis. For the first time in years, he experienced the sensation of the curse being subdued. As night fell, the cub remained unconscious. Bai Yao gazed at his pale little face. Ultimately unable to bear it, we must take him back to the tribe. Such grave injuries cannot be left here. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xian Mo's golden eyes. But upon seeing Bai Yao's resolute gaze, he relented and lifted the child onto his back. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Qi gradually opened a narrow slit of his eyes. Isn't this the Serpent Emperor? And beside him lies his female? How'd I end up encountering them here? The plan had completely veered off course. He was meant to descend as the Lord of Evil, wielding absolute power to crush his adversaries. Yet now, feeling the temporary respite from the curse within him, he made a decision. Since this female possesses something that can alleviate his suffering, and fate has bestowed upon him such an unexpected opportunity, he would seize it and infiltrate the enemy's camp. He subtly adjusted his posture to rest more comfortably against Xian Mo's back, a cold smile gracing his lips that was utterly incongruous with his youthful visage. This performance he intended to execute flawlessly. Meanwhile, Bai Yao attentively arranged the clothing of the unconscious child, entirely unaware that she had rescued the notorious Lord of Evil, who struck terror into the hearts of the beast world. Chapter 75. Lu Qi and Xian Mo. As dusk descended, Lu Qi lay languidly against Xian Mo's broad back, perfectly disguised. He concealed all his strength deep within, appearing no different from a truly weak and helpless juvenile orc. Xian Mo and Bai Yao, having consumed the hallucinogenic mushrooms, felt somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, Xian Mo's robust constitution had allowed him to recover significantly. Bai Yao, however, still felt a bit lightheaded, prompting Xian Mo to administer an antidote to her. She silently reflected, indeed, one should not recklessly forage wild mushrooms by the roadside. Nevertheless, these mushrooms, once cooked, could yield a delicious soup. The journey was marked by silence, punctuated only by the sounds of footsteps and the whispers of the wind through the trees. Bai Yao occasionally reached out to check the horrific wound on Lu Qi's back, using a small amount of spring water to alleviate the pain on the surface of his injury, but cautiously refraining from allowing it to heal immediately. After all, she always felt that this ability should not be fully revealed. Before darkness enveloped the sky, they finally returned to the tribe. Noticing that the small cub on Xian Mo's back seemed to be asleep, Bai Yao lowered her voice, saying, "He is still sleeping. Let's care for him in my room." Xian Mo's brow furrowed immediately. "I am male. How can he stay with you? He should be with me." Meanwhile, Lu Qi, who was pretending to sleep, internally roared, "Who will want to stay in a cave with this cold-blooded serpent? Not me." Bai Ya Zenzit Xuan must jealousy. But seeing his determined demeanor, she ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Lu Qi, feeling a deep reluctance, had no choice but to maintain his charade of slumber while retaining his juvenile form, ensuring he did not reveal himself. If he continued to feign sleep, he would be taken to the serpent's den. He fluttered his eyelashes, slowly awakening, emitting a faint whimper, and opened a pair of bewildered and pitiful eyes, timidly asking, "Where am I? How'd I end up here?" He expertly tapped into the maternal instincts of the female toward the juvenile being. As expected, Bai Yao's heart instantly softened, and she cooed gently, "Little cub, why were you alone in the forest? Where your family?" Lu Qi merely shook his head in confusion, remaining oblivious to Bai Yao's inquiries. Finally, Bai Yao sighed to Xian Mo. He may have suffered an injury and lost his memory, or perhaps he is simply too young to recall. We can only care for him for now and slowly inquire whether there are any tribes nearby missing a cub. Xian Mo scrutinized Lu Qi, feeling an inherent unease, a primal instinct urging caution, yet unable to articulate what felt amiss. Nevertheless, observing Bai Yao's sincere expression, he did not wish to dismiss her goodwill and ultimately nodded in silence. Having successfully executed his plan, Lu Qi felt a flicker of triumph within. He was eager to discover what was so special about this female and the source of the power that alleviated his curse. Should it prove effective? A glint of insatiable greed flickered in his eyes. He would stop at nothing to claim it as his own. Now that he was awake, he need not go to Xianmo's cave. Bai Yao settled Lu Qi on a bench in the guest room, gently asking, "Little cub, what is your name?" Lu Qi shook his head in confusion again. Bai Yao felt it inappropriate to continuously refer to him as little cub. Noticing the horns atop his head, she suggested, "How about I call you Little Long?" Lu Qi nodded obediently on the surface, while inwardly scoffing at the name Little Long. Seeing him comply, Bai Yao's affection grew. "You stay here patiently. I will go prepare something delicious for you." Night had fallen, and all three were still hungry. Bai Yao gazed at the basket of washed mushrooms, deciding that the star of the dinner would be mushrooms, along with some dough. She instructed Xianmo to slice the pork, while she took the mushrooms and a few red berries to the riverbank to wash. She planned to concoct a dish of stir-fried pork slices with mushrooms, a pot of mushroom soup, and a warm serving of dumpling soup. Before departing, Bai Yao did not forget to remind Lu Qi, "Xiaolong, stay put and don't wander off. The meal will be ready soon." Lu Qi obediently nodded. Once their footsteps faded away, he swiftly jumped off the stone bed, his short legs carrying him as he began to explore the small cave. He scrutinized his surroundings with a discerning eye. Although this cave was significantly better than the grass huts in the tribe, to him, it bore little difference from the abodes at the lowest level of the Wancheng. He extended a tiny paw, disdainfully poking at the ceramic pot on the stove, then sneaked into several rooms, filled with doubt. Am I really meant to live in such a place? Is it too late to leave now? Having been accustomed to the finest comforts in Wancheng, he was particularly selective about food, and upon hearing the unfamiliar name of mushroom soup, he instinctively thought it must be a dish of dubious quality. Ultimately, reason prevailed. For the sake of the curse upon him, he had to endure. As he was lost in thought, footsteps echoed outside the cave. Alarmed, Lu Qi attempted to leap onto a stool, but Xianmo had already pushed the door open and entered. Noticing him in the center of the room, Xianmo's gaze sharpened with suspicion. "What are you doing?" Lu Qi immediately adopted a pitiful expression, whispering, I just wanted to familiarize myself with the environment." Unlike Bai Yao, Xianmo had no compassion for such displays of vulnerability. Crossing his arms, he coldly replied, "I am not Yao Yao. I care not for your intentions. Remember, if you dare to harm her in any way, I will ensure you suffer in ways unimaginable." Lu Qi scoffed inwardly, thinking, who knows who will be taking whose life then? Just then, the sound of Bai Yao's light footsteps approached. Lu Qi's eyes instantly filled with tears, his voice choked as he said, "Big brother, I mean no harm. I'm just scared." Upon entering, Bai Yao was greeted by this sight. Xianmo, with a frosty demeanor, exuding an intimidating presence, while the small cub cowered in fright. Shedding tears, she quickly stepped forward, embracing Lu Qi to comfort him. "Oh dear, don't cry, don't cry. Your brother merely has a fierce appearance. He doesn't mean to frighten you." She cast a helpless glance at Xianmo. "He is still just a child. Speak softly, lest you scare him further." "I am not scaring him," Xianmo retorted, his frustration mounting as he witnessed Bai Yao's unwavering defense of this mysterious cub. Yet he could not unleash his ire upon a mere child. Ultimately, he stiffly declared, "I need to step outside for some fresh air." Bai Yao recognized his displeasure and intended to call after him, but Lu Qi tugged at her clothing, softly sobbing, "Sister, I am hungry." Watching Xianmo swiftly disappear into the night, she sighed, conceding, "All right, I shall prepare a meal for you." She set Lu Qi back on the chair, and as soon as Bai Yao's figure was out of sight, Lu Qi gazed at her busy silhouette by the stove. He then glanced in the direction Xianmo had departed, a sly smile gradually forming on his lips. As dusk deepened, the stone house was permeated with the warm aroma of food. Bai Yao placed the minced meat Xianmo had prepared into the pot, the fatty bits sizzling on the heated stone slab, releasing glistening oils. With fluid motions, she retrieved ginger and several dried spices from her space, adding them to the pot to release their fragrance. Next, she tossed in fresh, red tomatoes along with the minced meat, stirring them together. Finally, she poured in water, and as it boiled, she sprinkled in sliced mushrooms and small lumps of dough. This seamless series of actions, particularly her ability to extract ingredients directly from her space, caught Lucci's attention from a corner. His pupils involuntarily contracted. Telekinesis? What kind of ability is this? A tide of excitement surged within him. The secrets this female harbored were far more profound than he had anticipated. It seemed the value of his visit had surpassed all expectations. As the thick soup bubbled in the pot, Bai Yao swiftly cooked mushroom slices with meat, adding spicy seasoning and stir-frying them over high heat. The bold aroma swiftly overshadowed the delicate fragrance of the soup, making Lucci unable to suppress a quiet swallow. While many believed the Lord of One Cheng to be bloodthirsty and violent, few understood Lucci's almost obsessive pursuit of culinary delights. In countless nights tormented by his curse, only meticulously prepared food could temporarily alleviate his suffering. Then, he watched as Bai Yao produced a bag of mysterious white powder. Just as alarm bells rang in his heart, suspecting she was about to force him to consume this peculiar substance, he saw her add water, knead it, and break the powder into small chunks, which she then tossed into the boiling tomato soup. Finally, it transformed into a steaming, thick, and enticing broth. Lucci silently observed. Every step this female took was beyond his comprehension. "Shinamo, come and eat," Bai Yao called out as she arranged the dishes. There was no response, only silence from outside. She pressed her lips together, her voice tinged with irritation. "Shinamo, if you don't return soon, I will truly be angry." No sooner had she finished speaking than the tall, dark figure entered, bearing the chill of the night, his expression impassive. "I'm back." Bai Yao, aware of his awkwardness, stepped forward and softened her tone. "All right, I made something new. Come and try it. You're sure to like it. I knew you were the best. You wouldn't stray far." Shinamo was indeed swayed by her gentle words, his demeanor relaxing as he awkwardly explained, "I was merely patrolling nearby, not straying far." This scene caused Lucci to stifle a laugh. The rumored brooding and inscrutable Snake Emperor was surprisingly easy to coax. However, Shinmo's remark about not straying far raised Lucci's vigilance, for it implied that finding an opportunity to act alone would be difficult. "Have you seen enough?" Bai Yao turned to ladle soup, and Shinmo's cold voice suddenly rang in Lucci's ear. Startled, Lucci turned to find Shinmo had silently approached him, his serpent-like eyes fixed coldly upon him. Lucci instantly adopted a timid expression. I was just curious. Curious enough to forget how to breathe?" Xuanimo leaned in, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. "Stop pretending. You'd best disappear before I find a reason to catch you." After stepping outside, Shinmo grew increasingly convinced that Lucci was not normal. In that moment, Lucci nearly erupted with rage. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a tone. He gathered a hint of dark energy at his fingertips, but forcibly suppressed it. "Patience," he silently chanted in his heart. To break the curse, he must endure. "Brother, I truly didn't tea. The soup is ready." Just as he spoke, Bai Yao's voice came from behind them, and both of them obediently took their seats. When the steaming bowl of dumpling soup was served, Lucci's attention was completely captivated. He imitated Bai Yao, carefully scooping a spoonful with a wooden ladle and gingerly bringing it to his mouth. The next moment, he froze. It was exquisite. The soup base was perfectly balanced between sour and sweet, and the tender, chewy dumplings evoked memories of flavors he had tasted a century ago in the far north, yet richer than he remembered. And that mushroom soup, how fresh! It was a taste he had never experienced before. "Is it delicious?" Bai Yao asked eagerly. Lucci looked up, his eyes devoid of pretense for the first time. "What is this?" "This is called dumpling soup. If you like it, eat more." Bai Yao filled another bowl for him. In that instant, a tumultuous conflict stirred within Lucci. Should he kill her and seize her abilities? Or should he keep her around to enjoy such delicacies forever? He quickly made his decision. He would have both. First, he would gain her trust, then strike when she was least guarded. "What is this?" Lucci pointed at the wooden bowl in front of him, continuing to play the part of the naive cub. "This is a wooden bowl. It's lightweight and suitable for you," Bai Yao patiently explained, her gaze expectantly watching him taste the food. Shinmo sampled each dish, offering a succinct assessment. Acceptable. He had always had modest expectations for culinary delights. As long as it provided sustenance, he was satisfied. Meanwhile, Lu Qi nearly buried his face in the bowl. The small bowl of gnocchi soup quickly revealed its bottom, and the chopsticks incessantly reached for the stir-fried mushrooms. This was not mere theatrics. It was indeed a flavor he had never experienced in the long span of his life. Delicious, sister. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. He lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with pure light. Yet, within his heart, a cold calculation lingered. Though such culinary delights were rare, if it meant exchanging her life for his own, he would do so without hesitation. Bai Yao, blissfully unaware of the murderous intent brewing within him, observed the little cub devouring his meal with delight, feeling satisfied. After the meal, Bai Yao and Xianmo discussed the arrangements for the following day, including inspecting the growth of wheat, receiving materials from the fox tribe, and hastening the production of bows and crossbows. Xianmo readily agreed, finding pleasure in taking on more responsibilities in Bai Yao's absence. This was a rare moment of solitude for them, yet it was interrupted by the mysterious little cub. As bedtime approached, conflict erupted once more. You plan to sleep with him tonight? Xianmo furrowed his brow upon witnessing Bai Yao naturally lift Lu Qi into her arms. He is still just a cub. Sleeping alone would frighten him, Bai Yao gently replied. But he is male, yet he is still a small child. At that moment, Lu Qi nestled closer in her neck. Whimpering in a small beast-like voice, "Sister, I'm scared to sleep alone." He would rather sleep with this female than with that serpent. Xianmo's gaze darkened as he briefly locked eyes with Lu Qi. He distinctly caught a glimpse of the faintest hint of provocation in the cub's golden eyes. Not again. Xianmo chose not to speak further and turned to leave. In the instant he turned his back, Lu Qi buried his face in Bai Yao's shoulder and slowly curled his lips into a smile. This silent contest seemed far more intriguing than he had anticipated. However, he could not foresee that spending the night with this female would lead to subsequent events. As night deepened within the cave, Bai Yao prepared a soft bed of animal skins and beckoned the small figure standing beside the bed. "Little dragon, come and sleep." Lu Qi wrestled internally. Did this woman truly intend for the lord of the city to share her bed? It was utterly absurd. To avoid entering the serpent's room, he had agreed to stay in the same space, but he never imagined it entailed sharing a bed. He hesitated, determined to keep his distance. However, as he approached the edge of the bed, Bai Yao leaned in closer, saying, "Let me check how your wound is healing." As she reached for his clothing, Lu Qi stiffened, instinctively recoiling, clutching his collar tightly, and glaring at Bai Yao with wariness. Bai Yao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, reaching out to ruffle his hair. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so shy at such a young age." Lu Qi thought to himself, "Shy? The lord of the city is afraid of your ulterior motives. Does this woman intend to take advantage of me?" He turned his head to evade her hand, pressing his lips tightly together, rapidly searching for a suitable excuse befitting a cub. Finally stammering, Beast Mother said that males should not show their bodies so freely. His voice dwindled, tinged with a shyness he secretly despised. Bai Yao found his innocent reasoning amusing. "Your Beast Mother has quite conservative views. But did she not tell you that wounds need treatment? If not properly tended, they can become infected and lead to serious consequences." She deliberately sought to frighten him, softening her tone as if coaxing a true child. Taking advantage of Lu Qi's momentary distraction, Bai Yao swiftly pulled him into her embrace, her arms locking around his small limbs as she deftly lifted the hem of his shirt. Lu Qi felt a sudden chill sweep over him, and his mind went blank. Was it possible that the formidable lord of the city, feared throughout the beast realm, could be subjected to such humiliation by a female? A rush of blood surged to his head, his cheeks, ears, and even neck flushing crimson. After living for hundreds of years, he had never endured such a disgrace. "You!" He nearly lost his composure, wishing to struggle, only to despairingly realize that in this juvenile form, he lacked the strength to resist Bai Yao. He could only helplessly endure her cool hand brushing over his skin and the scrutinizing gaze upon him. Within, he roared, "Rogue! Female rogue! Once I regain my strength, I shall." Yet Bai Yao's attention was solely on the wound on his chest. She examined it closely. It is healing well. The wound has not worsened, and the edges are beginning to close. It seems that with time and care, it will be fine. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the cub's face was flushed, his eyes darting, radiating a mix of embarrassment and fury. Bai Yao, misunderstanding his reaction as mere shyness, quickly adjusted his clothing and smoothed out the wrinkles. Observing his still reddened face and recalling her experiences caring for children, she tentatively asked, "Little dragon, do you need to urinate? Emptying your bladder before sleep is good for your health. Urinate." Lu Qi felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting on the spot. Did this woman know what she was saying? Even if it meant death, he would never. "I do not." His voice cracked, laced with a blend of humiliation and indignation. "I do not need to urinate." Seeing his extreme reaction, Bai Yao realized he genuinely did not want to, merely overwhelmed by shyness. She stifled a laugh and confirmed, "Are you sure you're not uncomfortable anywhere? The wound doesn't hurt, right?" "No, I feel perfectly fine." Lu Qi spoke rapidly, eager to conclude this nightmarish topic. "Sister, let us sleep. We should go to sleep." He proactively pulled the animal skin blanket over himself, wrapping into a cocoon, leaving only his eyes, filled with existential despair, visible. Bai Yao found his demeanor incredibly adorable, unable to resist ruffling his soft hair once more, causing Lu Qi to stiffen again. All right, let's sleep. Our little dragon is so cute." She extinguished the lamp and naturally drew the cocooned Lu Qi, along with the blanket, into her embrace, finding a comfortable position before soon drifting into even breaths. Lu Qi, tightly held in her arms, felt as if he had turned to stone. The faint, pleasant scent of the female enveloped him, her warm, soft body pressed against his back, and he could even sense the delicate airflow from her breathing above him. This intimate contact sent his blood racing, his heartbeat spiraling out of control. How improper! How utterly inappropriate! How dare this woman! He squirmed awkwardly, attempting to escape this suffocating embrace. However, at his slightest movement, Bai Yao, still in slumber, murmured in discontent, tightening her arms around him and unconsciously rubbing her chin against his head. Lu Qi ceased all movement, lying rigidly as he felt the unfamiliar warmth encasing him, his inner turmoil mingling with a baffling sense of helplessness. He needed to remain calm. This woman, Bai Yao, harbored too many secrets. The spring that could alleviate his curse, her ability to conjure items from thin air. While it would be simple to eliminate her, doing so might forfeit his chance to break the curse, a loss not worth the cost. Yes, keeping her alive was essential for uncovering her secrets, for utilizing her. It was certainly not because this infernal embrace made him feel a hint of reluctance to leave. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to disregard the warmth and heartbeat behind him, beginning to plot his subsequent plans. Just as his thoughts began to settle, outside the room, Serpent Emperor paced back and forth like a guardian spirit, his sharp serpent ears perked high, intently listening for any sounds from within. When only the steady rhythm of 2 breaths remained, his slit pupils nearly ignited with fury in the darkness. Serpent Emperor pondered, astonished that she had actually fallen asleep while embracing that mysterious young boy. It was only their first meeting, and she had never behaved in such a manner before. Was it because I am not good enough? Does she despise my cold body and refuse to sleep beside me? No. It must be that little rascal who has some hidden agenda. Yes, he must have employed some trick to bewitch Yao Yao. The more he thought, the more furious he became, and the angrier he grew, the less sleep he could find. He fixed his gaze on the door, as if he could pull out the little spirit who had claimed Bai Yao's embrace with his piercing stare. Inside the room, Lu Qi keenly sensed the resentful and scrutinizing gaze from outside. He sneered inwardly, thinking it was sheer luck that he had not acted recklessly just moments ago. Otherwise, in his current state, facing that serpent would have left him with little chance of success. Yet, as he felt Bai Yao's presence behind him and the almost palpable jealousy emanating from Serpent Emperor outside, a peculiar sense of satisfaction, subtle and unnoticed even by himself, began to swell within him. He closed his eyes and instinctively shrank closer to the warm source beside him. Foolish snake, you can stay outside and enjoy the wind. The next morning, Bai Yao awoke in the warmth of the fur blanket, instinctively reaching beside her only to find emptiness. Opening her eyes, she discovered that the little dragon cub who had been sleeping next to her was nowhere to be found, nor was Mo. Had they left so early? She mumbled to herself, thinking that Mo might have gone hunting, but where could the little dragon cub have gone? Rising from her bed, she stepped outside the stone house and immediately spotted a small figure sitting alone on a stump by the door, its back facing her, appearing particularly forlorn in the morning light. Bai Yao's heart melted instantly. Oh dear, this little one must be missing his family. She approached quietly and sat beside him, her tone dripping with gentleness. Little dragon, what troubles you? Are you missing home? Lu Qi felt speechless within. Home? This lord does not require a home. Sitting here is merely to observe the defensive vulnerabilities of your pathetic tribe. He was calculating which direction would be suitable for infiltration and which watchtower had blind spots, completely unprepared for Bai Yao's tender conclusions. However, he could not let his facade crumble. Slowly turning his head, he allowed a layer of mist to form in his silver eyes, his lips slightly pursed, speaking in a soft and gentle voice. Sister. That expression would evoke sympathy in anyone who beheld it. Bai Yao was indeed struck by his appearance. Her maternal instincts overwhelming as she ruffled his hair. Do not be sad. Until we find your family. This place is your home, and I will take care of you. Your family is surely safe, and perhaps even searching for you right now. Lu Qi scoffed inwardly at the notion of safety. Their bones had likely turned to ash. Yet, he wore a grateful smile on his face, speaking in a childish voice. Sister is so kind. Thank you. Bai Yao was healed by his innocent smile, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle his hair once more. This time, her fingers inadvertently brushed against the two delicate dragon horns nestled within his hair. Lu Qi's body jolted as if electrified, a strange sensation coursing through him from the horns, causing his cheeks to flush bright red. Internally, he screamed. How could she so carelessly touch his horns? This was utterly inappropriate. Bai Yao, oblivious to his distress, found the sensation of her fingertips intriguing and gently touched them again. Laughing, your little horns are quite adorable. Do all you beastmen retain this half-human, half-beast form in childhood? Sister, Lu Qi recoiled, covering his horns with small hands, his face as red as a boiled shrimp, his voice trembling with embarrassment and anger. You cannot touch them here. Oh, is it forbidden to touch? Only then did Bai Yao awkwardly withdraw her hand, finding his flustered demeanor amusing and adorable. All right, I shan't touch them anymore. But, speaking of which, your horns resemble the legendary dragon horns. Little dragon, are you of the dragon lineage? Upon hearing the mention of lineage, Lu Qi's heart jolted, yet his face immediately adopted a vacant expression. He lowered his head, tugging at his clothing. I do not know. Since I can remember, no one has told me what I am, and I look different from the other beastmen. They do not like me, calling me an ominous monster. He strained to recall the tragic descriptions his subordinates had reported about the wandering orphans, performing a half-true, half-false act. As expected, Bai Yao conjured an image of a young cub ostracized due to its unique bloodline. Her gaze softened with compassion, wishing to embrace him tightly for comfort. It is all right. With sister here, no one will dislike you. Just then, Mo appeared in the distance, shouldering a creature that could barely be considered a small beast. The size of the prey did not quite match the prowess he typically displayed. Mo's expression was somewhat unnatural as he approached and stiffly explained. The larger ones sensed my presence and fled long before I could reach them. Bai Yao immediately understood. That proud serpent must have felt humiliated. She quickly smiled and said, Smaller ones are better. The meat is tender, perfect for a fresh meal. Gloomy, let us prepare something delicious for you. Lu Qi observed the small prey, scoffing inwardly. How pathetic. If one lacks strength, they cannot catch prey and must find excuses. Mo sharply sensed the subtle gaze and abruptly turned, his golden eyes piercingly scrutinizing Lu Qi. Lu Qi reacted with astonishing speed, instantly reverting to his innocent demeanor, even offering Mo a timid smile. Mo felt perplexed. Was that just an illusion? Something about this little rascal's gaze seemed amiss. Little dragon, play nearby for a while. Do not wander far. Sister will call you when the meal is ready. Bai Yao instructed, turning to Xuan Montag. Xuan Montag, come help me start a fire. The two enter the makeshift kitchen to begin their tasks. Lu Qi watched their retreating figures, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. The opportunity had arrived. He pretended to play at the door, and while they were distracted, he swiftly darted into the depths of the tribe, commencing his true observation. When the fragrant buns and pancakes were ready, Bai Yao called out, "Little dragon, it's time to eat." After several shouts with no response, she stepped outside and searched nearby, her heart sinking as she realized that the little figure was nowhere to be found. "Shinemo, something is wrong. The little dragon is missing. Has he run off? Or could he have been taken?" She anxiously grasped Xianmo's arm. Xianmo's brow furrowed deeply as he was about to release his spiritual energy to sense their surroundings when he heard rustling from the nearby grass. The next moment, Lu Qi appeared, his hair adorned with grass clippings and his small face flushed as he exclaimed, "Sister, I'm back." Bai Yao was startled by his sudden appearance. Placing a hand over her heart, "Where have you been? You scared me to death." She crouched down, her tone laced with reproach, but more so with relief. "You must not wander off like that again. Do you understand? The outside world is very dangerous." Lu Qi blinked his large eyes innocently. "I saw a beautiful butterfly and chased after it, sister. I'm sorry, I won't do it again." He tugged at Bai Yao's clothes, quietly admitting his fault. Seeing him so obediently apologize, any lingering anger in Bai Yao dissipated, leaving only exasperation. "All right, but you must tell sister beforehand next time. Now, wash your hands and come eat." Meanwhile, Xianmo observed silently, his suspicions deepening. This little rascal appeared at the most opportune moment. During the meal, Lu Qi tasted the buns and pancakes for the first time, the soft texture and rich wheat aroma instantly captivating his palate. He stuffed his cheeks, too engrossed in the delightful food to uphold any semblance of decorum. Mumbling through a mouthful, "Sister, this is so delicious. What is it made of?" Bai Yao observed him devouring his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm, unable to suppress a chuckle. "This is made from flour ground from wheat. Later, I will take you to see the wheat fields we have cultivated. How does that sound?" Lu Qi nodded vigorously, his mouth stuffed with food, while his mind reevaluated Bai Yao. This woman not only possessed remarkable powers, but also crafted food that was extraordinarily unique. Indeed, coming here was the right decision. Meanwhile, Xianmo silently watched Lu Qi, who seemed to monopolize all of Bai Yao's attention. And the pancake in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. His golden eyes narrowed as he resolved to uncover the flaws of this young rascal as swiftly as possible. After the trio finished their breakfast, Xianmo quietly began to clear the dishes. A glance at Lu Qi, who was slumped in his chair with a slightly protruding belly, caused him to frown momentarily before he turned and walked toward the riverbank. He needed to cool off with some cold water. The sight of that boy in such contentment inexplicably irked him. Bai Yao, on the other hand, began tidying up, preparing to check on the condition of the wheat fields. Before her last trip to the Fox Clan market, she had already begun the process of cultivation and sowing in the tribe, and she was uncertain how well these precious seeds had adapted. Lu Qi lazily leaned back against his chair, basking in the warm sunlight, feeling an unprecedented sense of fullness. This tranquility and deliciousness oddly instilled in him a sense of absurd attachment. He abruptly shook his head, dispelling that dangerous thought. "Lu Qi, you are the malevolent lord of the city. How can you indulge in such mundane desires?" Just then, an exuberant voice approached. "Yao Yao, I heard you returned from the Fox Clan market." Before she finished speaking, Tana burst through the door in a whirlwind. Her gaze swept across the room and was immediately captivated by the exquisite, horned young one seated in the chair. "Wow, Yao Yao, when did you have such a beautiful little one? That was so fast." Bai Yao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Nah, think for a moment. I was only gone for a few days. How could I have given birth to such a big child? And look at his racial characteristics." Only then did Tana realize, scratching her head in embarrassment. "Oh right, your beast husband is a wolf and a snake. How could you possibly have a little one with horns?" She leaned closer to Lu Qi, unable to resist pinching his soft cheeks. "But he is really adorable. Yao Yao, where did you find him? Tell me, so I can find one too." Lu Qi felt a surge of irritation. "Find? Am I a mere stone by the roadside? Moreover, this female is utterly lacking in decorum. He suppressed the impulse to swat her hand away, striving to maintain a naive, though stiff, expression. Bai Yao laughed at Tana's words. If you think he's cute, why not have one yourself? Hey, how did you know that my beast husbands and I are planning to have young ones this year? Tana became animated, explaining that the annual mating season was too time-consuming, allowing only one chance to conceive each year. My mother said it's best for each beast husband to leave an heir. Having several children in a family is more lively. Bai Yao felt her scalp tingle with the pressure of such reproductive expectations. Meanwhile, Lu Qi silently scoffed. Do females gather to discuss such matters? Don't they notice I'm here? What a lack of decorum. Suddenly, Bai Yao realized something. Since she arrived in this world, she seemed to have never experienced what was referred to as a mating season. Hesitating, she lowered her voice to ask Tana, Nah, that mating season, is it? Well, how often does it occur? Tana paused for a moment before responding nonchalantly. Oh, you mean that? Generally, it happens once a year. So after the mating season, the chances of conceiving are at their highest. What about you? Do you want to have young ones? Would you prefer wolf cubs or snake hatchlings? She winked at Bai Yao. Bai Yao's face flushed with embarrassment. That's not what I meant. She merely sought to understand her own bodily condition. Lu Qi listened intently from the side, internally scoffing. Such a hassle. He had always considered young ones to be noisy and fragile, the greatest source of trouble. At that moment, he had no inkling of how this statement would come back to haunt him in the future. Bai Yao swiftly changed the subject, inquiring about Tana's reason for visiting. Tana finally revealed her intention, hoping to accompany her on the next trip to the Fox Clan market, as she had some handmade items she wished to exchange. Bai Yao readily agreed, then entered the house to retrieve the fabric she had acquired from the shopkeeper during her last visit. Here, take this. Tana received the fabric, the delicate and smooth texture causing her to exclaim, by the beast god, isn't this silk that only the nobility in the core area can afford? Yao, how did you get this? Did you enter the core area, or did that Fox Clan high priest give it to you? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. What are you thinking? Bai Yao chuckled. I won this in a bet at the market. It's legitimate. Take it and use it. I have no need for it now. Yao, you are too generous. This is the best gift I've ever received. Tana exclaimed excitedly, hugging Bai Yao before joyfully heading home with the fabric. The mention of the Fox Clan high priest caught Lu Qi's attention, who had remained quietly in the background. The high priest, known for her aloofness and disinterest in women, evidently had connections with this woman. He raised his head, his deep golden eyes once again scrutinizing Bai Yao as she organized her belongings. His curiosity intensifying, this woman truly exceeded expectations at every turn. At that moment, Xian Mo returned after washing the dishes, still carrying a hint of the river's moisture. As he stepped into the courtyard, Bai Yao called out, Xian Mo, you're back just in time. Let's go check on the wheat fields. Wheat fields? Lu Qi's heart stirred. Were the delicious buns and pancakes made from this? Instantly, he exhibited childlike curiosity, jumping from his chair and eagerly tugging at Bai Yao's clothing. Xian Mo observed Lu Qi's obedient actions with a flicker of displeasure in his slit pupils, yet he nodded nonetheless. The three of them arrived at the open area on the outskirts of the tribe. In this expanse, fresh green shoots had just broken through the soil. Bai Yao crouched down, her fingers delicately brushing against a leaf no larger than a fingernail. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This has grown too quickly. She distinctly remembered planting the seeds just 3 to 4 days prior to her visit to the Fox Clan market. Based on her knowledge from her original world, wheat typically required over a week to sprout, and the sight before her clearly surpassed her expectations. Could it be that plants in this beast realm grew at such an astonishing rate? Lu Qi stood at the edge of the field, his golden eyes fixated on the new green sprouts. In his past experiences, food either came from hunting, plundering, or sporadic gathering from nature. The methodical act of burying seeds in the earth, ultimately transforming them into a stable food source, was both foreign and fascinating to him. These newly sprouted shoots symbolized a form of order and hope, starkly contrasting the bloody and immediate survival tactics he had known. Sister, he tugged at Bai Yao's clothing, pointing at the tender shoots. Can these little green sprouts really become those delicious buns? He needed confirmation that this seemingly fragile thing truly contained such vitality. Bai Yao snapped out of her reverie, looking at Lu Qi. Yes, they are currently just sprouts called seedlings. They need sunshine, water, and time to grow tall. Eventually, they will produce ears, and when the ears turn golden and plump, that's when the grains will be ready. The grains are ground into flour, which is then used to make buns and pancakes. Seedlings, ears, grains, ground into flour. Lu Qi increasingly felt that every word spoken by the female before him surpassed his understanding. Xianmo stood silently by, his gaze lingering on Bai Yao's profile. When she smiled at these tiny lives, the icy aura surrounding him inexplicably softened. However, when his gaze shifted to the young creature, the momentary tranquility vanished, leaving only scrutiny in his vertically slit pupils. Clearly, the environment here suited them well. Bai Yao stood up, brushing the dirt from her hands, and thought about the time when they would grow up and harvest. She promised to prepare more delightful dishes for them that they had never tasted before. Habitually, she reached out to ruffle Lu Qi's hair, but paused at the thought of his sensitive dragon horns, ultimately opting to gently pat his shoulder instead. You're the best. Sister, Lu Qi internally mused, knowing he must continue to endure and uncover all the secrets she held. Chapter 80. How infuriating, he actually fell asleep. As the night descended, the stone house fell into tranquility. Eventually, Bai Yao remarked that once the little dragon cub had adapted to its surroundings, it would be time for it to sleep independently, and she would accompany him later. Although Xianmo remained sullen, casting a disapproving glance at the small figure within the room. He reluctantly nodded and returned to his own quarters. He told himself this was to ensure Bai Yao's peace of mind. Yet the discomfort of having his territory encroached upon lingered in his heart. Inside, Bai Yao observed Lu Qi, who had already climbed onto the bed by himself. Lost in thought, the busy daylight had made it difficult for her to explore the planting space, especially with the little one almost never leaving her side. She planned to act quietly once he fell asleep. After the events of the previous night, Lu Qi found himself less resistant to Bai Yao's proximity. He had even begun to grow accustomed to the warmth of her embrace. After lying down, he instinctively awaited that familiar encirclement, wondering when the female would hold him again. However, after a long while, silence prevailed beside him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he opened his eyes and looked at Bai Yao, asking, "Sister, aren't you going to hold me to sleep tonight?" Bai Yao recalled Xianmo's earlier admonition tinged with jealousy. He is a male and must learn independence. You cannot always indulge him. Additionally, she remembered warnings from modern society about overindulgence and steeled her heart, smiling as she tousled his hair. Our little dragon is becoming quite the young man. He must learn to sleep by himself. From now on, sister will only sleep nearby. Once you get used to it, you will have to sleep in your own room. Just like brother Xianmo, Lu Qi's internal thoughts were filled with disbelief. This female is clearly playing hard to get. Just as he was getting accustomed to her warmth, she intends to withdraw? As the lord of the infamous city, would he truly yearn for a female-s embrace? Absurd. A wave of inexplicable frustration surged within him. He muttered, "Oh, I understand. Good night, sister," and quickly turned away, presenting his back to Bai Yao, his entire demeanor radiating displeasure. Observing his sulking figure, Bai Yao felt a sense of relief. It seemed he genuinely wished to grow into a man and was showing maturity. Little did she know, the Lord was fervently cursing in his heart. "Humph, tomorrow I will ignore you too," confirming that Lu Qi's breathing had gradually stabilized, seemingly in deep slumber. Bai Yao finally collected her thoughts and delved into the mysterious planting space. The scene within the space left her both astonished and delighted. The wheat she had sown before was growing at an extraordinary rate, far surpassing that of the fields outside, already towering significantly. At this rate, it would soon reach maturity. She carefully removed the few weeds that had naturally sprouted within the space and checked on the fish and shrimp in the spiritual spring, discovering with joy that they had multiplied into groups. Clearly, with the successful trade of crossbows and the expansion of influence, the space had upgraded once more. She quickly decided to prepare a seafood feast tomorrow and share some with Tana and the others. taking advantage of Lu Qi's deep slumber. She thought it was the perfect opportunity to retrieve ingredients, to avoid the prying eyes of many during the day, especially not wanting to expose the secret of the space in front of the little one. It felt like an instinctual anxiety. She quietly extracted some fresh fish, shrimp, and crabs from the space, and upon returning to her body, she stealthily left the bed to store the ingredients in the kitchen. Just as she gently closed the door behind her, the sleeping Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes. This time, he saw clearly. The fish and shrimp that the woman had conjured from thin air were no mere illusion. Telekinesis? No. It felt more like she had retrieved them directly from a hidden storage place. The previous time, perhaps the distance had dulled his perception, but now, the unusual energy fluctuations were unmistakable. She had lain beside him and then risen to possess such abilities, seemingly without the need for sleep. More like a manifestation of will? The secrets surrounding this woman certainly unfolded in layers. Feeling a surge of determination, Lu Qi resolved to seize the next opportunity to uncover the essence and origin of this ability. Bai Yao returned to the room, gently tucking the blanket around the sleeping Lu Qi, her fingertips brushing softly against his cheek. Lu Qi could even feel her warm breath so close, causing his body to instinctively tense. Internally scoffing, he thought, "What is this? Aren't we supposed to maintain distance? Umph, now you come to provoke me?" However, the anticipated kiss did not descend. Bai Yao merely adjusted the blanket and then turned to lie down, contemplating the various matters that would arise after the weapon's arrival the following day, soon drifting into slumber. Lu Qi, filled with disappointment. How infuriating. She really fell asleep? He closed his eyes in frustration, forcing himself to succumb to sleep. Until deep into the night, all was silent. A stifled, anguished whimper suddenly roused Bai Yao. Turning to see, she found the little cub curled into a ball, drenched in cold sweat, his tiny body convulsing, hands clutching desperately at the fabric of his chest, as if enduring immense pain. He was mumbling incoherently, it hurts, father, why?" Bai Yao's heart tightened, rushing forward to embrace him, softly calling, "Little dragon? Wake up, little dragon." She touched his head, feeling the heat radiating from it. A fever? Without hesitation, she retrieved water from the spiritual spring, carefully feeding it to him. The cool water, imbued with extraordinary power, slid down his throat, washing away the burning pain that coursed through his bones. Lu Qi abruptly opened his eyes, the ferocity and lingering killing intent of a superior sweeping across Bai Yao's face. Yet, upon encountering her gaze filled with concern and tenderness, that terrifying light instantly dissipated, replaced by a youthful fear. "Sister," he uttered, his voice trembling, reminiscent of a genuinely frightened cub, instinctively burying his heated cheek into Bai Yao's warm neck, his body still slightly trembling from residual pain. "I'm so scared." This posture of dependence was half pretense, half an instinctive quest for comfort after surviving a traumatic experience. Bai Yao gently patted his back, softly reassuring him, it's all right, you just had a nightmare." However, her heart was clouded with increasing doubts. He was still just a child. What kind of old wounds could provoke such intense suffering in his dreams? What did he mean by father? What was his child hiding? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Mo, who had been in light slumber, quietly stood behind the door, his golden slit pupils glinting with a cold light in the darkness. He clearly heard the stifled groans of pain and sensed Bai Yao's movements as she rose to comfort him. Internally, Mo thought, that little brat is certainly playing tricks again to elicit Bai Yao's sympathy. How infuriating. Chapter 81. Humph, in such a grand manner. Early the next morning, Bai Yao was awakened by a stifled argument outside her door. Confused, she donned her clothes and opened the door, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. There stood Mo with his arms crossed, an expression of displeasure on his face, while opposite him, the small Lu Qi resembled a little beast that had been provoked. Despite the significant height difference between the two, Lu Qi held his head high, lips pressed together, resembling a defiant little rooster. What on earth is going on? Bai Yao stepped forward, observing the pair before her, wondering what this larger and smaller one were quarreling about so early in the morning. Upon seeing Bai Yao, Lucci immediately changed his demeanor, rushing over to cling tightly to her leg, tilting his small face upward, his silver eyes misting over with a hint of moisture. In a voice filled with innocence and grievance, he pleaded, "Sister, Shienemo Gij insists on taking me hunting. But I'm so small, and the outside world is fraught with danger. What if I encounter fierce wild beasts or stray creatures? I am frightened." As he spoke, he nuzzled his face against Bai Yao. Internally, Lu Qi scoffed. This cunning serpent, attempting to deceive the lord of the city into becoming bait? Moreover, he was certainly trying to test him. This was utterly preposterous. Meanwhile, Xianmo's intentions were more straightforward. He did not wish for this mysterious little creature to cling to Bai Yao all day, monopolizing her attention. More importantly, his strong intuition warned him that this child was anything but ordinary. He needed to keep a watchful eye on him to ensure Bai Yao's safety. Of course, there was also a selfish desire to prevent this little being from usurping Bai Yao's affections. At that moment, witnessing Lu Qi's dramatic complaint, Xianmo's slit pupils narrowed, his tone becoming stern. Hunting is an essential path for the growth of beastmen. Precisely because he appears small, he must continually train to mature, and he may possess the ability to protect himself. The last remark was pointedly insinuative. Bai Yao felt overwhelmed by the tension between them. How could it be that these two seemed like natural adversaries? With a sigh, she gently addressed Xianemo. "Xianemo, little dragon is still too young. It is indeed unsafe for him to venture outside now. You would be better off hunting alone." Seeing Xianmo's expression remain grave, she leaned in closer and lowered her voice to coax him. "Our Xianemo is the strongest. You can return with a bountiful catch all on your own. If you take him along, you will have to divide your attention, which could slow you down, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Xianmo's tense countenance softened slightly. Indeed, bringing along this ambiguous little burden would not only be a hindrance, but could also affect his ability to track prey. He cast a glance at Lu Qi, who was timidly gazing at him, and with a disdainful snort, he acquiesced. "Very well." Bai Yao sighed with relief and smiled reassuringly. "You go and return swiftly. I have prepared some delicious food for you to enjoy when you come back." Xianmo nodded, giving one last lingering glance at Lu Qi, who still clung to Bai Yao's leg, before transforming into a shadow and swiftly disappearing into the direction of the forest. Lu Qi scoffed internally. How hypocritical, clearly not wanting me to be alone with this female. Bai Yao, of course, was oblivious to his inner derision. After Xianmo's departure, she recalled Lu Qi's murmurs during his nightmare the previous night and crouched down to cautiously inquire, "Little dragon, has your memory returned a bit? Have you recalled anything about your family? Who are your relatives?" A warning bell rang in Lu Qi's mind, but he maintained a calm facade and replied with a childlike voice, "Sister, I remembered my beast father and beast mother, along with some siblings." He intentionally obscured the details. Bai Yao observed his innocent eyes and hesitated before gently asking, "Was your beast father unkind to you?" Lu Qi's heart raced with heightened vigilance. Why was she asking this suddenly? Did she uncover something during his moment of unconsciousness? He quickly lowered his eyelashes, the long silver fringes concealing the fleeting glimmer of menace in his gaze, and pitifully responded, "Sister, why do you ask that?" Seeing his reaction, Bai Yao felt remorseful, realizing she might have touched upon a painful subject for the child. She quickly explained, "It was because you were having a nightmare last night, seeming very distressed. Calling out for your beast father, I was a bit worried." Understanding dawned on Lu Qi, a wave of shock coursing through him as he recognized the curse had flared up again in his dreams. The effects of that spirit spring must have waned, failing to suppress it entirely. Had he unconsciously called out for that man, now nothing but bones? Well, as he said, how much did this woman know? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Was his identity exposed? If he acted now, taking advantage of Xianmo's absence to eliminate her and flee the tribe, what were his chances of success? But the secret she held, that liquid, that mysterious space, the endless stream of novel knowledge and food, killing her would sever all leads. As his internal struggle between murderous intent and curiosity raged, Bai Yao's next words temporarily soothed him. "You only called out a couple of times. After I gave you some medicine, you fell into a peaceful sleep. Lucci assessed the situation and concluded that she had not delved deeper nor suspected his identity. For now, he would remain inactive, but he must be more cautious moving forward. He swiftly composed himself, and when he looked up again, his expression was one of feigned sorrow. "Sister, my beast father indeed does not favor me. He prefers my brother. But mother treats me very well." He skillfully infused his voice with a quivering tone of grievance, successfully eliciting Bai Yao's sympathy and guilt. "I'm sorry, little dragon. I shouldn't have asked those things." Bai Yao's heart softened, and she gently embraced him, saying, "Don't be sad. Once you grow up and become strong, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Strength is the most important foundation." Lucci nodded in her embrace, concealing the deeper meaning in his gaze. This topic had been momentarily set aside. "All right, let's not dwell on that anymore." Bai Yao stood up, taking his hand. "Today I have prepared delicious food for you." She led Lucci to the kitchen, where she began to clean the fish, shrimp, and crab she had prepared the night before. Lucci watched from the side, his small face betraying his disdain. These aquatic creatures were largely regarded as inedible in the beast world, often considered inferior food, even tainted. Was this woman so impoverished that she had to resort to eating this? Should he consider offering her some assistance? Before he could decide how to be generous, Bai Yao had already skillfully finished preparing the ingredients. "Little dragon, go play outside for a while. I will call you when the food is ready." Soon, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. The mingling of spicy and savory scents created an irresistible allure. Unable to restrain himself, Lucci swallowed hard, his mind filled with uncertainty. This dish seemed to smell delightful. When a so-called seafood feast was presented on the table, the spicy fish glistened with a bright red oil. The fragrant shrimp appeared enticing, and the steamed crab meat was pure and plump. Even Xian Mo, returning from outside, was taken aback by the unfamiliar dishes before him, a flicker of surprise flashing in his golden eyes. "This is called a seafood feast. I hope you enjoy it," Bai Yao introduced with a smile. No sooner had she spoken than Lucci, already tempted by the aroma, eagerly picked up a piece of the snow-white fish and placed it in his mouth. The spicy and savory flavors burst on his palate. The fish was incredibly tender, devoid of the expected fishy stench, and instead, it was a taste of exquisite freshness. Lucci was astounded. This dish was unexpectedly delicious? Was the conventional wisdom of the beast world incorrect? Forgetting his image, he reached out for the spicy shrimp. Bai Yao noticed and patiently taught him how to peel the shell and extract the meat. Xian Mo learned quickly, savoring the food with a silent elegance. And though he spoke little, his pace of eating was noticeably brisk. While they were immersed in their feast, an elderly yet serious voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. "Is Bai Yao at home?" It was the voice of the tribe shaman. Upon opening the door, Bai Yao saw the shaman standing there, accompanied by several Fox tribe envoys, each carrying a hefty wooden box. "Bai Yao," the shaman began, "the high priest of the Fox tribe has sent these. They are to be delivered directly into your hands." Bai Yao understood immediately. These must be the materials for crafting the crossbows. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude and invited them to bring the boxes inside. The shaman did not leave immediately. He examined the finely crafted boxes and could not help but lower his voice. "Bai Yao, what transaction have you reached with the high priest? Or could it be?" He paused, a glint of mischief flashing in his elder eyes. "Are these items a gift from the high priest to you?" His words were laced with innuendo, and even Xian Mo, who had just stepped out of the room, caught wind of it, his golden vertical pupils instantly cooling a few degrees. Bai Yao felt somewhat embarrassed by this blunt speculation and hurriedly waved her hand to clarify. "It's not what you think. I am merely collaborating with the Grand Priest to help him create some items." The shaman, noticing her unperturbed demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, and seeing Xian Mo's displeased expression, wisely refrained from pursuing the matter further. Instead, he remarked, "Thanks to you, the Grand Priest has shown greater regard for our tribe, and has even invited me to participate in the next season's sacrificial ceremony." There was a hint of pride in his tone. Bai Yao smiled, fully aware that this was merely a tactic employed by the Fox tribe's Grand Priest to win loyalty. She responded politely, "Then I truly congratulate you. Please convey to the Grand Priest that I have received the items and will complete them promptly." I will trouble you to notify him when they are ready for collection. The shaman nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave when his gaze suddenly fixed on a quiet figure in the corner. A little cub? He distinctly remembered that Bai Yao's household did not possess any young ones. The shaman's brow furrowed subtly. His keen perception, honed through years of studying spells, detected an incongruity in the child's aura, one that clashed with the pure energy surrounding him. This sensation faintly bore the mark of darkness, particularly the delicate pair of horns atop the child's head, which appeared unusual, were not characteristic of typical deer antlers or hybrid beastmen. What is this little cub? The shaman turned to Bai Yao, his tone now scrutinizing. This is a wounded cub we rescued on our journey. We are just about to report to the chieftain. Bai Yao explained. Sensing the shaman's skeptical gaze, she added, it shouldn't be of the dragon tribe, right? After all, the dragon tribe has been extinct for many years. The shaman nodded, acknowledging that the dragon tribe had indeed become a matter of legend. He approached Lu Qi, bending down, and asked, Little cub, what is your name? Which tribe do you hail from? Lu Qi silently scoffed, realizing that this old man was indeed probing. He quickly adopted the role, his silver eyes shimmering with moisture, nervously twisting the hem of his clothing, and timidly replied, I don't remember. My sister calls me Xiaolong. Lu Qi's voice carried the softness and confusion of a child. Bai Yao corroborated. When we found him, he was unconscious by the roadside, gravely injured. The shaman ceased his inquiries, his gaunt hand seemingly tenderly stroking Lu Qi's head. In reality, a warm magical energy infiltrated, meticulously investigating every flow of energy within Lu Qi. Instantly, Lu Qi's muscles tensed, yet he forced himself to relax. He truly had no beastly strength left to fear anything. Ultimately, the shaman could only discern the life force typical of a cub emanating from Lu Qi. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. No abnormalities. Could it be that I am overthinking? He attributed the unusual sensation to his own heightened sensitivity or perhaps a remnant aura from something unclean the child had encountered. If so, let us promptly report to the chieftain. The shaman straightened up and advised Bai Yao before departing with the Fox tribe envoy, no longer casting a glance at Lu Qi. After sending off the shaman, the three returned indoors, but the atmosphere had turned somewhat heavy. Lu Qi lowered his head, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Even a shaman of that caliber could sense something amiss. He must be even more cautious. Logically, his current condition should not be detectable by others. Xian Mo, having observed the shaman's probing, felt his suspicions deepen. If even the shaman found him strange, this child must indeed harbor issues. His vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and his gaze toward Lu Qi grew increasingly frigid. Bai Yao, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Her attention was entirely on the boxes. Xian Mo, come help me open and take a look. As the lid opened, inside lay neatly arranged high-quality timber, polished beast bone mechanisms, and exceptionally resilient bowstrings, the material quality far superior to what Bai Yao had previously used. The Fox tribe certainly exhibited remarkable efficiency, and the materials were all top-notch. Bai Yao inspected them with satisfaction. Sister, how can I help? Lu Qi also approached, lifting his small face, striving to play the part of a curious and sensible cub. Yet, as his gaze swept over the intricately designed components, his heart sank. The manner in which these components were assembled resembled parts of some precise weapon. Was this what the Fox tribe had traded for? He remained unaware that this was the crossbow he had ordered to be destroyed. Bai Yao, seeing the eagerness of both individuals to assist, smiled. Xian Mo, please help me sort these materials. Xiaolong, you're still small. Just sit nearby and watch, don't get hurt. Thus, before the cave unfolded a seemingly harmonious scene, Bai Yao intently assembling and adjusting, Xian Mo silently delivering materials, and Lu Qi quietly observing. However, Lu Qi's inner turmoil was far from the calm he portrayed. He greedily memorized each assembly step, analyzing every critical structure. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Sister, what is this? It looks so strange. This is a weapon called a crossbow, Bai Yao replied, casually while tightening a latch. Crossbow? The two characters rang in Lu Qi's mind like an explosion. It truly was it? The new weapon capable of threatening the dominion of Wani City. As mentioned in the report by the scout, the creator was this woman, whom he once deemed merely clever. The immense shock nearly caused him to lose composure. He recalled the report emphasizing that even the weak could slay the strong with it. Should this technology be disseminated, the power dynamics would undoubtedly shift. Just then, Bai Yao picked up an assembled crossbow and stepped outside, demonstrating by pulling the trigger towards a distant tree. Whoosh! Bang! The crossbow bolt flew forth, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, embedding itself into the trunk with such force that the tree shuddered. Lu Qi's pupils contracted sharply. His heart raced in terror. Such power? Without the need for beastly soul strength, merely relying on mechanical ingenuity? If mass-produced, in that instant, a murderous intent clashed violently with a larger plan within his mind. Should he act now, eliminating future threats? Or should he seize this technology alongside this enigmatic woman and gain control? He watched as Bai Yao turned around, her face adorned with a relaxed smile, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Ultimately, Lu Qi resolved to bide his time. This technology must be obtained. Her value far exceeded his expectations. He swiftly suppressed all emotions, clapping his small hands together and displaying an expression of awe and admiration. Sister, you are so amazing. This crossbow is incredible. Meanwhile, Xian Mo, who had been subtly observing him, precisely captured the fleeting shock and the subsequent overly deliberate praise. The chill in Xian Mo's vertical pupils deepened. Chapter 83. The variables Bai Yao remained blissfully unaware of the dark machinations swirling in Lu Qi's mind, enthusiastically elucidating the principles of the crossbow. At this moment, Lu Qi's interest in Bai Yao had surged to a new height. She was no longer merely a female possessing life-giving liquid and peculiar abilities. She was a treasure holding technology capable of upending the balance of power. With the opportunity laid bare before him, he had no reason to let it slip away. Unlike his previous passive observation, this time, Lu Qi was exceptionally focused, his eyes nearly capturing every subtle movement of Bai Yao's fingertips, analyzing the logical connections of each component. Bai Yao, entirely unguarded, shared her knowledge, which stemmed from the accumulation of insights from another world. To her, this was not a secret that required strict confidentiality. Moreover, she was in the presence of a curious cub and a willing helper. She demonstrated with poise. Maintaining his innocent facade, Lu Qi seized a momentary gap, requesting in an admiring tone, "Sister, you know so much. Can you teach me this too?" This question momentarily caught Bai Yao off guard. She looked down at Lu Qi, attempting to discern anything beyond mere curiosity in his eyes, but only found the innocent thirst for knowledge typical of a child. Perhaps he simply found it amusing? Ultimately, Bai Yao set aside her doubts. "All right, sister will teach you." She picked up a set of components and began to slow her movements, guiding step by step. Observing this, Xian Mo's golden eyes flickered, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Teach me as well." Watching Bai Yao busying herself alone, he felt a desire to share the burden, yet a hidden reluctance for that little brat to monopolize her attention. With more hands, the task would surely proceed more swiftly. Bai Yao pondered this and agreed that having two helpers would indeed enhance efficiency significantly. "Very well, then, both of you come and give it a try." Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded before the stone house. Bai Yao, as the instructor, flitted between Xian Mo and Lu Qi. The two males, one large and one small, seemed to have engaged in a silent competition, earnestly focusing on their respective components. This latch needs to be inserted at an angle into this groove. When you hear a soft click, push it flat. Bai Yao patiently corrected Lu Qi's movements. Lu Qi learned with remarkable speed. His profound understanding of mechanical structures and force transmission allowed him to quickly grasp the essentials. Under Bai Yao's guidance, the components in his hands came together at an astonishing pace. Though his movements retained a child's clumsiness, the process was executed with precision. In contrast, Xian Mo, accustomed to explosive strength, found his fingers somewhat uncooperative for this task requiring finesse and subtlety. A sharp crack echoed as a delicate wooden piece shattered in his grip. Xian Mo thought to himself, how is this more challenging than dealing with a frenzied rhino beast? At that moment, Lu Qi had completed the main structure of the crossbow. He lifted his head and presented the semi-finished product to Bai Yao, his small face brimming with eagerness for praise. "Sister, do you think I did it right?" Bai Yao took it and examined it closely. Although the details were somewhat rough, the core structure was entirely correct. For a novice, it was a testament to his exceptional talent. "Little dragon, you did wonderfully. Excellent work," she praised without reservation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi immediately turned to Xian Mo, a trace of barely perceptible pride flashing in his silver eyes. Xuan Montak, noticing the little brat's provocative gaze and glancing at yet another component in his hand that was nearly deformed from his grip, felt the pressure around him drop further. "This little one is definitely doing this on purpose." Bai Yao sensed Xian Mo's low spirits and quickly interjected. "Xian Mo, such meticulous work indeed requires a touch of patience. How about this? You possess great strength. Help me process these toughest beast tendons, securing them tightly to this specified length. This is the most labor-intensive and crucial step. I'll handle the rest of the assembly. We shall cooperate for maximum efficiency." She cleverly assigned him the physically demanding task, preserving his pride. Hearing that his role was so significant, Xian Mo's expression brightened, and he nodded, accepting the beast tendons and concentrating intently on applying his finely controlled strength. Bai Yao then turned to Lu Qi, gently saying, "Little dragon, you did very well, but this task is quite taxing, and you are still young. Let us leave the rest to your sister. You may play nearby for a while and take a break." Lu Qi, having mastered the core assembly techniques and key steps, understood the goal was achieved and obediently nodded. "Okay, sister." He clapped his little hands and moved aside, appearing to rest while his mind raced with plans for mass-producing these crossbows upon returning to Wan Yicheng, strategizing how to instill fear in the surrounding tribes and Baishocheng. A grand conquest plan was beginning to take shape, all thanks to the unguarded female before him. He cast another glance at the focused Bai Yao, a near-obsessive desire for possession quietly blossoming within him. How wonderful it would be if she and all she held belonged solely to him. Meanwhile, Bai Yao was blissfully unaware of the implications of her imparted knowledge, feeling grateful for having Xian Mo as a capable assistant. Simultaneously, far away in the Fox tribe settlement, deep within the temple, the high priest Xing Che suddenly opened his eyes. His fox-like gaze, capable of peering into the threads of fate, was uncharacteristically clouded with doubt. His slender fingers rapidly calculated in the void, his brow furrowing deeper. "High priest, is there something amiss?" A servant standing by inquired carefully. His voice tinged with uncertainty. "I sense that the one from Wan Yicheng has left his lair, and only now am I aware of it." The servant was taken aback. "The lord of the city? He never leaves Wan Yicheng. His departure often heralds bloodshed." Indeed, Xing Che's eyes flickered with intensity. Yet strangely, I cannot deduce where he has gone or his purpose. This was an unusual occurrence for him, as if an invisible force or a significant variable had interfered with the manifestation of destiny. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Moreover, the trajectory of fate is becoming obscured. I sense that a momentous event is about to unfold, yet its specifics remain shrouded in thick fog, elusive to my sight." The servant displayed astonishment, realizing that even the omnipotent high priest was unable to foresee the future. Indeed, Xing Che murmured as he gazed out at the shifting clouds. Unpredictable variables have quietly intervened, and the course of the future is diverging from its original path. The temple fell silent once more, with only Xing Che's profound contemplation indicating that tranquil days might soon come to an end. Chapter 84. Nightmare. By the time they had organized the last batch of crossbow components, the night had deepened like thick ink. Much like the previous evening, the arrangement for sleep became a challenge once more. Xian Mo had been waiting resolutely at Bai Yao's door, his intentions unmistakable. It was time for that little brat to learn independence. Bai Yao glanced at Lu Qi, who clutched her clothing tightly, his small face etched with unease, and her heart softened. After all, he was still young and had just endured a nightmare. Would it be all right for him to sleep alone? Before she could finish her thought, she met Xian Mo's gaze and recalled her earlier promise to allow him to be independent once he adjusted. caught in a dilemma. The atmosphere grew tense. Just then, Xian made a surprising suggestion. If he dares not sleep alone, then let us all sleep together. Without waiting for a response, he boldly pushed open the door and claimed his side of Bai Yao's bed, making it clear he would not yield. Bai Yao looked at this jealous serpent, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was internally raging. Sharing a bed with this serpent? Once I regain my strength, I will surely flay him alive. More critically, Xian was highly vigilant and not easily deceived like Bai Yao. Sleeping beside him was akin to lying with a ferocious beast. A slight misstep could lead to exposure. However, the current circumstances compelled Bai Yao to relent, seeing Xian firm stance. Very well. Let this be the arrangement until Little Dragon fully adapts. Lu Qi realized there was no room for further negotiation and reluctantly accepted this triad sleeping arrangement. Ultimately, the sleeping arrangement settled with Bai Yao in the center. Lu Qi nestled closely on her left, and Xian occupying the right. Just before sleep, Xian intended to embrace Bai Yao, as usual. But Lu Qi tugged at her clothing from behind, softly pleading, "Sister, I'm scared. I need a hug." Remembering his midnight fright, her maternal instincts surged, and she immediately swatted Xian hand away, softly reproaching, "Little cubs are still young and need a sense of security. Don't be troublesome." She then turned to cradle Lu Qi in her arms. Xian watched as Bai Yao unhesitatingly turned her attention to the little brat, feeling a surge of irritation. His golden eyes nearly sparking with fire in the darkness. This cunning little creature is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. However, if he voiced his objections, it would only make him appear petty, quarreling with a cub over affection. In the end, he could only turn away in frustration, expressing his discontent with a huff. Meanwhile, the victorious Lu Qi buried his face in Bai Yao's soft neck, inhaling the comforting scent that inexplicably reassured him, a twinge of wicked satisfaction flickering through his mind. This youthful guise was not without its advantages. He remained unaware that he was gradually becoming accustomed to this feeling of dependence and being cared for. In the dead of night, Bai Yao was startled awake by a deeply oppressive sound of sobbing and struggling. She opened her eyes to find Xian holding her from behind, his body warm yet tense. "Do not move, listen," Xian deep voice whispered in her ear. It was then that Bai Yao realized the source of the disturbance was the child in her arms, Lu Qi. Unlike the last time, when he merely wept, he was now trembling violently in the throes of nightmare, his small hands clutching his chest tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Broken murmurs escaped his lips intermittently. "No, no, father, why? It hurts so much, get out. Get out of my body. Curse the monster." Bai Yao gently shook him, attempting to awaken him, but to no avail. Lu Qi seemed trapped in an endless nightmare, enduring unimaginable torment. She hastily examined the wound on his chest, discovering that the edges of the strange injury were faintly darkened, even appearing to have torn slightly. His body was burning hot. He had a fever. Bai Yao anxiously looked at Xian. The male beast's physique is robust. If he endures through tonight, he will be fine, Xian replied calmly. In that moment, he had sensed an ancient, dark aura fleetingly emanate from Lu Qi's body. Though exceedingly faint, it sent chills down one's spine. Bai Yao, however, was not reassured. He was still a young cub. She urged Xian to fetch cool water and a beast skin. Xian cast a deep glance at the suffering figure curled up on the bed before complying. Bai Yao mixed a few drops of spirit spring into the water he brought back. As the icy beast's skin soaked in the spirit spring was placed on Lu Qi's forehead, the tormented child sank deeper into a deliberately forgotten, bloody, and despairing past. In his dream, he found himself in the magnificent yet frigid palace of the Dragon Clan. Beneath the towering dome, glowing runes flickered, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was suffocating. The young boy was bound at the altar's center, cold chains coiling around his tender limbs. He gazed up at the father who had once been loving, now a blurred visage of coldness, crying out in terror, "Father, it hurts. Take this away. I do not want to become a monster." His father, with an expression too complex to decipher, did not cease the ritual. A crystal, flowing with a dark golden glow yet entwined with black mist, was being forcefully implanted into his small chest by a tremendous power. Child, endure. This is not a curse, but a spark. The father's voice bore a martyr-like sorrow. This is the only hope for the Dragon Clan's continuation. Bear it, live on. A piercing agony engulfed his soul, as if each cell were being torn apart and reassembled. He sensed a fragment filled with violent consciousness surge in with the crystal, taking residence deep within his soul, emitting a sharp, maniacal laughter. The scene shattered and shifted. Ruins lay scattered. Smoke filled the air. Familiar faces fell one by one, blood staining the land of legacy. The despairing dragon's roar echoed through the skies, followed by long darkness and oblivion. He forgot why he had been cast out, forgotten parts of his past, only remembering that he had become the villainous Lord Lu Qi and the evil soul within him that sought to devour him. To occupy this vessel, amidst the intense suffering, a cool sensation suddenly spread from his forehead. Shortly thereafter, a warm and steady embrace slowly pulled him from the abyss of his blood-soaked nightmare. Lu Qi abruptly opened his eyes, his silver pupils contracting in the darkness as he gasped for breath. The cool beast skin on his forehead, the warm embrace beside him, and a soothing flow that alleviated some of his pain all reminded him of what had just transpired. It was Bai Yao. She was caring for him. He slowly closed his eyes, for the first time not immediately calculating gains and losses or conspiracies, but simply following his instincts to sink deeper into the reassuring embrace. A long-forgotten sense of tranquility momentarily smoothed the turbulent waves within his soul. Meanwhile, Xianmo, who had been observing coldly, took in Lu Qi's moment of genuine pain and vulnerability. His heart remained laden with unanswered questions, now even more profound. What was the nature of that dark aura? The whispers of curses and the father's murmurs? What was the true origin of this little cub? He clenched his fists, regardless of who or where they came from. If they dared to harm Bai Yao, they would pay a grievous price. The night was still long, and the secretive iceberg had only just revealed a corner. Chapter 85. The Winter Storage Conference the following morning. A resounding horn echoed through the entire tribe, heralding the commencement of the annual Winter Storage Conference. The voice of the chief resonated in every corner, summoning all tribespeople to the central square for this crucial assembly aimed at discussing how to weather the harsh winter and stockpile resources. Bai Yao had heard of this, but was unaware of the specific proceedings. She instinctively wanted to ask Xianmo, but recalled that as a wandering beast, he was likely even more unfamiliar with such tribal traditions. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was merely an innocent cub, naive to the world. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over her as she thought of Lin, who had returned to the Northern Realm. If he were here, with his understanding of tribal matters, he could surely enlighten her. This home felt somewhat stagnant without Lin. She sighed inwardly, realizing she missed him a bit. How was that wolf faring? How was his plan for vengeance progressing? Yao Yao. Just as she was lost in thought, Tana's vibrant voice rang out from outside. As she entered, her gaze was drawn to Lu Qi, quietly seated nearby, and she instinctively reached out to pinch his cheek. Oh my, this little cub is just too adorable. Lu Qi turned his small face away, unabashedly refusing, "Don't touch me, I don't like it." His tone was blunt and stubborn, reminiscent of a child. Tana's hand froze mid-air, awkwardly retracting as she chuckled. "Quite the shy one, aren't you?" She then turned to Bai Yao, clarifying her purpose. "You must not know what the Winter Storage Conference is about. After all, you mentioned your amnesia, so I thought I'd come to explain it to you." Bai Yao's eyes brightened. It was as if a pillow had been offered just when she wanted to sleep. "Tana, this is wonderful. You are truly my lucky star. Your timing is impeccable." Lu Qi perked up at the mention of the Winter Storage Conference, his silver eyes flickering as he immediately pricked up his ears. This was an excellent opportunity to understand the tribe's personnel configuration and defensive capabilities. He appeared to be fiddling with a small stone in his hand, yet his full attention was on the conversation. Tana patiently explained, "The Winter Storage Conference is essentially where everyone discusses how to safely navigate the winter. Each household can propose their methods for surviving the winter or showcase their valuable supplies. There will also be a grand bonfire party in the evening. After all, when winter comes, it's rare for everyone to gather together. She paused, a hint of mischief in her smile at the party. Single males can express their affections to the females they fancy. If feelings are mutual, they can become partners. Bai Yao automatically filtered out the latter part regarding partnerships, focusing entirely on the provisions and proposals. She was already aware of the harsh winters in this world, and this indeed was a prime opportunity to contribute to the tribe, quietly enhancing her sense of belonging to this collective. After bidding Tana farewell, Bai Yao began to ponder what she could do. At that moment, Xian Mo returned from hunting. Upon hearing about the winter storage conference, his brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. He naturally disliked raucous gatherings and did not wish for Bai Yao's attention to be diverted among the crowd. However, seeing her eager demeanor, he simply asked in a deep voice, "What do we need to prepare?" Bai Yao laid out her thoughts. The essentials for winter are staple foods, vegetables, and meat. For staple foods, we could promote potatoes and future wheat. For vegetables, we could try making sauerkraut or storing them in a cellar. As for meat, a confident glimmer sparkled in her eyes. I plan to teach everyone how to make jerky and cured meat, ensuring a stable source of meat during the winter. Xian Mo listened to these unfamiliar terms. Though he did not fully comprehend them, he nodded unconditionally, affirming his belief in Bai Yao's wisdom. Lu Qi stood quietly aside, inwardly scoffing at the peculiar ideas being presented. Yet he thought, "It is fine. Once I capture her and bring her back to Wani City, all this knowledge will be mine." He had already regarded Bai Yao as his personal possession. As evening descended, a colossal bonfire blazed in the central square of the tribe, marking the commencement of the Winter Storage Festival. Each household showcased their provisions for the winter, primarily comprised of storable root vegetables, their methods traditional and simplistic. When it was Bai Yao's turn, she presented her meticulously cultivated potatoes and preliminary samples of processed wheat. This is potato, which provides a strong sense of satiety and is easy to cultivate and store. This is wheat, which can be ground into flour for various foods in the future. She clearly explained to her kin and then proposed methods for preserving meat through the preparation of dried and cured meats. This suggestion immediately sparked significant interest. For many tribe members, the thought of consuming meat during winter was an unimaginable luxury. The chieftain, visibly excited, trembled as he eagerly inquired about the details. The tribe's people gathered around, their eyes brimming with desire and curiosity. Bai Yao graciously declared, "Those who wish to learn the specific methods can come to my home tomorrow. I will teach everyone." Cheers erupted from the crowd, their gazes towards Bai Yao filled with gratitude and admiration. Standing beside Bai Yao, Xian Mo observed her poised and radiant demeanor, a softness unprecedented glimmering in his vertical pupils. His female, always so remarkably unique. Meanwhile, Lu Qi quietly assessed the situation from the periphery, evaluating the tribe's combat capability. He noted that, apart from Xian Mo, there were not many high-ranking beastmen, which slightly eased his mind. However, he simultaneously experienced a visceral sense of the distinctly different atmosphere here compared to Wani City. There was no blatant survival of the fittest. Instead, there existed a strong sense of cooperation and solidarity in overcoming hardships. The tribe's people gathered around the bonfire, passionately discussing how to face the harsh winter together, their vibrant vitality and unity evoking a strange, yet touching sensation within him. Lu Qi mused, "A tiresome unity. It is not entirely unlikable." Following the conclusion of the meeting, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. The bonfire blazed higher, drums began to beat, and the bonfire party commenced. Young single beastmen boldly showcased themselves to their desired partners, while those with companions danced joyfully to the rhythm. Tana and her beast partners were among the most lively couples. Bai Yao, however, held no interest in the courting segment. She glanced at the silent Xian Mo beside her, noticing that though his expression was impassive, his gaze was consistently drawn to the merrily dancing figures, a barely perceptible fluctuation flickering in his eyes. She gently inquired, "Xian Mo, would you like to dance?" Xian Mo was momentarily taken aback, retracting his gaze to meet hers. Dance? What is dancing? He had always been in the forest, never having participated in such gatherings. Surrounded by this lively collective activity, beneath the flickering firelight and within Bai Yao's clear, smiling gaze, something like an icy barrier deep within him seemed to quietly melt away. He unexpectedly nodded. In the midst of the resounding drumbeats and joyous shouts, the bonfire party reached its zenith. Flames leaped, illuminating faces that radiated relaxation and joy. Many males and females held hands, dancing around the large bonfire to simple yet vibrant steps. Xian Mo, naturally averse to noise and more accustomed to shadows and solitude, found himself drawn to the pairs around him, their laughter filling the air. He caught sight of Bai Yao, her eyes reflecting the firelight alongside a hint of longing, and an unprecedented thought blossomed within him. He wished to join her in this revelry. Feeling slightly awkward, he nodded, his typically sharp features softened by the glow of the flames. For her sake, he would accompany her in whatever she wished to do. Upon seeing his agreement, Bai Yao's smile deepened, and she was about to grasp his hand to join the dancing crowd when she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Turning around, she met Lu Qi's tearful silver eyes. "Sister," he said, his voice small and filled with dependency, "I want to go too. I don't want to be alone here. I am scared." Lu Qi's heart scoffed. Did this little snake think he could monopolize Bai Yao? No way. This lord would never allow it. He remained oblivious to how discordant his actions were with the lofty identity of the lord of one East City, resembling more a child vying for attention. Xian Mo's temples throbbed slightly, a flicker of impatience flashing in his golden eyes. This little brat was a constant nuisance, just as he was about to refuse. Bai Yao's heart softened, and she took one hand in each of theirs, smiling. "All right, let us three dance together." Thus, an unusual trio formed by the bonfire. Bai Yao stood in the center, her left hand holding the low-pressure, stiff Xian Mo, and her right hand grasping the innocent young cub, though both moved to the rhythm. Their faces bore a striking resemblance of awkwardness and reluctance. Sensing the rigidity on either side, Bai Yao helplessly remarked, "If you are not happy, we need not dance." "We are not unhappy." Lu Qi immediately beamed a bright smile. "Happy." Xian Mo also stiffly uttered the two words, striving to relax his tense form. Gradually, under Bai Yao's infectious spirit, they seemed to integrate into the jubilant atmosphere. Xian Mo looked down at Bai Yao's pure and radiant smile illuminated by the firelight, and his typically cold and sharp golden eyes softened involuntarily, a corner of his heart becoming extraordinarily tender. If she could always smile like this, it would be worth it. Meanwhile, Lu Qi found it increasingly difficult to divert his gaze from Bai Yao amidst the boisterous crowd. The bonfire's glow cast a warm golden edge around her, her smile pure and vibrant, starkly contrasting with the dark schemes of Wani City. Like a brilliant light, she penetrated the heavy barriers within him. Lu Qi was momentarily stunned. Why was she so different? This thought startled him. He suddenly became aware of what he was doing, questioning why he felt such inexplicable concern for a mere prey. To extinguish this dangerous inclination, he immediately released his grip, feigning fatigue. "Sister, I'm tired and wish to rest for a while." "All right, you can sit over there." Lu Qi moved to the side, coldly observing Bai Yao and Xian Mo continuing to dance, attempting to rearm himself with his habitual indifference. She was merely a tool, a prey, nothing more. He repeatedly reminded himself, yet his gaze continued to involuntarily follow her graceful figure. As Bai Yao danced exuberantly and prepared to step down for a rest, a figure suddenly blocked her path. "Bai Yao, please wait." It was Lai. He had appeared without her notice, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Xian Mo instinctively shielded Bai Yao behind him, his golden eyes warily fixed on Lai. He remembered this man and the troubles he had caused for Bai Yao. Bai Yao was also quite surprised. Since the incident with Duo La, she had had no further contact with Lai. What was his purpose in approaching her now? Lai observed their unabashed wariness and felt a surge of bitterness and regret. Taking a deep breath, he ignored the surrounding whispers, summoned his courage, and looked directly at Bai Yao. "May I invite you to dance a piece?" Upon uttering these words, not only did Bai Yao freeze, but the surrounding tribespeople also fell silent for a moment, before erupting into even louder discussions. Lai wished to court Bai Yao? Hadn't he always been fond of Duo La? Duo La has been expelled, and naturally, he must seek a new partner. However, Bai Yao currently has Xian Mo by her side. These discussions pierced through Lai's heart like needles, causing his face to burn with embarrassment. As the son of the clan leader, he had never endured such scrutiny. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in gazing at Bai Yao, as he had come here with a purpose. He believed that with Lin's departure, Bai Yao was left only with Xian Mo, and as winter approached, she would require the protection of a stronger beast husband. He, with his formidable strength and noble lineage, was an excellent choice. Bai Yao, he raised his voice, imbued with desperate resolve. I am fond of you and wish to become your beast husband, to bond with you as partners. Would you be willing? A surge of murderous intent welled up within Xian Mo. This was a reckless act. Surely, Yao Yao could not still harbor feelings for him. Lu Qi, on the other hand, scoffed internally at the foolishness of the situation. Simultaneously, an unrecognized displeasure began to permeate his heart. After a moment of initial shock, Bai Yao quickly regained her composure. She regarded the male who had once allowed Duo La to cause her harm, and felt not the slightest ripple of emotion, only absurdity. Without hesitation, she spoke, Lai, I appreciate your goodwill, but I already have a partner, and I do not harbor any romantic feelings for you. My partner must be someone I truly cherish, someone of my own choosing. No external force can compel this. Her words extinguished Lai's last glimmer of hope and instantly shifted the tide of surrounding gossip. See, Bai Yao does not like him at all. Indeed, it is laughable how Duo La targeted Bai Yao because of him. Lai had been overly sentimental this time. Humiliation and shame engulfed him, his complexion shifting from crimson to pale, and he shot a fierce glare at those around him. Amidst the jeers and discussions, he awkwardly turned and fled into the shadows of the crowd. Thus, this sudden declaration of affection came to an abrupt end. At the evening gathering, a few couples indeed forged bonds amidst the revelry, but the little episode involving Bai Yao became a topic of great interest to many. As the bonfire dwindled, the event neared its conclusion. At that moment, the shaman excitedly approached Bai Yao and her companions, who were preparing to return home. Upon seeing the shaman's expression, Bai Yao quickly deduced the cause. The shaman's enthusiasm likely stemmed from the esteemed Fox Clan High Priest. Sure enough, the shaman leaned in, his face alight with eager delight, and whispered, Bai Yao, a momentous occasion is at hand. Chapter 87. The Fox's sudden visit as the shaman's exuberant voice fell silent. Bai Yao and her companions turned to see not only attendants beside the shaman, but the extraordinary Fox Clan High Priest, Xing Che, himself. Bai Yao was taken aback. Why had he come in person? What could be deemed a good fortune in this? Compared to Bai Yao's surprise, Lu Qi's reaction was far more pronounced. Although he was currently devoid of strength, the instincts of a powerful being screamed warnings about the peril posed by this fox male. It was not a mere pressure of raw power that enveloped him. Rather, it was a more ethereal and elusive aura of mystery that incited a deep sense of aversion and unease within him. You must not perceive my true nature. Instinctively, Lu Qi shrank behind Bai Yao, clutching her garment tightly and burying his face, playing the role of a timid cub perfectly. Bai Yao sensed his trepidation and assumed he was merely intimidated by a stranger. She gently grasped his small hand, whispering words of comfort, do not fear. Xian Mo's reaction, however, was far more direct. With narrowed golden eyes, he scrutinized Xing Che, his tone cold and unyielding. What brings you here? The shaman, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, quickly interjected with a smile. The high priest is here to survey the territory and check on the progress of our last transaction. Coincidentally, he arrived just in time for our tribe's evening festivities, so I invited him to experience our hospitality. He felt a sheen of sweat break out on his forehead, astonished by the group's demeanor towards the high priest. Xing Che appeared unfazed by the lack of warmth. A subtle smile played on his lips as he elegantly chose a seat. Scanning the lively bonfire and the gathering crowd, he remarked, seeing you all enjoy yourselves so thoroughly, my uninvited presence should not be a bother, should it? Upon hearing the news, the clan leader hurried over, his face adorned with a look of astonished delight. Showering the high priest with flattery and gratitude, while the shaman eagerly agreed beside him. Soon, curious tribe members gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of the Fox Clan High Priest, making Bai Yao and her companions the center of attention. Bai Yao observed Xingke, who remained composed despite being surrounded, and inwardly mused. Truly, he's the focal point wherever he goes, like a peacock displaying its feathers. It seemed Xingche sensed her disdain, as he smiled and dismissed the overly enthusiastic clan leader and onlookers, saying, "Please, do not stand on ceremony. I am merely here to observe, and, as long as you all are enjoying yourselves, that is sufficient." Seeing this, the clan leader and the shaman, though reluctant, dispersed the crowd, retreating to the side awkwardly. Once the throng dissipated, Xingche turned his gaze back to Bai Yao, smoothly taking a seat across from her, his silver fox eyes glimmering with teasing intrigue. "I have traveled a great distance to visit my dear partner, and you seem less than welcoming." Bai Yao's expression remained neutral. "There is no question of welcome. It is only natural for you to come and inspect the progress of the crossbow." Lightly, tapping his fingers on the table, "Of course, I must come in person. This contraption is currently in high demand, with several major cities and powerful tribes vying for it, and prices are soaring. Thus, it is vital to ensure our supply remains stable." His words hinted at immense profit, underscoring the significance he placed on their collaboration. However, his true reason for coming was a deeper concern. He had foreseen unforeseen variables in this direction and felt compelled to investigate due to his unease. Yet, upon cursory inspection, he found no obvious anomalies, casting doubt for the first time on his divination skills. The inspection of goods had become a mere fortuitous occurrence. At that moment, his keen eyes caught sight of the small figure attempting to conceal itself behind Bai Yao. Who might this be? Xingke inquired, focusing on Luchi, particularly the delicate dragon horns peeking through his hair, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his silver gaze. Bai Yao's heart tightened, realizing Xingche had certainly noticed Lu Qi's uniqueness. She shielded Lu Qi protectively, explaining, "This is Xiaolong. He is a child we rescued on the road, injured and amnesiac, unable to locate his family." Noticing Lu Qi trembling slightly behind her, she added to Xingche, "He is timid, so please do not frighten him." Xingche raised an eyebrow. Timid? That little one's fleeting glance just now held no trace of fear. Yet, he chose not to expose this, merely asking out of curiosity since he had not encountered the little cub before. Bai Yao suddenly thought of Xingche's abilities and how they might assist Lu Qi in finding his family. She leaned down and gently asked Xiaolong, "This is Brother Xingche, the high priest of the Fox clan. He is quite powerful and can help people find lost relatives. Would you like him to assist you in locating your family?" "Oh no." Lu Qi's heart raced. If he were to probe, his identity as the sinister lord of the city of evil and the curse within him would surely be revealed. He must refuse, but not too overtly. As he frantically considered his options, Xingche, with an air of indifference, said, "It is but a trivial task." Before his words could fully settle, his long fingers struck like lightning upon Lu Qi's forehead. A cool and potent force of inquiry surged forth instantaneously. Lu Qi's body stiffened, and he could only exert all his energy to restrain his spirit, hoping the ancient curse and the soul stone within would protect him. Though he currently possessed no abilities, he was uncertain of the strength held by this male. Bai Yao watched anxiously as Xingche closed his eyes, his brows knitting tighter with each passing second, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were grappling with some invisible resistance. After a brief moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, withdrawing his finger, his breath slightly disordered, and his gaze towards Lu Qi filled with bewilderment and gravity. "Well, did you discern his origins?" Bai Yao inquired urgently. Xingche took a deep breath, his gaze complexly sweeping over Lu Qi's innocent little face once more, slowly shaking his head. "I cannot see." "Cannot see?" Bai Yao exclaimed in astonishment. "Not even you can see? His past and future, all a blank?" "Not a blank." Xingche carefully chose his words, but rather obscured by a more formidable force, rebounding. He found it difficult to articulate the essence of that force, yet the momentary backlash left him with lingering trepidation. Bai Yao's confusion deepened. She had faith in Xing Che's abilities. If he could not glimpse Lu Qi's origins, they were likely far more intricate than she had imagined. Yet, gazing down at the pair of silver eyes that depended on her, she could not bring herself to probe further. With half jest and half resignation, she said to Xing Che, "It seems even the omniscient Grand Priest has his moments of oversight. Do you need to go back and study for a few more years?" Xing Che disregarded her jest, his gaze still fixed on Lu Qi, whose fox-like eyes appeared capable of penetrating the human heart, brimming with interest and inquiry. What was this little creature's true background? Meanwhile, Lu Qi let out a long sigh of relief internally, casting a more vigilant glance toward Xing Che. This priest of the Fox clan posed a significant threat. He must restore his powers quickly, or he needed to find a way to ensure that Xing Che would remain silent forever. Chapter 88. Where is the logic in not earning money? Bai Yao noticed that Xing Che's focus remained on Lu Qi, so she turned sideways, completely shielding the little one behind her, facing Xing Che directly. "Grand Priest. He is still a child, timid at heart. Please do not stare at him so intently. It will frighten him." Hearing this, Xing Che raised an elegant eyebrow, readily retracting his gaze, which seemed capable of piercing the soul, though a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his lips. He had not ceased to covertly test his abilities, yet no matter how he invoked his secret arts, all he perceived was a chaotic fog. This only fueled his curiosity further. This was the second time he encountered such a situation. The first was with Bai Yao, and now it was with this mysterious little dragon. "Did you not just ask me to investigate him?" Xing Che's tone was languid, with a touch of innocence. Bai Yao hesitated, recalling that it had indeed been her suggestion, and awkwardly cleared her throat. All right. If you cannot see, then let it be. Our little dragon is not eager to know either." She attempted to lightly brush the matter aside. Throughout the exchange, Xian Mo remained a cold observer. He keenly sensed that Lu Qi's fear of Xing Che was not the typical anxiety of a young creature, but rather a tension stemming from a fear of secrets being uncovered. This little cub undoubtedly harbored something shameful. This realization deepened the chill in his golden eyes as he regarded the two troublesome males surrounding Bai Yao. He suddenly began to understand Lin's feelings back then. Was this some form of retribution? However, before Xian Mo could contemplate further, Xing Che's next words caused all three to freeze in place. "It is getting late. The weapons can be inspected tomorrow. Tonight, I fear I must impose and seek lodging at your home." "No," Xian Mo immediately protested vehemently. "The space is limited and unsuitable for guests. The residence of the shaman or the clan leader is much more comfortable for the Grand Priest." Xinguke shrugged lightly, turning his silver eyes toward Xian Mo with a hint of mockery. "Xian Mo, is it truly appropriate to burn bridges like this? In the past, I did assist you. Today, I merely seek a place to rest for the night. Why must you reject me so adamantly?" Furthermore, he shifted his gaze to Bai Yao. "I have heard that your cave conceals wonders and delectable cuisine. I have traveled a long way and wish to experience it." "No means no." Xian Mo's tone was resolute, refusing to yield. One Lu Qi was already enough to trouble him. He would not allow the contemplative Xing Che to further divert Bai Yao's attention. Moreover, this fox-like priest might very well harbor intentions toward Bai Yao. The sense of crisis within Xian Mo surged sharply. Lu Qi also silently protested in his heart. Xing Che felt more dangerous than Xian Mo. Xian Mo's hostility was overt, whereas Xing Che was like a blade hidden within fog, difficult to gauge. Given his current state, allowing such a perilous figure to observe him closely was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Xing Che observed the tense demeanor of the two adults and the child before him, a deeper amusement glimmering in his eyes. He nonchalantly dropped his trump card. "I would not impose without recompense. I shall pay." As expected, upon hearing this, Bai Yao's eyes instantly brightened, her expression transforming from one of difficulty to a radiant smile. "Ah, Grand Priest, you should have said so earlier, since it is a paid accommodation. Then of course there is no issue. The room Lin previously occupied is still available, clean and tidy. You can rest assured, and tomorrow morning the weapons will be inspected, ensuring your complete satisfaction. And I will take care of the culinary delights." She paused, rubbing her fingers together. "Of course, This beast crystal does encompass lodging, meals, and service, so it may require a little extra. Xian Mo and Lu Qi exchanged glances, silently bemused by Bai Yao's rapid change of demeanor, yet unsurprised. Seeing Gchiese lips twitched slightly, finding amusement in her mercenary tendencies. Very well, he replied nonchalantly, as he was not lacking in beast crystals. Bai Yao, seizing the moment, declared, "Then it is settled. Grand Priest, whenever you visit our tribe, you may stay for as long as you wish, as long as the payment is adequate." Both Xian Mo and Lu Qi gazed at Bai Yao's avaricious expression with mixed emotions. Lu Qi inwardly criticized, "This superficial female is so easily swayed by money." Bai Yao was indifferent to their thoughts. In her view, there was no logic in not profiting from incoming wealth. Thus, amid a subtly peculiar atmosphere, the group returned home. Xing Che surveyed the cave dwelling, so distinct from the tribal style, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, yet more so, a sense of curiosity. The arrangement of the tables and chairs, the kitchen's layout, all exuded novelty and ingenuity. Bai Yao fetched a chair for him to sit down and inquired, "Grand Priest, with nightfall upon us, would you care for a late-night snack? Of course, this is an extra service." Before Xing Che could respond, Xian Mo interjected with dissatisfaction. "You're going to cook specifically for him?" His tone dripping with disdain. Bai Yao replied with a smile, "A customer is, well, a friend. The Grand Priest has traveled a long way. It is only fitting to treat him to a late-night meal." She turned to Xing Che, her smile warm. "However, the late-night snack fee will indeed be slightly more than that of a regular meal." Xing Che rested his forehead in resignation. "Bai Yao, last time at the auction, I treated you as a distinguished guest and invited you to enjoy a feast. Is it not ungrateful of you to repay kindness with enmity?" Bai Yao recalled the incident, and her momentum weakened slightly, negotiating, then in the spirit of old friends, "How about a 30 discount? I truly cannot reduce it further. It takes energy and effort to prepare, after all." Xing Che regarded the calculating female before him and ultimately nodded. He was not particularly concerned about the cost. "Little dragon, you must be hungry as well. Sister will go prepare something delicious for you." Bai Yao affectionately ruffled Lu Qi's head, who nodded obediently. Thus Bai Yao, with an unwilling yet compliant Xian Mo trailing behind her, began to bustle about in the kitchen. Late into the night, Bai Yao decided to craft simple yet delectable handmade noodles, along with grilling some of Xian Mo's skewered gula beast meat. The kitchen soon resonated with the sounds of kneading dough and chopping vegetables, interspersed with Bai Yao's gentle directives and Xian Mo's occasional low responses. Meanwhile, outside the kitchen, in the living room, a different atmosphere enveloped Xing Che and Lu Qi, seated across from each other at a small wooden table, the air thick with unspoken awkwardness. Lu Qi kept his head bowed, his inner alarm bells ringing furiously, thoughts swirling. How much did he see? What is real and what is false? If he is already perceived, how will I escape? The priest of the Fox clan is 100 times more troublesome than that foolish serpent. Yet, Xing Che appears to be casually seated, all the while not relinquishing his watchful gaze. Once again, he secretly employs a mystical technique, his perception extending like invisible tendrils, quietly probing towards the youngling across from him. However, the result remains an impenetrable fog. This only amplifies the confusion within his heart, yet on the surface, he maintains his composure. Xing Che muses, since the clues remain elusive for now, it would be prudent to foster a closer relationship with this little creature, which would surely be easier than dealing with that unyielding serpent. Thus, he adjusts his expression, striving to exude the most gentle and harmless demeanor, smiling as he inquires, "Little dragon, is it? Pray tell, how old are you this year?" Lu Qi lifts his silver eyes, locking onto those enchanting fox-like orbs, and internally scoffs. While outwardly mustering a timid child smile, I don't remember. Xing Che tentatively poses several more questions, such as what fruits he enjoys most and whether he fears thunder. Lu Qi consistently gazes at him with those clear, innocent silver eyes, then shakes his head slightly or responds in a thin, mosquito-like voice, "I don't remember." A wave of helplessness washes over Xing Che. This little rascal is proving to be even more challenging to pry open than that prickly serpent. Has the allure of this priest diminished? He skeptically touches his smooth chin. Fortunately, this awkward encounter with the youngling does not linger long, as salvation arrives. Bai Yao emerges from the kitchen, carrying a large wooden bowl filled with steaming food, followed closely by Xianmo, who hold a large handful of sizzling meat skewers coated in unknown spices. Come, come, great priest, try our tribe's supper. Bai Yao cheerfully places the food on the table. Xingche curiously inspects these novel dishes. The long, strip-like food in the bowl and the aromatic, vividly colored meat skewers awaken his appetite. He modestly picks up a pair of wooden chopsticks, lifts a few strips, and places them in his mouth, his eyes instantly brightening. What is this food? The texture is remarkably unique. He cannot help but inquire after swallowing elegantly. This is called noodles, made from wheat flour, Bai Yao patiently explains, seamlessly transitioning into promotional mode. They are quite filling. If the great priest enjoys them, you can take some flour back with you, and I can teach you how to cook it. If it's delicious, you can help us promote it. The corners of Xingche's mouth twitch slightly. Indeed, this female cannot stray from her line of work. Nevertheless, he maintains his poise. Very well, I shall bring some back. He then picks up a skewer of roasted gulu beast meat, cautiously taking a bite. In the next moment, a rich flavor, a delightful combination of spiciness, saltiness, and charred aroma bursts in his mouth, completely conquering his discerning palate. He eats quickly, yet retains his graceful demeanor, albeit with noticeably accelerated chewing. Is this truly gulu beast meat? He finds it hard to believe that the usually tough and dry meat could be rendered so delectable and juicy. Indeed, it is. Bai Yao replies with a hint of pride. The secret lies in the marination and these spices. Of course, she adds, pointing to several small stone dishes filled with powders. Xingche immediately seizes the opportunity. These spices are not for sale. Before Bai Yao can respond, Xianmo bluntly interjects, his golden eyes warily fixed on Xingche. The spices are scarce, barely enough for our own use. You think you can just take the recipe and run off? Dream on. Bai Yao, catching Swan Montak's glance, quickly interjects with a smile. Xianmo is right. We do have limited spices. However, if the great priest enjoys this flavor, you're always welcome to visit our tribe, and we will certainly treat you to the finest delicacies. Long lines catch big fish. Xingche observes this harmonious duo, fully aware of their intentions. He chuckles helplessly, yet finds it amusing. Very well. If such intriguing delicacies are available in the future, they could be delivered to the Fox Clan market, with prices elevated by 20% according to auction standards. Deal. Bai Yao beams, as if she can already envision the gleaming beast crystals beckoning to her. In contrast, Lu Qi is quite earnest. He buries himself in his meal, his little mouth glistening with grease, his cheeks puffed up. Internally, he fervently praises Bai Yao's culinary skills. This female, regardless of other matters, truly excels at cooking. As the lord of this city, he has tasted countless delicacies, yet none surpass this simple roasted meat. After satisfying their hunger, it is time to arrange lodging. Bai Yao leads Xingche to the room previously occupied by Lin. Great priest, you shall stay here tonight. Bai Yao has tidied Lin's room meticulously. Xinggu nods. Just as he prepares to enter, he sees Xianmo naturally walking towards Bai Yao's room, with the little tail, Lu Qi, following closely behind. Xinggu, a glimmer of surprise and amusement flashing in his fox-like eyes. Leaning against the doorframe, he teasingly remarks, "Are the three of you planning to share a room?" Xianmo immediately turns back, his golden eyes coldly scanning him. "What business is it of yours?" "Not a thing." Xingche drags his tone, glancing between Xianmo and Lu Qi, who barely reaches his thigh, his smile growing increasingly meaningful. "I just find your trio rather peculiar. It resembles the rumored family of three." Ahem. Hearing this, Bai Yao nearly chokes. Xianmo's expression darkens instantly. Lu Qi nearly jumps up, internally roaring. "Who said we are a family of three? It's obvious that it's claiming this city lord as the son. How could I possibly be the son of that serpent? It would be more fitting to say he is my son." Bai Yao, sensing the situation, quickly clarifies, "Great priest, do not misunderstand. It is simply because the little dragon is still young and feels uneasy sleeping alone. which is why he temporarily resides with us. In truth, Xingche wanted to suggest that Xian Mo and Lu Qi should sleep separately. However, considering that alert serpent, he ultimately refrained from voicing it. Most likely, that serpent is even jealous of the little youngling. Nevertheless, he finds it quite entertaining. He can imagine what their interactions must be like. The little youngling is quite attached to Bai Yao, while she remains unaware of her ongoing defense of him. He is eager to witness the serpent's floundering. Xingche knowingly nods, his gaze sweeping over Xian Mo's unapproachable cold face and Lu Qi's utterly innocent expression. Secretly amused, this peculiar duo of large and small is indeed quite entertaining, and he eagerly anticipates what is to come. I see. It appears you have quite the task managing this big and little one every day, Xingche casually responds, elegantly bowing to Bai Yao, deliberately speaking in a volume audible to Xian Mo. Then, good night, my dear partner. He places an emphasis on the word dear. As expected, the pressure around Xian Mo instantly drops several degrees, his gaze seemingly attempting to pierce through Xingche. What does this fox mean? Xian Mo glares at Lu Qi, wondering when this little youngling will become independent. His arrival has indeed hindered him from enjoying intimate moments with Bai Yao for quite some time. Lu Qi, sensing Xian Mo's scrutinizing gaze, knows the situation is dire. He can only inwardly scoff. This old fox truly harbors ill intentions, only good at stirring up trouble. Xingche joyfully closes the door, shutting out the complex and subtle atmosphere outside. Tonight, it is destined that someone will find it hard to sleep. As for him, he is quite looking forward to the morrow's revelations. The next day, through the cave's ventilation holes, a few beams of light stream in. Bai Yao awakens to the familiar rhythm of her biological clock, reaching out only to find the space beside her empty. All that remains is the faint coolness where Xian Mo usually lies and the lingering warmth from Lu Qi's little nest. It appears that one has gone hunting while the other has ventured out for leisure. She stretched languidly and rose to freshen up, recalling the presence of a distinguished guest. She approached the door of Xingche's temporary quarters and gently knocked, but received no response. Pushing the door open, she found it empty, the bedding meticulously arranged. How could they rise so early? She murmured as she stepped outside. Before her lay a familiar scene of confrontation. Xingche stood leisurely, his ample wizard robes billowing in the wind. In front of him, the small Lu Qi clutched a rough, woven ball tightly, his little face taut, silver eyes brimming with both vigilance and grievance. Upon spotting Bai Yao, Lu Qi immediately dashed over, wrapping his arms around her leg, tilting his face upward, his eyes reddening. Sister, this brother insists on taking my ball to play with. I do not wish to share it. Internally, Lu Qi was furious. That damn fox. This city lord is merely using the neighboring cub's ball as a pretext for a stroll. Who would want to engage in such childish games? Hindering my important communications with subordinates? Xingche, observing the rapid shifts in the little cub's demeanor, felt equally helpless. Rising early with the intention of easing relations, he had suggested playing together upon seeing the ball. Who could have anticipated such resistance? Xingche pondered, perplexed by the cub's reluctance to play with the ball, which all young ones typically adored. Bai Yao, witnessing this vexatious scene so early in the day, sighed and opted for a diversion. She patted Lu Qi's head and said to Xingche, High Priest, do not tease him any longer. Little dragon, you may go play by yourself. High Priest, we ought to proceed with the inspection of goods. Upon hearing that, Lu Qi immediately released his grip on the ball, shaking his head, his voice softening. Sister, I no longer wish to play. I want to stay home and watch you work. Lu Qi's true intention was to eavesdrop on their transactions. Bai Yao, seeing his compliance, acquiesced, and Xingche also adopted a more serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. The three returned indoors, where several wooden boxes lay open, containing the meticulously assembled core components of crossbows, their joints gleaming coldly in the morning light. Xingche stepped forward, his slender fingers carefully inspecting one of the mechanisms, analyzing the internal structure and the arrow trough. He gently activated the mechanism, listening to the crisp sound of its fitting, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. The materials had evidently improved, with precision and power seemingly superior to the samples. Shall we try assembling one? Bai Yao suggested. Xingche elegantly set the components down and shook his head. No need. I trust your craftsmanship. A slight smile graced his lips as he looked at Bai Yao. In my philosophy, those I trust are not to be doubted. Then I am grateful for your trust. High Priest, Bai Yao replied with a smile. Which faction is this shipment for? The Han tribe offered the highest bid. Xingche replied nonchalantly. Their envoy is currently awaiting at the Fox Clan market. Lu Qi, quietly watching as a bystander, perked up his ears. The Han tribe, the formidable tribe renowned for its forging and valor, historically at odds with the City of Evil, they were actually bidding for such weapons? A surge of urgency gripped him. He must swiftly relay this information, ensuring that the City of Evil prepares in advance. After the inspection concluded, Xingche lightly brushed off non-existent dust from his fingertips. Having verified the goods, I shall take my leave. So soon? Bai Yao instinctively inquired. Xingche's fox-like eyes shifted slightly, a hint of teasing in his gaze as he replied. What? Do you wish for me to linger? Last night, someone did not exhibit such reluctance. Bai Yao's lips twitched, her thoughts racing. If you leave, my temporary source of sustenance will vanish. Yet she maintained a courteous smile. High Priest, you jest. I merely thought you would stay a few more days to allow me to extend my hospitality. Xingche was well aware of her little schemes, chuckling softly as he ceased his teasing. Producing a heavy bee-skin pouch from his voluminous sleeves and presenting it to her. This is for the cost of your lodgings and supper from last night. See if it suffices. Bai Yao accepted it, feeling its substantial weight. Upon opening it, she discovered it was filled with high-quality, energy-rich beast crystals, far exceeding the value of all the hemostatic medicines she had previously labored over. Her smile transformed into one of genuine brilliance, her voice becoming sweeter. This is more than sufficient. You must visit often, High Priest, or if you desire anything, send word, and I shall procure it from the Fox Clan market. Her demeanor was as earnest as one addressing beloved kin. Lu Qi stood by, rolling his eyes internally, snorting quietly. Indeed, a female who is blinded by wealth. I will send someone to collect these goods tomorrow. Additional materials will be dispatched in due course, Xingche stated, concluding the formalities and preparing to depart. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he said before disappearing at the end of the tribe's pathway. With his departure, Lu Qi felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. The fox had finally left. Had he remained, it would have been inevitable for him to reveal his true intentions. He immediately began plotting to find an opportunity to slip away and contact his subordinates. At that moment, a breathless wizard hurried over, peering into the room. Bai Yao, has the High Priest risen? He mentioned he was busy and has just departed, Bai Yao replied. What? Why'd he leave in such haste? The wizard's disappointment was palpable. I still have some questions regarding my training that I wish to discuss with him. Oh, you had business with him? Next time I shall ask him to wait for you, Bai Yao replied casually. The wizard hastily waved his hands. I dare not. How could I request the High Priest to wait for me? He would never stoop to such a level. Before the wizard could finish, the chief's voice echoed from afar. Bai Yao, can we begin the preparation for the dried meat you mentioned yesterday? Many in the clan are eagerly awaiting. Understood. We can begin today, Bai Yao called back, carefully storing the pouch filled with beast crystals. Chief, please gather those interested in learning, and bring fresh gullah meat and salt to the open space east of my home. I will arrive shortly. Very well, I shall go at once. The chief responded before quickly turning to organize the gathering. Bai Yao also began her preparations, realizing she needed a significant amount of ingredients for the task ahead. On this morning, the tribe buzzed with excitement as Bai Yao prepared to teach everyone how to make provisions for the winter. Unbeknownst to all, the small figure clutching the woven ball harbored a depth of thought beyond his years. Chapter 91. Dried meat. The chief's arrival completely disrupted Lu Qi's plans to slip away and contact his subordinates. Bai Yao specifically instructed him, Little dragon, stay close to me. With so many people around, do not wander off. Lu Qi could only suppress his growing agitation and nodded obediently, yet his mind was racing, with so many people around. How can this city lord escape? The chief held unwavering trust in Bai Yao, especially since even the esteemed high priest of the Fox clan had become her ally. He assured her that he would gather all the tribe members interested in learning how to make dried meat in the afternoon. After sending the chief off, Bai Yao awaited Xian Mo's return while counting the meat supplies at home. She discovered that the gulu meat left over from the previous day had begun to sour slightly, prompting a sigh. Without a refrigerator, fresh meat truly does not last long. She contemplated the amount of meat needed for the winter, realizing that while the cellar was better suited for storing fruits and vegetables, meat would require drying and smoking for preservation. Just as she was deep in thought, Xian Mo appeared at the door, shouldering an enormous gulu beast far larger than usual. Wow, Xian Mo, you are incredible today. How did you manage to catch such a large one? Bai Yao exclaimed, rushing to greet him. Upon hearing her praise, Xian Mo's typically stoic demeanor softened slightly, a flicker of pride shining in his golden eyes. You mentioned the need for more dried meat, so I sought out a larger one. In the past, in his eagerness to return to the residence of Lochi, he often hunted small beasts in close proximity. Today, however, he truly displayed his prowess in hunting. Lochi, observing the gugu beast, felt a sense of disdain within. Humph, does such a low-tier beast merit accolades? If this city lord were to take action, the entire mountain's prey would be within my grasp. Yet, as he beheld the unmasked delight radiating from Bai Yao's face, he inexplicably thought that perhaps bringing joy to this female was not entirely lacking in merit, unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in their minds. Bai Yao generously praised Xian Mo, then directed him. Xian Mo, please assist me by processing this gugu beast, breaking it down into appropriately sized pieces for preservation. Encouraged, Xian Mo worked with remarkable efficiency, his powerful strength allowing him to swiftly dismantle the large beast. Subsequently, Bai Yao instructed him to grind coarse salt into powder and mix it with her specially crafted spices. Although Xian Mo was puzzled by the purpose, he executed the task meticulously, soon preparing a large basin of seasoned salt. Bai Yao dipped her finger into the salt powder and tasted it, a bitter flavor spreading across her palate. The salt purification technology in this world was rudimentary, laden with impurities, yet it was the best salt available. She added some sun-dried Sichuan pepper and other spices she could find, attempting to mask the bitterness with fragrance and enhance the flavor. Bai Yao resolved that she must find a way to extract pure salt when the opportunity arose. Demonstrating her technique, she evenly coated several pieces of meat with the seasoned salt for preservation. Dividing the meat into 2 portions, she explained to Xian Mo and Lochi, who had curiously approached.